Daytona, because from the commentary box we have in the new grandstand, you can see absolutely everything.
Best race?
Almost certainly Le Mans, I would think, in terms of excitement and jumping up and down.
Still on your bucket list?
Indy 500.
Favourite driver, past? Favourite driver, present?
I don't do favourite people. It's something to do with retaining objectivity when we're at a race. I just don't.
Best place to go to when you have time off?
Home. Also, what time off is that? Home or the Intercontinental at Festival City in Dubai, where they look after me terrifically well.
And finally, can you reveal a secret about one of the RSL team?
Jackie Warnock can put both ankles behind her head with jeans on, with skinny jeans on.
Eve Hewitt, Managing Director, Radio Show Limited, and responsible owner.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to Team Talk with Radio Show Limited. In the spotlight now is
Peter Snowden checking in here.
So let's get on with it and ask the first question. Here we go. Favourite food?
Anything home cooked.
Favourite drink, non-alcoholic?
Coffee.
Favourite drink, alcoholic?
Single malt whiskey every time.
Favourite circuit?
Spa without question.
Best race?
Spa Masters 2009 in a GT40.
Still on your bucket list?
To drive a 70s F1 car.
Favourite driver, past?
Niki Lauda.
Favourite driver, present?
Harry King.
Best place to go to when you have time off?
Anywhere with my children.
And finally, can you reveal a secret about one of the RSL team?
Far too much on Joe Bradley, none of which is broadcastable.
Peter Snowden, thank you. Hello and welcome to Team Talk with Radio Show Limited. In the spotlight now is Nick Damon. So let's get on with it and ask the first question. Here we go. Favourite food?
Well, I have to be political here. I say whatever Eve's making before midweek motorsport. In the fairness, that normally is very, very good stuff. So, and obviously John makes it sometimes, and sometimes we have fish and chips from Ben's Chippy. But overall, it's the food before midweek motorsport.
Favourite drink, non-alcoholic?
I'm going to sound like a early middle-aged woman, but actually it's Diet Coke, I'm afraid.
Favourite drink, alcoholic?
Now I'm going to sound like a real man. Single malt whiskey. In fact, I prefer it, the more peated, the better. So a strongly peated single malt will do me well. Thank you very much.
Favourite circuit?
It's definitely Road Atlanta. I have been to Petite a few times and I just love everything about it. I love the circuit, I love the atmosphere, I love the smell of the place at that time of year, the crowd, everything. Definitely Road Atlanta.
Best race?
No, it's like there's been so many good races I've seen, but they kind of all meld. The best race event I've been to is the Monaco Grand Prix. The race is just the event, it's an amazing place. I suppose I'd say the best race I have been to, a couple of the major ones in my motorsport working life, either Monza 96 when I found myself on the F1 pit lane, or my first Le Mans in 2007.
Still on your bucket list?
Well, I was lucky enough to go to Indianapolis a couple of times for the Grand Prix, but Jim Roller has told me on many occasions that is nothing like going for Indy for 500, so I'd love to go to Indy 500.
Favourite driver, past?
Well, my favourite driver from the past, I would say, is Sir Jackie Stewart, both for his track brilliance and what he did for safety. And that people actually know. I mean, I find it hard to, and I've seen him, I've spoken to him, and, you know, Jim Clark had a great driver, I didn't really see him do anything. And of course, obviously, Jean-Pierre Sarti, who I feel, you know, sadly didn't get the chance to win the title posthumously, and it went to Pete Aaron instead. And if you know, you know.
Favourite driver, present?
Okay, this is the one, your favourite present driver could really, you know, get you in trouble because you can have your favourites. But I'd say the person I love interviewing is Ben Keating. Not because of what he says, because of the way he says it. He has the most fantastic, mellifluous voice. I mean, he's a very good interviewer as well, but I just enjoy listening to him, so I'll say Ben Keating.
Best place to go to when you have time off?
very much used to enjoy going to India. That's obviously a little bit off the beaten track at the moment with COVID, but hopefully back in the next couple of years. And obviously it's always good fun to be at an RC, and remote control car track, so those are the places I'd like to be with time off.
And finally, can you reveal a secret about one of the RSL team?
Well, Bruce Jones, he genuinely once lost a job because he did better in an F1 quiz than the man who was employing him.
Nick Damon, thank you.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Very pleasant day at the moment at Circuit de la Sarthe on race day with the sun shining. There is a little bit of cloud in the sky, but that's helping to keep some warmth in. The temperature creeping up through the course of the day to a high of 21 Celsius later on. Overnight, going to be relatively chilly at 13, 14, but growing to a pleasant in the afternoon, 23 degrees Celsius, with a slim chance of rain overnight and into the morning.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time.
Here we are then. It's race day and we're getting ready for a very short warm-up session at Circuit de la Sarthe. We have had so many stories breaking out over the last, number of hours actually, from the midweek sessions that were stained with one or two major difficulties for certain teams. Others have come through it no problem, and in fact they were so far ahead, decided to park their cars up for free practice 4. This warm-up session could be crucial though, because the cars went nowhere yesterday. Teams and drivers far more embroiled in what was going on in the city centre with the parade. They need to get back into testing mode initially, racing mode for 4 o'clock this afternoon, and then of course the mighty 24 hours of Le Mans that will be unfolding for the 90th edition here, live on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for 2022. Let's see what warm-up brings. 15 minutes of action around the 8.4 mile circuit, and I wonder how many drivers and teams will be willing to go. As I say, 1 or 2 cars that have to be shaken down, that will be brand new machinery or virtually brand new, and the first time that the teams can see what everything is like heading into the big one. So a very good morning. It's just gone 20 past 10 here at Circuit de la Sarthe. My name's Johnny Palmer. Delighted to say I'm joined by Shay Adam in the Hagerty Global Broadcast booth for this little shift, the minor shift. We've got Nick Damon and Peter Snowden in the pit lane, who we will get to shortly too, and Paul Truswell is to my left-hand side. As I say, there were a number of stories to be mopped up, and of course I was very interested in what had happened during free practice 3, and unfortunately that incident for TDS by Valiant Racing when Philippe Chimidomo had that huge accident coming out of the Porsche curves. Chimidomo has been told by the officials that he cannot compete in this year's race because of not only that incident but 1 or 2 others as well. Let's go down, before we get a word from Shay about that, to Nick Damon in the pits, because you, Nick, are with the team and this driver change.
Yeah, the 13 TDS racing car, as you say, is now Matthias Besch, Tiemann van der Helm and Nick de Vries, 2 Dutchmen in the car. Now, Nick, of course, was here in the capacity as the reserve driver for Toyota. Well, Toyota don't need a reserve driver, but TDS certainly did. And Nick still has his Denso logoed helmet on, and he's actually now on the pit apron with the car. It's fully rebuilt, and he's sitting in it, and as I watch him now, he's just pressing all the pedals, looking at all the buttons, trying to work out what's going on. He does have P2 experience from a couple of years ago. I'm sure he spent a lot of time on a bit of simulator work. I'm sure if he could find one over the course of yesterday when he found out he was driving. He has to do 3 laps in this warm-up to qualify for the race. Obviously, incredibly experienced, the reigning Formula E world champion, and of course did a test session, Friday practice session just a couple of weeks ago for Williams, and he will do what we expect for Mercedes later in the year. So Nick de Vries, absolutely one of the hottest properties in motorsport, is going to be taking part in this P2 race, and everyone kind of expects that next year he'll be in the hypercar with Toyota. But yeah, 3 laps in to do, team looks prepared, car looks good, everyone seems very relaxed. I'm sure he'll just get up to speed over those few laps.
I don't know about you, Shay, but when I heard that new lineup, Nick de Vries, Timon van der Helm, Matthias Besch, they, for me, have all of a sudden become overall LMP2 podium finishers.
Very much contenders as far as the week is concerned, Johnny. And this has been a car that's been, to put it bluntly, largely anonymous so far through the running for the right reasons. For the wrong reasons, it's been on the scene, as was issued by the FIA Bulletin. As I put it, uninviting Philippe Simidromo from competing in this race. But with Nick de Vries aboard, he hasn't had good luck at Le Mans, 19th twice. And then in his last running last year, finally got in the top 10, but barely in 7th place. So this race hasn't been kind to him. Timjan van der Helm, one of the up-and-coming stars, no doubt, a rookie to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Matthias Besch, he has a win in non-hybrid competition. That was back in 2014, running with Rebellion. Very experienced in this race with 7 previous starts. But it is a car that is now, it has to be said, a top 10 favorite. But Johnny, we've got way too many cars in this class to try and pick out even top 5 favorites.
Yes, I know. It's so tough. And LMP2, GTE AM, because of the sheer weight of cars, it is so tricky to pick winners. Should make the point, therefore, because Nick de Vries has come in to replace Philippe Chimodomo, that's no longer a Pro-Am car, because you've got 2 Platinums, or Platinum with gold. Is Besch a Platinum still?
Besch is gold, Nick de Vries is platinum,
yeah.
And Timjan is silver.
Yes, so that's that cannot be a combination that goes into Pro-Am any longer, but the movement to a standard LMP2 driver lineup is relatively easily made. Back to Nick Damon, news on the 30 car this time.
Yeah, much less exciting news. It's just a car that was heavily damaged during the last practice session. I think it was Rashad de Giroux who damaged this, the 30 car. That's fully rebuilt, ready to go. Only advantage of having a rest day is you've got plenty, well for us, or a PR day I suppose really, is you have plenty of time to rebuild the car. You also have a massive Orica truck that has all the spares you could ever want for the 27 cars. So it's been a great day for Orica. They've made a huge amount of money, and it's been a great day because it looks, whisper it quietly, like we're actually going to get all the people who entered to start the race, and that hardly ever happens. You always lose somebody.
Well, yes, good point, Nick. Paul Trustwell and I were having that conversation earlier on in the week, or was it test day, in fact, Paul? We have had 62 starters on the entry before.
On the grid sheet.
Correct.
But we've never actually had 62 physically on the grid taking part in the race. So keep our fingers crossed. And I mean, there's many a slip twixt cup and lip. We've still got this 15-minute warm-up session to get through yet. So let's keep our fingers crossed. But we could have a record number of starters this year, 2022, if we get all 62 cars that are on the grid sheet out on the race itself. The grid will be reissued. All the grid sheets we've had up until now have only ever been provisional. There will be a final official starting grid issued half an hour after the end of the warm-up session. At that point as well, all the teams have to nominate a starting driver. And interestingly, we've had some teams already fined for not having nominated their starting drivers in time after the free practice session on Thursday night. So the ACO is up and well and issuing fines for people failing to conform with the regulations.
Do we know yet what the plan is for the number 45 Algarve Pro Racing car that was crashed by Stephen Thomas before qualifying? Because that car...
It's had a new tub.
Yeah.
It then took part in free practice 3 and free practice 4.
Yeah.
So there's no reason why it shouldn't be ready to go.
But does it start from the pit lane?
No, it starts from the back of the grid.
Right.
And that's the overall back of the grid, not at the back of the P2s.
My fear was if it would start from the pit lane, it would also be a lap down, which
Correct.
is normally the rule.
Yes, that's
but
right.
But it doesn't have to do either of those things.
No, it will start from the back of the grid, but
behind
the very
all
back
the
of the
GT
grid,
cars.
behind all the GT cars.
Okay.
And it's joined by another LMP2 machine. That would be the Vector Sport number 10. Nico Mueller is the nominated starting driver for now. That could change, as Paul has told us.
Yes. Yes, well, indeed. So there is plenty for Algarve Pro Racing to be thinking about with their 45 car. So far, things have gone to plan for the sister car, the 47, for the Portuguese squad. Nick, session isn't quite live. That'll change in the next 22 seconds, but how's the queue at the end of the pit lane?
Well, I think we should ask our new boy, because Peter's never seen this queue before. Peter, what's the queue like? Play Peter up.
It's I've just never seen quite so many cars. Atmosphere, it's incredible. You know, we all love what we do. It's Le Mans. It's the big one.
Yeah, it's a sight for sore eyes when you see possibly 50 of the 62 cars desperate to get out for 15 minutes of running, even though, as you very well pointed out, who couldn't be bothered on Thursday. Everyone's bothered now. I can see the Riley Ferrari, for example, that took the whole day off. I can see the Vector Sport car and all these machines. They got 15 minutes of pounding action just to get as many laps done, to see the track still where they remember it was on Thursday, because there's been people all over it. There was a track walk for the Republic yesterday. There's been another couple of support races, and of course now is where the pressure starts getting to everybody.
Thank you, chaps. We will be back to you in due course. Obviously, time's going to be a little bit tight during the session because it is now live. Green flags around the racetrack and not a moment to lose. We have had warm-up sessions only a handful of years ago, Paul, that were as long as 45 minutes. 15 minutes, you feel like you just can't really do much at all. But it is therefore, I think, imperative to just get out, do a little bit of running on the day the race starts.
For Nick de Vries especially so.
Yes.
I mean, what are you talking, 3.5 minutes as an optimum lap, 4 minutes as a dialing in lap. You've then got to do your out lap, a lap across the start-finish line. I mean, Nick de Vries has to do these 3 laps in order to be entitled to start, but that's going to take in the full 15 minutes pretty much. We may see, as you said a little while ago, Johnny, we've had a long enough session in the past for some driver changes, but apart from that, I suspect there'll be very little to read into the times from this. It really is just because the teams have been working so hard on their cars overnight and over Friday, it's really just a set down day to make sure that these cars are in the state that the teams are happy to take to the grid with them. I mean, there will be many changes made to them over the course of the 24 hours, but in this particular session they'll be planning to make no change at all, but just to make sure that the car feels right.
Nick de Vries did the race last year with G-Drive Racing, so at least he has some recent experience of the track. He was sharing with Franco Colapinto and Roman Rusanov when they had the Aurus, you might remember, which was basically an Orica 07 beneath the skin, but it had 2 chassis plates on it and provided a sort of slim bit of variety, if you like, in LMP2. And I'm just trying to check their result last year.
7th.
Because 7th in class.
Yes.
Agreed. I had 12th, you see, and then I was trying to remember how many hypercars finished ahead of it, but it was a few. Now,
Johnny,
there's a drama for a Glickenhaus, which is out of Mulsanne corner. That's either the 708, it is the 709, hang on, because they're both together. No, it was a spin for the 709, and Franck Mayer did very well to leap on the brakes and completely flat-spotted all 4 Michelin tyres there. Depending on what compound he's been put out on, if they're the Michelins, they may well be done. Warm-up tyre allocation is not included in the race, is it? So you get
correct.
Is it 14 sets for the race?
Yeah, for a prototype car, you get 14 sets, 56 altogether.
But thankfully, Mayer's not just completely ruined a set of race tyres there.
I wouldn't have thought they'd be ruined, to be honest. I mean, yes, they were locked up for a few yards, but that won't have ruined them. But it doesn't matter anyway, as you say, Johnny, because it doesn't count towards the race allocation.
It's a weird moment, though.
It was indeed, and a bizarre moment, I thought, because the car suddenly got away from Frank as he got the power down. Yeah. Shows how much power that Glickenhaus has got, because all he did was tickle the throttle pedal a bit too hard, and there he was going through a 90-degree spin.
left side tires were over the curb, so perhaps as he was coming back over them, it just unsettled the car. As you say, a little too much right foot. There is quite a bit of power behind the wheel of that Glickenhaus, and could have just caught the left rear out, and round he went.
Yeah. So a moment then to reflect and kind of make sure that it is safe to rejoin the action. He's still not done that yet, so the car may be difficult to restart. On the inside of Mulsanne, he's right by the old signalling pits. There's also is that a Corvette going slowly, or was that just my eyes? Yes, it is. The 64 Corvette is going slowly as well.
Stuck in second gear.
Good spot. 85 kilometers. There was a limiter on that car, I think. Maybe stuck on.
Could be.
86 kilometers per hour, but when the racetrack goes into slow zones, that speed's not good. No, I don't think the limiter is
too
on.
far. That's too fast for
precisely. It's up to 90
yeah.
now. So, but it is hovering around the same rev range in second gear. That might just be the maximum revs in second gear. And as you say, Shay, if it's stuck in that part of the box, I'll tell you who's driving that machine in a minute. You may well be able to be in a better position to do that for me, Paul. But these are situations that none of the teams wanted this early on in the day, race day, and the sister Corvette will go by.
It's Nick Tandy at the wheel of the 64 at the moment, and you're absolutely right to say that you don't want to have this, Johnny, but on the other hand, far rather have it now than on the formation lap around to the grid in, about 6 hours' time, 5 hours' time.
Agreed. So Nick Tandy doing the sensible thing, staying well over to the right-hand side to allow the sister machine of Antonio Garcia in the 63 to go by. All the other GTE Pro cars are out and lapping. The Porsches have just joined the session now. Frederick Makovici in the Porsche GT Team 91, Kevin Estre in the 92. We are seeing some action from the Riley Motorsports Ferrari as well.
Good.
Yeah, I know. Because I don't think that's always been the plan to sit out as many hours as they have done, Shay.
There was not any sort of urgency or concern in that garage when I went by it the last time before the night practice began. Bill Riley does things with purpose. That's the only thing that gives me any sort of comfort. But the fact that they are bringing the only rookie in the GTE Pro category in the form of Shane Van Gisbergen into the race, and he was the least quick of all the drivers in the GTE Pro class over one lap. So I would have preferred to see that be safe Ferrari out around the circuit a bit more through practice. But as long as it's out there a lot during the race, I'll be good.
Yeah, of course, they didn't make it into Hyperpole, so there was a certain amount of not needing to prioritise perhaps FP3 because of that. But I thought we may see... another problem. This time for the Vector Sport number 10 LMP2 car, which has gone straight on at Indianapolis. Nico Müller at the wheel of the Vector Sport car, brand new to Le Mans this year. Sébastien Bourdais, a Le Mans resident, part of that lineup, along with Ryan Cullen. And now we have the three car off the road, Jay.
That is the car that is affectionately deemed Nemo, because you can see a bit of clownfish livery on the roof. Pictures of this car are fantastic. But this is a vehicle that looks as if it's beached itself, Johnny. The rear wheels were spinning and the gravel was moving out from underneath the wheels. Vector Sport, though, Nico Müller going into Indianapolis, too much speed, just went straight on into the gravel, no contact with the tire wall. I do have an update now. The 3 went off. Is that Dunlop? So fairly early on in the lap.
Very early on.
Dunlop chicane.
The 64 Corvette, by the way, they do not yet have any sort of indication as what's wrong with the car. All hands are on deck in the Corvette garage, so they are preparing for Nick, who is nearly back to the pit lane. That car will go back and will not turn any more laps in warm-up.
Full course yellow around the circuit with everybody... I was going to say everybody going mad, but a number of separate incidents around the circuit. We've had, 8.5 minutes of the session. Full course yellow means that everybody slows down everywhere around the circuit to 80 kilometres an hour. That means, in effect, in Formula One terms, for those of you familiar with that branch, a virtual safety car. It's completely different from a safety car because nobody gets bunched up, but it does mean the marshals can go to the aid of other drivers in safety.
Is there a possibility that this might happen in the race? Because this
Yes.
is the first full course yellow we've had all week, I seem to remember.
No, I can't remember.
Everything's been dealt with.
We seem to have had nearly everything this week. Can't remember, but I think you might be right, actually, Johnny. I don't think we have had a full course yellow.
Do have good news for Glickenhaus fans. The 709 has made its way back into the pit lane. Now we've got the 34 Inter-Europol competition. That's Alex Brundle's helmet behind the wheel of the car. The driver's side door is popped open. It's not supposed to be that way if the car is out on the circuit. So either Alex has done that because there's some sort of fumes in the cockpit and he's trying to air it out, or maybe the door popped open and you can't reach up and close it.
Well, you can't reach because you're so tightly belted into the seat. So, and sometimes there is a cord for you to pull to close it shut. But if not, then he's going to have to live with that to the end of the lap. So I was about to say we're certainly going to go into a slow zone from Mulsanne Corner towards Arnage, but the whole track now is effectively neutralised. Everyone must circulate at 80 kilometres per hour. Just before that happened, we did have some fast-ish times coming in for warm-up. So Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota did a 3:32.369. Also, Sebastian Buemi, who was put out in the number 8 Toyota, a 3:33.549, so 1.1 seconds slower than his teammate. Fastest car out there currently, although not with his door open. Before that happened, Alex Brundle in the Inter-Europol competition, Orica number 34, did a 3:35.327 from Nick de Vries. Well, it's not amazing. He's just gone out there and put in the second fastest time because he's perfectly at home with whichever car he's given, frankly. Number 13, Nick de Vries, first action all week. Surprise change of driver in that team, 3:36.022. He'll have plenty more to give come the stints in the race. Romain Dumas, the third fastest hypercar, number 708 in the Glickenhaus. So remember, one car, Franck Mayer's machine, stopping on the exit of Mulsanne Corner, but the sister car's done a 3:36.098. Fastest in GTE AM is the AF Corsa, Tony Villander driven, number 21 Ferrari, having done a 3:56.5. And in Pro, well, we haven't really had a representative time so far, but purely for academic reasons, here's the fastest Pro time, number 51 James Collado in his AF Corsa Ferrari. There has been a balance of performance tweak for the Ferraris across the board, 4:32.068 for his AF Corsa Ferrari. And quite a collection of cars now heading around the circuit, not necessarily back to the pit lane, because unlike when we have a full session stoppage, i.e. a red flag, everyone needs to trundle back much, much slower than this to the pit lane. You can continue round, Shay, but there is only now 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock.
So this will meet the 3 laps needed for Nick de Vries. He is currently on lap 3 out around the circuit, but 3 minutes to go on the clock means that his last lap will be under full yellow, Paul, so we will not see an improvement from him. But he ticks the box by doing the 3 laps, yes?
Exactly, yeah. So it doesn't have to be in full green conditions, his 3 laps, as long as they're done. And quite frankly, I think even if he hadn't have done them, the race organisers would have had some kind of ability to allow Nick to take part in the race. And as you've both been saying, a great addition to the lineup for that TDS car. Although it moves in out of the Pro-Am class, it certainly gives the other 2 drivers something to aim at.
Let's get to Nick Damon again. You're at Jota this time.
Yeah, the 38 car's been in for a couple of minutes, well, 4 or 5 minutes, and they've been doing that thing which often happens when you've left a car overnight and you've rebuilt it. They've had to do a bit of adjustment on the brakes. I think they had a binding on the left-hand side. They've been fiddling a little bit with the caliper, but also they have had to bleed the brakes as well. So it's the front brakes. They put some. So this is the advantage of warm-up. Of course, these cars, most of them have had some stripping down and rebuilding since Thursday night, and you think you've put it back together properly, and then you make a little bit of an error. So this is the sort of thing which this very short 15 minutes highlights beautifully, and a disaster has been averted. The car's about to go out again. I think the only downside for this is for Antonio Felix da Costa, who was suited and booted thinking he was going to get a go, and there's not enough time now.
Okay, thank you for that, Nick. The Finding Nemo car, the DKR Engineering machine number 3, is being craned away, and Eduardo Freitas was just quickly on the radio. Here we go.
To remove full course yellow.
So that's the countdown coming out of the full course yellow. We've got 15 more seconds before that happens, and then probably about a minute's worth of green
10,
flag running.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed. Thank you.
Right, so depending on where you are, if you're just crossing the start line now, or you're a minute from it, it could be great because you'll get an extra lap. Those further back on the track, they're going to almost wish that they hadn't taken part in warm-up. I mean, it's offered a little bit of running, but not a great deal of information, Paul.
Yeah, although the advantage of going from full course yellow to green is that wherever you are on the circuit, you can go up to full speed straight away. You don't have to wait until you get round to the end of the lap, as you would have to if you were under safety car conditions, and you don't have to wait until you get out of a slow zone if you're in a slow zone condition. As soon as you can see a green flag, you don't even have to pass the green flag. As soon as you can see a green flag, then you're out of full course yellow conditions. So yes, you're right, but I think the great thing about a long circuit like Le Mans, Johnny, is that there's so many bits to it, there's so many components of it, that you will gain something, even if you don't gain a lap time. You know, you'll get, it's much better through Indianapolis now, because you've been able to go through Indianapolis and it's been a fully green corner.
Yeah, agreed. And it's not times that the teams will be focusing on. It is in order to warm the cars up, warm the drivers up, as the title of the session suggests, Shay.
And discover what parts are going to break on your car. For the 64 Corvette, this warm-up has been a bit of a blessing in disguise. One of the drive shafts went on that car. They are replacing it currently. Nick was limping it back, hoping the other one didn't give out.
Well, our man Peter Snowden is there, an outside Corvette right now, in fact.
Yeah, indeed, it's a left drive shaft has failed. But the question is, of course, the right-hand one, what they're going to do with that. And they're obviously inspecting that. It's the usual thing, like dampers and stuff. You change the axle, so you go kind of do both. So a little bit of work there. Better than warm-up than in the race, I'm going to say.
Always, yeah, and could very easily, if they had not taken part in warm-up this morning, been the rolling lap, as Paul was making the point, could have been the first or second lap of the race, which would have been a horror story. So maybe Corvette are very happy, in fact, with this situation. They could have done without it, but thankfully, there are a number of hours between now and the start of the race. 5 hours until our 4 o'clock start this year. That's the same as last year, by the way, but I was noting this morning that in 2020 we had a 2:30 in the afternoon start to the race. The year before that was 3 o'clock. And just trying to wonder why it changes so much. But, 2020 was a year without fans, and there was scope, I suppose, for some flexibility on the schedule, Paul.
The beauty of this year, to my mind, is that we're back in June. And it depends whether you like more dart running or less dart running. But having been in August and September for the last 2 years, being back in June means we get a far later sunset. I think I haven't actually looked at when sunset is yet, but it's something like 9:30 when the sun actually goes down, and 5 o'clock in the morning when it comes up again. So we get relatively short amount of running in the dark, but some people prefer more dark running.
One car that has had some strife in this session is Alex Brundle in the Inter-Europol competition car. Chatting with him, Nick Damon.
Alex, weird sight for us with you driving with the door open. What was going on?
We have a lot of solvent in the car somewhere. I don't know where exactly it's coming from, but the pedal box is flooded with something, and whilst some might choose that route, I don't. I just boxed back in again, but I was starting to feel a little woozy.
You say solvent, the only thing I can think of, so it's fuel in the pedal box, is it?
No, it's not fuel. No, it's not fuel. I know the smell of fuel by now. No, I don't know exactly what it is, but we'll get it sorted, no problem.
We've seen a lot of messages from you saying you're still searching for setup, you're looking for top speed. Why is it proven so hard?
Yesterday we had a lot of drag in the input shaft, so we looked at that. We changed the box overnight. There's always a debate between all the suppliers as to who exactly is costing us the straight line speed. The one thing that's clear is it's definitely there, the loss. So we had a lot of stiction in the input shaft. We changed the gearbox now. I'm not sure if it's better. It's really hard to tell from behind the steering wheel, so I have to look at the data and make sure.
So really it's kind of like an Indy 500 mechanical drag thing of trying to get the thinnest grease, rather than when I read that I thought, just take some downforce off, be brave.
Yeah, well, yeah. Imagine my engineering team thought of that one. So it's been a little bit edgy because we've been peeling downforce and downforce and downforce off. But then we're on minimum rear wing anyway, everyone is. So we get to the point where basically, you have to look through the system to make sure that you don't have too much mechanical drag. We've got another engine in the back now. We're making a call on whether we're going to put that in for the race.
Great stuff, thanks Alex, good luck.
Alex Brundle into Europol competition with Nick Damon. That's not the car, incidentally, that had the suspension failure for Fabio Scherer earlier on in the week. That's the 43 car. I wondered whether there may have been some connection there with the, some kind of failure in the front of the car, but it's completely different. Orica 07 into Europol competition. The Polish squad are here with 2 cars again. Good time from Nick de Vries again. He goes top, in fact, in LMP2. Across the line now with a 3:33.759. Most number of laps completed by any car, 4, but a lot of those were not at full speed. We had an improved time from
René Rast.
I was going to say Mike Conway. 3:31.236 is quicker than the number 7 car. And René Rast, you spotted an improvement there as well, Shay.
Yes, on his final lap, 3:33.177, taking him to the top of LMP2. So Nick de Vries will be slightly aggrieved that he all of a sudden is not the fastest LMP2 car, but I think he has proven his point. He belongs in this race.
Yeah, so Rast splitting the Toyotas. Nick de Vries second fastest. Ferdinand Habsburg, the real team by WRT, the 41 car, third quickest. Paul-Luc Chatin for Edexport, fourth. The 36 Alpine coming down pit road as well and parking neatly behind, effectively, its sister car, because the guys at Signatech who run Alpine are also running the Richard Mille Racing car for, amongst others, Lilou Wadou, and a certain Sébastien Ogier in that lineup as well, the multiple World Rally champion from France, competing in a race that he's wanted to do for many, many years now. Everybody else, though, Paul, returning to the pit lane, and as we've said, some useful running, not as much as one or two teams might have wanted, but at least they got their cars out, and most of them coming back straight. We've had offs, but no damage.
I think there's one or two mechanics in the garages that are going to be shrugging their shoulders and saying, oh well, missed lunch, never mind, because there'll be a little job list now being, in fact there'll be job lists being scribbled down all up and down the pit lane as team managers, race engineers write down the lists of what's to be done, not just really over the next 5 hours, the next 4 hours, because they have to get out pretty early in order to be ready for the pre-race, I was going to say celebrations, the pre-race presentations, the cars going out onto the grid an hour before the start of the race. Although they'll be on the grid, they won't be in grid formation, they'll be in the echelon formation, tail in at an angle along the start-finish straight. We'll then have all of the national anthems and the various presentations that we come to love here at Le Mans that makes the race so special. And it's so good, Johnny. I mean, we can't emphasise this enough, to have all the spectators here looking at the grandstands and seeing them full of people. All of a sudden, it's not a test. This is for real. This is a proper Le Mans 24 hours. And I use the word during the week. It's the renaissance for me, the rebirth of Le Mans after the COVID pandemic.
Did anyone not participate in morning warm-up, Paul, or not turn a representative lap time, even if they just did in and out?
All 62 cars did at least one lap. And for my money, that's a record. I've never known a warm-up session in which all 62 cars went out and came back in again. The only one to just do the one lap was the DKR engineering car, Lawrence Herr, number 3, the car we saw spinning off at the Dunlop chicane. But even that had done a complete lap before he came off. That wasn't his out lap, that was his starting his first flying lap at which he went off. So I honestly can't remember a warm-up session in which every single car has chosen to go out.
I am surprised that was Laurence Hoare. I thought that was going to prove to be a driver ID glitch. I'll try and get to the bottom of that in between this session and the next, because he's the hot shoe in that and very, very rarely makes mistakes. But we're all human at the end of the day, so could very also easily be Laurence Hoare, a former LMP3 champion in the European Le Mans Series. Good to see that. I mean, great paint scheme from Riley Motorsports and the Ferrari out in the session. That will please many. It's kind of yellow and purple. Is it just those two block colours that make that car look so good and stand out?
Some black on it as well,
okay.
But it certainly is standout colours and some B graphics as well. B as in the flying insect.
Yeah.
Graphics on there as well.
It is for Roy Carroll's company, Be Safe Storage, which you can learn more about online at your own time. But
Indeed.
It is the same, or a very similar livery to the car that Roy races in the Ferrari Challenge. This is just a more evolutionized version of it. It really looks good, though.
For my money, they're running in the spirit of Giuseppe Risi.
Yes.
The privateer Ferrari going up against AF Corsa. And, we all know in previous years, Risi has been able to beat AF Corsa. So I'm sure there'll be many people, particularly from your side of the Atlantic, Shay, rooting for the Riley Motorsports team in the same spirit.
And speaking of the spirit of the Stars and Stripes, it was Corvette Racing who led that session once again, albeit the 63 car this time. So that is a total sweep of the week so far, is it not, Paul? All the tests and practices.
Absolutely. Every session that gets printed out, 4 free practice sessions, a qualifying session and a hyperpole, all headed by one Corvette or the other. Even Toyota didn't manage that.
Yeah, they've not been backward in coming forward with a little bit of pace over everybody else. There was a balance of performance change after Thursday, which affected in GT the Ferraris, I think. But Corvette, they've kept the same, have they, the officials?
They have, and Corvette, Ferrari, with that slight BOP adjustment, they are first, second, and third in the AM category, and second, third, and fourth overall in the GT rankings after morning warm-up. I know we don't read too much into times, but for those teams, for the two AF Course cars in the spirit of race, they'll be happy with that.
Absolutely. So hypercar quickest, the 7 Toyota GR010 hybrid for Mike Conway. He set a fastest lap. Then he went even quicker on the closing lap, which was lap 4. 3:31.236 was his best. Second fastest car was actually an LMP2, that of René Rast, the WRT entry number 32. 3:33.177. Then the second of the Toyotas, car number 8 for Sebastian Buemi, a 3:33.549 as a best. The last lap was pretty slow as he worked his way around, coming out of the full course yellow and whatnot. The TDS Racing by Vaillant car, driven by Nick de Vries, 4th fastest and 2nd in LMP2, ahead of the 41 Real Team by WRT Ferdinand Habsburg car, a 3:34.3 for the Austrian. Next hypercar was down in 8th, the Glickenhaus for Romain Dumas, car 708, a 3:36.098. The best Pro-Am LMP2 car was Nicholas Nielsen's AF Corsa, number 83, in its very metallic silver livery, the 3:38.593 that's previously adorned a GTE AM Ferrari for the same driver lineup last season. And Shay's already run through the top few in GTs for you, both Pro and AM. We know for a fact this will be the last ever Le Mans that will have GTE Pro lineups at Circuit de la Sarthe. It's going to be an interesting next couple of years, Shay, regarding GT racing, but it seems like GT3 is the future, with quite possibly these evolution packs that are going to be, $100 grand a piece or something to make them even more like elite cars.
Yeah, and the fact that GTs will still be racing at Le Mans is the most comforting thing, that there is a plan for the future, whether you agree with the GT3 mentality or not. The fact that we are still going to have GT cars, that's got to be something for the fans out there everywhere who will be happy with that. LMP2s will still exist, and we get hypercar and LMDH. So GTP cars racing around Le Mans, that's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, the very top level of racing will be bolstered with a massive amount of entries and star lineups, but possibly to the detriment of the GT field, because there will be no all-pro driver lineups in GTs moving forward, which for me is a sad thing, and many of you having conversations about that following the official announcement yesterday in the ACO, the annual ACO press conference here at Circuit de la Sarthe. So the session comes to a close. Time's all sorted. The next time those 24-hour cars will be on the track will be the build-up to the 90th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Remember, the race starting at 4 o'clock. Now, make sure you stay tuned, because coming up is a fascinating look into the Hagerty price guide. We've got the Road to Le Mans Race 2 as well. The team have been to the Blur camping and the private first tickets facility and have a report from that. Tony Calderon explains the workings of Valkyrie AI, who have been looking after our hourly updates all of this year and will be throughout the race, our season-long World Endurance Championship partner. And after Paul Truswell runs down the 62 cars on the grid, we'll have an exclusive interview with IMSA President John Doonan as we head into our countdown to green. So there's loads to look forward to, loads to keep you entertained between now and our build-up to the 90th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And then, of course, every single minute of this year's race will be live here on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
So it is a very pleasant day right now, with generally clear skies and a temperature at 26 degrees Celsius currently, or rather that'll be a high a little bit later on, but the clouds nicely keeping the heat in. Very slim chance of rain for the next few hours. Overnight it will dip to 9 degrees Celsius, but then climb to a beautifully sunny day for Sunday as well. Slightly stronger chance of rain, at its height a 10% opportunity for some precipitation, which might affect the tail end of the race, you never know, and a high of 25 Celsius.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time.
Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. We know in motor racing, don't we, that precise information is absolutely key. And talking now to the man who publishes the Hagerty Price Guide, David Kinney is with us now on the airwaves. David, welcome along. First of all, how are you?
I'm doing well, and yourself?
Very good. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us here at the world's greatest endurance race. Hagerty Price Guide has fairly well been regarded for quite some time as the absolute gold standard of price guides for cars. How much work is going in behind the scenes to make that so?
I would love to tell you I do it all myself, but we have a team of about 15 people now who work on the price guide, and it's also known as Hagerty Valuation Tools online. And we look at every single sale we can find worldwide to determine what our values are going to be in the guide and online. So it's a never-ending process. It's kind of a Sisyphean feat. We're always pushing that ball up the hill, but it's a lot of fun because we get to meet some great people and talk about great cars. I'm that guy who, when the boss goes by and sees that I have nothing but cars for sale on my computer screen, they know I'm doing my job. So that's a pretty fun thing to do, isn't it?
Hang on, that's the world's best gig, surely.
Don't let everybody know. Oh. Don't let everybody know. I know. No. So I mean, yeah. It's hilarious at times because the stuff that 99% of the public, when their boss finds out they're doing, would be maybe made redundant or something like that. No, for me, it's part of the job. And then talking to car dealers around the world and talking to auction people. Everybody thinks we get all our values from auctions, and that's not true. We get them from all kinds of sources. So I have a pretty good network of people that I talk to on a regular basis. Just sometimes just ring them up and have a chat about what they think about the market. Sometimes ask them about specific cars. Sometimes bet them a beer or two over some prices. So it's like you said, it's a great gig and it's a great company to be working with. So I'm one lucky guy.
I'll ask you about the collating of all that information and how that's done in a moment. But an obvious question, I suppose, that our listeners would want to know is, why is this important? And what is it that this information is used for, Dave?
Okay, so most of the people who go to look at the price guide are probably shopping for a car. Maybe they're thinking about, buying a, let's just say a 2012, American, European, whatever car that they want to add to their stable. But we have numbers all the way back to pre-war cars as well. So it depends on what you're looking for, but a lot of the stuff that's out there is information that you can find that's kind of unfettered by sales. We're not trying to sell you anything when we're online. So let's say you're looking at an 89 Bentley Turbo R. That'd be a perfect car for motoring around Le Mans, wouldn't it? So you can go and research the prices, not only historical prices, but also the current prices in 4 different conditions. We use condition number 1 is the best car in the world. Most cars are 2s and 3s, and then 4s are cars that are lacking a little something or might have some very obvious needs. But it's very valuable for people looking for cars, but also for people who have the cars to kind of follow the marketplace to see if they need to make some adjustments to what they're collecting, including changing their insurance. Is it overinsured? Is it underinsured? All those things come into play. So and also people just go basically to play games and take a look at cars and build their own fantasy garage full of 300 SLs and Ferrari Testarossas and et cetera. So it's used for a lot of different reasons. I'd like to think most people are doing it for research, but I know there's a lot of people out there just kind of daydreaming and having fun, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong in that at all. The Friday afternoon chat in the office, right, you've got $100,000, 3 cars, what you're going to buy. Yeah, I can see that. Why?
Bingo.
Why is it important not just to take the sale prices at hammer at auction into account here, Dave?
Well, I'm going to tell you something that's probably going to blow away most of our listeners here. Very much less than 6% of the cars that are for sale in the classic car market ever go to auction.
Wow.
So we're talking about a very small slice of the sales world is auctions. There's dealers, and then the biggest one is private sales. That's individual to individual. What we used to call classified ads, what are now obviously all online ads. So that's the greatest source of exchanging automobiles. Dealers are by far the second, and auctions are the third. But the auctions are the most visible because everybody knows, speaking of that same water cooler, on Monday morning, car people will get together at that water cooler and discuss the sales that happened over the weekend, maybe, or on the Friday, or on the bank holiday, whenever the event is going on. So it's also fun to kind of track to see what's going up, what's going down, and what's staying the same in value. So I think that's a lot of what it is as well. And it's also important to know, should something, Hagerty's in the insurance business, we want to know, and we want people to know this information that we gather about values of cars. A lot of the times I'll talk to somebody with a late model car, maybe a 2015, which is late model for me, believe me, when I'm dealing with, 1939 cars and all that. A 2015 car, and they might not be aware of the fact that the price has risen dramatically because there's a lot of collector car interest in it. So it's important that people, stay abreast of what's happening that way as well. But there's an awful lot of people out there who are just like me when I was a kid, dreaming about owning a car and watching those values, and hopefully not seeing them slip away so far that you can't think about affording one. I like to think of it as a tool to inspire people to work a little bit harder, maybe, or to put in some more hours so they can get that car.
How do you take account of the fact that quite clearly, if you're talking about something from just after the Second World War, or even into the 40s and 50s, the amount of those that are changing hands at any one time will be, on any given model, will be presumably far fewer than 1980s or 1990s Porsches. How do you gather that information in terms of getting to those sales that have happened?
Well, I'll let you in on another little secret. Hagerty is the largest insurer of collectible cars. So we have a database of people who are, when they buy their car and when they sell their car, we ask them information about it. Now, not all of that is accurate, and I know a lot of people are saying, wait, there's something wrong with that. But I'm going to let you know a little big secret here, that a lot of us have what I call a really big stink filter. So when we see something that stinks, we either investigate or we throw it out. So, those are the things that's part of our job in terms of, kind of being a little bit detective when we're looking at these things as well. If it doesn't make sense, we drill down on it and try and find out.
Yeah, because clearly, particularly in a small sample of very rare cars, that one sale could skew the whole sort of average, or what looks like a hugely expensive car might have a different provenance from one that went for a different price, maybe a famous owner or a famous, perhaps a famous race history or something like that. And that's the sort of stuff you guys have got to know. So you are playing car detectives here, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't want people to think that I'm going to, come and knock on their door to ask them a question about it. But a lot of the times, if things don't add up, we start asking questions. And so, in a nice way, I mean, amongst ourselves, we'll have a discussion about it. A lot of the times, what I find is, and you'll get a laugh out of this. A guy is telling his wife that he wants he's actively trying to sell the car, but he has it advertised for twice its value. And so that could skew the figures as well. So, some bloke has a car that's worth £5,000, but he's constantly advertising it for £14,000. Well, guess what? That's not going to hit our information, because that car is going to stay for sale for a very, very, very long time. So, there's all those sorts of things that we see that we try and filter out. So we've done a pretty good job. Nobody's perfect. I have the greatest team I'm working with, people that, we're flying the airplane and rebuilding it at the same time sometimes, but it's a really fun job. And like I said, I can't imagine having more fun at work than I do when we're putting this together.
This might be an impossible question for you to ask, so an estimate might have to do. But typically speaking, how many pieces of information, how many sales are you looking at in a month, a year, whatever kind of period you want to quantify it at, to be able to plug that in to Hagerty valuation and until your Hagerty price guide?
Well, we have so many people that are working, and we all work on different files. It would almost be impossible for me to say. But for my own standpoint, in terms of just reviewing what we have, and a lot of the times my job is to be the kind of review guy on a lot of these things. I know I'm looking at the culmination of probably with one person's file, probably, I would say, in the neighborhood of 20 to 30,000 vehicles that person searched to find information about maybe 800, 900 to maybe 2,000 vehicles. So,
wow.
And once again, back to your point, depending on the car. Now, we're doing more of these late model cars that are very important. Let's say we're talking about a 2019 Subaru WRX STI, something like that. There's a lot of those out there that we're looking at. But if we go back to Humper Super Snipes, there's just not that many on the market. So, to your point earlier, that a lot of the things are very, very active, where some of them are kind of stayed and they kind of stay around. And a lot of times those prices don't change a lot either.
You're a car guy. Clearly, you've got a great job.
Absolutely.
So come on, I've got to ask you, what do you drive daily, and what you must have a classic? Pretty much everybody that I talk to at Hagerty has something rather tasty in the garage. What's your little secret, Dave?
Well, okay, it's no secret because everybody who knows me knows. Now, number one, I'm an American, so come on, I drive a pickup truck every day. Okay. So you give me a pass on that. I also have a Ferrari 612 Scaglietti.
Oh my goodness!
And my very favorite car is a 2015 Bentley GT3R, which is the homologation car for the GT3 series for Bentley. And so I'm an old guy. I've been working my entire life, and when I saw those cars, that was the car for me. So I'm a GT3 guy. I'm a Bentley guy, and this was the culmination of all those things, and nothing puts a smile on my face more than that car.
I got the opportunity to see that car being launched at Goodwood a few years ago. That's the 4-litre V8, isn't it? That's a lovely, lovely engine.
It is, and mine is one of the rare ones that's not white with green. Mine's black with green.
Ooh.
And the first owner of my car was the comedian David Spade. So because my name's David as well, my wife likes to say that only two jerks named David have ever owned the car.
It absolutely sums up Hagerty and the joy of driving, the joy of motoring that everybody I speak to seems to radiate. Dave Kinney, thank you very much for joining us, and keep up the great work, the important work of the Hagerty Price Guide. Lovely to have you here on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Thank you.
Thank you.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
The Road to Le Mans.
91.2 FM, Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022. It is time to go racing again on Saturday morning here at Circuit de la Sarthe, but not for the main race. This is the second bout of the Road to Le Mans after a thoroughly entertaining latest round of the championship, which saw a superb result for the Spirit of Le Mans duo of cars. They got a 1-2 finish and an awesome scrap all the way to the line in the GT3s. A massive cars. Let's take a look at the grid then for race 2 of Road to Le Mans. This grid is based on the times from the second 20-minute qualifying session, in which you could only utilise your bronze driver, whereas the first quali you could have either driver in the seat. There's no rule though regarding who your starting driver is. Each team has a bronze, and then the other choice is either a silver or, as many have gone, a gold. So the starting drivers are as follows. In the WTM racing car, it's Torsten Kratz in car 11 on the left side of the front row for pole, and alongside him, one of the winners on Thursday, Alexander Matschel for Racing Spirit of Le Mans car 10. Second row for Cool Racing, Mikey Benham starts the 25 alongside Jacques Wolf for the number 43 car. Then it is on the third row, Reiter Engineering's Freddie Hunt alongside the John Melsom started Nielsen Racing car number 4. Fourth row is Team Virage's Rob Hodes, 7th place, alongside Daniel Schneider for United Autosports in the first of many cars that they have in this race, number 32. The fifth row is the Nielsen Racing Tony Wells driven number 7 car alongside Fabian Michel for Spanish squad CD Sport number 37. MV2S Forestier Racing have 2 cars in this field. Number 29 started by Swiss Jérôme de Saint-Delia, car number 29 11th, alongside John Schaumann for United Autosports number 23. Then it is the DKR Engineering car of Alexander Bukansov alongside Louis Saint-Jouin for Graf Racing 14 and 40. Cool Racing's Mo Smith, number 69, crashed out or spun out very early on in Thursday's race, hoping for a lot better from 15th position on the grid alongside Max Lynn, also for United Autosports number 2. Ninth row is the second MV2S Forestier Racing car of Nick Adcock, who is joined by Alexandre Yvonne for Team Virage, the Polish squad, number 72, 18th position. Team Tour of Iceland, Auden Gudmundsson to start the 77 alongside Patrice Lafargue and the EDEX Sport 17. Then it's the 20 car for Optimum Motorsport Mark Crader with Daniel Kylwitz over his right shoulder for Rinaldi Racing 66. Andres Latour and Arnold Robin will start the 22 and the 34 cars respectively. 22's a P3 for United Autosports. Team WRT with the first GT3 on the grid. Number 34 starts 24th in the hands of Arnold Robin. Then it is the ANS Motorsport car of Jonathan Brossard, who they had a good start with Nicolas Schatz at the wheel. Nicolas will be doing the second stint today in car 6 alongside Jim Maguire's United Autosports 21. Another DKR car of John Brownson, who started on the front row on Thursday. He starts 27th this time alongside Andrew Ferguson's 24/7 Motorsport car. 15th row is the AF Corsa Mark Kwame, number 31, alongside Ugo Delacour for Spirit of Race, number 52. It's the Fricadelli Racing Team LMP3 car for Felipe Fernandez Laza, number 30. He's sharing with Klaus Aberlan. Horst Felbermeyer Jr. in the 15 RLR M Sport car is 32nd. 17th row is the GMB Motorsport Jens Moller Honda NSX. There are 3 of those in this race. Number 44 is the best of them from 33rd on the grid alongside Stefan Rump for Graf Racing, number 57. Then a second GMB Motorsport Honda for Christian Poulsen, number 55, alongside Emanuele Busnelli, Thursday's winner in GT3 for Ebby Motors, number 46. 61 and 99 on the next row for AF Corsa and Bullet Racing. That's Gino Forgione and Stephen Patrick. Then we have the H24 car for Stefan Riquelme, the hydrogen cell-fueled car. Lars Engelbrekt Pedersen for GMB Motorsport is next. AT Racing's Alexander Taukanitsa alongside Greg Gorski's Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, number 19. The 13 car for Hagerty by T2 Racing is Peter de Curtens. He's alongside Paolo Venerossi for Ebby Motors, number 56. RLRM Sports LMP3 car Martin Rich had a troublesome qualifying, so starts in 45th alongside Don Yount for Inter Europol competition, number 54. And finally, another LMP3 car at the back of the field in 47th position is Ben Heitz for TS Corsa. That's your grid. 47 cars, all being well, they are all there. And now, live on Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022, here on 91.2 FM around the track, around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. For the second time this week, we're about to go racing for the Road to Le Mans. And from pole position, Torsten Kratz will now dictate the pace, coming out of the Motul chicane and over the line. It's a fairly decent start in terms of the grid alignment. It will now be like a bomb burst, though, because further back in the field, as many as 5 abreast on the main straight and swooping around the first right-hand corner up towards the Dunlop chicane is Torsten Kratz in the colours of Wochenspiegel Team Monschau, that white, red and black car, with a number of others having to go straight across the Dunlop chicane for the first time of asking, but Matchell got through in second position, Bruce Jones.
Very clean, very tidy, a great deal better than it was in the first race where it was a bit like a billiard ball arriving in the middle order. But this time, a bit of locking up, but no damage done. A few cars running wide, but the first 6 positions as they were leaving the grid. So they've looked, they've learnt, they're pressing on. But track conditions perfect, Johnny. But for poleman Torsten Kratz, that was a great start. And his teammate Leo Weiss in the pits will be going, yep, well done.
Rob Hodes just nipping across the nose there of Tony Wells in the Nielsen Racing car. There is plenty of room to fight because they're now on the Lindois de Nadier, the wide Mulsanne straight. The edge of the road kind of mapped out by dotted white lines, but there is the opportunity maybe to go beyond that if you need to for track position. From a long way back, the CD Sport car of Fabien Michel trying to go up the inside of, I reckon, Daniel Schneider in one of the first of the United Autosports cars. That's 32. Didn't make that stick. And a peculiar line being taken by at least one at the first chicane, the Daytona chicane. MV2S Forestier Racing, the green and black, making places in the middle order, Bruce.
The driver who has gained a place at the front end of the field for Reiter Engineering, Freddie Hunt, showed his intent going up to the first corner and has gone from 5th to 4th. Now he's trying to go 4th to 3rd, and he makes it before the second chicane. So pushing hard very early on, very clean though. And he had a good run in the first race too. So Freddie Hunt will be trying to go with those first 2 cars, build up an advantage over those behind before handing over to Mads Siljehoog. But that was a very, very good move indeed.
There is an incident under investigation which concerns Peter de Curtens in the Hagerty by T2 Racing car, the number 13 machine in the entry, which started a long way back in 43rd position. I don't think we've had a chance to describe that incident to you at the moment, but may well do a little further down the line. Meanwhile, still Rob Hodes having a good scrap with the DKR Engineering, the Duquesne. So that will be Alexander Bukantsov, the number 14 car, and now stopped on the circuit car 57, which has not got very far at all.
Stefan Rupp for Graf Racing. Ryan Harper-Ellen had a good run in that in the first half of the first race, but unfortunately that pushed to the side. I'm also looking right to the back of the pack because we had the unusual situation of 3 LMP3 cars starting at the back of the field, and look particularly for Benjamin Benitez, the Chilean racer. He's very good, but he's only just moved across from GT racing, but whatever was untowards, it means they will all have races of great excitement as they pick their way through the GT field. Talking of which, who is leading that? Well, it's Team WRT, started on pole. It's the Robin brothers, and it's Arnold who's kicked off in that, the blue, white and black Audi. And probably he's about halfway down this field overall, so it's a really good run from him overall. But in the first race, that brilliant battle, Johnny. 5 cars fighting over the first 5 positions through the closing laps, but at the end, possibly the happiest winner I've seen for a long time. Emanuele Busnelli just completely overpowered by winning that. And it was such a brilliant post-race interview, Johnny.
Yeah, very emotional, as you might expect. Now, Busnelli and Babini have won this championship in the past, 2017, and in fact benefited, or rather gained, Ebby Motors their first entry into the 24 hours the following year. So Ebby Motors, that's the prize that is on offer at the end of the championship. And bear in mind, after this race, the championship reverts to the 1 hour 50 minutes for the rest of the season. But if you win in GT3 and the championship overall, you automatically get an entry for next year's 24 hours of Le Mans.
And who is the driver on the move? Well, we've said 5th to 4th, 4th to 3rd, 3rd to 2nd. Freddie Hunt up to 2nd at the end of the opening lap. But it's Torsten Kratz leading through by 3/4 of a second. First 3 starting to stretch away with German racer Alexander Matschel edging clear of Mike Benham and Jack Wolf. They're the top 5, but those first 3 just going away. But Freddie Hunt, the white Reiter Engineering entry, absolutely the driver of the moment.
Yeah, pushing hard, and it's this gang of Ligiers, 5 of them, taking the fight to the Duqueine M30 DO8, which is out front, driven by Torsten Kratz. Remember, there will have to be before I tell you about the pit stop halfway through this race, now problems for the other DKR Engineering car of John Brownson, sharing with Laurence Rohr, who himself had an off during the warm-up session for the 24-hour cars. So not been a good hour or so for the orange and black team of Luxembourg, and he's taken a GT car with him, which was the 44 NSX, the Honda NSX from the GMB Motorsport crew. That's Jens Moller, who's also in the tyres down at the Ford chicane.
Yeah, the replays don't look too good at all because John Brownson went across the nose of the Honda and compressed it, and round they both went. But so for DKR Engineering, most unexpected, not the best of mornings, as Johnny just pointed out. First 2 really starting to pull clear, but I think Torsten Kratz is driving brilliantly. The first sector of this lap, the best of the race so far. Of course it would be. It's the first of the 3 sectors of the second lap. The heat's in the tyres, but Freddie Hunt trying his best to hang on. But in fact, over the opening part of this lap, Johnny, the advantage has gone out by half a second to the race leader. So yeah. WTM Racing, that's Spiegel Team Monschau, newspaper sponsorship there, and they are going very, very well indeed. First 3 continue to pull clear, but it does appear this meeting it's Ligiers ahead of Duqueine. That has been the stirring of the pot.
Now, bear in mind, Torsten Kratz is the bronze driver. He hails from Wuppertal in Germany, 51 years old, but theoretically the big talent in that team is Leo Weiss, still to come, with all his experience in those WTM Ferraris around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Has raced with his dad, Georg Weiss, in the past as well. But Leo's due to take that car over between 22 minutes and 32 minutes in the race. You have to make sure that your pit stop was within that window, but also that each driver has done a minimum of 20 minutes by the end for you to be both classified in the points come the end of the championship. Remember, these are rounds 3 and 4, technically, of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, but billed as their own separate event as well in the Road to Le Mans. There's some paintwork, some wrap flapping on the side of the Fricadelli racing car there for Felipe Fernandez-Larza, who's doing the opening stint in car 30.
Well, Klaus Abelin, who will take it over, who's a team boss, will want that patch down. He's always very, very keen on race experience, but it's what we call wrap flap these days, Johnny.
It is.
I just made that up, by the way.
That's good. It'll catch on, no doubt about it. The Daniel Schneider-driven 32 car into Indianapolis now. I know there's a lap ago. There's quite a bit of dust being kicked up from the gravel trap on that corner, but because nobody had fallen into it, just the stray Michelin tyre dropping into the stones and kicking up the dust behind. CD Sport Ligier doing rather well, having qualified up there, and is pushing on now in 8th position in the hands of Fabien Michel. He has John Melson behind in the number 4 Nielsen Racing Duqueine. That was one of our early fallers on Thursday afternoon.
Well, the drivers of the 3 drivers who started at the back of this 47-car field, the driver who's doing best in making his way up the order after the opening lap is Martin Rich, who's about 3 places of Benjamin Itez, who I predicted to come forward. Martin's got halfway up the order. He's up to 27th position. I would have thought by now has picked off Arnold Robin, who's leading the GT class, because clearly around the circuit you expect a bit more speed, a bit more performance through the corners from the P3 cars. And Martin, British racer, moving his way up the order, but it was always going to be about overtake, do not have contact coming up the field. We have seen contact clearly right at the end of the opening lap, but the end of lap 2 is looking much tidier, and the gap from first to second has doubled. It's Torsten Kratz now 1.5 seconds clear of Freddie Hunt, who's got nearly 3 seconds over Alexander Matschel for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and the closest battling actually is at the end of the top 10, the bottom half of the top 10, and it's very busy indeed, and certainly the Felipe Laza driven Fricadelli car with the wrap flap is really looking left, looking right. Which way can he dive? Having great fun. That's the point. But Luis San Juan is holding on just in front of him.
It's clearly been a brutal start in that middle order, though, because the 30 car not only trailing some wrap on the left-hand side and just kicking up the dust there on the approach to Tête Rouge, there's a load of damage on the rear right as well. Thankfully, though, that hasn't cleaned out one of those cheese wedge bullets, as they're called, which have to be part of the car. However, one may have gone for a Burton now on the 66 Duquesne, which there's a tyre that's gone on the rear right of Daniel Kylvitz's car. That's the Rinaldi Racing entry that he shares with Steve Parrow, and the rear right Michelin has either caught a bit of curbing or some contact very early otherwise in the race for that to have gone pop.
Yeah, clearly contact, and we have a spinner, one of the MV2S Forestier.
It's Rob Hodes.
Rob Hodes, he's had a busy race early on, just looping that around, should be able to rejoin, and nothing was hit. But we're talking about the damage on the Laza car, still continuing to flat the bodywork there. But that would all have been at the Dunlop curves on the opening lap. The first 10 cars seemed to get through unscathed, but behind there was locking up, cars running wide, and a little bit of bodily contact, and I think we're seeing the results right now.
But Rob was in 11th, and now, he's been higher than that, 8th place, I seem to remember. Side by side into the second chicane, and Laza around the outside of the number 40 Graf Racing car. So that is being driven by Louis Saint-Juin, and Saint-Juin losing a spot. 13th position he will drop to. Daniel Schneider's behind him. Maurice Smith picking his way up the order as well. I noticed from the qualifying sheet that there were a number of cars that weren't even able to set any times, including Martin Rich, who we've mentioned. Martin previously having done the main race here at Le Mans. Marc Basseng to come, by the way, in the number 13 Duquesne with the Nissan engine. 13 was involved in one of the messages at the bottom of our screen, perhaps in an incident that might result in a penalty. There's certainly going to be a penalty for car number 44 for causing that collision that involved John Brownson. Car 44 is the entry for Jens Moller, so it was Honda's fault.
Honda's fault. What we saw was this sort of basically the tail end of the incident. The Honda was up the inside and clearly as a judge not to have backed out of that situation, spinning around. And that's a big shame because Jens Moller's been pushing those Hondas for a number of years now, and the team has grown and grown and grown up to 3. And it's unusual to have 3 cars from one country, all same livery, all up from Denmark. But he was spotted and takes the rap.
The thing I love about their awning when you check it out in the paddock is that the cars underneath the awning are arranged in chevron formation. They're just like a 45-degree, and you walk up and this is so impressive to see 3 cars completely together. Almost identical liveries, but the door mirrors are of different colours, so you can tell them apart when they face on. And for the pit crew as they head down pit road, they'll be doing that fairly shortly. We've had 11 minutes of this second Road to Le Mans race of the week, so another 11 minutes and the pit lane window will be open.
Well, the battle for the lead between Torsten Kratz and Freddie Hunt is seesawing. The first part of the lap seems to belong to Freddie. He came down to half a second in arrears. He's now fallen back to 1.4 seconds, but continues to push. But it's still WTM Racing and Torsten Kratz in the lead of the race.
Let's get to the pit lane. Joe Bradley, you're at DKR Engineering.
I am. The number 3 Duquesne, John Brownson, has managed to get the car back, and it's just devoid of the rear wing. It looks like the rear wing took the brunt of the shunt. The wheels are pointing in the right direction. However, I think the team already calling it a day. The driver, John, has got out of the car, helmet off. A look of despondency there, but he's done well getting the car back, at least back to the pits.
So it's been a horrible week, really, for DKR Engineering and that number 3 car. John Brownson started from the front row on Thursday, but then struggled in the race, and we're not, sadly, this Saturday morning going to have a chance to see Laurent Hoare light up the timing screen as the second driver in car number 3. Thank you, Joe, for that. We'll be back to you with news just as soon as the pit stops begin in earnest. The other DKR car, though, is battling very tidily indeed, well, battling back, I suppose, and Alexander Bukantsov and John Melson in this all Duquesne D08 M30 battle, Bruce.
Very, very tight indeed, and you sense that Bukantsov is coming through, come what may. But John Melson pushing very behind. In fact, John Melson dives to the inside, and they're both being caught by MV2S Forestier's green entry of Jerome de Sadelier, the Swiss driver. And as they go down towards the first chicane, he's taking a look. He's getting into their slipstream. Behind them, a United Autosports car, Daniel Schneider and Maurice Smith having their own individual battle, Brazilian versus American, just showing how cosmopolitan this field is, particularly, Johnny, at the Road to Le Mans. This special round, these 2 races here alongside the 24 hours.
Yeah, great to have the usual extras as part of this race. The Forestier, the MV2S car, has now bolted its way onto the back of these 2 Duquesne. So Jerome de Sadelier being sucked through the air on the Mulsanne straight, and he's able to use a little bit of side draft as well between the 2 chicanes. He now will have the ideal line into the second of those, and it means that John Melson can't turn in at the point he wanted to. But Bukantsov is suitably far enough ahead for the moment, but Jerome de Sadelier now picks up the Duquesne in the orange and black and should be able to do a near copybook manoeuvre. The problem is the next corner is a right-hander at Mulsanne, but it might be that the Swiss is already by at that point, Bruce.
Well, I tell you what, when we saw them running down from Tête Rouge towards the first chicane, the way that Jerome de Sadelier caught them was spectacular. He hasn't managed to make it work by the time they get to Mulsanne. It's a question of time. Bukantsov defending very, very hard, but the punch out of the corners that Jerome de Sadelier appears to have to give him that extra push onto those straight sections, surely in time is going to tell. But Bukantsov fighting very hard indeed, but he's having to look left and right. Jerome de Sadelier is very, very busy in the green MV2S Forestier Ligier, and surely this time as they approach these really fast sweepers before Indianapolis, he's got his nose far enough in front, or has he?
Still can't get that extra car length. Now he does it into the tricky right-hander, but from a long way back. Bukantsov late on the brakes, thought about wriggling underneath there at Indianapolis, but better of it, and the Ligier is through in the colours of MV2S Racing. But what that's caused is a bit of a bottleneck for everybody else now. So 2 more join the party. John Schauerman in number 23 for United, and Felipe Fernandez-Laser in the Fricadelli Racing Team, number 30. So now from 8th place all the way back to 12th, this 5-car train, Bruce.
Well, it was fantastic. You could see it happening, and the order is changing all the time behind them. Up front, though, there's the gap is staying pretty constant. 1.5 seconds between Torsten Kratz and Freddie Hunt, but they're now 5-6 seconds clear of Alexander Matschall. You forget this race is 55 minutes or 13 laps, whichever comes the sooner, but the pit stops will be coming up within the next couple of laps. The pit window will open, and that is when Joe Bradley will suddenly have a very, very busy pit lane.
But before we get to that point, Joe, tell me what's happening with car 66.
Well, the Rinaldi Racing Decade has made it back, Johnny. Massive damage to the rear end, with the right rear quarter completely demolished by that flailing punctured tyre. However, the team, they took the deflated tyre off, bolted a brand new one on, and it's gone out. It hasn't got a wheel arch on the right rear. Complete different attitude to the number 3 pit I've just been to. Rinaldi Racing, let's get on with it, they said.
And why not? So Daniel Kylewitz will continue until he's done his 20 minutes. He may well go a little further into the pit stop window before he hands over to Sparrow, Steve Parrow, who has been in this championship for a couple of seasons now with Rinaldi Racing, a very Italian-sounding German team, and again a squad like Fricadelli, like WTM, who have made the move from regularly racing at the Nürburgring Nordschleife into the Road to Le Mans.
Yes, and of course for many, many years before that, Christian Hook and Steve Parrow were driving partners, often with Daniel Kylewitz, in GT3 class Rinaldi Racing Ferraris. They entered many often, but they were one of the teams that really crossed over very quickly to P3 and have just established it as the next stage for their drivers. And this is the actual stage they want to be on at Le Mans.
So the driver that competes with the flag of the United Arab Emirates, Alexander Bukantsov, is now battling away in the DKR engineering car with Felipe Fernandez-Laser, but he cannot hold the German back. Up the inside goes Laser in the Fricadelli racing car. It's looking rather dog-eared on the rear, but that's not affecting its pace through the air, and the red and white car is through and bags 9th position. As a result, big off at Terre Rouge for the ANS Motorsport car. That's Jonathan Brossard that was started from the front row, second row, I think, on Thursday by Nicolas Schatz and led for a number of the early laps midweek. But that's a big off, similar, I reckon, to the Racetivity Mercedes, perhaps. Haven't had a chance to revisit that yet, but it's so easy, Bruce, as you come over the rise there from Forest Esses and into Terre Rouge, just to drop a couple of wheels into the turf and bang, you're in the barrier.
Well, the tyre marks on the circuit tell precisely the story, and it's exactly as Johnny described it. Run a little wide at the exit of Terre Rouge on driver's left-hand side, snap across the track, and almost the same panels on the wall on the inside have been bent. The difference was the Mercedes, the Racetivity Mercedes, that obviously didn't get to start today, remained on the grass. But this time, unfortunately, that car, the number 6 Ligier, sitting in the middle of the circuit in pieces. Yellow flag and possibly more coming our way.
Double yellows at the moment at Marshall posts 4, 5 and 6, which is exactly the affected area. There are 9 laps to go, but now that we're into a significant segment of the track being affected by yellows, we might be looking at this being a time-determined race. They'll go to 55 minutes and then they'll wave the checkered flag on the race leader wherever they may be around the lap, but they will wait for said race leader. The H24 car driven by Stefan Riquelme is in for a top-up of not petrol but a bit more hydrogen cell things that get pumped into the car, but it's not necessarily a quick process. It's liquid hydrogen.
And while another car's having a problem, I'm afraid one of the Ferraris at the side of the circuit, I think we're just being shown a replay now, and it's exactly carbon copy repeat of Samani's accident in his Mercedes in race number 1, but more of a front-end impact rather than side-on from the unfortunate number 6. And Jonathan Brossard, well, it tells its own story, but Johnny's sitting in the middle of the circuit. The race leader's only now just coming through across the start-finish line, about to approach the double-waved yellows, and I think more. That car, driver just climbing out, right slap bang in the middle of the circuit, and loads of debris. As fast as the marshals try and move it, that is not sitting in a place. Good to see the driver's okay, but that is not a place you want to come past at any form of speed.
Certainly not, and it's left debris all over the road. I kind of had a similar incident in getting to Le Mans on the M40 at the start of the week with a car right in lane 2 facing the wrong way, and all of a sudden you come over a brow and you have to pick which side you need to go. And the marshals here are doing such a good job at Marshall Post 3 to warn of something on the track, but it's only when you get eyes on it that you then need to deal with that situation very quickly. And shortly, I would imagine, there will be marshals, in fact they are doing so already, with an arrow saying stay right, whilst we deal with this mess of an ANS Motorsport car, and obviously checking that Jonathan Brossard is okay. The illuminated LED boards are also there. It is a slow zone now because the 80 kilometre per hour board with the orange backing is being lowered onto the track surface from Marshall Post 4.
We also have double waved yellows or waved yellows at the first chicane, so clearly someone has had a tumble there. Of course, we saw the Ferrari at the limping slowly at the side of the circuit, and the car leading the GT class has come for a pit visit, but I think it's a drive-through, and it is indeed not respecting the race start procedures. So that's Arnaud Robin, his brother Maxime Robin, puts a thumbs up to him, but their race has been compromised. But they had one of those in race number 1 as well, and still came within a nanosecond of winning the class. So for WRT and Audi, that's a setback. But however, as it goes out on the circuit, just in front of one of the Ferraris, it's back in the race, still got a chance.
That Ferrari was in a very sorry state on Thursday, the 52 car that amazingly they've managed to fix, and testament that is to the guys at Spirit of Race to get Hugo Delacour into the race, running in 4th place. So Arnaud Robin has rejoined right in front of that Ferrari, and he goes straight into a battle, but then straight into a slow zone, so they have to temper the pace, stay nose to tail, and inch their way by what is a stricken ANS Motorsport car now about to be lifted from the asphalt. Oh, there was a danger there as it left hard standing that it might flick to the left. That's why there was a marshal on the front of the car with a towing strop effectively hanging onto it so that it didn't swing dramatically into the line of other cars. What's happened to one of the GMB Motorsport Honda NSXs? All of a sudden it hit the brakes into the Ford chicane.
No braking by the looks of things.
No, I think the tyre's gone. The front left tyre all of a sudden just goes bang.
But couldn't turn in, bodywork flapping off it, so the inside of the wheel arch, we think, going out. So the driver who started at 44 suddenly having That was Jens Moller, who's already had problems, don't forget, with the contact. Already been pinged for that flipped around a P3 class car right at the end of the opening lap, going into the forward chicane. So waved yellows at the middle part of the circuit. It is extending a lot further. It's from the first chicane down as far to the exit of the second chicane. But at least the start today, Johnny, was a clean one.
Yeah, the Jens Moller incident makes sense to me now, because clearly something was damaged as it hit the barrier, or indeed was collected by the DKR engineering car. The start, relatively clear, apart from the TF Corsa machine at the back of the field. Now, we did get word that the 73, the Hagerty T2 car, was being investigated for an incident involving contact, and Pieter de Kertens, I can see why now, scrapping with the 73 TS Corsa car.
Benjamin. And, so a few contact moments. We had a packed field of cars. 47 could have had 48, but some of the cars bearing the scars and other having problems accordingly. But for Jonathan Brossard, by far, far the biggest incident so far. Spinning around, and it's all small margins, Johnny, just running marginally wide over on the curb. But, of course, the corner seems to tighten on you at Tete Rouge, and then whipping around, and then suddenly the barriers are upon you.
There are 2 slow zones in place now, because you can't currently overtake and you can't exceed the 80 km/h speed limit between the 2 chicanes on the Mulsanne straight. I'm trying to work out who's going slowly there, Bruce.
I'm just going to add you another one from Ford curves right the way past the pits. So you then just get out of a slow zone, and then as you turn into the Dunlop curves, back into the original slow zone, which of course is due to Jonathan Brossard's Ligier being removed from the circuit at the edge of Tete Rouge. And for good measure, on the exit of Arnage, let's put a little slow zone in there as well. 4 slow zones around the circuit. And there for a reason. And Felipe Laza is now limping back in. That had the wrap flapping on it and been gaining places hand over fist. But for Felipe Fernandez Laza, now that car limping in, bodywork rubbing down on a tyre, I think. More contact, presumably.
Now, the 55 car is on the Mulsanne straight and between the chicanes, and for a little while on our tracker, its icon did not move. I was very fearful that a GT3 leader was involved with that, but it has now appeared at the end of the Mulsanne straight.
Okay, the reason there is the tyre wall on the exit of Arnage, someone has driven into it, possibly Felipe Fernandez, trying to be a detective here, because the left-hand side of his car was the side that was damaged, and it's dragged some of the rubber retaining wall in front of the tyre wall off and onto the edge of the circuit. That hopefully can be cleared quite quickly, but there's a whole host of cars coming its way. Now in the pit lane, suddenly just looking Reiter Engineering, that would be Freddie Hunt handing over to Mads Siljehaug.
Yeah, well, because the 22 minutes has arrived and ticked by. We're almost at 25 minutes into this potentially 55-minute race, and a flurry of pit lane activity. Joe Bradley's got the top 9 cars in the race in the pit lane.
Yeah, this is when we get busy, isn't it? It's a very tranquil place in the short races here, and all of a sudden when the pit stop window opens, out from the garages pop the lollipop men, and then frantic waving pretty much the length of the pit lane with lollipops being waved, cars pulling into their pit apron. I'm going to keep an eye out for people who are going to be delayed. We're going to see pretty standard already people coming to the conclusion of that pit stop. I'm right by the number 14 DKR Engineering, the James Winslow, Alexander Bukantsov car that's just pulled up, where others further down towards pit out, they're going to be at the conclusion of their pit stop very, very shortly. So I'm going to look for the cars that are going to be delayed, because that indicates problems. Otherwise, Johnny, I think we've still got a lot of activity. Yep, in comes the United cars, the number 2. I see the United car pulling in, and I'm about to have a flurry of cars come underneath me. So yes, as we expected, very, very busy. Cars having to park in a diagonal fashion rather than 90 degrees to their pit apron.
And having to operate, Joe, in a satellite form as well. They don't have access to the garages, just the area in front of it. You've got to adhere to a 2-minute pit stop time. And I noticed that one car's already got underneath that, the Josh Skelton-driven Racing Spirit of Le Mans car, number 43, a pit stop of 1:59. They've missed it by potentially tenths of seconds. Others have been very conservative indeed. Leo Weiss's car took 7 extra seconds, but that might have been in the effort to try and avoid other cars, Bruce.
Yeah, just taking a look at those various instances, I was in fact for the first time in a while correct in that it was Felipe Laza who clipped the tyre wall on the exit of Arnage, and unfortunately another car came through, Edex Sport Patrice Lafargue, and then slammed into that section of tyre, about a 3-metre long section of tyre wall retainer on the track, is damaged and pulled off at the side of the circuit. United Autosport seem to have 8 cars in the race. There are 4 nose to tail in the pit lane, they cannot fit. But can I just touch on those pit stop times? 2 minutes 7 seconds for Leonard Weiss when he went back out, but Mads Siljehaug 2 minutes flat, so that's meant that Reiter Engineering into the lead of the race. They got their pit stop absolutely spot on. Those 2 cars appear to have the track to themselves. They're about 3-4 seconds apart. Of course they're coming up on wave yellow flags. Much of the circuit is under wave yellows, but they have got clear, well clear of the best of the rest.
Yeah, but that's about a 7-second gap, isn't it, that has made the difference. It's changed the race lead. But all of a sudden, into the slow zone, that is Leo Weiss's opportunity to close the gap. You're not overtaking, but you can condense the 7 seconds. It's maybe now only 4 or 5. So that's a bit of a change around, and he'll get a few stabs at that around the 8.4-mile circuit. Here's Joe Bradley again with more pit stop news.
Well, perhaps the busiest pit area is the United Autosports. 4 cars just having pitted there. And the protocol is the drivers drive the cars nose in diagonally towards the garage. Then the crew push them so that the cars are at 90 degrees to the garage doors. They then swap the drivers out, new driver gets in, and then the cars are jacked up on the dolly. As the number 21 completely blats me out. The cars are then on the dollies and then swiveled round to be pointing outwards. And plenty of time to do this, of course. The rules are that it's a mandatory pit stop time, so there's a lack of urgency, and that's all down to safety. And I've got to say, United there, protocol, it was kind of a choreographed, kind of probably rehearsed many, many times as to how they were going to do this because of the tightness of the pit lane.
And it takes another twist and turn now, Joe Bradley, this second Road to Le Mans race of the week, live on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, because not only do we have a number of slow zones out on track, in fact, it's now a safety car. So we're going to go potentially even slower than the 80 kilometres per hour, and the whole track is neutralised. What that means, though, is that everyone's going to be condensed. It's only one safety car, unlike in the main race where we get 3. So we'll have a long line of LMP3s and GT3s, and those, well, we're not going to be in a situation where some have pitted and others haven't, because the second bout of pit stops have just happened. Everyone should still be on the lead lap, so this is going to be an incredible restart for maybe 7 more laps, probably more likely 25 minutes, Bruce.
And indeed, so that gap between first and second, it went out to just over 4 seconds advantage of Mads Siljehaug, but Leonard Weiss under this safety car is now just 1.25 seconds behind. But it's how they perform when the race goes back up to full speed, when the cars come round. But that is going to be controlled by the Norwegian racer for Reiter Engineering. And I guess the big question is, how many laps will it be until that occurs?
Yeah, there's an awful lot of repair work that needs to be done around the racetrack. TS Corsa did an awfully good job there in avoiding the Daniel Kylevitz 66 car a moment or 2 ago, which is Ben Heitz, starting from the back of the grid, and has had to dodge all sorts of craziness, left, right and centre. Really not a lot left on the rear right Michelin tyre, as Joe Bradley was describing, on car 66. And as the new tyre went on, they gave the suspension a good old wiggle as well to make sure that it was still there, still had some good structural integrity. So this is a chance for cars to catch up with a safety car, and any of those big gaps will disappear instantly. And now we can go to Joe Bradley, who's managed to find a driver.
Daniel Schneider's just literally stepped out of the number 32 United Autosports entry. Daniel, I can tell it's been hard work out there by the sweat beading off your forehead. Good fun though.
Yeah, it is. It is quite hot inside. I had a clean start, but I was too conservative on the start, lost a couple of positions, and then it was quite difficult to recover them. So, but at least this race is much better than the one on Thursday. It's more clean, less accidents, just a couple of slow zones. So it's been fun.
It looked very busy out there with a couple of what was very heavy hits and nasty incidents. Did you manage to get through that okay, I take it?
Yeah, I did. So there was a couple of accidents, cars spinning in front of me. So, but no one, as far as I know, no one hit them. So I managed to, and everyone else managed to go through. So that's okay, that's fine.
Now your job is done. Is this the easy bit for you to watch your teammate?
No, I hate watching it. Normally I don't. I get too nervous.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Okay, Daniel, fingers crossed for a good run to the finish. Thank you.
so many years in the GT3 Cup back in his homeland in Brazil. First started racing in the Le Mans Cup, though, in 2020 with United Autosport, so back for a third year now, again in LMP3, and performs pretty well at times. It's obviously so important for the bronze-rated driver to provide a good foundation for then the uber-quick Andy Merrick to push on in this second stint. The problem for Andy right now is everyone's got to go the same speed behind the safety car Bruce Jones.
Of course, this is a race with two classes. We've got the LMPs that are dominating as expected. We've got the GT class, and they are bunched up at the moment under this safety car period. GMB Motorsport, as Jens Moller walks in, at least one of his teammates is leading the event. Christian Poulsen by a small margin, tiny margin behind the safety car, with Fabio Babini, a winner yesterday, 2 days ago for Ebby Motors in their Porsche. But he's got an Inter-Europol competition P3 car in behind, and when we get to the restart, that will go charging past. Third car, even including its drive-through penalty, its second one in 2 races, is that Team WRT Audi in the hands of Maxime Robin, took over from brother Arnold. But I think the restart will make the final few laps of their race just the same as it was in the first race earlier this week.
Now, why is the 55 car apparently going so slowly, or is that just as quick as a GT3 car can go? Because I feel for the Inter-Europol competition LMP3 that really wants to quicken up the pace and catch up with the safety car. The idea here is that we have a long line of cars behind safety car B, and that is the only safety car being utilised for the Le Mans Cup race, so that everyone can start very close to one another. I mean, he's not hanging around now.
No,
the 55's pace has definitely picked up.
But he's had dropped back by 40 seconds off the group in front of him, to the extent just turning between Indianapolis now at Arnage, the next car up the track has exited the Porsche curve, is in the Porsche curves now, so that was a big mistake. For this GT battle, it actually doesn't matter, but for the prototypes, they've lost any chance of closing up. So in fact, it will actually separate it and make it, the TV director will say, thank you so much, I can now see the GT battle. But certainly the message got through, suddenly the pace is being picked up.
So
may well catch. We're going to have another lap at least behind safety car, Johnny.
Possibly, yeah, so you get another 8.5 miles to do so. Noam Abramcic in the Inter-Europol competition car number 54, wedged in that GT3 lineup, as is Greg Huffaker for the AT Racing crew. Alexander Taukanitzer, AT stands for these days. The squad from Austria, car number 9, is in 27th position when you put all the LMP3s together. That's 30th overall. And this gaggle of cars, I mean, naturally they are going to be further back because this was the second batch of cars to pit. But definitely Christian Poulsen could have been going a little quicker than he was doing. Sadly, one of the sister cars at GMB Motorsport is being tracted away. That's Jens Moller, who had the spin at the Ford chicane and then rejoined. But clearly something broke on the car a little bit later on the run into the same corner, actually, preventing Jens from turning left at the Ford chicane. Had to straight line right across the grass and the gravel and into retirement.
So let's just reflect what's happening at the front field. Mads Siljehaug from Leonard Weiss, Duncan Tappy, Tom Dillman, Josh Skelton. They are the top 5. Don't forget, though, Josh Skelton still has that problem with that pit stop that was a second under the 2-minute minimum. We expect a punishment to come his way. So we had Racing Spirit of Le Mans taking first and second in race number 1. They're running 4th and 5th, but alas for Josh Skelton in 5th. We think he'll have to come and serve a 1-second stop and go in the pits. And of course, all the time coming in and going out will be added to that total as well, which should drop him right down the order. So small margins can make big differences. But up front, I'm really looking forward to this battle. Reiter Engineering against WMT Racing, the Ligiers of Mads Siljehaug and Leonard Weiss, respectively. There will be no Satel when it comes to the restart, whenever the restart comes around.
The same will be said for the number 88 car as well. Mikkel O. Pedersen's car did a 1 minute 59 pit stop, so they presumably will have to come in for a penalty as well. And we came into this round of the championship with GMB Motorsport first and second. So that could be crucial as far as the rest of their next few races go, because 44 out of the race, and potentially 88 going to be much further back than 7th. They do at least have one of their cars in the lead, though, Casper H. Jensen's GMB Motorsport car. The H24 car has come back in again, this time not for more liquid hydrogen, though, because the team were just looking at the car. They didn't have anything attached to it. And with that very high-pitched whining sound, the turbine sound, it is back in the race, possibly with something trailing from the right rear. But it's fantastic to have this car at Le Mans once again. It was going for an outright speed record on the Mulsanne Straight in the middle week, driven by Stefan Riquelme throughout both of these races. And the future, perhaps the future of a class here at Le Mans, hydrogen cell-powered cars.
Yep, and I think their application and applicability will spread far beyond just a racing appearance, because I really do deeply feel that we will see a lot of municipal vehicles that, you know, don't have to go far. They come back to a base doing their business around the world in years and decades to come. Right, what is the story of the race? How is it going to shake out? That H24 car is completely on its own, but that's just going down between Tête Rouge and the first chicane. But the rest of the field behind the safety car are now between the second chicane and Mulsanne corner. So all that problem with the GT leader, the GMB Motorsport number 55 Honda NSX, Casper Jensen, he has caught the group ahead. I thought he probably could, but we did have them just exiting Arnage as the rest of the field was going out of the Porsche curves. But that has closed up entirely. So it's going to be a question. Is it going to be Reiter Engineering? Will it be WTM Racing? Will they clash? Will it be Cool Racing coming through with Duncan Tappy on board? But one of the most uncanny sights in motor racing is seeing Freddie Hunt when he's out of the car. It is absolutely the incarnation of his father, the late, great James Hunt. And also, it looks at the smile on his face, that same wry humour as well. Great that that's been passed on down at the family line.
He keeps many entertained during the Le Mans Cup season, that's for sure, and no stranger to the odd pit lane interview with his race suit undone to his waistband, and is happy just to kind of talk, you know, wax lyrically about his opening or closing stint. So fast and always so entertaining as well, in and out of the car. So what is left of the machine that crashed on the exit of Arnage is now being craned away.
That's Patrick Lafargue's Edex Sport Ligier, and that was really unfortunate. Came into Arnage. It's not a good line of sight when you turn into Arnage for the exit, and then found this great big strap of rubber banding that had been put there by Felipe Fernandez-Laza. The Rinaldi Racing entry retired as a result of that, but the Fricadelli Racing entry retired as a result of that, and unfortunately for Patrice, nowhere to go, slammed into it, and I think did a bit of a wheelie and then came down to terra firma, but unfortunately broken and now being winched away.
By the way, coming into this race meeting, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans crew managed to, well, they were equal top in the championship, car 10 with the 69 Maurice Smith car. Second, equal third rather, was the MV2S Forestier racing car of number 23, and Edex Sport, Patrice Lafargue's vehicle, was in fifth position. And then in the GT3 part of the entry, it was a 1-2 for GMB Motorsport, but car 44 top of the championship, and that's the one that's really been in the wars. Car 44 with 44 points. The 55 car that leads GT3 will surely therefore inherit the championship lead, leaving here at Le Mans and heading to the next race meeting, which will be back to the races being an hour and 50 minutes in length. Still to come in their season. Monza at the start of next month, Spa-Francorchamps at the end of September, and a visit to the Algarve International Circuit in the south of Portugal in October. Yellow flag still being waved to accentuate the fact that we are still behind the safety car. 14 and a half minutes left on the watch. Safety car lights are still flashing.
I think they ought to be about to go out because the Patrice Lafargue car is now removed from the circuit down at Arnage. I think that was the last remaining stranded car at the side of the circuit. Of course, the safety car had to come out. There were too many cars that had taken tumble, and too many cars had sprayed debris and gravel onto the circuit. But we want to go racing again, and let's hope we don't have to do another lap. It's going to be really nip and tuck. The safety car is just coming up towards the short start of the small short straight that takes them up towards the Ferris wheel and the Ford chicane. Lights still flashing to my eye, Johnny, and he's got very few more options to turn into pit-in. He's gone past pit-in. He can cut around after the final corner, the new Raccordement corner that has been there before, just has a new name, but the lights are still flashing. We will have another lap behind the safety car.
However, safety car B, does that get parked on the main straight, or is that the one that parks at Tête Rouge, is the next question, or possibly even Mulsanne corner? If it's Mulsanne, that provides a great deal more time for the team at Arnage to clear up what's going on the exit of that corner. Safety car B, actually, I noticed the little icon is next to our Arch corner itself, so maybe it'll tuck in there later on in the lap. We will wait and see, but maybe not a full lap under caution. That will continue to eat into the time that we have, though, and the laps to go phrase has now disappeared from the top of my timing screen and leaves just 13 minutes left. So as on Thursday, it will be time dictated, this race. Maybe 3, possibly only 2 laps still to go, because at this speed they are lapping in just over 8 minutes. So we might get to lap 10. Mads Seilerhag will be hoping that this race is completed under a safety car. I don't think there's much chance of that happening. Still the fight at the sharp end between Ligier and Duquesne. Reiter Engineering's Ligier JSP 320 and the Duquesne M30 of Leo Weiss for Wochenspiegel Team Monschau. In GT3, it's the GMB Motorsport Casper H. Jensen-driven Honda NSX from Ebby Motors' Fabio Babini as we head to the pits. And we've been talking a lot about Joe Bradley, Freddie Hunt. You managed to grab him.
Yeah, and as you described, Freddie Hunt bare-chested, overalls around his waist. Freddie, your job is over for this morning. What's it like having to watch your teammate, though?
Well, it was very comfortable with a nice 25-second gap to P3, but now with the safety car out, all my hard work's for nothing. So the guys behind are really quick, so we'll see what happens, but I've not got much hopes.
What was the pace like? 9 out of 10. Was it a frantic pace?
In my stint, I was pretty quick, I think. I got quicker than practice and quali, although quali wasn't much. I made a couple of mistakes, but I was keeping up with him more or less, so I was pretty happy with it.
It must be frustrating, though, that after all of that work you've done, it just ebbs away with the safety car. And now, even more frustrating, it's out of your control completely.
Well, exactly, yeah. Like I said, a huge gap, 25 seconds to P3. So, confident of a definite podium without anything nasty happening. But now it's all gone. Absolutely hard work for nothing. So, yeah, But I suppose that's racing, isn't it? And what can we do?
Yeah, nothing. Aspirationally, Freddie, I think everyone would love to see you at the big race. You're here competing in the Road to Le Mans. Is that your ambition, to get to the 24 Hours of Le Mans?
Yeah, absolutely. And even with a 5-year plan, in 2026 is the 50th anniversary of DAS Championship. So the ambition is to try and win it on that year. So I imagine, this maybe next season in Michelin Le Mans Cup or ELMS, and then hopefully 2024 move up to WEC.
I so hope that happens, mate. I really do.
Thank you very much.
Freddie Hunt with Joe Bradley, and wouldn't that be a thing in the next few years? It's going to be very interesting, Bruce, to plot the progress of Freddie Hunt, whether it remains with Reiter Engineering or with other teams. They are the crew that lead right now.
Look, that's the ambition for all the vast majority of the drivers in this race. They came here to get their first taste of Le Mans with the Road of Le Mans. A lot of them doing the whole Michelin Le Mans Cup. Some will make it, some teams will make it. But is Freddie going to be one of them? He clearly has the ambition, has the plan. He talked about making a couple of mistakes, but don't forget he went from 5th up to 2nd place in his stint. And then the team gave him that brilliant pit stop that put the car into the lead of the race much quicker, 7 seconds quicker than WTM Racing turned their car around. But as he pointed out, those 2 cars after the pit stop, the number 76 Reiter Engineering Ligier, the number 11 WTM Racing Duquesne, were well clear of the pack, 25 seconds clear, and with the safety car, that compressed to nothing. But I reckon Mads has got a very good chance. Mads Siljehaug leading the race, the Norwegian driver. He controls the restart as and when the safety car puts its light out and dives into the pits. And certainly Leonard Weiss will be ambitious behind him, but really the one I think they're going to have to watch is Duncan Tappy in 3rd place. Car number 25, Cool Racing. Number 10 is 3rd in the line. In fact, I just want to double check. 1, 2, 3. Yep, sorry, I thought we'd missed one and it's still there. It was just simply moving around the screen in front. But certain Duncan Tappy for number 25 is there in 3rd place. And I think the British driver has a very, very good shot at this.
Some pensive looks, some tricky expressions going on in pit lane. They're not entirely sure, the teams here, how long is left. There's not a question about enough fuel being on board, because there was never any refueling involved in this race. You just brim the tank and 55 minutes has been scheduled by the officials to be absolutely fine, even for the new LMP3 engine, which is these days 5.6 litre V8 power, so an up rating of the original Nissan engine at only 5 litres. I mean, the sound of these cars has always been glorious when LMP3 came into the mix in 2015, and things have changed a number of times since then. We had a reset at the start of season 2020 with new chassis becoming available. The safety car lights are now out, so forget about that rubbish about the safety car B disappearing partway round the lap. It will peel off on the main start-finish line, and we will get 2 more laps.
It should
probably.
It should be 2 laps, but look too for Tom Dillman in 4th place, winner in the opening race, and Tom has so much experience in all forms of racing car, always been quick, coulda, shoulda, maybe had a slightly different racing career. He will fancy his chances, but Mads Siljehaug ought to be leading as he dictates the restart. They're going into the forward curves, and of course, no overtaking until they cross the start-finish line. There could be a bit of a tangle, and let's hope not, up at the Dunlop curves. Tempting to make a diving move, but the White Writer Engineering Ligier's got it under control, stretching its advantage as they cross the start-finish line. 0.6 of a second to the good over Leonard Weiss.
And how about the variety in the GT3 category? Honda leading Porsche, Audi, Ferrari and Aston Martin, all in the top 5. Who's your winner there then, with a couple of laps, maybe 3, to decide it? Green flags all the way around Circuit de la Sarthe for the second round this week of the Road to Le Mans, and Mads Siljehaug in the leading Ligier, now building 0.8 of a second over Leo Weiss in the Wochenspiegel Team Monschau car. So no doubt about it, Leo caught a little bit napping there at the restart. He's lost ground on the race leader for Reiter Engineering, which will please a certain Freddie Hunt. Duncan Tappy in 3rd for Cool Racing, ahead of Tom Dillman and Josh Skelton. Josh is just going to push as hard as he can and wait for a penalty, which will either be delivered, we think, in the race or afterwards, because of that pit stop time that was probably a minuscule amount under the required 2 minutes.
It looks like Colin Noble's gaining a place. The first 5 cars making good their escape with those 2 entries from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, 4th and 5th. But Tom Dillman looking very, very seriously at trying to get past Duncan Tappy. But Duncan's been around the block a few times. He's not going to leave the door open. He's hanging on to 3rd place for now. But Mads Siljehaug stretched. He found another 1/3 of a second. He's 0.8 of a second to the good as he pulls away at the moment. But the clock is down to just 6 minutes remaining.
Louis Rousset made a slight error into the Daytona chicane that time through for MV2S Racing. It is 3 abreast. That's for the race lead. All of a sudden, the Reiter Engineering car of Mads Siljehaug getting swamped by Leo Weiss, but also Duncan Tappy, who takes the race lead into the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. And 1 or 2 down in the pit garages cannot believe this. Tappy has managed to get a sublime exit out of either Tête Rouge or the Daytona chicane, gives him the race lead, and Tom Dillman is through into 3rd.
All I can understand is that Mads Siljehaug must have had a poor exit line from the first chicane. How did he lose the best part of a second's lead? Duncan Tappy worked the slipstream absolutely perfectly and then was robust and very positive to take the lead of the race. Siljehaug was first, he's back to second, but the attack isn't going to stop. He's going to be pushed, and some more. And in about 6th place, the cars decided to kick up the gravel for sheer dramatic effect. No, because they ran wide.
2 drive-through penalties. 1 doesn't matter because the 44 car's no longer in the race. That's Jens Moller's GmbH Motorsport Honda NSX. But there's also a penalty for car 19, which is the Lamborghini Huracan of Leipert Motorsport and Gerhard Watzinger, who will have to come into the pit lane. All of the incidents and also the speeds in the slow zone and behaviour behind the safety car are going to be investigated. That's just a matter of course that tends to always happen. The top 5 breaking away. Good scrap further behind though between the CD Sport car driven by Gregory Gilbert and James Winslow in the orange and black DKR Engineering car. 3 together behind that. Louis Rousset for MV2S, Colin Noble for Nielsen Racing, and I reckon Théo Vaucher is in there too for Graf Racing number 40.
James Winslow was the driver with his tail up in that grouping, really loose around Indianapolis, just trying to find an advantage. He's going for 6th place, dives up the inside, doesn't quite work, tacks in behind because it's the Porsche curves next. You don't want to be in the outside line there. He surely in time will get through, but time is not his friend. We have 4 minutes precisely remaining. It's falling very fast. The first 5 very tidy, but Duncan Tappy, what an overtaking manoeuvre to take the lead of the race. He'll cross the start-finish line about half a second to the good, just coming up to it very shortly indeed. But I think this race is in the bag for him. But I've been wrong before. I feel I could well be wrong again, but certainly he worked the advantage.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned the name of a certain young Dane of Malte Jakobsen yet, because Jakobsen in the 69 car gaining a place there at the Ford chicane as the number 3 DKR from a 14 DKR car of James Winslow rather mucked up that run through the double chicane at the end of the lap. So that will put Jakobsen, just 18 years old, from Viborg into the top 6 places now. He's gone 6th for Cool Racing.
And Tom Dillman has picked his way up into 2nd place. He's got past Mads Siljehaug. He's hunted him down. Now he's going after the race leader, Duncan Tappy. He's got to find a second. He's got to find half a second to get in the slipstream that Duncan worked so supremely to go from 3rd to 1st just 1 lap ago. The tail end of the top 10, absolutely crazy. Drivers left and right moving around the circuit, and Wade Boyd, well, he's in a different class to quite a lot of the field. He was the driver around the outside through the Forest S's.
Yeah.
Not many people do that and get it right.
Trying to work the wall of death. It didn't really work for him, though, because he lost a lot of grip out in the marbles there, but hung on to it brilliantly, the Ulsterman, and hangs on to 11th position behind Matt Bell and the green and black for MV2S of Louis Rousset. They're all very tightly bunched indeed. CD Sports Car was side by side there with probably Malte Jakobsen, looking to try and pick off Gregory Gilver as well for 5th place. So Malte Jakobsen not happy certainly with the top 6. He'll try and get on the podium here.
Yeah, looking for the leaders in the GT class, and it's Casper Jensen just from the chasing, charging Maxime Robin, who's, again, the Robin brothers love a drive-through penalty. It doesn't seem to slow them too much, fighting over the leading class. And then behind, we've got the Aston Martin for Bullet Racing. Valentin Haas-Clos clousing the curbs in 3rd place. And the winner from the GT class in race number 1 is down in 4th place. Fabio Bini pushing very hard indeed. But for Casper Jensen, car number 55, leading the class, but only by a small margin.
Duncan Tappy 1.4 seconds up on Mads Siljehaug, but how is Tom Dillman doing in this middle sector, the whole of the Mulsanne Straight? They're side by side again in GT3 with Maxime Robin to the outside line as they approach the 2nd chicane. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? It is the Honda NSX that just about squeaks through as the GT3 race leader, but the WRT Audi is all over the back of Jensen right now, trying to the left, trying to the right, and this may well bring Valentin Haas-Clos in the Bullet Racing Aston Martin into the mixture as well, as these two slow one another up just a little bit.
Yeah, the GT battle was fabulous in race number 1, and it's happening again. And the WRT Audi only being off at the outside line as they go down towards Mulsanne. His nose is, about 10 centimetres in front, then realises the outside line is not the place to be, diminishing returns and ducks in behind it. Definitely the Aston Martin from Bullet Racing is catching the pair of them.
Fabio Babini's one LMP3 car further back too in the Dayglow yellow and dark blue Ebby Motors Porsche. There are a couple of Ebby Motors machines in the race, but the 46 is doing better. We are on the final lap, we'll remind you. 3:49.290, Duncan Tappy's last effort, and that's the best lap of the race. Malte Jakobsen is now being looked into for some contact, I noticed. Car 69 flashing up with another machine, which I'll check on. But even if Malte Jakobsen makes it onto the podium, there might be a little bit of doubt about that. Heading into the Porsche curves now, and Tom Dillman still putting massive pressure on Norwegian driver Mads Siljehaug.
Duncan Tappy clear by 1.5 seconds. Just to reiterate, this is the final lap. The closing corner is the final lap. Mads Siljehaug trying his absolute utmost to keep back Tom Dillman, and really, I think Mads is driving a level I haven't seen him before. As I say that, he goes off the circuit through the Porsche curves, but not enough, I think, to be pinged. He seems to be catching, ironically, the race leader, but Duncan Tappy surely, as he turns into the Ford curves for the final time, has got this one in the bag.
So Duncan Tappy for Swiss crew, Cool Racing, number 25, will head across the line now to see the checkered flag and to take the second Road to Le Mans race of the week. Great result for Reiter Engineering. I think Freddie Hunt thought it was going to be a lot worse than that, but they hang on to second place, even though Freddie had built himself, a 25-second advantage in the race lead in the opening stint. Tom Dillman has to make do with third place, half points, remember. It's half points for each of these individual races, so 15 points for a win. And we'll call the GT3 cars over the line, then head to the pit lane. It is a win for GMB Motorsport, and the 55 crew who came here is second in the championship. Casper H. Jensen in GMB Motorsport's Honda NSX wins from Maxime Robin, the Team WRT Audi, and the Aston Martin of Spanish crew, Bullet Racing. Let's get straight to Joe in the pits.
I'm with Cool Racing, and you can imagine everyone so overwhelmed with this win. It looks like, Michael, what can I say? You are obviously very excited by this win.
means everything, doesn't it? For a gent like me, this is maybe the best I could ever do. So, yeah, it's fantastic. You know, just first things, you know, a big thanks to Nico and to Alex for letting Duncan come and race with me for this race. It's obviously a bit of ask for him to come into a different team. So I thank them. They were a magnificent team. Very proud to be a part of it. And hello to George and Cole and Laurie, Duncan's family at home, and to mine, Charlie, Chloe, and my wife, Anya. What an unbelievable day.
Fabulous. Is this your second win here at Le Mans?
It is my second win. We ran with Lannon and Graham and everybody at Lannon. They deserve a mention too. Yes!
Car just passing by. Duncan giving us a little blip of the throttle. This is what it's all about, Michael. All the effort, all the energy. This is this moment.
This is it. If you can win anyway, you've got to win at Le Mans, haven't you?
Yeah, brilliant. Just congratulations. You're going to celebrate now?
I might have a glass or two.
Why not? Well done, Michael. Great effort.
He sounded very similar in 2019 when Mikey Benham won the race for Lannon Racing, as he said, with Duncan Tappy. That was with crowds here in 2019, before the craziness of 2020. That's what clearly the difference it makes. You know, get a big crowd assembled for the big race, and Mikey Benham and Duncan Tappy, regardless of their team, turn out and perform. This time with Cool Racing, and they will be on the top step of the podium, on the famous podium here at Le Mans for a second time in their career, 3 years on from their first triumph. Bruce.
I don't know how they managed to pack so much incident into Road to Le Mans races. Maybe it's just the sense of occasion. Maybe it's the way the circuit hangs out. But to see those slipstreaming battles, and also, Johnny, to see the consequences of someone getting an exit from a chicane slightly wrongly, and they could suddenly lose 3-4 positions just like that. But for GMB Motorsport, car number 55, victory, and it was hard fought, pushed so hard by the Team WRT Audi of the Robin brothers, Maxime, who finished the race, and Arnold, who started it. They did have a drive-through penalty, but GMB Motorsport, with their 3 Honda NSXs, that was a great, great result for them. But certainly up and down the pit lane, drivers, crew alike are just going, phew, and others just repairing their cars.
So Joe Bradley now hunting out the GT3 winner, which was the 55 GMB Motorsport Honda NSX. It would be great if we can to catch up with Christian Poulsen as a former World Endurance champion from 2014 when he was with the Aston Martin Racing crew, winning GTE AM that year. So in the car right now, doing the closing stint, was Casper H. Jensen, but the opening stint done by bronze-rated driver Christian Poulsen, and either of those will be very close to the car, Joe.
I am. I'm standing right next to Casper, and right now he's in the car. We've come to a halt in pit lane. Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I've got an aperture in the window. I'm going to stick the mic in. Oh, he's opening the door. Fabulous. Still in the car, Casper. Fabulous win. How are we feeling?
Yeah, it was crazy last lap. Not the funniest stint I had because of the safety car, but wow, yeah, it was a tough one.
Massive fight with the Audi. That was fun.
Yeah, the Audi seems to be really good here, especially on the straight and also on the braking. We are lacking something on the braking, so yeah.
I've just noticed when you opened the door how hot this car is. That is incredible.
Yeah, because of the new BRP we had to run without the AC on, so yeah, we have to do it there.
You could cook a pizza in there while you're racing.
Yeah, I think it will be hot when you got it.
It was unbelievable. Congratulations, Casper. Great drive there in the number 55 Honda. And honestly, guys, when I opened the door, it was like, you know when you open an oven after you've cooked the pizza? I kid you not. I'm not I know I'm prone to exaggeration, but I'm not exaggerating this time. Unbelievable.
You got the flashback almost, did you, from 200 degrees Celsius or whatever. It is often thirsty work around here. It's a warm day at Le Mans. We've just ticked by midday, so not got quite to the hottest period of the day just yet, but it's building nicely, as is the atmosphere, and this race back on the schedule for the 90th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans provides a perfect starter, if you like. We had other races earlier this morning as well, but great that we could get some racing in that closing stages, because at one point there were 3 separate slow zones. There was an additional incident on the exit of Arnage. I think it was the sensible decision to go with a safety car, and that just allowed the marshals the sufficient time to deal with the various problems around the racetrack, and that left us with, it was 2 laps, wasn't it, to the flag. But we're still trying to work out exactly what happened to Mads Seilerhaug as to how much, he lost a lot of ground down that Mulsanne straight on that final lap. Opportunist driving, no doubt, something he's so good at for Duncan Tappy.
Yeah, all I can presume, I had literally just said he's 0.86 of a second to the good. It must have been a poor exit or a poor entry to the first chicane, and by the second chicane, they just gobbled him up. But I was looking, the car in third place was working the slipstream supremely well, and that was Duncan Tappy. He then went down the inside into the second chicane, and actually, hats off to Mads Seilerhaug. He could have made it harder, but realised he was beaten, and any contact would take the pair of them out, and the last thing we needed was any further contact. But for Duncan Tappy, he's been there, seen it, done it, as we heard. A winner here 3 years ago, 2019, with the same co-driver, Mikey Benham. No wonder they like racing with each other. Be good to see Duncan out of the car, but they're sort of sitting in the pit lane. They go into pit out and then double back down the pit lane towards the podium. But something, well, it's a motorbike, I can tell you, actually, is blocking their progress any further. But I think the drivers all appear still to be in the cars, so this is a little bit confusing. But Mikey Benham is down there just full of the joys of spring and waiting to have his turn, not on any podium, the Le Mans podium, but that was packed with fun, Johnny. And I really think you almost need to have a replay of the replays to remind ourselves of having had that clean start. In the race number 1, it was messy at the Dunlop curves the first time. This time, cars ran wide. I don't think there was any particular contact, certainly no spinners, but thereafter, they more than made up for it.
So a reminder of the overall provisional classification. Duncan Tappy winning for Cool Racing by only half a second after 11 laps from the Reiter engineering car of Mads Seilerhaug and Freddie Hunt. Duncan, of course, sharing with Mikey Benham, who we heard from in the pit lane with Joe Bradley. Tom Dillman and Alexander Matchell back up their win from the other day for Racing Spirit of Le Mans with a third place finish, half points on offer. So rather than the usual 25 for a win, it's 15 points with 12 points for second position. Leo Weiss and Wochenspiegel team Monschau. His car started from pole position by Torsten Kratz, finishing in fourth place ahead of the 69 car of Malte Jakobsen. Had there been another lap in the race, I reckon Malte would have been good for a podium result. He was just bogged down a little bit in the midfield, but wasted no time once the green flags waved again. Spanish outfit CD Sport finishing in sixth place for Gregory Gilbert, the number 37 car that was started by Fabian Michal. And in GT3, it was GMB Motorsport from Team WRT and Bullet Racing's Aston Martin. Let's hear from Tom Dillman now with Joe.
Now then, Tom's still in the car, so I hope, congratulations, guys, podium. Tom, we really thought you might just do that. I bet you did too.
Yeah, not enough laps today for me with the long safety car. We had only 2 laps, so I couldn't quite get the win, but still a very positive weekend, P1 and P3. My teammate did a great job, so we took a big lead in the championship.
How tense is it when you sit behind the safety car waiting for that green and you know what you've got to do?
I just wanted to do, I was hoping he would go earlier and that I can get more laps to try to win the race. But yeah, I mean, I'm used to this kind of situation, so no issues.
Congratulations, Tom, still on the podium. Great, like Tom said there, Johnny, first and third for this car this weekend.
Yes, and a great result for the team, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, earlier in the week as well, with a 1-2 finish on Thursday. So from a points perspective, although cars score points individually rather than it being strictly a team championship where both cars combine, the 10 car has done pretty well this weekend, and it was a question of often just keeping it on the black stuff and just making sure you're in that lead gaggle in the closing stages. They are more so than the normal rounds of the Michelin Le Mans Cup, Bruce. So tricky to judge these races, and there's a huge element of luck involved.
Totally. Just another element to be put into that mix, Johnny, is the fact that, of course, the sister car, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Josh Shelton's car, ended up down in 30th position. That should have been running in about 5th, but their pit stop was a second short, so just after the safety car released the field, that had to dive into the pits, drop right down the order, drive into the pit, stop for 1 second, that was all the deficit, drive back out. But so many incidents, and a few cars a little bit damaged here, but mainly bodywork, but certainly, unfortunately, for the number 6 entry, ANS Motorsport for Jonathan Brochard, that big thump into the barriers on the exit of Tête Rouge. Driver okay, car somewhat shorter than it left the factory.
Stefan Riquelme did get to the end of the race. He saw the checkered flag in the number 24 H24 racing car, the hydrogen cell powered machine where the only waste product out of the exhaust, out of the tailpipe, is pure H2O. Didn't do as many laps as the race winner, 9 in the end, because it had that prolonged pit stop in the middle of the race. Well, one was scheduled to put more liquid hydrogen into the car. The second one, I think, was more of an issue for the car because it came in and the team the guys at the pit entry just staring at it, having a bit of a chat with Raquelme on the radio. Eventually, though, it did rejoin. That project, not really in its early phase because it's been going for 2 or 3 years now, but incremental steps, Bruce. Great to have it at Le Mans this year. And the idea moving forward, this was suggested in yesterday's press conferences, that we might have a full class of hydrogen-powered cars in the future.
We may, and I mean, over recent years, Garage 56 was always the special end of the pit lane entry for a car of experimental nature. Bear in mind, back as the 50s fused into the 60s, it was a fearsome challenge to bring new forms of technology in. It may work, it may not, but I think it's a brilliant window to have. And when it went for a speed record onto the Mulsanne Straight, 290.8 kilometres an hour, just a whisker over 180 miles an hour, and that was on a greasy track. So the speed is coming there, but it's also the amount of time it takes to refuel the car, to turn it around. But I like having experimental cars.
GMB Motorsports performed well with their 55 car. The championship leader prior to this week, though, was the 44, the Jens Moller car that unfortunately clashed with, was it DKR Engineering at the Ford chicane with Jonathan Brossart at the wheel? There was a brush between an LMP3 car and that Honda.
There was, I can't tell you who it was. I'm just trying to remember. It's a while ago. So many incidents in the interim.
But then actually both cars were able to rejoin because the yellow flags at the Ford chicane cleared and the whole track became green again. But it's one of those situations where you think, I'm all right, I've got away with it, carry on in the race, and then the next time you come into the Ford chicane, maybe 2 laps later, something clearly broke on the Jens Moller car and put him out of the race. However, I reckon, I'll do the maths after we finish this, but I think the other GMB Motorsport car that won that race, 55, will move into the championship lead. It's very possible by the end of this season that GMB Motorsport will be in the mix regarding the championship. If they win it, that will give them an automatic invitation to Le Mans next year. But I'm thinking you won't be able to use a Honda NSX by that point because we will still be in GTE rules in 2023. So they're going to have to pick either an Aston Martin, a Ferrari, or a Porsche with Christian Poulsen's connections.
I see what you're doing there.
Like that?
2014, what was he driving?
An Aston Martin.
How did he do?
Very, very well indeed. I can't remember how he did in the 2014 running of Le Mans.
No, I was talking about he took the title in the GTE
That's the big. Well, that was one of the big headlines, of course. And Christian Poulsen, wouldn't it be great to have him back in an Aston Martin? He'll need to win the championship. Moving forward from that, you know, if GT3 and sort of GT3 Premium is to be the future, and we hear that that is the case from yesterday's press conference, there will be more of a choice of GT3 car to come back to Le Mans with the following year. But yeah, this will all affect, of course, it'll have a trickle-down effect into the Michelin Le Mans Cup and the Road to Le Mans. Mikey Benham, so happy with that victory that he shares with Duncan Tappy, and for me, rekindling memories of 2019 when he won it for the Lannon squad. Jens Moller, a gentle smile, let's say, a wry smile on his face, very pleased for the GMB Motorsport crew, but unfortunately for his number 44 car, it was a non-finish, so mixed emotions for the Dane.
Entirely so, but as you just said, looking forward to possible entry to Le Mans for 2023. That's why there was half a smile on Jens's face.
Yeah, it's all about that, really, and trying to get one of the cars to the GT3 title. Thank you for being with us here on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. There's so much more to come for the rest of this afternoon. And, of course, we're building up to the start of the 90th edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans at 4 o'clock this afternoon. But that is it for the Road to Le Mans, the second race. Well done to Cool Racing and to GMB Motorsport. My thanks to Joe Bradley in the pits and to Bruce Jones alongside me from Johnny Palmer. That is it for the Road to Le Mans.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Well, for so many people, Le Mans is not just about the race, it's about the experience. It's a real event, and I'm delighted to say that we've come down here to Camping Bleu within sight of the famous, I suppose you would say, Big Wheel, the final chicane, the Ford chicane at the end of the track, and of course just behind me to my left, the airfield. That's Camping Bleu. On the old circuit, you would say it was opposite Maison Blanche. If you're a Steve McQueen fan, that kind of puts you exactly where it is. And I'm with Brian from First Tickets. This is looking great, Brian. How many people will you be hosting here for 2022?
Yeah, thanks, John. So on the private campsite, we'll be hosting about 500 people in total. And then on the other sites around, on the public sites, and about another 1,200 people will be there too. But in here on this site, it's about 500.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, because obviously this is your campsite. This is private. It's all fenced off all the way around. You have security on it right across the weekend. But you are an ACO official vendor, so you can sell people tickets to other areas around the track.
Oh, absolutely. We've got customers in Who Annex, and Garage Fair, Blue Sud, everywhere. And so we've got a good range of like those sites as well, and all of the grandstands too.
However, this is a little bit different because we are standing in front of a superb, I'm not going to call it a marquee, it's a semi-permanent building here that you've built. Inside it's almost big enough to have its own climate. What's going to be going on in this area here?
So in the marquee area, with its own climate, we will have it will be the catering. So it'll be a dining area. There's going to be where the food will be served. There's charging points for you to charge your devices. A well-stocked bar, and we're glad to say that we have got some English beers, some English ales, as well as like the Carlsberg. A good selection of wines. We'll have like TVs for the race coverage, and we've also got free Wi-Fi for our guests too.
Ooh, very good. You've been coming down here a long time now, Brian, with First Tickets. How has the tastes, and I mean that in the broadest sense, not just in food and drink, but how has the offering that you put together had to change, and has it become more sophisticated down through the years?
Oh, definitely. So like when I first started doing the private campsite back in 2009, it was very much a learning experience for us, and we're still learning today. You know, that we've listened to what our customers want and how they want to do things. So we have the pre-erected tent offering for those that want to come down in their sports car. We've also reconfigured what we've done with the toilets and showers. We've changed the marquee location just to give it a new and different feel now that we're finally back at Le Mans.
You have been known, and obviously the clue's in the name, First Tickets. You've been providing tickets for various events for very many years. When you get into things like glamping, pre-erected tents, and all the things that go around it, that's a very different undertaking.
Yes, it is. It's more than just selling the tickets and organising the crossings. It's making sure that we've got the right facilities and things for our guests. The pre-erected tents work really, really well. I know, and because we've been going for so long, a lot of the customers that come here, I know them personally as friends now as well, which is great.
It's looking fantastic. We're standing in the sort of chill out area at the moment. I do like your very rustic looking picket fence that you've got around here. Is it fair to say that for the majority of people, they'll come here and they possibly won't move from here? There's no need to move from here if they don't want to.
That's true. We try and make it as comfortable for everybody as we can, but we recognise that you want to go over there to the race.
Yeah.
But
you can walk. I mean, that's the beauty. I'm looking at the Module Sportif, and even with my gammy ankle, that's barely a 10-minute walk away.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they've changed things around because the entrance used to be at Maison Blanche to go in, but it's now up by by Grandstand 21, so like Total Energies. But even that, it's only like a 5-minute walk up to there, and you're right next to the tunnel to go into like the pet area and the village. So that's really good too. That's really good.
How's the take-up been for 2022? I'll ask you about 2023 and Classic and all that in a moment, but it's been 2 years where, for the most part, 2 Le Mans events, one in September, one in August, where we've not been able to have a proper Le Mans experience. So what have your customers been telling you about coming back this year?
So a lot of them are really excited to be back. They've been looking forward to it. I'd say our take-up hasn't been as high as we expected it to be. I've got to be quite honest on that, John. I think there are some people that are holding back for next year. Yeah, so that's definitely a thing. But most of the people who talk to when they've been making their booking, they can't wait.
Yeah.
They're desperate to get down here. And we've got some guys who've arrived early, especially to come and see the test day yesterday.
Yeah, test day that was on Sunday of race week. Yeah, we can see them over there. Hello, fellas. Yeah, lovely. Classic. We've got 2 years where we've got Le Mans and Classic pretty much back to back, near enough, because of the way it's fallen with the 100th anniversary. Now that's a very different atmosphere and characteristic of event. Are you going to be offering something for Classic this year?
Oh yes, absolutely, John. We're back here, same setup.
So do you have to take all of this down and then rebuild it?
Unfortunately, apart from the structure and the toilets and showers,
yes,
everything, and the fence will remain. Everything else has to get packed back up into the lorry, taken back home again, and then brought back out again 2 weeks later.
And what's the take up for Classic this year? As I say, I love Classic Le Mans Le Mans Classic. I think it's a very laid back event. If you want to do the dress up, you can, but it's not mandatory. The cars that are part on the Bugatti circuit, it's like the world's biggest free car show. People getting interested in that for this year?
Yes, we've got a lot of people that are coming. I'd say that, if people are still thinking about the Classic, we've still got spaces on the private campsite they can come and do. We have on the parking areas in the Bugatti, we're working with the Aston Martin Owners Club, we work with TVR Car Club, and also we've got our own Piston Heads first tickets area as well. So we'll have I think we've got about 250 cars to park up in there. Wow. And then on here, we're a slightly smaller size for the Classic, but we've still got a few spaces left here too.
Seems daft to ask this, as we haven't even got to this year's race yet, but I presume, and I'll get you before you've got to go and deal with that, I presume you're already thinking about 2023, because that, with the 100th anniversary, this is the 90th running this year, but it's the 100th anniversary of the first race in 1923. We've got all the new manufacturers coming as well. Are you actually almost ready, or are you indeed already talking to customers about the potential for next year?
We're already talking to our existing customers for next year. We've got those who unfortunately couldn't make it this year, who decided to then roll over to next year. So we've took the decision to allow some customers to roll forward their booking when they were unable to make it for very valid reasons. We've already taken some advanced bookings, just reservations, nothing permanent. We've got to wait until we get the go ahead. Yeah. But yeah, as soon as we're back from here, we're starting 2023.
And how quickly after this year's event then will you have some kind of offering, or at least a placeholder on the First Tickets website?
So we should have a placeholder on the First Tickets website by the end of July. Before the end of July, there'll be something on there. Brilliant. So people can register. Yeah, in fact, when we're back next week, I will change things on the website so people can pre-register for the 24, 23.
Yeah.
And then
very good.
Yeah. So then after that, when we come back from the Classic, we'll do the same, open up for that. And then anyone who has booked with us already will be sent some information about how they can make an advance booking with us.
Finish off by asking you what you might think is a strange question, as might our listeners. I cannot even begin to tell everybody how much work has to go in to set all this up. Sleepless nights, tearing out of hair, all of that sort of stuff, dealing with even more paperwork now than ever before. What makes it worth it for you and your team to put yourself through this twice every year, effectively?
For me, it's the satisfaction you get from seeing your customers enjoy themselves and thanking the guys that work with us. So like the crew that we've got here this week, a lot of them are like returnees. So we've only got 2 newbies this year, but they're already doing a fantastic job, as you can see behind you when they're like clearing up the debris that we've got to deal with. But it's the satisfaction of how things work out with the customers and making sure that everybody enjoys themselves.
Give the website a plug. It's an easy one to remember.
Okay, it's First Ticket, so it's 1st-tickets.co.uk, and on there you can have a look at like the 24 hours, the Le Mans Classic, and our other events too.
And there are plenty of other events. Brian, good luck this week. Your team are doing a cracking job already, and of course it won't stop on Sunday at 4 o'clock for you, as it doesn't for us. There's clear down and get everything back in the UK. Have a good couple of days off at the end of it, and we'll see you back here for Classic.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much, John. Great to see you.
Early in the week, Shea spoke to some First Tickets campers to find out their thoughts on the return of spectators to the Le Mans 24 Hours.
So what's your name?
Max.
When was the last time you were at Le Mans?
2018.
Ooh, does it feel a little different?
It feels very, very different from 18. There is more fences, to put it mildly. It's not too much different. It just feels like home, to be honest.
What's the thing you're most excited for this week?
Seeing my Corvettes run.
Ah,
That's the main thing for me.
lovely. So obviously you'll be cheering for them.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
As ever.
Qualifying or the race? Which session gets your blood going the most?
Quali, I would say.
Yeah?
Quali.
You think they got a good shot at it, Corvette?
I do, but yeah, as usual, it's the Porsche, depending what they're going to do or not going to do during qualifying.
What time of the race do you enjoy the most?
Probably if we can get to our nage for 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, as the sun comes up. It tends to get a little bit interesting at that time.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
So we'll start off with your name.
Matt,
Matt, when was the last time you were at Le Mans?
also 2018.
Also 2018. What's changed the most since you were here last?
I think it's slightly less access around the pits. You used to be able to walk up and down pretty much any time you wanted. Yeah, it's a bit more regulated.
But you still get to see the cars on
You
track.
still do, and it's still fabulous, and you still hear them.
You're here awfully early. What's the incentive to get here?
We do it every time we come. We've been about 11 times. It's just, there's so much going on during the week. It's almost incidental. There's a race at the weekend.
What part of the week are you most excited for?
Friday in Old Le Mans and Saturday at the start.
Yeah.
There's nothing like the start of the race.
The start more so than the finish.
Yeah, I'm more excited at the start than the finish. You really know what's going to happen. There's the start more than the finish, because unless there's a battle going right to the last minute, you really know what's happening a couple of hours beforehand.
Very good point. Rain, shine, are you okay with
Oh,
either?
both.
Both?
More the merrier.
Excellent.
What we want is weather.
So let's start off with your name.
Ben.
Ben, when was the last time you were here?
Same as Matt and Max, 2018.
And what is it that brings you back this year?
The camaraderie and of meeting up with friends that you haven't seen for a few years and just being here and listening to the noise.
Race cars have changed a bit since the last time you were here.
Yeah, some of them are a bit quieter, which is not always the best.
Yeah. What's your favourite part of the track to go watch from?
Probably just beyond the Dunlop, going through the S's.
Yeah, that's actually a good spot to watch.
Yeah.
Same question for you, weather-wise, rain or shine?
Wet.
Wet?
Because you see the skill of the drivers that actually car control.
Yeah, that's valid. Favourite time of the race?
Sunrise.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you get any sleep at all during the race?
What sleep?
Sleep leading up to the race, right?
Yeah, that's about it.
And who are you cheering for this week?
Probably the Corvettes, unfortunately, but I'll go for the Pro-Am and the Astons.
That's good. Well, Corvette have English drivers in one of the cars, so better cheer for them.
I think the LMP2s is more the rocks. They're all the same. It's just the downforces they can change around. That's about as much as they can do.
Yeah.
But the main race is the GT cars.
So let's start with your name.
My name is Mike Street.
Mike, when was the last time you came to Le Mans?
19.
19. Has it changed a lot?
I don't think so.
No?
We've just been out to Super U and it's all the same. We're gradually seeing people build up. This is, Monday, and it's a pretty normal Monday. But there's this feeling of we're back at Le Mans again, which is just marvellous.
When was the first time you came here?
1994.
What keeps bringing you back?
Some kind of homing instinct to it's not just the motor race, it's the people, it's the atmosphere, it's Le Mans.
What is the thing that you're most excited for this week?
Just to be back, because it is, we've been deprived for 2 years.
And what's the session that gets your blood going the most?
Well, I'm quite taken by the new Hyperpole.
Oh, really?
I was sceptical, and okay, I was only watching it digitally from the UK, but I think that's quite good. Although we all know that half the trick is to get past the mobile traffic jams of the lower classes to set a good time. So, but it's always been like that. We get the big LMP1s, but I still miss the Panos.
So the top class is the one that gets your attention the most?
Well, no, I think LMP2 has been so competitive the last 3 or 4 years. And what was it? Was it 19 or 18 where Dragon very, very nearly pulled it off? Yeah, and that was. And then of course you've got the Aston Martin overtaking the Chevy. Sorry about that. But I was lucky enough, for instance, to go round the McLaren factory. And by the time I got to the winning McLaren, I first of all said, you cleaned it, but they knew I was coming. And I got the chief mechanic there. And I said, you were lucky, weren't you, it rained. He said, you don't realise how lucky we were. We reckon we got another half lap in it before it blew up. So, I don't know. But all the same, they won.
It's just the magic of being here and the thought of that happening again.
But then you got the tragedy of the Toyota. And not knowing the rules, that if it's Le Mans.
Start with your name.
Steve Barnes.
And Steve, when was the last time you came to Le Mans?
2019.
When was the first time you came to Le Mans?
2005.
Oh, okay, so not too many. How has the race changed over the years that you've been coming?
For the first 10 years, it was always Audi with one Peugeot win. It was always the diesels. But it's 2019 and now it's a bit more exciting because we've got some proper racing engines as opposed to taxis.
In terms of the cars, which are you most excited to see on track?
Probably the Astons and the 911s and proper cars.
Those have been the same since the last time you
Yeah.
came.
But you can relate to them more because you see them every day.
Very good point. What weather are you hoping for?
Hot and dry.
Hot and dry?
Yeah.
And where's your favourite part of the track to watch from?
We used to stay on Mulsanne a lot, so down on Mulsanne Corner's always been quite a good spot. And probably in the grandstands on the main straight.
Start or finish?
Both.
Both.
Yeah. Because it's like a 4-hour start and a 4-hour finish by the time they've done what they've got to do. So.
We'll start with your name.
Hi, I'm Tom Lawson. I've just come down from Edinburgh in Scotland.
Proper Scotsman.
Well, yeah, so to say.
When was the last time you were at Le Mans?
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, we missed 2 because of COVID.
Yeah, and when was your first trip to Le Mans?
2005.
How much has the race evolved in that time that you've been coming?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. You still enjoy it all the same?
Very much. That's why we're back.
Yeah. So 3 years away, where's the first place you're going to go to watch the cars on track?
Debatable. Oh, probably just up straight over from here, as soon as we can get in.
Just
yeah.
Yeah. In terms of the classes, which one are you watching the closest?
Usually LMP2.
LMP2, because the biggest class, best battles kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. What weather are you hoping for as a race fan?
Dry.
Dry? Is that a camper or a race fan talking?
Both. I hate to see the cars go out because of the wet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's so much effort goes into preparing them, getting them ready for race day. So no, we don't want to see the attrition of bad weather.
Yeah. What's your favourite part of the race?
I like the build-up
before
the start, and on the Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. Sitting in the stands. Normally we're up by the start line, and the atmosphere is just absolutely fantastic.
Name? Start off with your name.
I am Brian Scott. I'm from Lockerbie in Scotland.
Excellent. Made the long drive down?
Yeah, very long drive down, but it was good. It was good.
Worth it?
Yeah, it always is. I mean, this is, 17 years that we've been coming, so it kind of gets under the skin. And we meet so many lovely people, and we've become friends with so many people that it just draws us back.
When you come to the campgrounds and you see people you haven't seen for 3 years away,
Yeah.
you almost don't even need the cars on track, do you?
That's just about the cars are a benefit, aren't they? Race? Who said there's a race?
Your favourite part of the race?
As Tom said, the build-up. The build-up is the business. You get the military coming in and doing their abseil down the road from the helicopter and running up the track, and then the national anthems, especially the Marseillaise, and it really is just great. And then the cars, the Rolling Star, brilliant. Absolutely love it.
Is there any team or organization that has a special place in your heart?
Not anymore. I used to really like the Audi team, but hey, they're all race teams. They're all race drivers, and they all deserve our support.
Start with your name.
Christopher.
When was the first time you came to this race?
2010.
When was the most recent time you've come to this race?
2019.
2019.
Yeah.
What's it feel like to be back?
It's great. No, we almost came last year, but with the restrictions, I think we decided as a group to not because of those restrictions, really. So we've saved up a few anniversaries and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it feels really great to be back.
It's almost more about being together again as a family than it is the race, isn't it?
I mean, it is. It's like the way I describe it to normies is that it's a festival. It's got that kind of thing. But I'm not a music festival kind of guy. So this is my kind of festival. So rain or shine, it's great to see everyone, and living. I live in Denmark actually, so I don't get to see these guys very often. So it's a chance to meet up and share a few beers and get the barbecue lit, and it's great.
That's pretty cool. Where is your favorite place around the track to watch the cars?
Yeah, I think Dunlop is just the change of speed, and it's always a bit of a bottleneck for the different classes. And actually, I mean, I can still remember my first experience of seeing qualifying in the dark at Dunlop, and just being absolutely overwhelmed by P1. Coming up against a GT anything at Dunlop is astounding. And then, the following year, McNish's accident at Dunlop, that's always going to be a really, amazing place to watch the different classes come together. But actually, I mean, coming out of Porsche into the Ford Chicane complex, on Sunday afternoon, that's a really special place as well as the race is coming to the end.
Is it the start or the finish that gets you more?
I mean, the start is obviously, you've got some rookies who don't know what it's about. But as everyone always says, as you guys say on commentary all the time, this is a 24-hour sprint now, and that gets you can see it in the way that these drivers drive, and that's pretty intense. And really, still, after 24 hours, the attrition rate is still pretty high. So yeah, it's got to be the start is the most exciting, and then the end. The last few hours can still throw up anything, as we saw last weekend at Nürburgring, So, yeah, it's the whole deal. It is the whole deal.
There's a lot of your countrymen in this race.
Yeah.
A lot of passion.
Yeah.
Are those the ones that you cheer for? Or?
I mean, they're all not big names to me yet, so I'm still looking for my Tom Christensen replacement. It's almost a bit of a shame that Kevin's not here as planned, as it was going to be planned earlier in the year. But at the same time, yeah, it is a source of pride. I think I've lived in Denmark for 4 years, and the passion is incredible. It really is. It's close, if not slightly exceeds the Brits actually. And I'm sure every Brit will listen to this and say that's not right. But no, the Danes have something special because it's almost like a family. The sort of Danish drivers and the Danish industry, and it's quite special what they're able to achieve. Yeah.
So what's your name? Where are you from?
Sean Winstone. I'm from Winchester.
And how many Le Mans have you been to?
Ooh, probably about 34.
Oh wow. When was the last time you came?
2019.
Big difference from then?
I don't know yet. The race hasn't started. But no, I mean, it's great to be back here. It's always good to be back here. We come with friends, have done for years. Some of them, still got 2 guys here that I first came with in 1983. And we were both 8 years old at the time. So, with our dads, of course. So it's just great to be back here.
What keeps bringing you back?
It's very difficult not to come back. We called it pilgrimage in the past. And yeah, it's just a fantastic race. It's just fun, and sometimes it doesn't matter who wins, it's just being here.
Who are you cheering for this week?
No one in particular, to be perfectly honest. No, seriously, no one. Obviously all the British drivers, because why not? But no, all the drivers, because it's just such a fantastic race to watch. And we've heard Joe say a million times, to come first in Le Mans, first you've got to finish, or whatever the expression is. And it's supporting everyone finishing. And there's nothing like sitting in the stands at the start of Le Mans.
What's your name, and when was the first time you came to Le Mans?
My name's Dominic, and 2002 was my first Le Mans, so this year is my 20th anniversary.
Wow. What keeps bringing you back?
Well, so the first year I was 8, and originally it was just the cars and the atmosphere, but slowly, sort of, as you've got older now, the beer's appreciated. It's just, as I think Joe Bradley said in there, they could race golf carts or shopping trolleys around here and we would come back every year. So I think it's just the atmosphere, it's the camaraderie, everyone's in it together. We're all trying to get through the 24 hours, not just the drivers, but the fans, the teams and everything. So it's just that bit of trying to get through the full 24 hours. Haven't quite stayed up for the whole time yet. Always somehow fall asleep just at the end. But,
who do you come here with?
So this year's just me and my dad. We have in the past had groups of like 6 or 7 of us, but yeah, my brother and brother-in-law, they've all got kids and stuff now, so we're hoping to bring them. So yeah, my eldest nephew's 12, so hopefully he's coming next year. So,
he's ready.
Get a nice little group of us back together. So yeah, just 2 of us this year. But
when was the last time you were here?
Would be 2019. So yeah, 2020 and 2021 were obviously COVID years, so we couldn't make it over for those, unfortunately. But we did those in the garden. We actually did it with the guys here at First Tickets in 2021. They had a little field up in Wilbury Hall, so we did that. So we're counting that as having come. But yeah, 2019 officially. So.
And who are you cheering for?
Glickenhaus, obviously, like a little privateer. I think the Toyotas sound nicer and look nicer than they have previously. So I'd be happy, obviously, when they eventually win 1-2, fingers crossed. And yeah, always been a bit of a Porsche fan. I think they're due a GT Pro victory, but I can see Corvette and Ferrari. That one's just going to be a slugfest, as it always is. So yeah, should be good.
Let's start out with your name and where you're from.
My name is Trevor and I'm from Bedford.
And when was the last time you were here at Le Mans?
Last time was 2019, actually. Yeah, just before we had to lock down.
How has it changed since then?
Well, this site's is completely changed. It's a different setup completely. They've moved all of the marquee around. The entry to the circuit's moved further up, so it brings you in at the start-finish straight, which I think is for a debutant, is a great way into the circuit of Le Mans, because that's where it all ends on Sunday.
What was your first Le Mans?
2015.
Oh, okay. So good year for Bedfordshire people with Dick Tandy claiming the victory.
That's right. Yeah, I think his kids go to my kids' school, but it's it's nice to see somebody from the area doing so well. Yeah.
You cheering for Corvette then?
I will be this year. Yeah. And I watched them in the Hyperpole yesterday, and they were rapid into Dunlop. It was amazing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Who else has your heart?
Well, I'd love to see the Glickenhaus guys do well. I just love the idea of the guys putting the teams together and putting what looks like a competitive car into the field. But, Father Time is who they've got to beat, really. So.
What brings you back to Le Mans?
I think the thing with Le Mans that people who've never been before won't quite understand is it gets under your skin. It's like Glastonbury for petrol heads. But also it has an amazing race around it, and I find that fascinating. And also because if you go to the stadium and there are various different parts, you can see the kind of handling, you can see the pit lane, you can go to Auberge de 100 Years and watch them blast past you at just ridiculous speeds, and you get so close to the action, and people like you guys are accessible. It's perfect. It's a great weekend.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Well, delighted to say that I am joined now by Tony Calderon, who is Chief Growth Officer for Valkyrie AI. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the airwaves of 91.2 FM Hagerty Radio Le Mans as well, Tony. And thank you very much for being with us. Great to have you here. And even better to be able to give the news that broke earlier this week, although in fairness, it's a partnership that's already been enacted, that Valkyrie AI are helping us out with a huge amount of statistical information, and also our presenting partner for our WEC coverage for the 2022 season. Tell me a little bit about Valkyrie AI and what sort of projects you do, because it's not just motorsport that you apply your data-driven solutions to.
Well, thank you so much, John. It's a pleasure to be here and very excited with our partnership. Like you said, Valkyrie, we are a artificial intelligence company. We work with all types of Fortune 1000 companies to governments. So we work with companies like SiriusXM, Carnival Cruise Lines, American Medical Response, and we'll solve really crazy problems like, for example, how many 911 calls will there be in a specific town 7 days from now? And we can use that information to help American Medical Response figure out how to staff their ambulances, for example. Or helping cruise lines like Carnival Cruise Line figure out why certain parts of their ships are failing. Or helping video game developers understand the behaviors of different players in a video game and how that could affect the design of the game itself. Really, at the end of the day, what we do is we take data, and then through what I think is the most talented data science team in the country, we apply the scientific method and figure out how to solve very complicated problems. So that's at the end of the day, if you have data and you have a problem, we can probably help you figure out how to solve it. And now we're racing, right? Now racing.
You're racing as well. In fairness, Tony, if I picked out 10 people, 100 people off the street and said AI, I'm not sure that artificial intelligence that they've got a thought process about is what you've described to me. A lot of people are worried about AI. They think it's going to be machines that are going to take over the planet or take over our jobs or whatever. What you're talking about is sophisticated data modeling that helps us understand our environment. Is that reasonable?
That's correct. That's exactly right. It's at the end of the day, it's just helping inform decisions, right? Are there patterns within data sets that might be very difficult for a human or a group of humans to find? That machine learning, which is really the term we really use. AI is more, that's more of the marketing term, right? But it's really machine learning and data science is what we're doing. And we're just helping create tools that help humans make better, faster, more informed decisions, right? We're definitely, I think, like you said, a lot of people are afraid of the stereotypes of what that might be, but what I can tell you is that's many years away from machines replacing humans at a high level for sure. Like I said, all we're doing is just helping solve business problems and hopefully helping people make more money through their data.
It's science. It's applied science for a reason, Tony, and you are putting this to use in so many different sectors. Why motor racing? You've got a partnership with a number of racing teams, including United Autosports, where you help them not just with the on-track stuff, but the behind the scenes stuff like parts supply and things like that for their racing cars. Why was motor racing important for Valkyrie and more importantly for you, because you have got a motor racing background?
Yeah, that's right. Charlie Burgoyne, the founder and CEO of Valkyrie, has been a huge motorsports enthusiast for many years. And then obviously I have, like you mentioned, I grew up in motorsports and have had a long career in motorsports. And at the end of the day, we'd say, what better way to showcase the ability to create new insights and to create advantages through competitive advantages than through motorsports, right? There is no sport in the world that has more data than motorsports. And in our opinion, that data has not been used properly or to the extent that it can be yet. So what we want to do is come in and do what nobody else has done and really apply the scientific method to motorsports and figure out what's in that data that people haven't used, just like we do with any private company or government. Like we said, it's just finding those insights and squeezing information out of it that people haven't before. And it's been a fantastic relationship. Like you said, we're the official AI partner of United Autosports, which is something we're incredibly proud about. I mean, obviously they're the leading sports car team around the world, and we are creating some very cool tools for them. Especially, as you know, in LMP2, it's a very competitive field. The cars have been very similar for a long time, so teams are looking for advantages wherever they can get it, and we are very confident that we'll be able to give United just one more tool that they can use to continue winning races and championships. And for Radio Le Mans, obviously, our other awesome partnership that we have, we're also creating tools for the fans, right?
Yeah.
Fans love following the sport, and they follow you, John, and your team, and it's really cool that now together we can give them information that they didn't have before.
I think endurance racing fans in particular, well, clearly they have to have an attention span that is something the length of a baseball game or a 5-day cricket match or something like that. So you've got to have a reasonable attention span. I think that makes you, if you are an endurance racing fan, it makes you data hungry. You want to understand what's happened in the past. You want to try and predict as much as you can what's in the future. So the stat attacks that we've been doing for the IMSA races and for the FIA WEC races with the data that you've been providing, Shea, mostly, have been really well received. It is the nuances of what sometimes we can't see at the time when we look back at endurance races that we say, that's what happened there. And that's great for us, but presumably for your partners like United Autosport, that gives them the opportunity to learn about the decision-making process from one race and apply that to the next one.
Yeah, that's right. We joke here internally that we like to use science to embrace everybody's inner nerd, or bring your inner nerd out, because everybody has one, right? It's just having the right reason to bring it out. But yes, absolutely. It's on the fan side. It's not just the information, but what like you said, what you guys have what's been very, very cool and interesting is that not only are you guys reporting on this data and these stats, but Shea has done such an amazing job of turning these stats into narratives, right? You can really use this to really have a different story of what's happening during a race. And there's a lot of things happening during the race other than just what positions the cars are in and which drivers are driving, right? And what the strategies are. There's a lot going on, especially in sports car with multi-class racing and all that. So yeah, it's been very cool. And then, like you said, with United, yes, it's very important to be able to, one, help them reduce manpower, of course, right? Because they only have so many engineers, and they can only do so much in between races and prep, and they're busy enough. So we're putting information in front of them that would have taken a long time for them to gather. And additionally, then we're also starting to show them trends that would have been quite complicated for them to gather as well without machine learning. And then after that, it's up to their brilliant engineers to figure out, okay, now that we have this additional information, what decisions would we make different, right? Like I said, at the end of the day, we're just giving the tools and giving them hopefully a bit of a competitive advantage, so they can make if they can make decisions 1% better than any other team, they're probably going to win the race, right?
What I find fascinating, Tony, about what Valkyrie AI are doing is that actually, like any great idea, it can be applied across a wide variety of industries, of opportunities. And basically that methodology is universal in terms of what you do once you've got the data. You talk about your RED method, your RED method. Explain that for a moment, because it seems that whether it's motorsport or deploying ambulances or industrial building companies, you're using a similar method or an identical method actually across all your clients.
Absolutely, and I'm so glad you brought that up. And the reason we love racing is because, like you said, solving problems in racing is not much different than solving problems in whatever industry or government or military. However, in racing, it's a very easy way to talk about it and to showcase how it works in a very understandable way, right? So, like you said, the RED method is what we call research, evaluation, and development, or deployment, depending on the problem. And it's really the scientific method that we all learn in school way back in the day, right? Like, how do you solve a scientific problem? But we take that to heart. You know, everybody that works at Valkyrie has some type of scientific background. And it's really important to approach problems and understand the problem first and how you got to solve it, how to solve it before you decide if you use machine learning or AI or a calculator or Excel. It doesn't matter, right? You really have to understand what the problem is, how to solve it, and what are the results of solving this problem. How is that going to increase the bottom line for a company? How is that going to make a race team make better race decisions? How is that going to help an intelligence agency, find bad guys somewhere? It really all comes down to the same problem, right? And we stick to that. We are a science company. Like I say, our motto is science applied, right? We take science, solve whatever problem we're looking at, and then apply it to whatever industry we're in.
Here's a big problem, I would think, for you, though. Is science, is it still attracting the right people? Both science and engineering is struggling to get young people into it. It's sometimes, you said, unleash your inner nerd. Yes, we're all interested in something, but is that being fostered enough at school level that the next generation is coming through? And what can you guys do to make people look at a product, at projects, and go, "Hey, that's pretty cool. I would like to get into something like that," and then do something practically? You guys reach out to the community?
Absolutely. Well, to answer the question is no, I don't think. I think it needs to be fostered and promoted a lot more than it currently is. The STEM education is incredibly important for all of us, right? And for the future of our countries. At Valkyrie, the hardest thing at Valkyrie is finding people and finding the right scientists with the right talent. So in turn, we actually have quite a bit of programs that we're very proud of. For example, we are the official AI partner of the Astronaut Scholarship Foundation, which is a fantastic group, which I know you're going to be very interested in. It is a fantastic group created by astronauts that creates scholarships for young people that want to go into STEM fields, not necessarily just space, right? But obviously astronauts come from all types of backgrounds. So anything STEM related, they give scholarships for. So we are not only a partner with them, where we actually take some of their interns in-house here and help them find opportunities, but we also fund some of their scholarships. And then we also have a relationship with a university here in Austin, Texas, where we're based, called Houston-Tillotson University, which is primarily minority university. And we are actively trying to figure out how do we unleash the inner nerds of young people, and how do we get them into this program? And having projects like what we have with you, John, and with United makes it easier, because it really makes it easy to show how cool science can be applied to everyday life.
Yeah, and that's really important, because I have no doubt that there are some of your clients that you do very cool things with, but you can't really talk about it because it is sensitive information being used in a particular way. So the public-facing stuff that you do in motor racing is all that cool stuff, and people go, it's like when I was growing up and looking at land speed record. That was the thing that got me interested in speed and in engineering, and I should have followed it, and I didn't. That's a whole other story. I'm not sure you could have predicted that, even with all the data that you guys collect. Also, I know that Valkyrie does a lot of work with non-governmental organisations. These are in some ways, the unsung heroes around the world. Most of them are volunteers, or at least working on very small budgets. They collect data, but they very rarely have the wherewithal, the expertise to be able to use that data in the most valuable way.
Yeah, and that's another thing that we're incredibly proud about. It's our what we call Valkyrie Virtue, which is our philanthropic arm. And what we do is we partner with nonprofit organizations and donate science time, and we take on these nonprofit in-kind projects. And we've done some very, very cool things. For example, we work with a organization called the All Clear Foundation, which is an organization that works with first responders to help them battle PTSD.
Oh, wow.
You hear a lot about PTSD, obviously, from military veterans, which is obviously a humongous problem. But a lot of times it goes unsaid that first responders, police, firefighters, EMTs, medics, they go through very traumatic experiences as well, right? And for a long period of time, right? So we work with this organization a couple of years ago, helping them with a lot of data work to help them understand how to reach more people and how to recommend better services or help to the people that are reaching out to. We've also worked with some groups here in Austin, understanding the homelessness problem and helping people understand what's happening and why it's happening, so they can make decisions moving forward with policy and things like that. And we got quite a list of really incredible projects we worked on, and that's for our scientists want to work on challenging problems, but they also want to help the world, right? And that's one of the reasons why people stick at Valkyrie. Like we haven't had any turnover for the last, a year and a half, I think, which is unheard of in our industry. But we like to put the coolest, most challenging problems in front of our scientists, and also know that they are making a difference, as opposed to maximizing how a button works for a search engine in one of the bigger companies.
Love it. And listen, it's been brilliant, the kind of information you talk about, unleashing your inner nerd. As you know, Shay Adam is our nerd, and she's been loving delving into the information that you've got been giving to her, and building those stories around it. Tony Calderon, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for your support of Hagerty Radio Le Mans, and indeed for our the season-long sponsorship and partnership for our WEC coverage right the way through to Bahrain at the end of the year. And I look forward to the next tranche of stats and data for our next stat attack. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. The Radio Show Limited merchandise collection is now available. Click on the link on the front page at radio-show.co.uk. There's a variety of designs by renowned graphic and livery artist Andy Blackmore, including the midweek motorsport helmet, the RSL logo, plus some specials to commemorate our broadcast from Le Mans and Nürburgring 24-hour races. All items are made to order by our partners Full Talk Gear, and to keep the pesky postage costs down, our dispatch homepage from either Europe or the USA. New products and designs are being added regularly, so keep checking in by clicking the store button on the homepage. Show your true colours. Click the Radio Show Limited store, open 24 hours every day.
91.2 FM, Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022. And delighted to say that joining us now from Germany is the Managing Director of Classic Analytics for Hagerty. Welcome to our airwaves, Frank Wilke. Frank, you are very welcome to be with us. Hope you are fitting well.
Yes, I'm fitting well, and thank you for having the opportunity to join your show.
Tell me in broad terms, we know so much about Hagerty and its expansion, no longer just an insurance company, of course. What is Classic Analytics and how does that fit in to the Hagerty social, the Hagerty family, if you will?
Well, Hagerty, we're part of Hagerty. We're a wholly owned subsidiary of Hagerty. And we do market analysis, and we are Germany's biggest classic car appraisal organization. So we have a network of about 1,000 classic car appraisers here in Germany and in various other European countries. And with our help, they do classic car appraisals, which are accepted throughout Germany by any classic car insurance. And our connection with Hagerty is stronger than you might expect, because Hagerty has not been only selling insurance over the last decades, but they also have a big valuation team. So they have a team of about 20 or 30 people in the US who do nearly the same work as we do here in Germany. They go to auctions like we do. We talk with dealers, we talk with classic car clubs, and of course we visit events like the Le Mans Classic or the events here in Germany like the Techno Classica. And as we have been doing this over the last more than 20 years, we have amassed a great deal of data which enables us to check the correctness of a car and to tell you the value of a car.
All used cars at the moment, because of the ridiculous situation we've found ourselves in the last couple of years, supply chain problems, the continuing geopolitical issues in Ukraine with the war there. All used cars at the moment seem to be increasing in value, whether they're what you and I might call classics or not. Do you have to be careful that an overheated market doesn't skew the valuations?
Well, we have to distinguish between the used car market, which is really heated up at the moment because, as you say, the supply chain is broken, and at least the younger used cars are getting more and more expensive. We mainly deal with cars that are, let me say, over 15 years old, or at least collectible cars, like younger Lamborghinis, younger Ferraris. And this classic car market has, I would say, has cooled down over the last 4 or 5 years. It really skyrocketed from, let me say, 2010 to 2016, with ever more auction records, especially for interesting race cars with a lot of history. And then we came to a point in around 2016 where this skyrocketing stopped and some values began to drop slowly. So at the moment, we are at the bottom of the market, and prices seem to rise slowly but steadily for many cars. Not for all of them, but for many cars.
Do you have to make a distinction then and not be skewed by people who have jumped into the classic car market, not necessarily because they love cars, but because they were looking for an investment? And that, I presume, that can drive up, particularly at auction. You get two people who want a particular car. That can drive up prices unnecessarily?
Yeah. Well, I must say, I've been in this business for about more than 20 years now, and I don't know a single person that bought a classic car just for the price development over the years. In most cases, you have people who like classic cars, but who also keep an eye on the value of the car. And you're totally right. Over the last years, the number of the people who combine these two things, namely looking at the value and loving cars, this number of people has declined, but now most of them have gone out of the market again, and the collectors and the classic car enthusiasts are among a close group, so to say.
What do your assessors take into consideration then when compiling all this data? Clearly, there are solid, simple numbers. Something has been sold either on a website or from a dealer or from an auction. What other factors go into the analytics that Classic Analytics provide?
Well, it's in most cases it's the condition of the car. In most countries, you have this condition ratings from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1 being an immaculate car, a Pebble Beach show winner, and 5 being a total wreck. So the condition of the car is important. In many respects, the originality of the car is important, especially when it comes to pre-war cars or racing cars. And of course, the history. It's like when you meet an unknown person and you are not clearly sure what he has done in his past. So that's the same thing with a car. When you only have a car, it's a kind of surprise package. But if you have lots of invoices and dealer stamps going back decades, you know something more about the car and you are willing to spend more money for it.
Yes, absolutely. And I take it your assessors then need to have a broad knowledge of different car marques and manufacturers, but do some of them specialise particularly in, say, Porsches or Lamborghinis or Ferraris?
Yes, they do. I must say what our assessors do is they mainly are our eyes and ears when they see the car. So when the car is located in Hamburg and our main office is here in Bochum, they take pictures, they write down the VIN number of the car, we check the originality, and with the help of our numbers, they do their appraisals. But of course, you're right, many of them have been doing this job over the last 10 or 30 years, and some of them have specialized in Porsche, for example, or in older Bugattis. Nearly every one of them has a certain kind of type of car he likes, and he has more knowledge than others.
Do you guys, so in the case of a particular marque, let's take Porsche because I'm a Porsche guy. Are you guys following trends and trying to make predictions? Are you guys looking at the data and reporting on that rather than trying to foretell the future?
Yes. We are always 1 or 2 seconds behind what happens in the market.
Very good.
Otherwise, it's not possible. We are no fortune tellers. We don't have a crystal glass, and we never make projections what a car might be worth in the future. We can always tell you how the general value or the appreciation of this car might develop in the future, but we will never tell you this car will be worth 100,000 euros in 5 years. We would never do this.
It's a fascinating subject, and I know it's very important to get this right, particularly for people who, like me, love cars and love driving. And everybody I've met at Hagerty is exactly the same. To be able to get their pride and joy, their special car, properly insured at a value in case the unthinkable happens. And of course, that's what you guys are trying to do, give peace of mind to the insurers and thereby the owners of these lovely cars.
Exactly, that's it. So nearly every insurance offers insurance for classic cars, but there are very few in the world who really know what classic cars are about and who really, let's say, spend money on having people checking the values of classic cars on a daily basis. It's a very cost-consuming business what we're doing over here, but Hagerty needs it to be able to ensure a classic car in the right way.
I've got to ask you this question, Frank, before I let you go, and thank you very much indeed for your time joining us from Classic Analytics in Germany. Do you have a classic car? And if so, what have you got?
Well, I think you're from Britain. Do I stand it right? Yes.
Yes.
I think so. And I'm the biggest Rolls-Royce and Bentley fan south of Crewe. I have a 92 Bentley Turbo R and I have a 1972 Corniche convertible.
Oh, lovely. So the 6 3/4 litre for your new, that's a lovely car. And do you use them on a regular basis, Frank?
Unfortunately not. No, they are mostly for weekends, and when it comes to the convertible, when the weather is nice, I know they should be driven more because every Rolls-Royce lasts longer if you use it on a daily basis. But sometimes it's a lack of time, but I like it when I have the opportunity to drive them.
I'm very envious. Two of my very favourite brands, and I've been fortunate enough to go round Crewe and see them being built a number of times. Frank Wilke from Classic Analytics, thank you for joining us on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. Enjoy your classic motoring.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. The Radio Show Limited merchandise collection is now available. Click on the link on the front page at radio-show.co.uk. There's a variety of designs by renowned graphic and livery artist Andy Blackmore, including the midweek motorsport helmet, the RSL logo, plus some specials to commemorate our broadcasts from Le Mans and Nürburgring 24-hour races. All items are made to order by our partners Full Talk Gear, and to keep the pesky postage costs down, are dispatched from either Europe or the USA. New products and designs are being added regularly, so keep checking in by clicking the store button on the homepage. Show your true colours. Click the Radio Show Limited store, open 24 hours every day.
Hello and welcome to Team Talk with Radio Show Limited. In the spotlight now is
Bruce Jones.
So let's get on with it and ask the first question. Here we go. Favourite food?
A bowl of soup and a bread roll in the Corvette suite in the early hours of a Le Mans Sunday morning. That really keeps you going. Or simple keftedes and salad, Greek meatballs and salad when sitting in the shade behind a Greek beach.
Favourite drink, non-alcoholic?
Struggled with this one. Cloudy apple juice, or perhaps if somewhere really tropical, freshly crushed pineapple juice.
Favourite drink, alcoholic?
Cote du Rhône, that hits the target every time. Or a simple pint of Butcombe Bitter, as long as it's served with a bag of pork scratchings.
Favourite circuit?
Spa-Francorchamps, both the ancient version in the neighbouring valley to Malmedy and beyond, and of course the modern version too. But I still have a soft spot for Pau in the south of France. Its added bonus, of course, being brilliant circuit, but you can just walk up the slope and suddenly you're on a promenade packed of wonderful bars and restaurants overlooking the Pyrenees. It's a magical place.
Best race?
Has to be almost anything on the magnificent Nürburgring Nordschleife, but both last year and this, the final few laps of the Spa 24 Hours were truly exciting. I mean, the end of any 24-hour race is a release of emotion, win or lose, but a battle for the lead multiplies the highs and the lows. And it certainly provided that in 2020 and 2021.
Still on your bucket list?
Well, I've been dying to go here for decades. Road America, Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin. It's an old-school, epic American road circuit that has everything. It's got gradient change, a rich history, changeable weather, a bit like Spa-Francorchamps, and just the most fantastic scenic backdrop. I must get there someday.
Favourite driver, past?
Well, growing up in the 1970s, it was definitely Tom Price for his effortless style and the ability to take on the big guns in the faster cars. Then, later on, when I'd studied more of the sports history, really Tony Brooks stands out for me for his sheer intellect about how to make those fragile cars last to the finish and his ultimate style behind the wheel. A true artist.
favourite driver present?
Well, there's so many quick drivers out there. I like the ones who just add a little hint of humour to that. So Lawrence Van Toor always makes me laugh. A great double act with Earl Bamber. But I would say perhaps he's now just been overtaken since a couple of days ago when covering the 24 hours at Spa-Francorchamps, Alessandro Pierguidi, in a battle for the lead with Dries Van Toor, went around the outside at Blanchimont in streaming rain to take that lead with, 23 hours and 50 minutes behind them. Truly epic. So he's gone, for now, to the top of the charts, but perhaps this year's Le Mans will throw someone else into the mix.
Best place to go to when you have time off?
Best place for any time off away from a circuit? What's that? I'll tell you what, anywhere when you can be on safari in Africa, East Africa in particular, Kenya, Tanzania, love them, but also Namibia, the sort of arid option. And they're best of all when you go out in the half light, either at the start of the day when it's dark and you watch the sun coming up and the animals moving around, or perhaps in reverse at the end when it's all just starting to cool down a bit. So that's what I choose to do when I'm lucky enough to get time off and have the money to go with it.
And finally, can you reveal a secret about one of the RSL team?
Well, Shay Adam prefers to interview drivers whom she can liken to a Disney character, first and foremost. A little bit strange. But also Nick Damon prefers to do pieces to camera if he can be tap dancing at the same time. He always makes me laugh. That's it from me. Bruce Jones.
Thank you.
So the grid positions for the 2022 starting grid of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the 90th edition of the 24 Hours, will see two Toyotas on the front row. The number 8 hypercar class will be on car shared by Sebastian Buemi, Brendan Hartley and Ryo Hirakawa. The time in practice, 3 minutes 24.408. I say the time in practice. That was the time in the very exciting hyperpole session, just half an hour for the top 6 in each class to set their times. And to say it was a very good time indeed by Brendan Hartley to put the car on pole, but it will be Sebastian Buemi starting the number 8 from pole. Alongside him, the number 7 car, Mike Conway, will be at the wheel of that, and he's sharing with Kamui Kobayashi, who just failed to take the fastest lap. His time in the qualifying session was 3 minutes 24.828, and Jose Maria Lopez, Paquito Lopez, sharing that car. So 8 and 7, the two Toyotas, will be the front row. Number 36, the Alpine, will be next up on the inside of row 2, and that's the Alpine A480 shared by André Negrão, Nicolas Lapierre and Mathieu Vachivière. And alongside that car will be the first faster of the two Glickenhaus cars, car number 709, which is the car shared between Richard Westbrook, Frank Mayer and Ryan Briscoe. Ryan Briscoe will be starting the car, 36 and 709 on the second row of the grid. Third row of the grid, car number 708, the next of the Glickenhauses, Olivier Plat, Romain Dumas and Pipo Derani sharing the 708. And alongside that will be the fastest of the LMP2 cars, and that's on the third row as well, car number 31, and that's Sean Galail sharing with Robin Frimes and Rene Rast in the WRT Orica. All of the LMP2 cars bar one are Orica 07s running with identical Gibson engines. So 708 and 31, the third row. On the fourth row, car number 22, second in LMP2. This is the United Autosports USA entry for Phil Hansen, Philippe Albuquerque and Will Owen, sharing car number 22. And alongside them is the third of the top challengers as far as LMP2 is concerned. This is the Jota car, car number 38, which will be shared by Roberto Gonzalez, Antonio Felix da Costa and Will Stevens, 22 and 38 then, the fourth row of the grid. On the fifth row of the grid, car number 41 is another WRT car, but this entered by Real Team by WRT, car number 41. Ferdinand Habsburg, Norman Nato and Rui Andrade, the drivers. And then alongside that is another P2 car, this being the number 9 car for the Prema Orlen team. And Basically, that's part of the Iron Lynx organisation. Robert Kubica, Louis Delatraz and Lorenzo Colombo. Robert Kubica will be the start driver in that car, by the way. 41 and 9, row 5. On row 6 is another United Autosports car, the number 23, Josh Pearson, becoming the youngest ever driver to start Le Mans, although the car will be started by Alex Lynn, and the third driver in that car, Oliver Jarvis. That's number 23 for United Autosports. And alongside them, and incidentally, the United Autosports car, number 23 car, was the final car to participate in the hyperpole session as far as LMP2 is concerned. Beyond that, the qualifying times all set in the 1 hour qualifying session that we had on Wednesday evening. And the car therefore in 7th place in LMP2 on the inside of row 6 is car number 1, the Richard Mille Racing Team Orica for Charles Milesi, Sébastien Ogier and Lilou Wadou. That's car number 1, so it's going to be 23 and 1 on row 6. Row 7, car number 65, is the Panis Racing Orica, being driven by Nicolas Jamin, Julien Canal and Job van Outert. That's the number 65 car for Panis Racing, and alongside that is the number 5 car for Team Penske, Dane Cameron, Emmanuel Collard and Felipe Nasr driving the number 5 car. 65 and 5 then the 7th row of the grid. Row 8, car number 32, is the next of the WRT team cars. Dries van Toor sharing with Mirko Bortolotti and Rolf Ineichen. And that car, number 32, on row 8. Alongside it will be car number 30, also in the 2 class, the Duquesne team entry for Memo Rojas, Reshard de Guerus and Richard Bradley. It's 32 and 30 then on row 8. Row 9, car number 37, is the Cool Racing Orica, to be shared by Yifie Ye, Ricky Taylor and Niklas Kruiten. That's number 37, and alongside that is car number 28, the second of the Jota cars, John Aberdeen, Ed Jones and Olivier Rasmussen sharing that car. 37 and 28 on row 9. Row 10, car number 48, and that's the EDEC Sport Orica. Patrick Pilet, Paul-Luc Chatin and Paul Lafargue, the drivers of that car. And alongside number 48 is number 34, the Inter-Europol Competition Orica, which will be shared by Jakub Szymowski, Alex Brundle and Esteban Guterres. That's 48 and 34 sharing row 10. On row 11, car number 24 is the fastest of the Pro-Am entries in P2, this subclass within LMP2 for the less experienced drivers, or the Pro-Ams, and that's the Nielsen Racing car, fastest in that subclass, car number 24. Rodrigo Sales, Matt Bell and Ben Hanley, and alongside them is car number 35 for Ultimate Racing, and that's Jean-Baptiste Lahaye, Mathieu Lahaye and Francois Heriot. That's number 35, so it's 24 and 35 on row 11. Row 12, car number 44, is the ARC Bratislava entry for Miroslav Konopka, Bent Viscal and Tristan Vautier. Number 44, and alongside them, number 39 for Graf Racing is David Drew, Sebastian Page and Eric Trouillet. 44 and 39 on row 12. Row 13, car number 3, is the DKR Engineering Orica for Lawrence Herr, Jean Glorieux and Alexandre Cugno. That's car number 3, and alongside it, number 47, is the faster of the 2 Algarve Pro Racing Oricas. The car to be driven by Sophia Florsch, John Falb and Jack Aitken. And incidentally, that's going to be Sophia Florsch starting for Algarve Pro Racing. Number 3 and 47 on row 13. Row 14, car number 83, is the AF Corsa entered Orica Francois Perrodo, Nicholas Nielsen and Alessio Rivera, the drivers of that car. And alongside it is the number 27 car, the only Ligier in the race for CD Racing. And this is the LMP2 Ligier, the JSP 217. And that's going to be shared by Christoph Cresp, Michael Jensen and Stephen Palette. That's car number 27. So 83 and 27, row 14. Row 15, car number 43, is the second of the Inter-Europol competition cars. David Heinemeier Hansen, Fabio Scherer and Pietro Fittipaldi at the wheel of the number 43 car. And alongside that is a car around which there's been a fair amount of drama. This is car number 13, the TDS Racing by Valiente Orica, which was to be driven by Philippe Chimodomo, but Philippe was excluded by the race stewards and is not being allowed to participate in the race. So his place is being taken by the very rapid Nick de Vries, sharing with Matthias Besch and Tymon van der Helm. And as a result of that driver change, the car will move from the P2 Pro-Am class into the main P2 class, and we await to see whether or not they're going to take a grid penalty, but at the moment they are being shown as on the 15th row of the grid, sharing with number 43. So 43 and 13 are the 15th row of the grid. Row 16 is where the GT cars start, and fastest of the GT cars, number 64 for Corvette Racing, the Chevrolet Corvette C8R. Tommy Milner, Nick Tandy and Alex Sims, the drivers then. Nick Tandy was the driver who put the car on pole position in the Hyperpole session on Thursday evening. Tommy Milner will be starting for Corvette Racing in number 64 and sharing the row with his fellow team car, the number 63 Corvette, and that is to be driven by Antonio Garcia, Jordan Taylor and Nicky Katzberg, then in the number 63. So 64 and 63 leading the way in GTE Pro on row 16. Row 17, car number 91, is the faster of the two Porsche GT team entries. Jimmy Bruni, Ricard Leitz and Fred Macavici in the 91, and alongside it, number 92, the other Porsche, Laurence Vantour, Kevin Estra and Michael Christensen sharing the driving there. 91 and 92, the two Porsches lining up on row 17. Row 18 is the two AF Corsa Ferraris, number 52, the faster of the two, Davide Rigon, Antonio Fuoco and Miguel Molina, the drivers of 52, and they will be sharing that row with car number 51, James Collado, Alessandro Pierguidi and Daniel Serra, 52 and 51 on row 18. And then on row 19 is the remaining GTE Pro class car, the number 74 Ferrari for Riley Motorsports, Shane van Gisbergen, Felipe Fraga and Sam Berg, the drivers of the number 74. And that will be starting, or alongside that car, will be starting the fastest of the GTE AM cars. And this is another Ferrari for AF Corsa, the number 61 car. And that was driven in the Hyperpole session by Vincent Abril, and he'll be sharing with Conrad Grunewald and Louis Pret. 74 then from GTE Pro and 61 from GTE AM on row 19. On row 20 is the second fastest car in the GTE AM class from the Hyperpole session. That's car number 57, which is the Kessel Racing Ferrari for Mikkel Jensen, not to be confused with Michael Jensen. Mikkel Jensen then in number 57, Frederick Schandorf and Takeshi Kimura driving the Kessel Racing car 57, and alongside it is the number 77 car from Dempsey Proton Racing, the Porsche 911 RSR 19 for Christian Reed, Sebastian Prio and Harry Tinkle. That's 57 and 77 then on row 20. Row 21, car number 98, and that is the Northwest AMR Aston Martin. Car number 98, shared by Paul Dallalana, Nicky Thiem and David Pittard. and alongside it will be the number 54 car for the AF Corsa team, the Ferrari of Nick Cassidy, Francesco Castellacci and Thomas Floor. That's car number 54, starting on row 21. 98 and 54 is row 21. On the 22nd row, that one has car number 85, the GR Racing Porsche. That's Michael Wainwright, who will be sharing with Tom Gamble and Ricardo Pera. And alongside it will be car number 86. Actually, I've got that the wrong way around, haven't I? Because on row 22, we've got number 85 on the inside, which is the Iron Dames car. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. The Iron Dames car from the Iron Lynx team, but they are car number 85. And that's Rahel Frey, Sarah Bovey, and Michelle Gatting. Rahel Frey will be the start driver for Iron Dames, car number 85. And then alongside that car is the GR Racing car number 86, Michael Wainwright, Ricardo Pera and Tom Gamble sharing that Porsche. So 85, 86, row 22. Row 23, car number 56, is the Team Project 1 Porsche for Brendan Irebe, Ollie Milroy and Ben Barneycoat. That's car number 56. And alongside it is another of the Team Project 1 Porsches. That's car number 46, Mikkel Pedersen, Nicholas Leutwiler and Matteo Cairoli sharing that car. 56 and 46 on row 23. Row 24, car number 79, is the WeatherTech Racing Porsche for Cooper McNeil, Julian Andlauer and Thomas Merrill. That's car number 79, and alongside it is car number 99, the Hardpoint Motorsport, although Absolute Racing are behind that entry, the Porsche for Andrew Harrianto, Alessio Picciarella and Martin Rump. That's car number 99 for the Hardpoint Motorsport entry, 79 and 99, row 24. Row 25, car number 59, is the Inception Racing car for Alexander West, Combe Ledegar and Marvin Klein. The car number 59, and alongside it is car 21, which is the AF Corsa Ferrari for Tony Villander, Christoph Ulrich and Simon Mann. That's car number 29, 59 and 21 on row 25. Row 26, car number 55, is the Spirit of Race Ferrari for Matt Griffin, David Perel and Duncan Cameron. That's number 55, and alongside it is number 75 for the Iron Lynx team, another Ferrari for Nicholas Varon, Christian Hook and Pierre Eret. 55 and 75 on row 26. Row 27, car number 66, is the JMW Motorsport Ferrari for Jason Hart, Mark Farmer and Renger van der Zande. And alongside it is 777, the D-Station Racing Aston Martin for Satoshi Hoshino, Tomonobu Fuji and Charlie Fagg. That's 66 and 77 then, sharing row 27. Row 28 is car number 88, the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche for Jan Halen, Maxwell Root and Fred Pordad, number 88. And alongside that is number 33, the TF Sport car, the TF Sport Aston Martin car number 33 for Ben Keating, Enrique Chavez and Marco Sorensen. So 88 and 33 sharing row number 28. On row 29, car number 60 is another of the Iron Lynx entries for Raffaele Giammaria, Alessandro Balsan and Claudio Schiavoni, number 60. And number 93 is then alongside that car, the Proton Competition Porsche. This is Michael Fassbender's entry, reshelled since the beginning of the week, but now running strongly. And Michael Fassbender's sharing with Matt Campbell and Zachariah Rubichon. So 60 and 93 on row 29. Row 30, car number 80 is again Iron Lynx entered Ferrari for Matteo Cressoni, Giancarlo Fisichella and Richard Highstand. And alongside that, car number 71, yet another Ferrari in the GTE AM class, but this one entered by Spirit of Race for Frank Desuto, Pierre Ragg and Gabrielle Aubry. That's 80 and 71 on row 30. And then starting on the very back of the grid will be car number 45, the Algarve Pro Racing LMP2 car, which Stephen Thomas crashed on Wednesday, has received a new tub and is now fit and ready to race, hopefully. Stephen Thomas, James Allen and Renee Binder sharing number 45 for Algarve Pro Racing. And alongside it, the number 10 car for Vector Sport, which didn't set a time during the qualifying hour. Apart from that, it's been a pretty reliable car, but wasn't able to set a time during the crucial 1 hour of qualifying. So starting on the very back slot of the grid, number 10 for Vector Sport, Nico Muller, Ryan Cullen and Sebastian Bourdais. So 45 and 10 wrap up the grid at the very back there. Both of those Co2 cars, LMP2 cars, but representing the completion of a 62-car grid for the 2022 24 Hours of Le Mans.
The Radio Show Limited merchandise collection is now available. Click on the link on the front page at radio-show.co.uk. There's a variety of designs by renowned graphic and livery artist Andy Blackmore, including the midweek motorsport helmet, the RSL logo, plus some specials to commemorate our broadcasts from Le Mans and Nürburgring 24-hour races. All items are made to order by our partners Full Talk Gear, and to keep the pesky postage costs down, are dispatched from either Europe or the USA. New products and designs are being added regularly, so keep checking in by clicking the store button on the homepage. Show your true colours. Click the Radio Show Limited store, open 24 hours every day.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Well, in the Cayman Islands at the moment, it's a very nice 30 degrees here at Le Mans at the end of the Bugatti circuit in the TV compound. Just under 23 degrees. The track temperature, though, already 50 degrees. We're expecting somewhere over 25 degrees in the air. That's going to be getting toasty for the Michelin and Goodyear tyres. Dropping down to 14 overnight, high of 24 tomorrow. However, 25% chance of rain this evening on race day at Radio Le Mans.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time.
Well, I'm delighted to say that taking time out of his busy schedule here at Le Mans 2022 to visit us here at Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM, the president of IMSA, John Doonan. Welcome back to France. Welcome back to Hagerty Radio Le Mans. How are you? You look well.
I'm feeling great, as always. It's really good to be back here at Le Mans. When I first came, 2008, we had a LMP2 car in the field. You and I knew each other from over in the States and all the work you and your team have done there. And now this is my 14th time in a row to be here, and it gets better and better every time.
John, it's an exciting time for sports car racing. We're here at Le Mans. I do want to talk about Le Mans, but I've got to have you talk about IMSA and GTP. Earlier this week, BMW showing their car, the M Hybrid, which was pretty funky, and then Cadillac showing their concept GTP Hybrid, which it looks like it comes out of Gran Turismo. Man, this is a good time for you and me, because it's a good time for sports car enthusiasts, and that's what we are.
Yeah, if you string together the last week, what has transpired, Acura showed, obviously in camouflage, what their GTP car is going to look like. As you pointed out, BMW. And then yesterday, Rory Harvey and the entire Cadillac and GM Racing family unveils a stunning GTP car. I'm giggling because that's how it makes everyone feel. And in the unveil, we were sitting in Corvette Racing's hospitality, and everyone is giggling because it looks the part. We know they're going to sound the part. And then in the end, these cars are the ultimate expression of an automaker.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The concept of GTP, call it LMDH, call it DPI 2.0, because effectively IMSA have done very little, if anything at all, from what was already going to be the next generation of DPI cars in terms of the regulations. It gives the manufacturers an opportunity to express their personality and their character. I know that was something that Scott Atherton and you, having now taken on that role, which seems like yesterday, but you're well into the job now, that was something that you were all very keen on. And the manufacturers have responded to that, John.
Yeah, we have a saying around the office, and it really comes from Mr. France. The market will speak, and we don't sit in Daytona and make decisions in a vacuum. We try to get a pulse on the industry, specifically those who are current partners, and then of course welcoming others. But you're right, DPI 2.0, and ironically, I was on the other side of the table in those early meetings. It was well on its way, and of course the relationship with Pierre Fion, Terry Bouvet, the ACO board, the entire team, Frederic now with WEC, originally Gerard, it's solid. The relationship is solid. I obviously inherited a good relationship, and I would characterize it as great now. And they saw and joined in on what DPI 2.0 was going to be. And at one point, I think it really hit me, 16 manufacturers were around the table, and look at the numbers now of those who have committed. It's remarkable.
And we can add Lamborghini to that now as well, because they've done their deal with Ligier, which means all 4 of the current LMP2 chassis suppliers will be represented in GTP LMDH come certainly 2024 by the time that Lamborghini comes in. And I was saying to somebody yesterday, now we've seen some pretty interesting designs as we've spoken about, but if we know anything about Lamborghini, what are they going to come up with, John?
I said that you read my mind. Yesterday I said to someone, you think this is good, wait till you see what else is coming along here, because the styling cues of some of these brands that are committing on the road car side are incredible, and then they're going to take it to the next level on the prototype design cues and styling. So super excited about where we're headed for those who have committed, and then of course more yet to come.
Easy to look at this now and say, well, of course it was a good idea, and of course the manufacturers were going to jump in. But at that reveal, that announcement at Daytona, which it was, just a couple of years ago, just before the big full course yellow, as Eve always calls it, it seems even more prescient now than it was then.
No question. I said it a few times. What we're doing now is what the manufacturers have asked for, what the tire partners have asked for, consistency, and ultimately what the fans have asked for. I think maybe not so vocally, but deserve. And with the brands that have committed, with the teams they're aligned with, we're in for an incredible Rolex 24, and of course, fast forward a year from now here at Le Mans, and you're going to have in both places the best of the best.
Let's pick up a little bit of housekeeping with IMSA. We've got the Sahlen's 6 Hours of the Glen coming up, another marquee race right off the back of Le Mans. A lot of people, including us, heading back there, and yourself. That'll be a big weekend. Looming on the horizon is Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. We've not been there for a couple of years. You and the rest of IMSA have been absolutely clear that you wanted to get back to that great circuit and to the Canadian fans as quick as possible. The opportunity has presented itself. It seems that not all the teams will decide to go. Why is it important that that race happens, and that, I mean, in some ways, John, is that a stake in the sand from IMSA to say, look, we have to do this now?
Well, first, at Watkins Glen, I think you probably ought to try to get a parking spot now, because we're going to have 50 cars in the 6 hour. We're going to have over 40 in Pilot Challenge, and you combined in Carrera Cup and Super Trofeo and MX5 Cup, there's going to be over 200 race cars at the Glen.
Yes, and I'm chained to the box for all of that. I won't be moving.
Okay, good. But when it comes to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, you're right. In fact, the last time I was there, I was wearing a different shirt, and I was standing in the winner's circle. But first of all, Miles Brandt, Ron Fellows, Carlo Fidani, they have hung in there when we couldn't race there for 3 years. The momentum going into this race is monumental. They're going to have a huge crowd, a lot of pent-up energy. You know how passionate the Canadian fans are for what we do, and especially what we do at Canadian Tire. So we're going. We have an agreement to go. They can hold a race. Obviously, the vaccine mandates have been a little bit of a challenge, but candidly, we're going to have a solid field in WeatherTech. We're going to have a solid field in Michelin Pilot, and we're going to put on an amazing show.
I don't want to bring politics into this at all, but Imsa has continued to race in the US over the last 2 years when, 45% of the people who are in that paddock have had to come from out of the US? I mean, is that a fair point to make to the people who say, why are we going?
There's no question. When the world stopped, as you said, or we put out the full course yellow, we immediately started working with customs. You, Eve, and the team. Obviously, we wanted to get you guys back in the States as well. But you're right. Over 40% of our paddock comes from outside the U.S. They found a way to get in. We found a way to get them in, and we were able to keep the championship going in full schedule. So we ought to go to Canada and do the same.
And kudos to the Canadian team, some of which relocated, by the way, to make sure they could still compete in IMSA, moved south of the border to make sure that they could still make their obligations. The rest of the season comes pretty thick and fast after that. It's tradition that you and I have a sit down and chat about the next season at Road America, and looking forward to that. Come on, John, it's just me and you. Give me a little hint. What are we going to see? The watchword over the last few years for IMSA in the schedule has been date equity, and building on that has been a real cornerstone. Yep. Any likely surprises that we're going to see?
There may be some. I like to surprise you. I like to surprise our audience. You're right. Date and venue equity is critically important. We're super proud of our NBC partnership, as you know. You all and your team do an incredible job of telling our story around the world. Obviously, in the States, we have NBC, we have USA Network. So a lot of the schedule dates are driven by television windows, whether it's a network show or a cable show. So that plays into the dates. Venues, you're right. We're going to do the Roar and the Race back-to-back in January again. We're going to go visit Sebring and bring the Super Sebring back with WEC and those types of things. But there are a few slight adjustments we're going to make. More to come on that. But we're super excited about what 23 is going to look like with the new content on track. And then besides my day job, I'm back in the race team business, as you might know.
Oh, right.
A year from now, we're going to be bringing a special entry here to Le Mans.
I've got so many questions about that schedule that I know I can't ask now, but thank you for sharing that, John. That's a good point. Let's fast forward a year. What is termed Garage 56 here at Le Mans, because for so long there were only 55 garages. One was laid out for an innovative car or something different. I've always said that Garage 56 isn't a place, it's a state of mind. And for Garage 56 in 2023, the 100th anniversary of the first running of Le Mans, we're going back in time, because we're going back to the 1970s and bringing a cup car to race at Le Mans.
Yeah, again, you see me giggling. This is the little boy on the other side of the fence. But this race, just like Rolex 24, just like Sebring, has been a place where automotive technology has made a breakthrough. We know that from the rearview mirror to hybrid systems, if you fast forward, to tire testing. And what is going to happen here next year, as you point out, is absolutely a little bit of a throwback, but it's also a little bit of back to the future. Bill France Sr. in 1976 had the idea that NASCAR ought to be on a global stage. And he brought a few teams over to compete. Herschel McGriff, who is going in the Hall of Fame now, and a team led by Junie Dunleavy came over and competed. Those two cars are actually here in Europe. We hope to have them here with us next year as we celebrate what's going to be an incredible opportunity to put the next gen NASCAR Cup car through probably the most punishing test possible, 24 hours with the winningest team in NASCAR history, Hendrick Motorsport, the winningest manufacturer in NASCAR history, Chevrolet, and of course NASCAR's tire partner Goodyear, who of course is now working so hard with the LMP2 program. All of those all-stars came together to make this a reality.
Next gen NASCAR Cup car. Hybrid technology in that car? I mean, it kind of ties in with what the ACO and Imsa are doing. Another smile on the face of Mr. Doonan.
Well, we're going to, much like the schedule that you and the listeners want to know about, we're going to come out with the car's final specs here. We've been doing some simulator testing. And, the line at the door, you and I have no chance to be behind the wheel. Driver like Alex Bowman, current driver, has been in the sim, validating the tire grip. A Le Mans regular, Mike Rockenfeller, has come and after validating the grip with Alex Bowman, has put the car through its paces here. And then, of course, Mr. Jeff Gordon himself, key part of the Hendrick family. He's been behind the wheel. And Mr. Hendrick said a few weeks ago, he said, John, I've got friends I didn't know I had. Everyone's calling me wanting to drive this thing.
Yeah. And I bet that's not even the start of it, to be honest. People will look at that, John, and say, okay, I understand it isn't, obviously it's a car that can't run in the categories that will be at Le Mans, so that's why it's outside of the competitive of categories. But why do this? And why, what is the raison d'etre, to use the French phrase, of bringing that car here when it would never compete here in the current class structure?
Well, it starts with a vision, and that's Jim France, replicating and honoring what happened in 1976 by his father's vision. And then it's a credit to Steve Phelps, Steve O'Donnell, John Probst, Brandon Thomas, who've taken the NASCAR Cup Series and brought what I would characterized as a modular car, and there's a great video that shows how this car comes together, with obviously in a similar manner that it's hub on a prototype. There's a safety cell around the driver, the front clip, the rear clip all come together. A manufacturer has their engine package, and then much like GTP, they have an opportunity to express a road-going brother or sister. And Ford does it with the Mustang, Chevrolet does it with the Camaro, and Toyota does it with the Camry. And so this is an opportunity with this new car that actually runs and feels, based on driver feedback, like a GT car. Yeah. Chase Briscoe, won his first race this season for Ford, and Mark Rushbrook and I were talking about it, and Chase says this thing drives like an IMSA car. He's driven in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in a Mustang. So this is a really, really special opportunity to put the car in front of a passionate group of fans here, in front of the automakers that now see the opportunity that's in NASCAR. And just yesterday I was reading some clips on social media, and some folks said, oh, NASCAR's taking over, and but you know what? IMSA is part of the NASCAR family. Yeah. An incredible opportunity for us to leverage a lot of great resources, broadcast, which you, of course, voice for us in so many opportunities, the Technology Center up in Concord. And so there is so much collaboration. NASCAR has their schedule, IMSA has their schedule, but in the end, there's a ton of collaboration.
I'm an endurance racing fan, but I'm a motorsport fan. If it's got wheels in, they keep score. That's me. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, on-road, off-road. You know me, Joe. Petrol runs through my veins. And I look at particularly the longer NASCAR races. That's just a single driver endurance race. That it is, and they get to make changes on the fly. And no better person than doing that in his 8 Cup wins with Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus, who was walking the track here earlier this week. I saw him myself, legend of the sport as a crew chief, and working to get that car. Who was the king of the last 25, 30 miles in those long 500-mile races? Knaus and Jamie Johnson. They were always there with the 48 car. So there's a lot of similarities there between that, and I think it's going to be a fan favourite straight away.
It is, and it's going to sound the part, I can tell you that. So anyone that wants to camp along the side of the road during the 24 next year, the ground's going to shake. The tent flaps will be in the breeze when the big NASCAR V8 goes by. But you mentioned Chad, and what an honor for me. I teased him yesterday. I said, honestly, I still can't believe I'm in conversations with you, Chad Knaus, who has written so many records with Jimmy. But he came here last year in a little bit of a reconnaissance mission, in disguise, if you will. And then he said to me, wow, you walk into these garages, and I'm not sure everyone in the States, certainly on the NASCAR side, realize what it takes to accomplish the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And so I think that's been great. This year, he's got his game face on, and he's brought other Hendrick colleagues along, and we've brought IMSA colleagues along to help navigate what is going to be a proper entry, a proper hospitality, a proper pit experience for our guests and our partners. So it's going to be a blast. I'm excited because in my new role, I don't have a horse in the race, right?
Yeah.
And just like you calling the races, you're calling what you see.
Yeah.
You don't have a favorite. You call it as you see it. Now I'm back in the race team business with some incredible partners, my colleagues at NASCAR, and everybody in the Hendrick family, Chevrolet, of course, and Goodyear.
You've got some pretty cool shirts to wear. You're president of IMSA at the moment. That's a very cool shirt to wear. Before that, you had Mazda Yost Racing at one stage, and now are you going to have? Is it going to be NASCAR Hendrick Racing? Is it going to be Chevrolet NASCAR Hendrick? That's a cool shirt, Mr. D.
It's funny you said that because, of course, because of a lot of the meetings, I am in a suit coat here. But I was thinking about what I do next year is maybe underneath a team shirt, such that when the meetings end and I can go to the garage and be part of the team, I'll just sort of pull off the sport coat and be a team member. But Hendrick Motorsports, as the winningest team, was chosen to represent NASCAR. Of course, Mark Rushbrook from Ford, David Wilson from Toyota, they're engaged with this project to understand the versatility of the car, and there's a lot of road courses. In fact, NASCAR is at Sonoma this weekend, and so everybody's aware of what's going on, but it's about the sport. You mentioned you're a racer. This is about what's right for the sport and putting it on a global stage.
A 10-year-old John Doonan would be very excited about this. Is this going to be a one-off then for this NASCAR? Might we see it, this Cup car, might we see it in IMSA later on? And obviously, you want to make the splash here, so it's not going to pop out and do an IMSA race earlier in the season as a bit of a test. It'll come here for test day. There'll be some private testing. But later on, is there the opportunity for a non-competition run, maybe in one of the IMSA races as well? Because having the car here that ran at Le Mans in, the Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen or Petit Le Mans, that would be pretty cool in the race rather than just driving some laps.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because we've talked about that, and frankly, what Garage 56 stands for, I think over time, and I had the opportunity previously to do some things with alternative fuels that were unique, and obviously we We did a road car diesel engine and things like that. So we've done a lot of that organically. But what Garage 56 stands for is absolutely that opportunity for innovation. We've done it organically on the IMSA side, and you never know. We've talked about it. So maybe like the schedule and maybe like the specs of the car, we'll have to come back around to that one sometime.
Right, okay, that's fine. I've got a list now that I'm going to keep coming back to you with every time I speak to you. Let's finish off with talking about this phenomenal collaboration that's brought together the regulations effectively for the top class here at Le Mans in Imsa, which means the biggest sports car racers in the world have a continuity and have this basic set of regulations that means you can run two different classes of cars within the same class, and the BOP will work things out. We haven't seen yet, because we haven't seen any of the GTPs racing, that working. However, we've got the opportunity for some phenomenal battles on both sides of the sports car coin here. What's the situation now with IMSA, with bringing in people like Peugeot, who we'll see here next year? They've clearly got, as part of the Stellantis group, they've got some American brands like Chrysler and Dodge, which it would be talking to a fan yesterday who used to work for Chrysler, who says, I'd love to see the Pentastar back. It's not the Pentastar anymore, but you and I know that. Chrysler, Dodge, the opportunity for Toyota with Lexus maybe, and all of the other brands that are coming in, and Ferrari. What is the situation there, and are there any talks ongoing for either one-off entries, and how would they be seen, John, by IMSA at the Blue Riband events, or even something more series-long based as far as these hypercars are concerned?
Yeah, convergence in general starts with the technical teams at both ACO and IMSA. So massive credit to Simon Hodgson and Matt Kurdock from our team at IMSA, and Terry Bouvet here at the ACO. Without those technical minds and their leadership, we wouldn't have gotten to convergence. Pierre Fion, Richard Mille, obviously representing the Endurance Commission at the FIA, and myself, we're the lucky ones that get to sit with you and do the interviews and talk about convergence. But in the trenches have been Matt, Simon, and Terry. They also, frankly, have brought us to a place with the OEMs, with the tire partners, with fuel partners, and of course on the LMDH technical regulation side, the hybrid powertrain partners, to bring all this together such that we can put a stake in the ground and say we have convergence. Everybody's got to go to the wind tunnel. Everybody's got to go to the track and show demonstrated performance. But we would love to, with validation of those elements, welcome the Stellantis group, as you said, to the Rolex 24 or to the 12 Hours of Sebring. We would love to see the Gazoo Racing Toyotas come and compete with us. We would love to see, as you said, incredible fights. These auto manufacturers have used this platform of endurance sports car racing to tell their brand story. And as I said many times, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the fans have come. Your listeners from Radio Le Mans and Radio Show Limited have come to see the best drivers, the best teams in the best race cars. And that's what convergence is all about.
I'm going to ask you a question, and feel free to say I'm not really going to comment about that at the moment. What about Glickenhaus? Glickenhaus is the American hypercar manufacturer, and they compete with honour with the American flag. Can they? Could they? Would they be welcomed into IMSA?
So at the moment, and for years prior to my arrival, our sporting regulations are based on a definition of an auto manufacturer being a 2,500 unit road car volume manufacturer. In the end, we also haven't written the regulations for 2023 as of yet for the sporting side. We haven't opened up the entry process, but based on current regulations, it's a 2,500 unit volume.
That's for anybody.
Exactly.
This is not a specific regulation for current LMH manufacturers, Glickenhaus or anybody else.
No, sir. In fact, I think the FIA, when it comes to being a recognized GT3 manufacturer, there's some sporting regulations in there that mandate a road car volume. So more to come on that. I guess add that to your list relative to the schedule and some of the other items we talked about. But we're here to see, hard to believe, the 99th actual running, right? We're going to have a centenary next year, and it's going to be incredible.
What are you looking forward to most this weekend? Sitting here talking to me is, part of what you've got to do, but you are a race fan at heart. Will you get to see any of the race? And I mean, obviously you get to do something that I never do because I'm here. You get to stand on the grid just beforehand, which I'm tremendously envious about. And 10-year-old John Doonan would be also good. What, really? I can stand on the grid at Le Mans? But what are you looking forward to most this weekend, John?
Well, I'm not sure about you and your team, but after night practice last night, I left after some meetings around 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning. So I did get the opportunity to go out on the circuit last night and stand on the fence like a little boy, which was awesome. We've had a great opportunity to see a lot of our manufacturer partners, a lot of our teams and drivers. After Detroit and the Belle Isle event, as you know, there was a plane loads of drivers and team members that had to come over and execute. So if I don't have a horse in the race at the IMSA events, I certainly cheer for our drivers, which there's at least a dozen that are competing. That are
19 full-timers here,
yeah.
And probably about nearly 3 times that who've competed in IMSA.
100%. In fact, 69% of the drivers in the entry list have at least one IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship start. So that's incredible. I also love seeing our partners at Michelin and their massive, you can call it a little city, a village that they've set up to service all the teams. I love to see them compete here and cheer them on as well. Obviously, Clermont is the place where they produce the tires, so it's a special moment. I get to see Scott Clark, a tremendous partner from Michelin, here every year, and hopefully he'll come join us in the States. But love seeing our teams and drivers compete. Obviously, Corvette Racing, Hyperpole last night, so super pleased for them.
Nick Tandy's first pole here, believe it or not. I couldn't believe that. I had to look that one up. John, I know how busy you are. It's been a pleasure as always. We'll see and sit down with you for a cup of tea or something at the Sailing 6 Hours of the Glen, which will follow rather too quickly after Le Mans. And you can hear all of that, of course, in every session of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the support series at the weekend, and all those IMSA developmental series over on our sister station, IMSA Radio. And we've got most of that in sound and vision as well. President of IMSA, John Doonan at Le Mans. A real pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and all the best to your listeners, and thanks for tuning in around the world, whether it's the Le Mans 24 or all of the IMSA content that we're able to provide.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
And before we speak to my studio guests, let's head straight down to the pit lane. Shay Adam in a moment, but first, Nick Damon soaking up the atmosphere on a grid that looks a little bit different to normal, Nick, in terms of where the cars are positioned. Still in echelon Le Mans style formation, but not quite tails to the wall.
No, this is, as you know, I'm a bit of a cynical old Hector in many ways, but this is absolutely blooming marvellous, this is. We've got a fabulous crowd, the sun's out, the grid's packed. As you say, the cars are a bit more spread out, both away from the wall and between each other, a bit more space. They've also fenced them all off. So they've kind of made a bit of a delineation between those with certain passes and the general grid walkery. But the atmosphere really is building. Suddenly you realise what you're missing for these last 2 years. It is absolutely superb. I can't wait to get my teeth into trying to weed some information out of these. And I'm thinking, if I'm this excited, what's our American ball of energy going to be like, Shay?
I'm quite tame right now, Nick, just trying to save up the energy for the rest of the race, but I'm all the way down with the head of the grid and actually standing next to a bright yellow and blue car, because not only is this the first Le Mans back for fans, but this is the first Le Mans for Roger Penske, and the captain, Team Penske here in the LMP2 field, qualified 9th in the LMP2 category. And Mr. Penske is standing about 5 feet away from me. The captain is deep in conversation with other VIPs. He is smiling and he has the energy. We'll get a word with him later on in the race, I'm sure, because Mr. Penske is known for staying close by while the action is taking place.
Tim Sindrick, the president of operations of Team Penske, was here up until Thursday night at about 1:15 in the morning. Had a quick chat with him before he jumped on the corporate jet and headed to the IndyCar race this weekend. More atmosphere from the grid, but let's get one of our traditions off and running, and it's a one that I hate doing every year, but I feel we still should do it. It is the Hagerty Radio Le Mans Roll of Honour. By no means a comprehensive list of those who have passed away since the last time we were at the Circuit de la Sarthe, but hopefully a representative sample of those people involved in our sport, being the wider sport of motorsport, who sadly won't be enjoying this race with us. And we start off with a legendary journalist and broadcaster who became one of the most influential, memorable, outrageous and much-loved paddocks in the United States. It is, of course, a man who was a racer, first of all, Robin Miller, working from everyone from the Indianapolis Star, Racer, NBC Sports, ESPN, Speed TV. Robin was one of a kind and will always be remembered fondly by all who knew him and who knew his work. Steve Brodie has died since the last time we were here. 2 Indy Lights Championship with Players Forsyth Racing and an Indy 500 with Eddie Cheever. Steve loved restoring and spannering on classic cars as well as contemporary machinery. Gordon Spice, British sports car and British touring car champion, always the life and soul of any gathering. 4 Group C World Championships from 1985 to 1988. Nino Vaccarella, former Italian sports car racer, always an Italian, who won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Sebring 12 Hours, Nürburgring 1000K and the Targa Florio 3 times. Away from the track, he was a skill teacher, one of the greats. Dean Berta Vinales, just 15 years old, in a Supersport 300 race on the World Superbike calendar. At Jerez, lost his life after a Turn 1 accident, desperately missed by his entire family, including his cousin, Maverick Vinales, MotoGP rider. Alice Hanks, a feature at the Indy 500, lovingly known as the First Lady of Racing. Alice always found alongside her husband, Sam, a racer and Indy 500 winner. Jack Tordoff has died since the last time we were here at Le Mans. Chairman of JCT 600 Group, instrumental in building the business from a single workshop and a petrol station to 54 dealerships representing 25 car brands. Rally competitor in the 60s and 70s, won the International Circuit of Ireland Rally in 1973. Bernd Herring, legendary public relations figure for Porsche, including Rennsport. Paul Smart, the Isle of Man and Grand Prix racer, 7 podiums in 10 race starts at the GP, an integral part of Ducati after his win at Imola in 1972, and the company named one of their bikes after him in 2006. Antonio Terzi, an aerodynamicist for Ferrari and Williams, created the walrus nose for the FW26. Antonia was one of the first women to take a senior role in what was then a male-dominated Formula One. Headed aerodynamics at Bentley as well before moving into a teaching role. Victor Herdfelter, extremely talented race car fabricator and race car mechanic, long-term team member and mechanic for Johnny Crean. Robert Brooks, one of the biggest personalities in the UK historic racing team. Very competent endurance racer. He won the Group N European Touring Car Championship and subsequently became chairman of the British Racing Drivers Club, provided support and encouragement for the Duke of Richmond, then Lord March, in establishing the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Al Turner, Big Al Turner, created and developed the iconic Falcon GT8O, started at Ford Australia in 1968 and was tasked with creating a market for the muscle car. He was told, make a car that will dominate the racetracks in the road, and he started the special vehicle operations. Gernot Leistner, for over 50 years, race director at the Norris Ring, first competed in motorcycles himself as a works and test rider for Audi, World Championship win in 1957. He was awarded the German Federal Cross of Merit and continued to attend races until 2019. Bob Bondurant, another legendary name. American racer with Shelby's Ford, Cobra, Eagle, Ferrari, as well in Formula One. He achieved success right across the US and Europe, winning 18 of 20 races in a Corvette and a Le Mans GT class win in 1964 with Dan Gurney. And of course set up his driving school as well, which helped actors such as Paul Newman, Tom Cruise and Christian Bale. Stuntman himself and technical advisor to movie projects, Motorsport Hall of Fame in America. He was inducted there in 2003. Tony Dron, renowned journalist and touring car racer who had 2 class wins at Le Mans in 1982 in the Porsche 934 and a Group C Kramer CK5 in 1983. During a career of 43 years, he won hundreds of races in 21 makes and 41 models of car. Test driver for Octane magazine when he retired from racing in 2011. Walter Tresser, former head of Audi Sport and a talented engineer who managed the Quattro project and brought permanent all-wheel drive with the Quattro in 1980. Secured drivers such as Walter Roll and Michel Mouton their rally victories. Villefranco, the winner of the first great race at Phillip Island. That later became the Bathurst 1000 at Mount Panorama. Started off running a Vauxhall dealership in Victoria. Claude de Guzak, former General Secretary of the Commission Sportif Internationale, which was later integrated into the FIA, active in the French resistance during the war and started in the motor industry as a salesman and journalist, became John Wyre's assistant before he went on to Peugeot and Matra Sports and Ligier as their sporting director. We lost Sir Frank Williams since the last time we've been here, founder, of course, of the Williams Formula One team and team principal from its foundation in 1977 to 2020. So much said about Sir Frank, just a doughty competitor all the way through his life, a true icon of the sport. Rennie Hoffer, who was just 19, motocross 2 world championship factory rider for Red Bull KTM, lost his life in an avalanche in Austria. Alonso, a hero to many, an IndyCar legend, won the Indy 500 4 times, 70, 71, 78 and 87, and at 47 made him the oldest winner ever. One of the Unser dynasty who've had such a terrible few years in terms of losing some of their great names. Hazel Chapman, co-founder of Lotus, wife of Sir Colin Chapman. Hazel continued development of the Mark I and Mark II when Colin entered the Royal Air Force and founded the Doghouse Motorsport Club for Women, which was at Silverstone for so many years. Jesse Alexander, American photographer of international motorsport, a friend to many of the races, featured in Sports Illustrated and Car and Driver. His photos sometimes showed behind the scenes and some of the less glamorous side of motorsport. Also, outside of motorsport, directed a short film and captured Bobby Kennedy on his campaign trail, and of course, responsible for that famous photo of Francois Sever with those piercing blue eyes. Yutaka Suzuki, Nissan Super GT Director from 2009 and General Manager of Nismo's Racing Division and Head of the GT500 car development, won 2 championships in 2014 and 15, joined Nissan and in 1990 and was part of the team that engineered, one of the engineers that took the car of Aguri Suzuki, Kazuko Hoshino and Masahiko Kageyama that took the podium finish in the 1998 24 Hours here at Le Mans. T.E. McHale, long-time PR for Honda, former reporter for Ohio's Mansfield News Journal and IndyCar Series PR team member. He brought calm and class to any paddock that he was a part of, and of course, a love of racing and life. I don't think I ever saw him without a smile on his face. He'll be much missed. Bob Keselowski, the 1989 ARCA Menard Series champion, 24 careers, victories, 8th on the all-time series list. One of his sons, of course, Brad Keselowski, in the NASCAR Series, a champion in his own right. Martha Earnhardt, married to Ralph Earnhardt from 1947 until the NASCAR driver's death in 73. Mother of the late Dale Earnhardt Sr., a matriarch of the NASCAR family, beloved and respected within the industry. Steve Richards, broadcaster for Performance Racing Network, pit reporter, producer and co-anchor of NASCAR events for 30 years. Tony Jeffries, 3 times an Isle of Man TT winner in the 750 and 350 class. Died after crashing during practice his son, David, died during practice for the 2003 Isle of Man TT race. Kevin Kalkoven, Champ Car co-founder and winning Indy 500 team owner, who was pivotal in the reunification of IndyCar. Tony Kanaan won for him in the number 11 Dallara Chevrolet in the car owned by him and Jimmy Vasser in 2013 at the 500. Lived life to the fullest, did Kevin. Gordon Henderson, former colleague of mine and much beloved of everyone at Autosport magazine. Absolutely lived and breathed motorsport, was brilliant at the advertising side of Autosport. Always had a story and always had a good word for everybody. And the halls of Autosport and publishing, and indeed this paddock, are much less exciting and much less fun without Gordon. Jim Gavin, the man who founded lawnmower racing in the UK, including, of course, the famous Wisborough Green 25 Hours. From the grass to the stars. Yeah, very good. Vincent Grattanelli, Indy 500 winning team owner, started a mechanic at the 1961 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and of course famously worked on the STP turbine cars. All with Mario Andretti. He won Indy 500 in 69 and an F1 podium in 1970. Vic Rice, true gentleman, endurance racer from the USA to here in Europe. 24 hours of Daytona, 14 starts, 12 hours of Sebring, Watkins Glen, Petit Le Mans, and indeed even the Nürburgring 24, and here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2001. We've also lost Steve Schnabel since the last time we were here at Le Sarthe. And David George, legendary commentator at Castle Combe in the UK, hosted the Racing School and Action Days. Toto Lassley and Kevin Olsen. Kevin, the 2-time USAC National Midget Champion. Bob Milloy, the voice of many stage rally starts and decades in the British Rally Championship. Brian Naito Nightingale, icon of Bathurst and motorsport legend, long-time commentator for The Great Race, regular columnist for the Western Advocate and on Radio 2 WS. John Crook, British Rally and Sports Car Chief Scrutineer, British GT's long-standing eligibility scrutineer too. Roger Rager raced in the 1980s Indianapolis 500, 1980 Indianapolis 500, with an engine block found in the junkyard, and 3 times the winner of the Masters Classic event at Knoxville. We've lost Colin Darrington and Ian McCarthy, just 22, at the Killarney Forestry Rally, his only second ever rally. Jürgen Lessig raced from 1973 to 1998, came here in 1981, career best second place finish in 1987 with the Prima Gas Porsche 962 team. Jo Huffaker Sr., SCCA in 1962, and then inducted into their Hall of Fame in 2017 after 12 national championship wins. Big British Leyland and Jaguar Triumph racer as well. Donny Angaius, the Flying Hawaiian, only native of Hawaii to start the Indy 500. Ian Marr, talented and much loved motorsport photographer. Tim Considine, American author, writer, photographer, automotive history and writer, author of several books, including American Grand Prix Racing, A Century of Driver Cars, and just an all-round good bloke. Knew him as well. Patrick Roberts, Absolute Racing race engineer, part of the team since its inception. Engineered Eduardo Mortara's Macau GT winning cup car. Suzanne Royce, chief scrutineer at the US Grand Prix from 1985. Harry Atchison, owner of the Ulster Brickworks and father of Le Mans racer Kenny Atchison. Tim Jackson, Renault UK's former PR director and motorsport manager. Oversaw the introduction of the Renault Clio Cup and Formula Renault, Spider as well. And without him, people like Jensen Button and Jason Plato may not have had a motorsport career. Vic Elford, Quick Vic, the archetypal all-rounder with a CV that we could take the next 24 hours to read. An awesome character and always fun to have on a panel. Bernard Lambeau competed in the Liège 24 Hours in 1976 and 1977. Friend of ours at IMSA, Marty Kaufman, former IMSA race director. The man that always brought common sense to any discussion. A long-time track official from his early days. Transitioned from SCCA to Tramzan race director. Also race director at the 24 Hours here at Le Mans for a decade. Barry Morris, long-standing and popular Brands Hatch volunteer as rescue unit, race controller, in-race control and a clerk of the course. Rick Sutherland, a 24 Hours of Le Mans LMP2 winner in 2004. David Williams, association with Le Mans, went all the way back to the Bovis sponsorship of Aston Martin. Dave Robertson, former American Le Mans Series driver, raced with his wife Andrea and here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2011. They were on the podium with David Murray that year. Nigel Pearson, much loved Speedway commentator, hugely respected writer and a commentator in darts and football too. René Wiesel, Swedish racing driver, third at his first F1 race and drove for Works Lotus, BRM and March. Phil Binks, father of Dan Binks, the former Corvette car chief here at Le Mans. Martin Colville, immersed in Lotus for 56 years, who co-founded Bell & Colville with Bobby Bell in 1970 and became a Lotus agent for many, many years. Huge motoring library and a formidable knowledge of Chapman era Lotus. Martin Davidson, racer who competed in the Targa Florio for 8 years, the British Saloon Car Championship and the Nürburgring. Kunimitsu Takahashi, Japanese racing legend and team owner, on two wheels before he went to single-seaters. Won the All Japan Sports Prototype Championships from 1985 to 87. And, of course, raced here at Le Mans from 1986 to 99. Ted Propas, Indy 500 veteran, started his open-wheel career in Super V in 1983. Tony Brooks, a leading British Formula One driver, the racing dentist as he was dubbed, won 6 championship Grand Prix and was the first British driver ever to win a post-war Grand Prix. Mark Lyon, founder and CEO of GTO Engineering, a genius deal maker. Lee Brayton, American race car driver, competed in USAC from 72 to 75. Jochen Luck, much-loved voice of German motorsport, both on 2 and 4 wheels. Particularly at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where he commentated on the 1000k 19 times. His first gig at the German Grand Prix was when Fangio won his 5th Formula One championship. So I knew a bit about motorsport, did Jochen? Roland Graf, much-loved marshal at the Nürburgring. He died during the 24-hour qualifying race weekend of natural causes. Was joined in his passion for marshalling by his wife and son, who were there with him that weekend. Bruce Ellery, Australian motorsport stalwart, former supercar driver father of former supercar driver and Bathurst 1000 finisher Steve Ellery. Simon Diffie, British racing driver, competed in the Arundel Cup, Glover Trophy and Hawthorn Trophy, a member of the Goodwood Festival and Drivers Club, and former junior racer. Ron Rice, a man who I remember fondly from my early days here, founder of the Hawaiian Tropic Company, sponsored of Porsche here, driven by Paul Newman in 1979, and brought the Hawaiian Tropic Girls to the grid many years after that. Carol Stanley, one of Justin Wilson's first investors, without whom his motorsport career would never got underway. And from NHA, Dave McClelland. Andy Barton, a stalwart of Northeast Motorsport. Eldon Rasmussen, who had 3 Indy 500 starts, the Canadian racer. And most recently, Cesar Chanel and Dave Morgan, as well as Roger Stockton and his son Bradley, all have lost their life in the Isle of Man TT this year. Jeff Parker from Parker Racing, Steve Kevlin from the Porsche Club Championship, John Blankley, renowned for running in the European Inter Series with a McLaren, and Andrew Swift, the proprietor of the Swift Gallery at Stoke, the gallery essentially his extensive collection of motorsport photographs, which he generously shared with whilst raising money for the Henry Surtees Foundation. A lot of names, but not, I'm sure, a comprehensive list. If I've missed out somebody that you know, I apologise. But let's just take a few moments to remember those that we have lost in motorsport and those closest to us who aren't here this year at Le Mans.
So, in a packed grid today, we are missing the Toyota drivers. So what I think I'll do is I'll try and start a little bit further down in the hypercar. The Toyota drivers are very wisely, I think, trying to stay warm. Sorry, trying to stay not warm. Let's see if we can grab word one of the Alpine drivers, Andre Negrão. Andre, yes. Soaking up the atmosphere.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing to be here. Amazing to be all the fans again here in the circuit after 2 years without nothing. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, really crowd.
How annoying is it they keep changing the balance of performance for this car?
It's part of the game, I think. Yeah, it's should be quite hard for us, but no regrets. I mean, we have a long race ahead, 24 hours, everything can happen. We saw them have a little problem with Toyotas as well, electrical problems doing the tests, and we are in the game, and let's see what we can do in the end of the race.
Do you think you're quicker than the Glickenhaus on pace?
We don't know yet. We never been behind them in the test. We know that they are much quicker than us in the straights, but in the race pace we don't know yet. We should be now in the first heat. We should know.
Thanks a lot, Andre. And now down to the GT-EM field. It's Seb Prieur.
Deep in the garage with the Porsche drivers, I found Seb Prieur and Harry Tinknell. So I'll start with Seb. First Le Mans, nerves looking pretty good right now?
Yeah, I mean, Harry did a great job yesterday. In qualifying, P3. I want to take this as another race, Le Mans, but it's great to be here. I love this event, and I can't wait to get in the car.
How much does it help that you've already got one win in this car with this team coming into the biggest race of the year?
Obviously a good confidence builder, but this is a totally different race. But, it really helps bonding with the team, having a great result like that. Can't thank Proton and Multimatic, the guys, enough for giving us a chance to do that. And again today, and hopefully we've got a car on Sunday that can give us the same chance.
Harry, you've won twice before in 2 different classes. GT-EM, it's super competitive this year. How much more difficult do you think it's going to be to win in this one?
Yeah, it's definitely a different dimension having the bronze, silver, pro lineup for sure. I was just looking down the list of the starting drivers, and there's not too many duds in there. I tell you, it's really, really competitive, really strong, and happy to be at the sharp end of it. Of course, like I say, the race has lots of different dimensions, whereas in LMGT Pro, it's kind of everyone is very, very similar in terms of driving lineups, and it just comes down to team and car performance, where there's a much bigger driver factor in GTM as well. And I think being at the front, when the safety cars come and stuff like that is very important.
How much rest will you actually get in the race, since you're the professional driver amongst the 3?
I think that is kind of slightly driver dependent in terms of how much you can sleep and stuff like that. I generally, especially if the car is doing well, can't sleep because it's just it's Le Mans after all. You want to see how everyone's getting on. But I try to take myself back, even though I just close my eyes, get into bed, don't actually sleep. It's still important to try and switch off as much as you can. I'm definitely scheduled in for quite a bit of the running. But I'm fit. This is my 9th year. I kind of know not to get too excited before the race and just try and conserve energy. So I've been telling us every week, conserve energy, because before you know it, it'll be Saturday and we'll be racing.
On 91.2 Hagerty Radio Le Mans at the front of the grid with Jim Glickenhaus. Jim, how much more prepared is your team this year than last year?
Oh, I think we learned a lot from racing here last year and in the subsequent races that we've done, Sebring, Spa, and coming here. I think the car is a little better, the team is a little better, the drivers have a little more experience. We were running in free practice with a full fuel load and second stint tires because we really want to see what pace we can run during the race. The hyperpole is cute, but it has nothing to do with what's going to happen at 4 o'clock on Sunday. So we really worked hard on the car. The crew's ready. The drivers are ready. Look, anyone can run into bad luck. You go half a lap and the car melts down. But I think that if we can make it through the first 4 or 5 hours, we will finish. And we really look forward to it. We think we're going to be pretty close to the podium, if not on it.
Jim, thank you very much. And now back to Sam Bird.
Sam Bird, we've just been chatting off mic about the excitement of being here, all the fans being back. It changes it as a driver, doesn't it?
It's so great. Obviously, everybody's been through a really tough time. We've had a couple of years where sport has become a viewing on a TV box, but having fans race, at the side of the track is so important to us because we're the entertainers and we want to entertain people live here. And to see so many people come out and enjoy the experience of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, probably our biggest race of the calendar year, is amazing. So happy to be here. Great to see, tens, hundreds of thousands of people here, and I hope to put on a good show.
There were some Ferrari power issues over the course of the week. None of those plaguing you guys, though?
I mean, the issue was BOP change, but and that obviously affected every Ferrari up and down the pit lane. It will be a tough week, but we fight at Ferrari, we fight tooth and nail, and we're going to give Porsche and Corvette a heck of a fight.
I believe you will. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Up at the United Old Sports Pit, we're with Philippe. Philippe, first of all, you've been entertaining us for food here at Hagerty Radio Le Mans, but also your very, very cute 2 kids. What's it like being able to have the family with you?
It's amazing. I mean, I think this is the spirit of Le Mans, and many times it's not allowed, but I just asked because I didn't want to have any penalties or whatsoever. But then the girls, they wanted to come on and see the cars, and later on I just found out that this is the true spirit of Le Mans, having kids around, and I think it's just great because the girls were liking the car. I was just teaching them how this is a wheel nut, this is the wheel where it goes, and the machine to tie the wheel. And I think it starts at a young age, this little passion about race cars. So I'm living the dream, starting in Le Mans in the pre-grid. I'm starting second. It's almost perfect, and having the family around, great teammates. So yeah. Super happy.
These P2s are a bit of a conundrum to us. They've got less power, they've got less aero, they've been brought back, but you're just as fast. In some parts of the track, you're quicker.
That's true. It's crazy. I mean, I think this car is... I heard from some other guys that they're driving the new homologation cars, and it's like, this is like a go-kart. It's super light. I think a lot of that is like the weight of it. Obviously, when it was born with a great performance around Le Mans and everywhere else. So we have a good fun because there is no balance of performance in these categories, so we are flat out when you are half a second, or in this case, when Robin French is one and a half second faster than anybody, it's on him and the team the work that he did with the team. So, it's like merit to the team and it's not BOP in the middle. So I think we're going to miss this a little bit at that point. But I mean, I have great fun to drive downforce cars, going through the Porsche corners. It's good fun. But again, we will only be able to do 9 laps, 7 flying laps, and the LMH, they can do 11, 12 laps. So we're going to be differentiating there. We're going to do many more pit stops than them.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Rather lovely in the Cayman Islands at the moment. 27 degrees at Owen Roberts International Airport. It feels a little warmer than that at just over 33. It's not so far away here. 23 degrees in the air and 48.4 on the track. So a little bit of cloud cover just come in. We've got... well, half a chance, well, quarter of a chance, actually 25% chance of rain before midnight tonight. The weather tomorrow, 24 is the high, and the chance of rain dropping away on Sunday for the 90th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time.
Alex Brendel, the number 34 Inter Europol LMP2 car, one of the brightest in the field. Does that mean you get more fan attention when it's a grid walk like this?
I don't know if you're calling me bright or the car, but
both.
Thank you either way. Yeah, well, we're enjoying the atmosphere, of course, but more racing, of course, to come, and absolutely focused on maximising our car over 24 hours.
How much can you actually do during the race to change the setup of the cars, since you're limited with the amount of time in the pits?
Yeah, quite a lot, actually. I mean, they're really sensitive to tyre pressure, so you can move the balance around with the next set of tyres each time. You've got nose and tail changes you want to try not to do if you can, but that's always an option as well. Yeah, but the car's not going to be perfect for 24 hours. Everybody knows that, and you just got to drive whatever's in front of you.
Think it'll be good enough to win the race?
Wow, we're aiming at a podium. I think that, you never know what can happen here. We put a new engine in after warm-up. We've been struggling for straight line speed all week. Put a new gearbox in before warm-up. So the first racing lap this engine will turn is the first lap of the race. So I have no idea.
Alex, good luck. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, and you're listening to the Countdown to Green.
With the P2 pole sitter, it's the 31 car from WRT. Sean Galal, you're out here. You're really soaking up the atmosphere.
I am. It's amazing. It's the first time, last year was COVID, so I'm enjoying every bit of it. The sun's out, so similar to my home weather, so it's amazing. Can't ask for more.
Is it obviously it's a different feeling. Is it making you more nervous seeing all these eyes on you?
I think it's motivational, I think it's just fun. It brings the atmosphere, it brings the energy, and just motivates you to, I wouldn't say being more nervous, but it's just fun, It's just you enjoy more. I think as a racing driver, you enjoy the race, you enjoy driving, obviously, in the racing bit, but also these just make you, again, realize how big motorsport is in France and everywhere, so it's amazing.
The sun just got blocked out by the Goodyear blimp. Mate, I've never seen that before. Fastest car in qualifying, Robin Frinn's incredibly quick, but where do you feel you are in race pace?
Hopefully we're up there, I think a lot of people are doing different stuff in free practice, so you can't really tell which tires and whatnot and what fuel load, but I mean, we are P1 for a reason, but we try to keep there until the finish light drops.
Thanks, Sean.
Nick Damon and Shea Adam down there in the pit lane for us here on Hagerty Radio Le Mans on the countdown to Le Mans. Nick is still out on the grid. He's got the special. He's the special one. That's why he's allowed to go out there. Talking about changes, Paul, in BOP, we hate it in Le Mans week. The Alpine hypercar, the old LMP1 car, this is the third race of the season. It's already had 4 changes in BOP.
And 3 of them, I think, in the last fortnight. Yes, I mean, I was quite heartened, actually, when Andre Negrão said it's part of the game. I think the emphasis was part of, but because it's not a game, it's a very serious change. But they were given a slight break just immediately before the Hyperpole qualifying session, went very fast in the Hyperpole, and then were given a little bit of a pullback. And they're actually worse off now than they were during the
What would have happened if they'd got pulled?
Well,
they didn't even get pulled. They weren't even on the front row.
Well, I mean, it's a good question. The other aspect of it is, we've been hearing that as well. During the 4th free practice session, we also had a 13-lap stint from the Alpine. I just wonder whether that had part of the role to play for it.
Yes, because they haven't just taken away engine power, they've taken away effectively fuel, energy per stint.
And Yeah, so we'll see how it plays out. I mean, this is a fascinating thing about the race. We're heading into this race not knowing as much as we would like to.
Yeah, here at the run number one, Ricard Milko. Sebastian, a bit of a different challenge for you. It's not 15 minutes going flat out. It's 24 hours. Or perhaps going flat out. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it looks like it's a sprint as well. I mean, it's my first time here, so it's hard to know what to expect. But in Hagerty, it looks like endurance racing is also a very long sprint. So for me, at the end of the day, the target is to be clean and try to stay out of trouble. Of course, we're not targeting too high for the first one here. And Charles have done a good start. P7 is pretty decent to start this race. And now let's see what we can do.
Been hearing you've been taking this very seriously. A lot of physical exercise, working out, building yourself up. What do you need to be different physically to run a P2 car than a rally car?
Well, physically, I'm not really afraid. I think rally is in a different way, but a week of racing in rally is very tiring as well. So I think here it's just a bit different kind of effort. So I trust the team. I trust our physio, which are used to schedule a little bit. How should we sleep? How should we eat here? And yeah, I think it should work. So let's maybe you ask me tomorrow, I can tell you more.
Talking about your day job, WRC, it's been one of the most crazy seasons. Totally inconsistent, different winners every time. Is this the most open season ever?
Well, right now it looks not so open, to be honest. It looks like Kalle is. He is far ahead after 5 races. So it's good for the team, for Toyota, obviously. So now we'll join again on the next one in Kenya, and I'm looking forward to it. It's been a very different adventure last year being there, and I'm looking forward to be there.
So obviously you're here, you're at P2. Is this your future? 3 or 4 years down the line, will you see Sebastian Ogier as a regular WEC and Le Mans racer?
It's too early to say, but at the moment I just want to enjoy, and get some feeling about it, and then I had the chance that I can decide somehow. Let's see which kind of opportunity I get to carry on in the WEC. At least I also want to keep a foot in rally. I still love it, and to do it sometime with Toyota feels good. So at the moment I try to enjoy every opportunity I have to drive these different cars, and then hopefully soon I can make a plan for the future, but right now there is none.
There you go, Sebastian Ogier, 8 times WRC champion. I can just wander around. There's Julien Canal standing in front of his machine. Julien, we are in the pit straight. We have the crowd. You're a Frenchman. This must be fantastic.
Yeah, it's really nice. Some guys recognize me. I say hello. We are just really close to the fans. It's a great honor for me. It's a great moment to share all of that with the fans. Since some years we have nothing, so now we enjoy a lot.
The whole of the P2 class is ridiculously close. I mean, can you even predict where you might be? I'm sure you want to win, but it could be one minor mistake and you're 10th.
For sure, we are nearly 10 cars could be win. So we scored a podium last year and the year before. So of course the real big dream is to win, but to score and to be on the limit to go to the podium at the end, it could be really good.
25th Le Mans for Emmanuel Collard. You've got quite a few wins under your belt already, but how much more would it mean to get one with Team Penske?
It will be absolutely fantastic, but in P2 it's going to be very tough, very hard, good competition, and we'll see. We have a good pace for the race, I think, and but we have to wait until tomorrow.
A very strong driver lineup, though, and with Penske's ties with Porsche, it's very fun that you, as a former Porsche junior, are now back with this team, isn't it?
Yeah, it was really a surprise for me, because when they called me in January, I couldn't believe it. But it was true at the end, and I'm so happy to be here, and I hope they will be proud of me after this race.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Up on the grid, walking through. The strangest thing is happening, and that is that rather than clouds obscuring the sun, it's the Goodyear blimp that keeps coming across. It is absolutely ridiculous. Hang on, I must talk to the youngest ever starter, surely. With Josh. Josh, you're about to make a track records.
I'm not Josh.
You're not Josh. Good point there. This had to be twice now.
I'm quite young, but I'm not Josh.
Not well. Anyway, so back at the car again. How's it going?
It's good. P2 in quali on Thursday, Friday. what are we?
Yeah, so Phil, so you were one of the youngest, and it's been, and your own teammates ruined it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he has, and he's doing a good job, to be fair. But he's still got a lot to learn. So I remember when I did my first Le Mans and how far I've come and progressed in those 5-6 years. So yeah, I mean, he's got a whole long road ahead of him, but he's doing a good job at the moment. Hope not that good of a job, because I don't want them to beat us.
That is the point. You're not only you fighting the might of WRT and Jota, you actually fight your own teammate as well.
Yeah, exactly. The other car is going to be quick. Yeah, I mean, there's so many cars on the grid this year that can win it, and we're seeing that in quali because it's quite close. I mean, WRT will manage to gap everyone, but the race pace and what we see in testing shows that it's really a 27-car battle for the win of LMP2.
Thanks, Phil. I apologise, mate. I'm sorry. What's happened, of course, is we've been eating at United Autosport. I've been staring at the 6 faces of the drivers for the last 3 days. And I've managed to get face blind. I thought, oh, there's a young man in United Autosport. That must be... No, Nick. New brain. It is quite warm. And what they're doing now, actually, is they are pushing the cars back against the wall, John. So they are now in more traditional echelon formation. They've decided to give it a bit of a... So they're now running out. So they had them... Basically, they had 2 running lanes for people to walk either in front of or behind the car. And now it's a situation where that you are just against the wall again. So what should happen in the near future is the rest of the drivers will come out, because there are quite a few drivers who are hiding from the weather, which is where Shay's been so successful in chatting to people. They'll come out and then they'll line up and we will have the national anthem. But that's probably a few minutes away. We have the people all holding all the flags of the competitors, including the New Zealand flag, the correct way up. The correct way up for the... the New Zealand flag they have had some issues putting that one up occasionally on the roof of the Tribune, but oh, I think I can just see Antonio Felix da Costa. So that's from the 38, the mighty Joker. Let's see how Antonio's feeling. Antonio, you've got the mighty 38. What are you going to do with it?
She's mighty. She's mighty fast, I think. No, I think we're looking good. The only doubt I have is a little bit on tire deck, but it's quite hard to read what everyone's doing throughout free practice and all that, but we do have a fast car, that's for sure. Let's see how long we can make the tires last. But if everything goes to plan, I think we're game.
And your teammate Will Sims. Well, what I've noticed, it does seem to be quick in this car. You need a beard. Is that the key point?
It is part of our strategic advantage we have. So it's part of our team building part. You know, we've got to grow the beard out for this month, but.
He's been waiting 10 years for that.
Well, you know, I remember winning the Formula Renault paddock all those years ago, and yeah, he didn't have one then. It is. Thank you for the shade, by the way, because it is noticeably hotter today than it's been. How's that going to affect things?
Same for everyone in the end, but obviously, you know, we haven't driven this hot all week, so trying to anticipate a little bit what the car balance might do. Thanks. What the car balance might do, but it's again same for everyone. So we have a few tricks under our sleeves.
And Will, you had a chance to run the tyres all 4 stints, or is it 5 even?
Yeah, we have. We've tried to get as much mileage as we think we're going to be able to do in the race. So we've ticked off all the boxes we need to before we go into the race. So we're comfortable with what we got. We know we've got a good car, we've got a good lineup. So let's see if we're there come the end.
Great thing, thanks. It's Will Antonio and the Beard team from the 38. And now the man who should be running a kart team for his son, it's Fred Pordad.
Fred, first Le Mans, your first time here. It's so overwhelming for all the emotions going on through your head. You're going to be relieved to just get in the car and drive.
Yes, I really am. I mean, this is an unbelievable event, unbelievable place. There's nothing that I can compare this to. And being here for my first time, and still a newcomer to this car, it's a little bit overwhelming. So yes, I am looking forward to getting in and doing my first stint, getting that under my belt.
You've got experience in this car now on 3 of the greatest circuits around the world, being Sebring, Spa, and Le Mans. You starting to like it?
Yeah, what's not to love? The car is amazing, the team is great. The competitors are fantastic. You know, so far it's been pretty clean all the way around. So hopefully that continues through this 24-hour period, and hopefully we can finish. That's our first goal, and if we finish, then we'll see where we end up.
It's an all-right motorsports lineup, not all right, WRIGHT. Bringing in Jan and Max for your first Le Mans, does that make things a bit easier?
Well, it makes it fun and really exciting. Obviously, I've shared the seat with both of those guys for the past couple of years, and it's really special to have both of them here. And yes, it does make it feel a little more relaxed for me, although both of them are so competitive. I got to tell you, we're here to have a good outcome. So yeah, it's great to have them though, and kudos to Wright Motorsports for training us well enough to get us here.
Yeah, hi to Johnny and Kara. I'm sure they're listening at home. Good luck today, Fred.
Thanks very much.
And now down to Nick, who's with another one of our favorites, Richard Westbrook.
On 91.2 Hagerty Radio Le Mans, countdown to green. I'm with Richard Westbrook. Richard, you must be excited. You must feel there's a chance.
There's always a chance in a 24-hour race, but yeah, you've got to go into it positively. And we have that positivity. It's the car feels good. It's really nice to drive. Much better than last year, I have to say. It's less of a handful. We've dialed in some performance, and it's much more drivable. And you don't have to breathe so much before you go into the Porsche curves.
Big changes to the brakes and the engine this year, I understand.
Yeah, and it really suits our car, particularly the 709. We're really enjoying brake-by-wire. It's really sort of like, tunes the balance of the car in the entry of the corner, so I like it. But overall, we've come a long way. But is it enough for Toyota? I don't know.
Should we go and find out? Can we, Kobayashi, you've managed to put the cars first and second. How disappointed were you not to get your 5th pole?
No, I'm okay. I mean, car's good. Don't push. Okay, I'm good. Can I go there? Yeah, I'm pretty good. We'll see. The race is long.
The race is long, and there have been problems with reliability for Toyota. Have you done sort of 30-hour runs in testing?
Yeah, we do.
And it's been fine?
Yeah, it was great. Good.
The biggest problem you may have is your teammate. Are the cars run independently, or do you constantly work as a team?
Sorry?
Are the two cars run independently? Are you racing each other, or are you just thinking about the team victory for Toyota?
No, I mean, we are working for it as a team. So, this race is long, and our target is to win, winning, and the second as well.
Thank you very much. Kemi Kobayashi there from Toyota. The drivers are coming out. Let's see if I can grab another. Brendan's having a chat with somebody else, which is very inconvenient. There's Alal Kalf. Alal's a very good Dutch commentator, also an old mate of mine from the Formula, very good race driver, absolutely in his time. But like us, a bit grey around the temples, John, so, perhaps not as quick as they used to be. Now, may have to, interesting, there's been a general pounce upon anybody wearing a Toyota outfit, unsurprisingly, as they were late to the party. The later rivals to the Le Mans Ball were the Toyota drivers, so let's see if we can find someone else. They are now really, there's Pipo Derani. Let's have another little chat with the Glickenhaus star. Pipo, you've been on this grid for longer than anyone else. I saw you about an hour and a half ago having a special helmet commemorated. Are you a bit hot?
Yeah, it's been hot, but it's for a good cause. We have the helmet painted together with Gisbar. All the proceeds are gonna go to a hospital in Brazil helping kids fight against cancer. So for those of you who are interested to try and buy the helmet, you can go online. The auction will finish just after the race. So yeah, so far it's going well, but we hope that we can raise as much money as possible for those kids.
Looking at the Glickenhaus car, what's your realistic expectation for the race?
We're gonna try and do our own race. It's gonna be hard to fight against the Toyota, but if we have a clean race and we are there at the end, hopefully we can get a podium. Last year we came really close, so to step on top of the podium would be fantastic for our team.
Thanks, Pipo. Just over the corner we have the two French representatives of Glickenhaus. We have Romain Dumas and Olivier Plat. Olivier, is this car a pleasure to drive?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to drive this car around this place. It's something very special. So, we can't wait to get it started.
Yeah, I think you must be very happy that it's going to be looks like it's going to be a dry race, because the Achilles heel has seemed to be the wet for the Glickenhaus.
Yeah, I mean, it's warm like that, and if it's dry, for sure, for us it's better. So, yeah, no problem in that point.
Are you starting the car?
Yes.
And what's your tactic with the first lap? Well, I think last year we saw some contact between Glickenhaus and the Toyota early on.
Yeah, no, we just want to pass the first corner, we will not take any risks.
Great stuff, thank you, Olivier Plat there. So a phalanx there of the Glickenhaus drivers. Going back to see if I can annoy any more Toyota drivers, because they've made the mistake of coming out and they're being aggressively pounced on, which is always quite amusing. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Brendan. He's got kind of they're doing a doc. I'm just about there, I think. Hang on a second. Just going to quickly grab with Brendan. Brendan, quick word. How great was it to get the pole at Le Mans?
Yeah, it felt really nice, honestly.
Of course, it doesn't mean much today. Helps Seb out a bit for the start of the race. But yeah, I've been trying for a couple of years now to get the pole position, and Kamui pipped me the last couple of years, and it's a nice part of the weekend having that pressure. It's kind of a love-hate relationship, but the pleasure of doing the lap around here, running on fumes and new tyres, and then taking the pole was awesome. So I enjoyed it for a few minutes, but now obviously trying to forget and just do the full focus on managing the risk in the race. It's obviously flat out for us, but yeah, there's a lot of obstacles ahead.
The whole hyperpole half hour was unbelievable. I mean, was that the best lap, or was there a little bit more time in sector 1 you could have had?
There was definitely more time because the lap before I got caught up with traffic, which was, the peak of the tyre. So there was a lot of pressure on that last lap. I think after the first runs, I was P1, and I dropped to P3 before that last lap. So yeah, it felt good to have put it all together. Heart rate was elevated, but yeah, anyway, now I'm trying to think about the race, and we're feeling ready though. We've done enough endurance tests, we've done all the testing we can. There's the reliability concerns, of course, but we're ready.
Countdown to green with Rene Rast. Rene, it's much hotter out than we've been expecting. How is that going to change the WRT LMP2 machine?
We don't know yet. We haven't had these conditions the last 10 days, so we don't know. Obviously, Sebring was warm, but yeah, nobody has experience. Nobody knows how long the tire will last. So yeah, it's a new condition for all teams, for all drivers. So let's see how handles the best.
With so many other Audi alumni in the LMP2 field, how much are you looking forward to the end of the race when you're going head-to-head with them?
Yeah, actually, I can't wait to race. Actually, we had so much preparation. It's such a long weekend, Le Mans. So now finally, it's race day. It's about to go green, and that's the best part of the race. So looking forward to that.
Thanks for the quick chat. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Just going to just up on the shoulder of Robert Cooper. Robert, this is what you came to sports cars for, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. Of course, last year was great, but we didn't have such an amazing crowd. So yeah, I wish everyone a good show, good race, and to us, hopefully it will be more successful or more lucky one than last year edition.
Do you feel an LMP2 car is a car in which you can really express yourself? You can show your full talent?
Well, every car you can show full talent. So of course the grid is extremely competitive, especially in LMP2 category. So yeah, it will be extremely tough one. But it's a long race. We have to keep our head down, focus, and hopefully we will be in the end without big issues.
Thanks, Robert. I just see a person I really want to speak to, and I'm going to nip round and try and interrupt them in the middle of a conversation. It's Nick de Vries. Nick, how surprised you be to being on this grid?
Yeah, very much so. Obviously, I was here the whole week drinking coffee, chilling. No, I was obviously, Toyota, ready in case of, and yeah, it kind of happened.
So where were you when you got the call?
In bed. Yeah.
All the best things happen in bed, don't they? I mean, Nick, this is another string to your bow. You've done F1, Formula E, sports cars. I mean, where does your heart lie? Where, if you could choose anything, would you want to be doing next year? Would you be in F1? Would you do Formula 1? Would you be doing World Endurance? Would you perhaps have a works drive with a Porsche or something?
Well, anything with wheels, I would say.
And are you starting the car, or are they?
I'm third. Yeah.
And how did you feel with those 3 laps earlier? Do you feel right back in the groove from last year?
Yeah, very much so. I felt comfortable, happy, all good. I know the track, I know the car, so.
Thanks indeed. And see if I can just nip across and see if I can have a quick word with Vincent Vos. Vincent, the great performance by WRT again.
Well, I mean, just qualifying happened. I mean, now we have the race in front of us. There is a lot of things to do. It's a long race, as we saw last year. So let's keep all 3 cars there.
You've absolutely exploded on the scene. You were almost as close as you can get to a first and second last year. You're winning everything. But am I right that your initial focus, which was to be a customer team for Audi, is now gone? So what is the plan now?
Well, the plan, we have our 2022 season set, and let's see what we can do for 23. Nothing is done.
Your third car, running with the Bio Circle, with the green, with Mirko Bortolotti, with Rolf van Eycken, that's a Lamborghini team. Is that a clue?
No, obviously Rolf and Mirko, they drove for WRT in the past, and we always had a great relation, and we had the idea to do it, but it has nothing to do with the manufacturer.
Okay, thanks, Vincent.
Ciao.
Well done, Nick Damon. He tried to ask the question for Vincent Vos. It's the countdown to green. We're just over half an hour away from the green flag, and a little less than that before the cars will roll off the grid for their formation laps. It will be Johnny Palmer and Johnny Morlam who'll take you through the opening hours here. But on the countdown to green, I've got Paul Truswell with me, and we'll listen out for more from our pit reporters, Shea Adam and Nick Damon. Hashtag Hagerty RLM to get us here in the studio at Radio Le Mans is probably the best to use as well if you want. But use that hashtag Hagerty RLM. Paul, the temperature is very, very high here. Quick thought about that. This is as hot as we've seen it all week.
It's muggy as well. So yeah, you've got the overall air temperature, but quite high humidity as well. So it's that kind of air that you get out of breath quite quickly when you're walking around. So quite how the engines respond to that, we'll have to wait and see.
I am with, well, I think I'm with Alexander Sims. So Alexander seems to have, has he made you do that? Has he made you shave it down to a 70s porn star moustache?
Who?
Jordan.
No. I had moustaches way before he had this weekend. No, I had, first moustache was Daytona like 2017 or something, and I did it for Media Day for a laugh, and then it kind of stuck for 24-hour races. If I've got a beard, it turns into a moustache on a 24-hour race.
So sort of Top Gun goose, you're the rear gunner?
Yeah, I haven't even watched Top Gun. I've got no interest in it whatsoever. I just like having a stupid moustache.
Talking about the Corvettes, you've led every single session, one of the other cars, but we did see some fragility in warm-up. Worried about reliability?
I wouldn't say I'm worried about it, no. I'm thankful that we had a warm-up for us to find the issue, but equally the car's done every other session faultlessly. So, yep, hopefully that's the only issue we're going to have this weekend.
Great stuff, thank you, Alexander Sims. Sporting a lovely 70s moustache, I must admit. Very attractive. I'm now homing in on what is a man who...
He feels the need.
A man after my own heart, which is Nick Tandy. Just a quick word with Nick. Nick, so what's it like having the second fastest Corvette to drive? I'm comparing to the radio control car, not to his teammate.
What to say here?
It's the radio control car, not the...
Yeah, well, actually, I mean, I checked yesterday, and I think we only do about 150 right at the end of this straight in the race car, and we come out of the corner at 60. So in our little drag with the RC car, doing 143, I think it was. I mean, it's obviously a lot quicker, isn't it? So
that's miles an hour for our international listeners. That's real speed. And Pole, how good was that?
It was good.
First ever.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the whole hyperpole thing, I think, is good. It's great that we get to go and, you know, have a clearer track and get some laps and run the thing to, you know, balls to the wall. And it's just mega to drive the cars when they're low fuel for us. Obviously, to get the result is great. It's a 24-hour race, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really count for anything. We'll probably be all 7 inverted by the end of the first straight. So, but it's, you know, it's good. It's for us drivers, it's just mega to drive around here.
We know the family are listening back in Bedfordshire. You got any message for them?
Yes, keep an eye out. I'm sure everyone's watching, and I'm sure Eva and Felix are listening. So, yeah, hopefully I'll be bringing a trophy back for you, and we can all go to the sun on Monday for another party.
Great idea. Next, George, a lovely conversation there. Talking to Lawrence Vantor. Lawrence, I have to ask you first of all. Obviously, last time I saw you was at the Nürburgring. Things weren't so great. How do you, as a professional, move on from that accident?
It always depends on what happens, and every situation is different. And this is not the PR answer, but for me it was kind of a wake-up clap in the face. But on the positive side, I felt when at moment like, damn, I need to get my act together, and these things should not happen, and made me think about some stuff, and makes me more motivated to do well here. And yeah, who knows? Maybe it was a wake-up call to do well here. We'll see.
That's a very classy answer, and you're very classy afterwards. It's always great when people, you know, hail their hands up, and I think everyone respects you a huge amount for that. But let's get to this race. Where do you think, once we get into race trim, the Porsche is compared to the Corvettes that seem way quicker and the Ferraris that seem way slower?
Honestly, I have absolutely no idea. And I think nobody has on the grid, so I think we'll see at the start of the race, first time we had on the straights. I mean, I just hope everybody has an equal fair shot at it, and then the best may win. That's what I hope for. Well, let's hope and see if that's the case.
last run for GTE Pro. This car, of course, won in its opening when it came here first, the RSR. But how do you feel as a professional driver losing GTE Pro?
I mean, it's been a hell of an era. If you look back at 2018, where we won, there were like 18 full factory cars with full factory driver lineups. I mean, that's quite big. It's super fun cars to drive. But you know, times end and go on. We're going to lose GTE Pro, but therefore we're going to have some new stuff in the future. And yeah, for sure I'll miss it, but also looking forward to the new stuff which is coming.
Thanks, Lawrence. We're going to take a quick brief break, I think, here from the grid, John, because they're about to do the lining of the drivers and the national anthem.
Thank you, Nick, and not for us to interrupt that part of the formalities with Patrick Dempsey down on the grid saying hello to Paul Dallalana down there, and always a big crowd around him. Just been talking and giving a few words of advice, I'm sure, to the other actor who's here this weekend, that being Michael Fassbender. A little bit earlier on, we had the Army helicopter delivering a very lucky spectator who'd won the golden ticket and getting a ride around the track in an Alpine A110, A110. And we saw them practicing the other day in the NH80 helicopter, which is a phenomenal piece of kit for the delivery of the Tricolore, which will be starting. Airbus in France and Germany, along with Fokker Augusta and Westland, all collaborating with that helicopter. Paul and Johnny with me, John Hindhoff, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, and good to have your company wherever you are around the world on RS1 via radiolemans.com or indeed here at the track on 91.2 FM. Hello to Paul Marquardt, who's with the Blur Smurfs in the main grandstand. Malcolm Cracknell, founder and original editor of dailysportscar.com, is listening in as well. Hello, Malcolm. Glad to hear you're feeling a little bit better. It's that time of the year again, my friend, when it all comes back together. Paul, we've got the Leighton House 36 car coming up to deliver the trophy. This is one of my favourite parts. It's the Toyota 85C. Which is Kaz Nakajima's dad's car, of course. Satoru raced this car, and that is a very classy way to deliver that trophy, which actually goes to the back of the grid because that's where all the formalities are taking place.
It's where the podium is, isn't it, really?
That's a good point,
the back of the grid. And so that's why they're taking it there, so they can spend the next 24 hours trying to get it into the lift to get it up onto the podium. A couple of years ago, when I was last here, I had the opportunity to be in that lift, and they were trying to bring the trophy back in it, and it was an interesting experience trying to squeeze into the race control lift with the Le Mans trophy. One of the few those little things that you treasure. But no, a very classy way to present the trophy. You'll put in mind of some of the other cars that have brought that car back. Some very original pre-war Audis, of course, have brought the trophy back in the past. Shame that Toyota never actually got the success perhaps that it deserves in its day.
True.
But Toyota, I mean, remember just how much of a history Toyota has had here. And how important Le Mans is to the Japanese in general. There is a great history of passion for the sport in Japan, and
endurance is a much revered trait, isn't it? In
absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, people embrace that as a cultural passion, and you know, Le Mans is, let's say, very close to the hearts of the Japanese, and pretty much has been ever since the advent of international travel, really.
The French national anthem, let's hear that. That is fantastic to hear, JP, isn't it? It's a stirring national anthem, the Marseillaise, and sung with great gusto by the mass crowds on the start-finish straight. The Army Aviation Corps delivering has become a tradition here, delivering the tricolour in a NH-80 helicopter. They've been practicing this for a couple of days. Great to hear that. Great to have the spectators back, JP.
There are certain national anthems around the world that just stir the soul, aren't they? And particularly at one of these home events. We hear the national anthem in world sporting events when teams travel abroad. But when you're in the country witnessing the biggest event that motorsport has to offer, effectively, yeah, I mean, fantastic goosebump moment and performed to perfection. I get astounded by this whole sequence year in, year out, because the planning is phenomenal. As you said, it's taken several days to get to this point and nothing left to chance. The tricolour then about to be lowered from the chopper that has just arrived above the, for the purposes of this weekend, named the Motul Raccordement Cord. And the guy's about to descend to track level with everybody still keeping an eye on this, perfectly lined up as they were to listen to the national anthem. And here it comes, heading all the way to hard standing. And it's a very cool, perfect landing from the guys, who will immediately detach themselves from the ropes and make their way towards the starter's gantry. I saw Joe Wilfried Tsonga, a French Open semi-finalist, a Wimbledon semi-finalist.
Is he the starter this weekend?
Well, I would imagine the way that Pierre Fillon and Frédéric Luquin were greeting him. I think he will be the start marshal for 2022. I wonder what's taken him so long. He is a man born and bred in Le Mans, despite his world-class talent in tennis around the world. He's reached an Australian Open final. Never won a Grand Slam event, though, but there's time yet for Joe Wilfried Tsonga. Yeah, very much classy guy.
Very plays with touch as well as power. The French Army NH-80 then in hover at the end of the 8.5-mile lap, and the tube containing the flag is ready to go. Notice that the guys with the free abseil coming down. Kick your hand out at the last possible moment. Drop yourself onto the ground. You'd not get me doing that for £1,000,000.
It's so stable, though, isn't it? I mean, it is like...
he's got it on auto hover, hasn't he?
No, I'm not saying that's down to the pilot's talent.
I bet it is. I absolutely bet it's a matter of honour that he hasn't got that on auto at the moment.
Okay.
Watch for the helicopter to lift its undercarriage, dip its nose, and then take off the sweep up the start-finish straight, and then curve off towards turn one with the TV helicopter sitting in behind it. Fantastic machines, these NH-80s. European collaborative project from Airbus in France and Germany. In fact, they're built in 3 different places in Europe. Now there's a Spanish production line and one up in the Nordic states as well. And the armed guard for the tricolour, the starting flag, special embroidery for the 90th running. Goodness me, what we're going to see next year. This is year 99 since the first running. Next year, of course, we crack the ton. Let's get back down to the pit lane and in fact the front straight as the formalities are taking place now. Nick Damon is still there. That was a rousing,
it was fantastic.
A rousing chorus of the Marseillaise.
It was indeed. Just going to try and get a bit of a word in Ferrari world. Hard to say. Davide Rigon. Davide, well, you've had a bit of a bonus overnight, a bit more boost. Is that going to be enough to make you catch other guys up in GTE Pro?
Yeah, just a little bit of boost. Yes, for sure it help a little bit. But actually we see after 2-3 laps how will be our race. We will do our best. It's still long, but after 3 laps we will understand.
The interesting thing is that all the GTE cars are way slower than last year. Well, do you know why that is? What slowed them down so much?
Oh, last year I was not here, but I think the track changed a little bit, the temperature a bit higher this year, I don't know, for some reason, but as always, the GT cars are very, very close, so let's see on the race if we can catch up at that lap time, but I don't think so. Will be a race a bit slower than last year.
Is there, you say you've got a bit of a bonus, but is there anything you can do now the race is run to actually make your car faster, or is it like what you've got now is what you've got for 24 hours?
No, it's what we have got for 24 hours. Just as a driving, maybe in some point of the race we can take more curb and risk with the damaging the car to be faster, but that's it. We already show our potential. I'm thinking that we can be closer. We don't know if it's enough.
Thank you very much, David. Here we go from the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari.
Go down to Shane in just a moment. The tweet deck here in the Hagerty Global Broadcast booth can't keep up with what's coming in to the hashtag Hagerty RLM, but please keep doing it. I'm going to keep scrolling through throughout the race, as will JP and Shea in their stints. Dave Monks is here this weekend. Hello, Dave. Nice to know that you listened in to 91.2 FM. He said back in 2019, we met a chap called Bill at Tertre Rouge. It was his 54th Le Mans, and his group had rather dwindled away. So we insisted he joined ours. Of course, nothing happened in 20 and 21, but we managed to get in touch with him after Le Mans by tracking him down at Goodwood, thanks to Jim Cameron of Mission Motorsport. We planned to meet him in the same place for the next race, and guess what? He's just arrived, and that's why, Paul Truswell, I love this place, because it's the stories, it's the narratives, it's the humanity of this place.
Good old Bill, I say.
Yeah, good for him.
I mean, I go back to some of the early races that I came to here, and the sense of privilege I felt talking to people who had been here in the 1950s, watching the Le Mans sports car races, watching the Jaguar D-types, watching the Aston Martin in 1959, and then people who I then later met who'd been and seen the Ford GT40s racing here. But it was a terrific privilege for me to talk to those people. And I now talk to people about the days when I first came here, and we had the group, what were then seen as days of Group C. And in some ways, I've now kind of inherited that mantle of being the old fart.
I misidentified my helicopter. That was, of course, an NH90, not an NH80. Thank you to Craig Bell. Perfect name to be talking about helicopters with a name like Bell. I actually knew that, and I wrote down NH90. Did I not? Look, there it is. There it is. I just said NH80 for no apparent reason whatsoever. It's one of those things that you do. Let's go down to Shea Adam in the pit lane for a little more atmosphere.
It's that wonderful time, John. They've just called the drivers to their cars, and about 2 minutes ago, the mad scramble to get all of the tires to the race cars from the ovens began. The first car to make a move was Toyota. But here's the interesting thing. Toyota's garage at Pit Inn, of course, where they are located on the grid, as far down as you could possibly be. Now, usually you see the tire crews running to their cars. Nope, no urgency. Running, walking, just taking their time. And United were the second ones out. We've now had Porsche crews scramble from Dempsey Proton. And if we look further up the lane, yep, they're starting to run out from the Ferrari teams as well. So some people electing to give their mechanics a little bit of a more leisurely gantry up to the grid. But right now, yep, there we go. Algarve Pro, they're running.
Thank you, Shea. Let's have a quick final word from Nick Damon, who's been on the front straight for longer than we normally get access, drinking in this atmosphere. Nick?
That armband was worth its weight in gold, wasn't it? No, it's amazing. I think, you kind of forget, don't you? Forget what it's like a couple of years away. It's amazing. It's fantastic. And the ceremony, which usually I used to find a bit annoying because I still had people to talk to, but I talked to them, so it's fine, so I could enjoy it. I could enjoy the rappelling, the massive helicopter flying over, the Marseillaise, and it's so stridently sang. Yeah, I've quite enjoyed this, actually. Thank you for having me.
The flag has been handed over to one of the executive committee members of Total Energies, and I have a strong suspicion that was Patrick Pouyanné, who's the chairman and chief executive, who will be waving the flag in a wee while when the cars come around. We've got a couple of minutes left of our countdown to green as Nick has been ushered off the front straight as it is now, and then it'll be Johnny and Johnny as well as Paul Trustwell to take you through the first part of the race. Keep the tweets coming in, please, to hashtag HaggertyRLM, and we'll try and keep you entertained for the next 24 plus hours. Coming up, of course, we'll have our Valkyrie AI updates at 30:30 every race hour, every clock hour here in France, so every 30 minutes into the race, and then 1 hour 30, etc., etc. We'll make sure you understand what's going on with the weather, and we'll check that in a moment or two. And as the 5-minute board comes up, I'll remind you that after the checkered flag on Sunday at 4 o'clock, that ends the race, but it starts the conversation. We can look back on the 90th running, and we will do, with the first tickets post-race tech show. And we want you to join in on that. So start making notes all the way through so that you can remember to ask those things that happened at 3 o'clock in the morning, that when we ask you about that close to the end of the race, you've already forgot that. So just jot some things down. That's it from Countdown to Green. Coming up next, we'll have Johnny and Johnny as the formation lap is just a couple of minutes away here on 91.2 FM, Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Beautiful afternoon here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Air temperature is almost 24 degrees. It's closer to 30 out in the Cayman Islands at the moment. What a great destination that is. Track temperature here rather toasty, almost 55 Celsius. Dropping down to 14 in the air tonight, and around about 25 is the high again tomorrow. 25% chance of rain though before midnight tonight here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
A very warm welcome to our live coverage, continuing live coverage of the build-up to the 24 hours of Le Mans for 2022. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the track and around the world on the RSL network. The cars are yet to be waved off, but we are moments away from that. Thanks to John Hindhoff, who has been looking after the countdown to green, and we'll continue our race build-up with a quick jump to Shea Adam with potential dramas for Ferrari, Shea.
When they went to put the 4 Michelins onto the 52 AF Course Ferrari, they noticed that they had 2 of the same tire, i.e. they did not have a right rear Michelin ready to go. So what they had to do was pass it over the wall and then pass it through the gap in the windows, if you will, up on the pit wall to keep people safe, to make sure that the 52 Ferrari wasn't going to be a 3-wheeled beast.
Disaster averted there by the sounds of things, and quick thinking by those at Ferrari then. There'll be plenty of that through the course of the race, of course, as well. The selected starting drivers are already on board. Doors remaining open on, well, both sides of a lot of the race cars because it is such a warm afternoon, Johnny Molan, and this is about trying to keep your concentration and keep the body temperature down on such a warm afternoon.
Yeah, you get... it's quite nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
I always
sure.
found this nerve-wracking, to be honest. You're out there, you're selected to start. It's always a nice feeling to be selected to start, but with it comes a lot of responsibility. And everyone always says, oh, you know, you don't win Le Mans on the first lap of a 24-hour race. And of course you don't, but things can go an awfully lot wrong, especially the way that first turn eases into through a long right before you have to get hard on the brakes for the Dunlop chicane.
The instruction from Patrick Pouyanné of Total Energies to start the engines, and that was the final instruction to the drivers. The doors are now slamming shut. And the air display above Circuit de la Sarthe, presenting the French tricolore in the sky, the red, the white, the blue, with the assembled crowds beneath on the main straight and elsewhere around the circuit as well. And from our commentary box, that pure sound from the skies is superb. If the adrenaline wasn't already pumping, then that's really going to get it going now. And in a moment or two, the cars are going to be waved off at about 8 minutes to the hour to partake of this single formation lap around the 8.4 mile circuit. If you thought Hyperpole was dramatic with all of the various pyrotechnics on Thursday night, that half-hour session, they're turning on the style today as well for the start of the race, Johnny.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this, and I think we're going to have such a good race. We've seen in the hypercar that it's going to be competitive, and we're also seeing in LMP2, it's almost become like GTE Pro in LMP2. We're going to have some really, really close racing, and I wouldn't be surprised if come the last lap of the race, hopefully we're going to have at least 2 or 3 LMP2s, if not more, fighting it out for the victory in that class. And then obviously with the GTE AM as well, really solid, really good and talented drivers in that, from both amateurs all the way up to the professional drivers as well. So I haven't seen as competitive a class field for a long time here at Le Mans. It's really looking good.
Yeah, P2 and GTE AM particularly so, but there'll be entertainment certainly within Pro because they are so narrowly bunched. 7 cars, Corvette, the front, looking at the front row, then Porsches on the second row with Fred McAveeky and Kevin Estre to start those cars. AF Corsa tucked in behind, and the Riley Motorsports car that is easy to discount because it didn't feature in Hyperpole, but they're going to be in the mix as well for sure. Very easy to spot that car in 7th place in GTE Pro in the yellow and purple livery, just pulling away now. There was a slight delay, I noticed, for Felipe Nasser in the all-yellow Team Penske LMP2 car, whereas Joop van Uitert got away well for Panis Racing. But thankfully, Nasser is away now, and he'll catch up that gap. The Pro-Ams pretty much all locked together in LMP2. The second time we've had that subcategory at Le Mans. They run from 21st place overall back to 28th position. They're Pro-Am because they've got a bronze in their driver combination, and they'll be going for their own individual podium throughout the course of the race. So a cracking build-up. We're now into the really important phase, because next time around into the Ford chicane and out of it, we will be racing. And so far, Paul Truswell, again, things are looking good for this 62-car start.
I can hardly believe it, yeah. I mean, in fact, I'm almost beginning to calm down now, Johnny. Le Mans seems to have such a long build-up that we've been through this, all of the national anthems, the presentations, the various celebrations, the return of the trophy from Toyota from last year. It all takes time, and quite honestly, I've just been dying to get on with this race, because then I know what's happening. Then I can start to build the pattern. I can start to see, who really does have the upper hand. Because as we've been saying for the last week now, practically, there are so many unanswered questions, and the more the unanswered questions go by, the more just seem to be thrown up. And as I say, I just want to get on with it now.
It's sort of our job to guess a little bit of that, to speculate through the course of the week, but the teams don't want to give anything away because it's so so competitive throughout, and the best thing you can do is just say, well, we think they're going for a fuel run, we think they're going for a quick lap, but this is where now we get all the answers. It's a great fun period of the weekend.
Absolutely, and I agree entirely with Paul, and having talked to a few of the drivers, I was chatting to Oliver Jarvis and Alex Lynn in the United Autosports garage earlier, and for them as well, I mean, you think we want to get on with it, Paul. I mean, for them, a 4 o'clock start, especially with a warm-up at sort of 9:45, 10 o'clock, it's a long, drawn-out affair, and as a driver, you're up and down and on the back of a car on the grid and sort of waving to the crowd and all the rest of it. They really want to get this going. The temperature's a little hotter today than I think a lot of the teams were anticipating, so that is going to be interesting to see how tyre wear in the first couple of hours starts panning out. But obviously the LMP2 cars, as Paul will tell us, is they're running sort of 9-lap stints, so they're going to be what they call quadrupling the tyres, but in the old days, quadrupling was an awful long time. Now, a quadruple for an LMP2 car is only 2 hours.
Yes, possibly quintupling, we've heard as well.
Yeah, probably not at the start, I would say. No. They're going to really keep an eye on it, and it'll be interesting as the track rubbers in, got slightly higher temperatures. They really will know after the first sort of driver stint, and they'll have a good look at the tyres, and then they'll start understanding a little bit more what they've got under them. But that will also change as the race progresses.
This is a brand new tyre allocation for the week. So we've had a certain amount for free practice and qualifying. They then got 2 sets per car for Hyperpole. They've now got 14 sets for the prototypes and 15 sets for each of the GT cars. So that's not enough for each stint, clearly, because LMP2s are going to be doing maybe 45 minutes, and the hypercars more like 50 minutes on a stint. So that's the reason why you're going to have to recycle them many times over.
Yeah, and let's not forget also, thinking about the personnel and the mechanics that are in the garage, even if you don't think you're going to be changing the tyres, you still have to bring a spare set out in case there's suddenly a slow puncture, or they suddenly see a cut on a tyre when they're examining it. And of course, that means with the shorter stints of 30 minutes, approximately, for LMP2, for example, that the crew have to be coming in and out with a spare set of tyres every single time. And also that's the same crew with some teams, that they don't have the sort of depth in numbers, that will be doing all the pit stops and the wheel changes and all the rest of it. So it means if you actually sit and work it out between that and the fueling, that the poor mechanics probably only get sort of 15, 20 minutes of downtime every hour maybe to actually get some proper rest. Now, it may not be a problem at this stage in the race, but come 3, 4 in the morning, that's gonna add up. So let's spare a thought for the boys working on the cars in the pits. They're not just sitting there watching as much as they used to be, where the car disappears for an hour, hopefully, and you don't see it. Now it's sort of in and out all the time, and they're prepping for that. If you're in, like, again, going back to United Autosports, you're in the garage where they don't have the fuel bowser underneath the floor.
System,
they actually have to physically get the fuel in, put it in the bowser. They have to have the bowser full at all times, because that gives them maximum gravity fed in terms of speed for fueling. So they can't just, it takes 160 litres, so that's 3 stops, but they can't just let it run down. They have to keep topping it up every time. So again, there's an awful lot of work going on behind the scenes prepping for that. It's like painting the Firth Bridge. You start, and then you get to the end and you start all over again. It'll just be that continuously for 24 hours.
And it's hard labour for those mechanics and team members as well, particularly in the early phase of the race, as we've been talking about the ambient temperature later on in the race tomorrow afternoon as well. To remind you of the race order, as the cars are starting to form up now in 2x2 formation, coming out of Arnage corner, so well into this long third sector of the lap now. Sebastian Buemi, after Brendan Hartley took pole position in Hyperpole on Thursday night, will start the number 8 Toyota from that left-hand side of the grid, with alongside him Mike Conway in the number 7. Then it's the Alpine, the A480 for Nicolas Lapierre to do the opening stint, car 36. He's just alongside Frank Mayer, who had the spin during warm-up this morning in the 709 Glickenhaus at Mulsanne corner. Needed to get the car restarted before he could return it home. Olivier Pla will be on the 3rd row alongside the pole sitter in LMP2, who is René Rast, who's been installed for the opening stint in car 31 for Belgian squad WRT. He'll have Will Owen behind him, interestingly. So Will's a silver for United Autosports, but they put that 22 car in the hands of the American. Very trusty pair of hands it is, and interesting that they're wanting to burn some silver time early in the race, whereas behind them, Jota's Antonio Felix da Costa, just about the fastest guy in the mighty 38 this weekend. Ferdinand Habsburg starting from 4th position in the real team by WRT car number 41. Robert Kubica and Alex Lynn come next for Prema and United respectively. Pro-Am pole, Ben Hanley starts the Nielsen Racing number 24 car, and in GTE Pro, it's Nick Tandy and Antonio Garcia. We heard from Nick in our countdown to green, car 64, starting alongside the other C8R of number 63, Garcia. Fred Makovici, Kevin Estres have said in the Porsches, and then it's Miguel Molina and James Collado in the 2 AF Corsa Ferraris. From pole in GTE Am, after Vincent Abril did the hard work in Hyperpole, he gets to start the race in the 61 AF Corsa Ferrari from Mikkel Jensen's Kessel car Guy racing machine 57. And then it's Harry Tinknell, also we heard from during the countdown to green, for Dempsey Proton Racing. So Ferrari, Porsche in GTE Am. Alexander Wurz down at Toyota, staring hard into the screens as the hypercars exit the karting corner after Porsche curves. They have in front of them the approach to the Ford chicane. The pace car now with the lights illuminated, or rather now extinguished, I should say, and they're about to thread their way through the Ford chicane, through the Motul Raccordement sequence of corners that link the great Circuit de la Sarthe to the Bugatti circuit. And for the 90th time, a year ahead of the centenary. We're about to go racing in 2022 at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're live on Hagerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM for 2022. Around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. 5 hypercars now under the control of the starter. They're waiting for the red lights and the French tricolor to be waved by Patrick Pouyan of Total Energies. And we're racing at Le Mans with a good start from Sebastian Buemi. But those Glickenhauses are all over the back of the 2 GR010s as they head up the hill. And there's a car off in the background already in the gravel. That's a LMP2 car. You can hear the stones being thrown left, right and centre. And Franck-Mayer, I think, has straight lined the chicane to maybe briefly bag the race lead. No, he's given that back again to the 2 Toyotas, so they still run in the same order. Buemi ahead of Mike Conway, but yellow flags at turn 1. It's the 22 car of Will Owen that's off the road. Talked about the silver driver being put in for the opening stint. He's well in the gravel trap there at turn 1, and that's going to take a long time to get the car recovered, probably needing a man or two and quite possibly a slow zone in the opening or the second lap around. Meanwhile, LMP2 getting properly stuck in. Race leader is Robert Kubica from Prima All-In team. He read that perfectly, so long as he kept it within the white lines at the Dunlop chicane. So car 9 is the LMP2 leader from Rene Rast, who was on pole. Antonio Felix da Costa slots into third, and Felipe Nasser for Team Penske. He was slow away for the rolling lap. He's already up to 5th position. So that's far from the start, Johnny Bowler, that we wanted for United Autosports. Everybody else, I think, oh no, not everybody else, because there's also a car stopped elsewhere on the circuit. There's damage on the front of Will Owen's car as well.
I noticed that Ferdinand Habsburgen, the WRT car, is dropping like a stone as well, so he might have been involved in that incident that sent Will Owen wide into the gravel. And like I said earlier, that right-hander that sort of feeds you round into the Dunlop chicane is so tricky because you're actually coming through there and having to brake, especially on cold tyres. Let's not forget, they'll have been sat on the grid. Yep. They can't go at pace. They'll be obviously trying to brake, accelerate, get some heat into the brakes, try and bring those tyre temperatures up. But those tyres, they won't know exactly what they've got front grip-wise. And so actually going into that corner where you're turning and then having to get on the brakes while you're still turning, and then you've got an unloaded wheel, it's so easy to lock up there, and everyone jockeying for position. It's so easy to go off at that first corner on the first lap.
And that's exactly what we have. We've also got an incident at the first chicane I was hearing as well, the Daytona chicane on the Mulsanne straight. So they're going to have to pick their way through these danger spots now on only lap 2, with a slow zone in place at Marshall Post 35 right at the end of the lap, and that extends into zone 1 as well. So Marshall Post 1, where Will Owens, number 22, United Autosports Orica, sits in the gravel. Everybody else threading their way now down towards Indianapolis for the first time, and Sebastian Buemi does lead by just over a half a second over Mike Conway's sister Toyota. Then Olivier Pla getting ahead of teammate Franck-Mayer at the start. So Glickenhaus running 3rd and 4th ahead of Robert Kubica, who came from 5th on the grid up to lead LMP2, and he's also got ahead of Nicolas Lapierre. So straight line speed, nothing wrong with those P2s.
Absolutely, and that's fantastic opening lap from Robert Kubica there, actually, to get up in there and get ahead of the Alpine of Nicolas Lapierre. Obviously, I suspect over the next lap or two, Nicolas Lapierre will address that imbalance, so to speak. But Rene Rast in 2nd now in the other WRT number 31 car. But such a shame to lose one of those WRT cars so early on. And I suspect the competitive nature of LMP2, if you end up having a problem, even this early on with all this time left, it's going to be a real job to get it back.
Yeah, because Will Owen soon to be lapped, and you're really going to struggle to get a lap back. Although I suppose if you're going to lose a lap at any point in the race, it's better that it's on the first lap and you've got pretty much the full 24 hours to attempt to recover. But 3 safety cars here, no wave buys as we have in the standard World Endurance Championship rounds. So tricky. Everybody bunching up. Now, of course, when you go into a slow zone, the first phase is just standard yellow flags, and there's nothing stopping the gap that built up in the first lap from condensing completely. That's exactly what we've got on the main straight. So Will Owen's car, you probably had to hear him in the background, they were overlapping up ahead as well. Oh, and he got completely sandwiched from left and right from the hard charging P2s behind him. It was a pincer movement. I'll need to be able to describe that to you again to realise exactly which cars were involved, but that's what's done the damage on the nose of the United Autosports car, which has then pitched it into the gravel.
I have to say, I did question a little bit putting Will Owen in at the start. I wasn't going to say anything, but in that instance, absolutely 100%, there's nothing he could have done there. He was absolutely minding his own business. He wasn't squeezing anyone out on the left or the right, and he just had 2 cars come across him. The one from the right literally sending him straight off into the gravel. I really feel for the team and for him personally, because he'll be absolutely gutted in this situation right now. And even when it's not your fault, you still think, well, could I have done something a bit differently? You know, short of getting on the brakes, but even then he'd probably get rammed up from the rear. So there was absolutely nothing you could do. It was just one of those pincer movements. Like I said, sort of 3 or 4 cars going through that right, trying to find that single lane for the brake zone for Dunlop chicane, and it 3 into 2 didn't go.
Just hearing that there's going to be a new tail section for car 41 when that can work its way around the lap, the real team by WRT car. United Autosports Will Owen. The problem is now, once he's been put back onto hard standing, he's got to do a full lap in order to access the pit lane. That's 8 miles pretty much with all that damage on the front.
Yeah, I don't think the damage is too bad. Obviously, you don't know that kind of contact. It normally sort of breaks fenders and things like that. But in terms of the splitter, hopefully it'll be okay. But they'll have plenty of bodywork and noses, and they'll be able to change it very quickly. So it's just the flapping nature as you're coming back in, because obviously if you're going slowly, you're still doing sort of 150, 200 kilometers an hour coming back in at a reasonably slow pace. So he has to be careful not to damage the car too much, and hopefully he hasn't got a puncture as well.
Nice little move there in the green flag area by Nicolas Lapierre, who got a good run on Robert Kubica into the second chicane, was able to get right underneath the tailpipes of the Polish driver who leads LMP2. So we now have 5 hypercars to the front again. But Lapierre is going to have to work hard to manage to shake the Prema all-in team car completely. So number 36 back up to 5th after he lost that position early in the race. Kubica, René Rast, Antonio Felix da Costa, Felipe Nasser, they are all completely nailed to one another, basically, after that run into the slow zone at the start of the lap, which has now been removed. So we are green all the way around the racetrack. Cracking work by the marshals at Dunlop Curve there to get the Will Owen car out of the gravel so quickly and back into the race. Harry Tinknell, who started from 3rd position in GTE AM, now leads that class. So he's got ahead of Mikkel Jensen, who's fallen to 4th in GTE AM, and Vincent Aubril from pole position. So Tink's not hanging around in car 77.
No, he's doing a fantastic job. He's pulled a 1.7 gap already on the Ferrari of Vincent Aubril and got his head down. I think at this point the Porsche is looking very, very strong. I've heard on race pace they're looking very strong, and there's a very, very slow car making its way back round to the pits there. I think it was the number 41. I think that's still Ferdinand Habsburg trying to make his way back in.
It will be. Yeah, so drama for one of the 3 WRT cars in the race.
Just saw the closing speeds there through the Porsche curves of the 2 hypercars coming up upon him. Unbelievable closing speeds.
GT's completely together, and let's have a look at the Riley Motorsport car. That's not too far away, but the other 6 basically factory crews are heading out of Arnage corner now and up towards Porsche curves, with one of the Algarve Pro Racing P2s trying to stick a lap on these guys already. So Nick Tandy leads. No, that's actually James Allen. Beg your pardon. So James Allen retrieving those places after a tough free practice 1. The 45 car didn't even take part in qualifying. So Australian driver James Allen has just picked his way through all of the GT cars to make it up to 27th position now. But Nick Tandy leads GTE Pro for Corvette from his teammate Tonio Garcia. Kevin Estra's got the jump on Fred Makovici to run 3rd ahead of his teammate in 4th. Miguel Molina's 5th in the 52 Ferrari from James Colado's AF Corsa Ferrari number 51.
And interesting that in the LMP2 Pro-Am, the Ben Hanley leading that class in the Nielsen racing car, but behind with the Bratislava DKR Engineering and the Interpol competition car, they're literally all pretty much within half a second of each other. So the first 4 in the LMP2 subclass, so to speak, really having a great race already.
Johnny Molam and Johnny Palmer in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. We'll get to Paul Trustwell in a moment, but first of all, Shay Adam with news of a car that's limped your way.
I do have the real team by WRT number 41 into the pit box. The tail is severely damaged. They decided that they were going to change that before Ferdinand was even halfway around the lap. The thumbs up just coming from the mechanic who looked at the rear to examine the suspension to make sure that that was all okay. They did put a splash of fuel on before they changed 4 Goodyear tires, making it a match set. And there goes Ferdy to try and make back up some positions, but that's a lot of damage on the tail. I'm really shocked that there was no further suspension damage.
Yeah, so horrible situation for one of the WRT cars, but I suppose that's why they enter a few, because numerically then you get a chance of having one towards the sharp end. They do, in the form of the 31 car, René Rast having started from pole position, with Robert Kubica just ahead of him, and I mean only just. Antonio Felix da Costa is just behind in third position, and Shea Adam. The Will Owen car is heading in. In fact, it's Nick Damon's end of the pit lane. First pit stop, first pit bay, in fact, for Will Owen. And Nick is with you.
Lots of damage, I'm afraid, on that left-hand side. Not only has it smashed up obviously the fender on the left-hand side, it's also taken some damage down the side of the wing, so to the further back than the position lights. That's got a kind of a marking of a wheel. So I think, as Johnny said, that car got squeezed massively on both sides. They're putting the tyres on now, because they fueled it first. We didn't have much fuel to it. There'll be a new nose going on. Be interested to know what they do about the bits that are also broken further back, whether they're going to leave it, they'll be quite flappy, or whether they're going to go for a bit of duct tape repair. Unsurprisingly, the nose is a bit recalcitrant to come off. Off it goes. Mechanics go round. This is so soul-destroying when you're already a couple of laps down before you've started. And new nose is on. No work on the sort of side damage, and the car is, my guess is, if you want to have a look at that, the car will be back in again in 35 seconds. They could obviously prepare a tape patch by then, but well, that's about the worst start you could possibly have, isn't it?
Horrible, and still haven't quite worked out who the two cars either side were of Will Owen as he headed up the hill. Now behind him, immediately behind him, was Ferdinand Habsburg, so maybe that answers the question as to why there was damage on the 41. And 38 possibly, or Kubica it might have been, in the number 9 car.
I think Kubica got a really good start and got a real good jump on them. They were gone. I think it was Will Owen and Ferdinand Habsburg that came together, but there was another car on the outside as well.
Yeah, so well, you wouldn't have thought it would be Antonio Felix da Costa, because he's going really well now as well in third position. We'll talk you through that at a later date. Let's get straight back to Nick in the pits.
With the Algarve Pro 47 car, that came in, picked up a bit of fuel, but unfortunately, in many ways, it's showing no actual obvious damage. So this is a mechanical problem, be it gear selection or whatever it may be. The car was able to crawl back, but this is a mechanical problem, not an easy fix, and they've also lost a couple of laps, and they're already taking off the rear deck, so they'll be having a look at the engine and the gearbox, but it's not a great start for Flörsch, Falb and Aitken machine.
Yeah, horrible luck for Algarve Pro Racing across the board, really, because they had one car that was crashed at the end of free practice one, which meant it didn't make qualifying at all and had to be rebuilt, new chassis built from the ground up, and now an issue for the sister car. Also not looking good for the Iron Dames, which is the 85 Ferrari, slow moving coming out of Arnage. I wonder whether that was just an optical illusion, Johnny Molan, but it's been overtaken quite easily by a fellow GT car.
Yeah, it did look very slow, didn't it? It's difficult to tell sometimes when they're coming directly at you.
Indeed. But that's been started by Sarah Bovey, who was massively looking forward to this event. Sadly, she couldn't take part in her home World Endurance Championship round at Spa. She's from Brussels because she was suffering from COVID, and it took Michelle Gatting out as well because she'd been a close contact. They did change things around. It gave Christina Nielsen a drive, I suppose, at Spa together with Dorian Pin. Great to have Bovey back, but not 15 minutes into the race, and that car is having to be nursed to the end of the lap.
Yeah, just being able to watch Harry Tinknell in the 77 Proton for Porsche, rather, doing a superb job. But he's really got that car dancing. It was working all the way through the Dunlop chicane there. So he's absolutely on it and beginning now to stretch a little bit more of a lead. He's got a 2.3 second now over the Benjamin Barker GR racing car. It's in GT AM.
Most of the GTE AMs appear to have started with their star driver. So Harry Tinknell with a 77, Ben Barker's behind 2.2 seconds back in the GR racing car. Sarah Bovey's reached the pit lane now, so at least the team can try and work out what the problem is, although Iron Links are based all the way at the top end of the pit lane in the Granny Annex, where they've got about 6 cars next door to one another. Matteo Cairoli in the 46 Team Project 1 car is running third in AM. Alessio Picariello for the rearranged Proton team, still named as Hardpoint Motorsport and still racing with the flag of the USA, number 99. That car is in fourth. Shay, watching the Iron Dames car arrive.
putting a splash of fuel in first, and it's actually more than a splash, and they've cleaned off the windshield. The right rear Michelin is down. That is the tire that they are going to change, and the only tire that they're going to change. Thumbs up, no suspension damage there. New tire on, car drops off the airbags. Bye, Sarah. She's out for now.
Staying on board, and they might have to just knit a bit more strategy into that to make sure that her required hours are done, well, some of them, in the early phase of the race. Great racing in GTE AM. The 57 car has lost a little bit of ground. That's still being driven by Mikkel Jensen.
Yeah, and at the sharp end of the grid, Johnny, I noticed that Sebastian Buemi's just done the fastest lap of the race on the previous tour, 3:28.923, and then on that lap, a 3:28.971. So he's absolutely on it now, stretching out the gap between himself and Mike Conway behind in the sister number 7 Toyota to 2.6 seconds. So really moving ahead now, the two Toyotas, and then behind them is like a full 8.5 seconds to the first Glickenhaus of Olivier Pla.
So yes, Toyota sticking with each other. Glickenhaus 2.3 apart. The Lapierre car, which had a slight distraction in the early stages, falling back behind one LMP2 car, now has some clean air in front, has managed to shake Robert Kubica's attention as well. That gap back to the first LMP2 is nearly 7 seconds. We're 16 minutes in, Paul Truswell. It's been a far too exciting start for many. Hopefully now just a period of calm as we reach the end of the prototype stints.
God, dear oh me, yes. I mean, that certainly wasn't the start I was expecting. I think the long wait and the heat really got to everybody, didn't it? I suppose you do expect a little bit of action at the start. The Dunlop chicane, a very tricky bottleneck to get through at the beginning of the race, but you know, you were following the Road to Le Mans races as well, Johnny, and they all managed it there more or less, but a good deal of action, and far more action than a lot of teams were wanting. And yes, I mean, particularly with the United Autosport car there of Will Owen going off, in effect there they've lost a couple of laps. Say it quickly, it doesn't sound too bad, but in terms of being motivated to get on through the rest of the race, you know, you're always going from the back foot, and there's always this little niggle in the back of your mind that, oh, you know, we got a really bad start and we've been catching up ever since. If it runs smoothly for them the rest of the race, okay, they're going to be able to catch up. But, you know, the same applies to the number 41 WRT car, the same applies to the Iron Dames. A pit stop in the first half hour is just not what you want. It puts you off your stroke. Bear in mind, you know, we've been talking about the workload on the mechanics. They look forward to this first half hour because that's their first real downtime. You know, there's nothing they can do. And then what they have to do is suddenly sort the car out because of a first lap incident. So, as I say, an action-packed first 20 minutes or so, not necessarily what we wanted. As far as the hypercars are concerned, though, yes, absolutely clean. You know, we got the two Toyotas away nice and cleanly. Sebastian Buemi, Michael Conway having got themselves nicely up at the front of the field, as Johnny just said. 3:28.971, the fastest lap of the race so far, set by Sebastian Buemi, and I'm sure we're going to see faster than that as the race progresses. It's really far too hot yet, and we were talking during free practice, weren't we, about how the track will evolve and it will get quicker, and I think it will get quicker as evening falls as well, and we get everybody a little bit more settled down. Part of the problem as well, though, Johnny, is just the number of cars we've got out there.
Yeah,
it's
true.
a very, very busy racetrack. 62 cars, bar the ones which have already fallen into the pit lane, but a very busy racetrack.
Just want to clear one little thing up. It wasn't Sarah Bovy, in fact, installed in the Iron Dames Ferrari 85. That's Michelle Gatting for the first stint. So it was her that encountered the difficulty touring into pit lane and still at the wheel, as Shay Adam reported in the pits. Let's go to the pits, and Nick Damon, what have you got for us?
Down with the 47, Sophia Flores brought this in at no speed at all. The problem is gearbox selection. It's unfortunately, obviously when you talk about paddle shifts, when you click the paddle, that just produces a little electrical signal through a switch. That then goes to a multi-processing unit, which is often the problem. Unfortunately, the problem they've got is the actual actuator on the side of the gearbox itself. So they're trying to they've taken the old one off. They're looking to get a new one, But the worrying thing is the problem might be inside the gearbox, not the actuator itself on the outside, but how that actuator is then translated to a gear change by the box, because they tried changing it, and they are now going through the process of just trying to see what they can get down to. They thought they knew what it was. It's an actuation problem. It's not electrical, but it looks like a big fix at the moment.
Thank you for that. They'll keep working on it, but it's very difficult to try and do that if you're wanting the car to tick off the laps as well and at least stay vaguely in contention. Ferrari's nose to tail heading into Arnage, but the battle at the head of the order contains mostly Porsches, actually. Dempsey Proton Racing, the 80 car was using the right bit of the second chicane, but it was the 777D station, Aston Martin going straight on. An unusual mistake for Tomonobu Fuji.
That's a fantastic battle going on there, really fighting it out, and that's for 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th in GTM, and that's what I love about this race.
Yeah, 23 cars, doesn't matter where you are, you're going to find somebody.
4 of them absolutely battling it out, and that was really good, some really good close racing.
Because who knows where that battle's going to be in, 23 hours' time. It's all important. This you can't lose hope and think I'm way off the top 10, because it's all about making sure that each hour is important, building the blocks, right?
Absolutely, and also you need a good race pace, but this is one of the races where having the fastest car doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the race. Obviously it always helps to have a fast car, but in this there's so many other factors that will come into play. So it's interesting also that in the LMP2 class I noticed that the 23 United Autosports car of Alex Lynn dropped a little bit down to sort of 7th place at the start, and now he's moved himself back up. He's overtaken Jovanota, who's dropped a little bit, and he's now running 5th, I think, in class. So he's doing a good job. But I tell you what, hats off to Robert Kubica. Not only did he take the lead at the start, he's keeping that handily. He's never had more than about half a second, at the moment 7/10 of a second breathing space to René Rast and Antonio Felix da Costa behind him. I think he's actually pulled it out to 1.1 seconds, and that's the biggest gap to René Rast that I've seen in the second number 31 WRT car. Yeah,
fighting some of his former teammates in that second car, because Robert Kubica was an ELMS champion last year for the Belgian team, but moving across to Prema this year. Prema's project is combined with Iron Lynx, the Prema all-in team, 2 Italian powerhouses. Or Iron Lynx fairly new on the block, but they haven't taken too long at all to start winning things. And the idea is to try and develop and create this bedrock system for new talent from single-seater racing, things like Formula 3, Formula 2 as well, and get young kids involved in 2-seater sports car racing early on in their career, which seems to be very much the fashionable thing these days. So Kubica leading by almost a second from René Rast is certainly no slouch for WRT, and Antonio Felix da Costa just keeping things consistent. These are heavy cars for the start of the race with, well, brimmed fuel loads, burning through that at a pace, and they'll be pitting somewhere around the 45-minute marker.
Yes, absolutely, and probably maybe even a bit before that, to be honest.
Yeah, with the extra lap, of course, for this stint.
Incredible, isn't it? I mean, you look at LMP2, I know we keep banging on about it, but you've got Robert Kubica, René Rast, Antonio Felix da Costa, Felipe Nasr and Alex Lynn as your top 5. I mean, that just shows you the quality of the drivers in that class, doesn't it?
3 different manufacturers in GTE AM, Ferrari, Aston Martin, but as I say, it is all about Porsches right now. We've just had a lead change in that division because Matteo Cairoli got one heck of a draft effect on the car in front of him, Harry Tincknell. Tinks just couldn't do anything about that. The Italian up the inside for Team Project One to bag the race lead, and actually Cairoli starting to scamper away a little bit now, bringing Benjamin Barker with him in the black with the orange stripes GR Racing car.
It's interesting when that happens. It's so frustrating. You have someone slipstreaming you. You know at this stage in the race there's no point in losing too much time battling them, so you let them through and try and let them through as cleanly and lose as little time as possible, which is not always easy. And of course then someone else behind you sees what's happening and pounces on you, and suddenly you go from potentially, like Harry just did, from leading to 3rd in class.
Message from Race Control, investigation for overtaking under yellow flags, car 3, the DKR Engineering Orica out of P2, and 35, which is another MP2 car in the Pro-Am subclass, the ultimate car. Mathieu Lahaye was the driver who started that one. They allegedly have been overtaking under yellow flags as a result of that first slow zone, we think. We'll tell you about any penalty as and when we see it.
Laurence Hoare driving the number 3 DKR engineering car. We reckon we've managed to work out the 2 cars that were involved with Will Owen. You're right about Robert Kubica's start for Prema, starting 5th, and it was almost as if his presence...
I think actually, I know what you're going to say, yeah. He actually moved across. There was a bit of contact, but it would have been side by side for Kubica, and actually that pushed him into Habsburg.
Yeah, and Owen goes skating off, so you've got Kubica blasting up on the inside of the track effectively. Driver's right, starting the number 9 car. He's then got René Rast immediately in front of him, and on the left-hand side, Ferdinand Habsburg. So was it Rast and Habsburg?
No, what happened was it was Kubica moved across and touched Will Owen, and Will Owen was then actually physically pushed into Habsburg. And Will Owen and Habsburg, who actually were the innocent parties in that, were actually the ones that came out of it worse, and Kubica seems to have got away with it. I think the contact with Kubica was quite small, and then when Owen suddenly got hit and moved across, that's when, and don't forget, when they've got cars at downforce, you've got quite a lot of weight effectively on the car, they become quite heavy. So when something moves across, if you get the angle just wrong, it could really disintegrate the bodywork, puncture a wheel without any problem, and so definitely Will Owen and Habsburg got the worst out of that.
Did Owen need to be out of the blocks more readily than the guys around? Because that's the thing, you put a silver in the middle of platinums and golds.
I don't think he did anything wrong. I mean, he held back a little bit because you're not allowed to overtake until after the line anyway.
7 seconds behind.
Bit of team radio to Mike Conway to give him the gap to the car in front, which is 3.3 seconds to Sebastian Buemi. And then behind him is Olivier Pla to the tune of nearly 8 seconds.
Yeah,
so that's just Gazoo Racing giving an idea of where Mike is in the race elsewhere.
Yeah, that's interesting, just so he can monitor his pace. Obviously, he's not too worried at the moment about the number 8 Toyota. He'll be monitoring things. He's just set his first sector of the race, Mike Conway. He's got the pace, 3.3 seconds. He won't want it to go much above that, but 3 to 5 seconds at this stage. And so long as he's pulling away from the Glickenhaus of Olivier Pla behind, he'll be happy.
Shea Adams got some unusual early stops, we think, for LMP2.
Really was not expecting to see the 31 WRT or the 28 Jota machines down the pit lane, not the less this early. They do have tires out for the Jota car. That is Jonathan Aberdeen, who started the race. He's staying aboard. Fueling going on first for both that and WRT. The fuel nozzle has come out, but there is still work going on the right-hand side of the WRT machine. Now, the WRT goes, and now goes Jota as well. That gap closed down quite a bit, but there was no tires done on either. Nick, who did you have?
I had the DKR engineering machine that also came in early, and like you, just fuel. My only assumption on the WRT car going out, Johnny, is because it wanted to get out of the train of traffic and try the dreaded undercut.
Oh, we hate that phrase, but I do kind of know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, you're in a bad position traffic-wise. You know you've got speed, but you can't utilise it because of the cars in front. So get them out of the race briefly, pit stop early, and then hopefully into clean air.
That's a massive risk, though, in terms of safety car or something like that.
Yeah.
It can really throw you out. And if you're in the wrong place and you've got a big gap and there's a safety car and you're in safety car 3 instead of safety car 1, you can easily lose a ton of time.
Well, we haven't mentioned the choice of most GTE AM cars that they put in their platinum or gold drivers for this opening stint. The idea behind that is to try and build a gap in this opening hour, if at all possible, because if there is a safety car, and it's likely to happen in the first hour-ish, then the danger is you getting into the wrong safety car, or indeed the right safety car, if you've got a big enough gap. There is more news on car 31. You know, I thought it was René Rast. So I think actually Rast was the car on the right-hand side.
So we thought that was Kubica, but that was actually René Rast.
Kubica was to Rast's right-hand side again.
Yeah.
But I just wonder whether, because Kubica got such a good getaway, Rast made a bit of room for him, saw him out the corner of his eye, and there wasn't room to move left, because Will Owen was there, who then made contact with Ferdinand Habsburg. And the Habsburg and Rast with a pincer movement, Owen off into the gravel.
The 2 WRT cars, I mean, talk about it going from bad to worse. René Rast has now been given a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty for avoidable contact. So the 31 and the 41, who you have to say were, and he'll still be in the fight, the 31, but both of those cars, you'd have to say in the top 4 or 5 favourites to win their class, now being handed one accident damage, putting him right back behind for the 41. They're really up against it now because they're right at the back of the field, laps down. And the 31 now has obviously got a 1-minute stop and go, which is, you know, the best part by the time you come in, served your penalty.
Sticky moment there for the race leader, Sebastian Buemi, heading into Porsche curves. He's got this, well, he did have a 2-second lead or so. It's gone back to 1.2 now as he drops a couple of Michelin tyres into the gravel trap at Porsche curves. If that had been another half metre to the left, it would have been a big problem for the Swiss.
All under control.
But that's an idea of how hard he's pushing here to try and build a gap. It's gone back to half a second now.
The only problem with that is punctures. When you run a little bit close and you look in your mirror as you do it and you think, am I going to kick up the gravel? And you see it happening and you just hope that potentially you don't, because the gravel is better now, but it used to be quite sharp. You can easily get a puncture by running out there that close to the gravel.
Now, we were talking about how these cars in LMP2 might be able to make 45 minutes. Nothing like it. Most of them have come in after half an hour, Nick Damon.
Yeah, if you want to know who's in, look at the list of P2 cars, eliminate the 22, then the 31 and the 3, and everyone else is in. Literally, I mean, mostly, Shay's got about 17 of them. I've got about 12. I'm watching the 23. Shay, are you able to watch all 17 of yours?
Sure. We've got the 83, of course, in. So far, it's fuel for everyone, by the way. Team Penske, fuel only. Nielsen Racing in the 24, fuel only. That's the sound of the 38 Jota machine getting back underway. No driver change there. We've got the 30 doing fuel, and the the 30 Duquesne is doing fuel. EDEX Sport is in. No driver change there. Fuel only. They get going. Pennis Racing was right in front of them. It was nearly an unsafe release, but managed to blend back in for Pennis. And all the way down at the pit exit, the number 32 WRT pulls out just ahead of the EDEX Sport one that was. And now there's the Duquesne team that gets rolling once again as well. So after all that minute of mass chaos, it's now calming down on my end again.
Shay Adam and Nick Damon doing a sterling job in the pit lane as we get the first bout of LMP2 pit stops. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM for 2022. Half an hour done, time for our first update.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
No time to blink here, so I'll make this a quick Valkyrie AI update. Sebastian Buemi leading in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010. After a slight mistake for the Swiss into Porsche curves, he's built his lead back up again to Mike Conway in the 7 Toyota to 2 seconds. The 708 Olivier Pla-driven Glickenhaus is in third, 4.4 seconds further back. Then it's the 709 Glickenhaus with Franck Mayer installed for the opening stint, and the Alpine Elf A480 of Nicolas Lapierre, car 36, running in 5th position. LMP2 led by Fabio Scherer right now, but remember we're in the meat of the first wave of pit stops in LMP2. Car 43, somewhat of a false leader, more likely, well, mind you, René Rast will have to come through the pit lane to serve a penalty, but he's at the moment displayed as second in the order. Then Antonio Felix da Costa for Jota. 4th position, the Prema all-in team, Robert Kubica driven number 9, and in 5th place in P2, Alex Lynn for United Autosports number 23. The leader in Pro-Am in P2 is at the moment the number 3 DKR Engineering Laurence Hoare driven car. That car is also, though, running the risk of having to serve a penalty. GTE Pro is Corvette from Corvette. Nick Tandy leading in 64 from Tonio Garcia in 63. The 92 Porsche of Kevin Estre is third ahead of Fred Makovici, 4th, number 91, and the 2 AF Corsa Ferraris behind. 51 James Collado, 52 Miguel Molina. GTE Am all about the Porsches right now after 30 minutes. Matteo Cairoli for Team Project One, number 46. GR Racing, 86, Ben Barker. Alessio Picariello, Hardpoint Motorsport, 99. And also a Porsche in 4th, WeatherTech Racing's Julian Anlauer, number 79.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
Phew. Right. LMP2's mainly heading back into the race. Fabio Scherer, who was briefly the race leader, will now come back into pit road to take his first pit stop. So René Rast is going to kind of come out of this out front, but he's had that damage to be repaired. And I don't think he served his penalty
No,
yet either. He can't have done.
He didn't serve his penalty. He came in 1 lap earlier than we expected. It's going to be about a 32-minute stint for the LMP2s. So 7 flying laps, 1 out, 1 in. So a total of 9, I think, by the time they get into the race. Obviously, the start of the race, they do 1 less because they have the formation lap. So it's going to be interesting to see. They only have a limited amount of time that they'll have to take that penalty. And I think you'll find he's in actual fact, he's in the pits now, René Rast. So he'll be serving that penalty now.
Yeah, makes sense. Couldn't do that during the standard pit stop, so they get that out of the way first of all, and now the 31 car takes its medicine for that contact earlier on. And the problem is a lot of the cars still very much bunched together, so they're going to have to work really hard to get those places back again.
And that then bumps the Jota number 38, the historic 38 in LMP2, up of the Antonio Felix da Costa up into the lead of the LMP2 class. Now he jumped Robert Kubica in the pit stops. And Robert Kubica is now second with Alex Lynn for the United Autosports number 23 car in third.
Just a note on those penalties. You're not allowed to take a penalty if there is either a safety car on the grid or we're in full course yellow conditions. However, if there is a slow zone, then you can come in and take a penalty. Now, from the point of view of René Rast, he kind of got the worst of that because by the time his penalty was assessed, the slow zone had already been taken away, so he had to take it under full green conditions. But just for future reference, if we've got a full course yellow, then you're going to have you're not able to take any penalties at all, and you have to wait. Otherwise, you have to take your penalty within 4 laps of when it was issued.
We need to. Sebastian Buemi having some conversation there with his team as well. Now, Sebastian Buemi is the car that leads the way after 9 laps, but that gap's really come down again now, Johnny Molan. Mike Conway, well, is he taking advantage of the hole through the traffic that Buemi has to find?
I think there's always an element of that when you're the leader coming up to traffic. You want to play it a little bit safer, and then when you arrive as second place car, they've already kind of made that hole for you. They're aware, you know they're aware, especially with some of the slower GTM cars where you're not quite sure if it's going to work for you or not. We saw with Anthony Davidson years ago with one of the one of the amateur Ferraris when he had that awful accident going into Mulsanne where he wasn't sure and they didn't anticipate. So it's interesting that I think Mike Conway we were talking about him biding his time. It was 2-3 seconds and he's now pulled that down, traffic or no traffic, to half a second. In fact, he's following close enough behind now that actually I would say it's starting to negatively impact his engine temps and also his front tyre temperatures. So it'll be interesting to see whether he actually passes or not, or whether he drops back again.
Yeah, great deal of high temperature pouring off the back of these cars. They're less aero dependent these days. The hypercar regulations deliberate in that, so that they should be able to be in traffic and not have their performance affected too much. But I take the point about all that hot air coming off the back of the number 8. Concerning the race start, there's no further investigation necessary, so they've penalised René Rast because of that. And of course we know about the 41 Real Team Racing by WRT car affected as well, Ferdinand Habsburg. Let's get back to the pit lane news at United Autosport, Shay.
They are coming in right now. Alex Lynn has radioed in. He needs a new nose for the car. So a bad start for both of the United Autosport Oricas, as Lynn will be coming in a few moments' time, getting 4 new Goodyears, a little bit more fuel, but unfortunately, new nose getting ready as well.
Yeah, well, that to be expected to a certain degree, I suppose. Massive gravel up ahead of the GT Pro cars. This was a couple of minutes ago. The Corvettes having to pick their way through almost like a twister, a tornado, because there was dust everywhere. Was that because of a car that went way off, therefore? Couldn't spot who it was, if so. Meanwhile, Harry Tinknell well in traffic. Mikkel Jensen's got in front of him in the car guy Ferrari, the yellow and black machine. So I think that was maybe quite a bit earlier on.
I think that was
I
think that was a replay of Will Owen going off and then having to come through. Okay. I think they're all very bunched up together there. So I think that's a replay of the start.
So we've been so focused on how the LMP2s dealt with that, but of course the GT Pros on the opening lap needed to pick their way through the debris field as well.
And Nick Tandy doing a really good job, still leading in GTE Pro in the 64 Corvette, and just set his fastest first sector of the race as well. Bearing in mind that he is now coming towards the end of his fuel stint, so they'll be also doubling the tyres, if not tripling the tyres. They have a longer stint on the fuel that they have, and Paul Trustwell will always tell you everything you need to know about fuel stints and tyre wear and everything else at the other end. But Nick doing a sterling job there, and the car will be feeling quite nice at the moment for him, coming to him, still leading the class, and also he's got the other Corvette as his wingman in the number 63 car, Antonio Garcia.
Yeah, the GTs will be looking at 15 laps, I reckon, although for the first stint, inevitably that will be that you'll knock one lap off for the formation lap, and if you're nervous about it, you may actually knock 2 laps off in order to take into account that lap to the grid as well. So maybe 13, 14 laps, and we'll see the GTs coming in. The hypercars, though, they're already on their 11th lap of their stint, so they're going to be in any minute now. In fact, I think the number 7, Johnny, is in on cue.
You've done this before, Trustwell. I can tell. Here they come.
Should we go home?
Yeah, it's men against boys here, I have the feeling. Anyway, here comes this number 7 Toyota. Not got very far at all to go, and the beauty is the United Autosports bays are completely empty, so Mike Conway could take advantage of that as well, Shay Adams.
Yes, he can, and it's fuel only for this trip down the pit lane, as the Glickenhaus is also in. That'll be going down to see Joe Bradley. And we've got the 36 Alpine in as well. This looks like fuel and maybe tires for the Alpine, though, because they have new Michelins laid out beside the car. Have to wait until they finish with fueling. There is no intent of tires for the Toyota, only waiting on the fuel. Mike Conway looking ever so patient. And just to give you a quick update on the 23, as there goes Mike Conway, the United Autosport car had a right front tire with a severe cut in it. They did not put the new nose on the car. The nose actually looked fine. But that that Goodyear, giving them reason to come back down the pit lane. They changed all 4. All right, let's see now what the 36 Signatech Alpine is going to do. Fuel only or tires too. Fuel probe is coming out. Nope, they're going.
So fuel only for both of the cars that have come into the pits. I suspect that, and in fact the 709 car coming in as well now, I suspect as far as Toyota is concerned, Mike Conway had to come in first because they didn't want to bring both. Toyota won't want to bring both cars in together if they can avoid it. And because Mike Conway was in second place, he will have to make the first pit stop. And then Sebastian Buemi will go the extra lap, and then he gets the pit garage all to himself, rather than try and service both cars after the 12 laps. Just going back to a point that Johnny was making at the very start Johnny Molan was making at the very start. As far as the refueling rigs are concerned, all of the refueling rigs are now sealed, and the refueling rate that the rigs is controlled by a timing system, and so you can only refuel at a certain rate. So it doesn't actually matter if you top the refueling rig up between each session, because your refueling rate is regulated anyway. Previously, I don't know if people are aware, but there were some very clever things going on within the refueling tank to ensure that the gravity feed sucked the air or sucked the fuel out of the tank as quickly as they possibly could. They've regulated that now, and so that the refueling time is regulated by a monitor which goes on, and as long as the fueling hose is connected, Magnesi Marelli's system times that and then measures that against the amount of fuel that's going in. So you don't have to be quite as clever now with refueling as you used to be able to do. But of course, you do have to make sure that you do everything else that you want to do while you're refueling in the same time. So it's still a rush, but you don't have to be quite as clever and technologically aware with the refueling of the tank, the autonomous fuel tank, as it's called, that is used to feed the fuel into the car.
Nick Cassidy is being warned of abusing track limits. He's in the number 54 AF Corsa Ferrari that he shares with Thomas Fleur and Francesco Castellacci.
So is Matt Campbell.
Matty Campbell as well. He is in the
93
Porsche that was is the Michael Fassbender car as well. Meanwhile, the 777 D-Station Aston Martin, Tomonobu Fuji battling away with the 75 car. Yeah, the Iron Lynx machine of Nicola Varone, the young Argentinian Johnny Molan.
Yeah, I mean, The 80 car of Giancarlo Fisichella just in front there as well. That was a little bit naughty, I have to say. The Ferrari put the Aston Martin right out there on the, and I think that was actually Fisichella putting Tomanuba right out on the dirt all the way down there, and that's how you pick up a puncture, and also he's completely off the track. So just shows you how hard they're wanting to not lose positions at this stage, especially Giancarlo Fisichella. He'll really not want to get caught up with some of those other AM drivers that are out there with him at the moment.
Yeah, Fuji in the iron link sandwich, but he has wriggled free now of the Italian duo behind. Let's get more news on pit stops. First of all from Joe Bradley.
Well, the 708 Glickenhaus has made it to pit lane. It's exactly the same service protocol that we've just seen on the sister car, the 709. The 708 is the car of Olivier Plat, Romain Dumas and Felipe Durrani, and that car fuel only, and it's back out.
Fuel only for Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota, came in from the lead and went back out in the same order. And we've also got the first of our GT pit stoppers. This is the number 88 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche, brought in by Jan Halen. It will be taken out by Jan Halen after the fueling is done.
News of a lead change, Paul Truswell.
Yes, quicker in the pits for Mike Conway than Sebastian Buemi. Think about it, that's not actually that surprising because, of course, Mike Conway came in earlier, took on less fuel, therefore, than Sebastian Buemi. Therefore, his stop was quicker. So, a drama change of lead, but no drama because if you think about it, that's what you would have expected. Mike Conway has the advantage on the track, he leads the race, but he has a disadvantage because he's got a lap less of fuel in his fuel tank.
Yeah, I was surprised actually that they brought Mike Conway in ahead of Sebastian Buemi because I always was of the opinion that the lead car has first option to pit. So
no, well it does, but the lead car wants to go further because in the long term, Buemi has the advantage because he's got more fuel aboard.
Yes.
Take the long view, Johnny.
Yeah, but
don't think about safety cars.
He's lost the lead.
That doesn't matter.
And that's obviously Mike Conway knew that was what was coming, which is why he pushed to catch up to him from 3 seconds, brought the gap down to just just under half a second when he pitted. Yeah. Obviously Mike Conway knew all along that obviously are going out. They don't change tyres at this stage. All of the tyre allocation, as you quite rightly said earlier on, Johnny, means that most of the time, especially early on at this stage, nobody is going to change tyres unless they have a puncture or some other kind of problem with the tyres, certainly for the first 2 or 3 pit stops of the race in all classes.
So yes, 3 seconds the difference between Mike Conway's pit stop and Sebastian Buemi. Buemi slotting into second position, about 2 seconds adrift of the sister 7 car. So they run 7 from 8, and then the 708 car of Olivier Plat, about 15 seconds back from the 2 Japanese machines. Glickenhaus, though, concentrating on their own race very much.
Driver change to Michael. We're boxing this one. Just tell Michael to watch when he's following cars, and I'll move the back boys a little bit forward for him.
That's Matty Campbell on the radio to Proton Competition. Michael Fassbender will be the new driver there. So clearly, they wanted to get Matt Campbell in to make sure it was a clean start, maybe get a bit of a gap or at least get into the lead gaggle. Now is the time to hand the car over to the bronze.
Penny for his thoughts right now.
Yes.
He will be feeling very, very nervous, and he'll just want to be getting into that car. He's in quite a good position as well because Matty Campbell's running near the sharp end, so it's going to be interesting. I think he's 8th in the AM class, so he's going to be getting in and just wanting to get this stint out of his belt. I think that they've done this in order to get him feeling comfortable, because obviously you're just standing there watching everyone else drive, you get more and more nervous. You just get in, get this stint out of his belt. I suspect that they might single him and then get him out of the car, and then he'll feel like he's part of it. And this is obviously a massive milestone in what he's been working towards for the last few years.
And some horrible memories for him midweek when there was a big incident when he was at the wheel during qualifying. He needed to get back on the horse as quickly as possible, but they needed to bring in a new car. I think that was the safer option, actually, to start with a brand new chassis, build it again from the ground up. Cracking work from Dempsey Proton Racing in order to source and then build that car. But it is important, certainly, to get him into free practice. But mentally, you think, I'm into the race now. Just want to get, as you say, one stint out of the way. Then see how he's feeling. Can he do another one after that?
You do relax. You do really do relax. As we see the Matty Campbell car coming in, I think that was. Yep.
So
Michael Fassbender, Matty Campbell hops out. Driver change, always the leaving driver always helps the driver getting into the car with his belts, plugs in the radio, there's a drink system, there's a plug there with another plug next to it with the drink system on it, so you plug them both in simultaneously, so you're doing radio and drinks at the same time. It's always down on the driver getting in to get his right-hand shoulder belt over and then get help from the leaving driver, then the window net up, close the door, and it's all done before the fuel's finished going in. So very slick pit stop.
And this is not the only GT driver change that's taking place, Joe Bradley.
No, I've just seen the number 52 Ferrari team decide Miguel Molina has done enough. I'm not sure who they put in the car, but the first near miss of the 2022 Le Mans 24 Hours is the 52 almost made contact with the 71. 71 was pulling onto its apron, 52 trying to get off. Fuel, tyres and driver for the 52.
I noticed also that Michael Fassbender there given new tyres, so that'll be very good for him.
We'll stay in the pit lane. Oh, that was a tight one between Antonio Fuoco, who's going out in the 52, and the 51 Ferrari. No, it was another AF Corsa Ferrari, wasn't it, from GTE AM, but very nearly contact there for Fuoco. What about that for your first stint in the 24 Hours of Le Mans? Shay, you were watching the pit stop which saw Michael Fassbender take over the 93.
Yeah, and a dream realized for Michael Fassbender, his first ever Le Mans laps during a race. It was a bit of a difficult start though, because first Matt Campbell got out of the car and then Michael had trouble getting the belts done. They did manage to get that sorted before the fuel probe came out, but then Michael stalled the car when he went to get going again. Then he fired it back up and revved it to within an inch of his life. Spinning the tires on this pit lane is not allowed. So clearly the team coming over the radio telling him, hey, calm, don't worry. He then very gently eased the clutch and away he went.
And we will see how he gets on in this opening stint, but important just to get the first couple of laps under his belt, drive cautiously but at pace as well. He will have been given a delta time that he is comfortable with, and this is what's so crucial in GTE AM teams, getting the bronze driver out onto the racetrack to do their required number of hours, and then you put in the guns to much later on. But it'll be interesting to see how late in the day Fassbender's happy to go. Probably not many nighttime hours, I would think.
Quite often in the case of the nighttime, they tend not to use the amateur driver, the gentleman driver, too much. I know that in the Inception Racing Porsche, they're not going to use Brendan Uribe too much in the night, they were telling me. Yep. But even for pro drivers, you want to get a stint under your belt. You may not even realise it at the time, but you do feel slightly tense. And when you've got one stint under your belt, or even a double stint, but you get back in to the car for the second time, you just feel more relaxed. You feel at one with the race and the car as a whole. So it doesn't matter whether you're a gentleman driver or a professional driver. It is really nice to get that first stint under your belt, hopefully with no problems, and then take it from there.
Race leader in GTE Pro is in. In fact, there's a lot of them heading your way, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, busy as ever. The 64 Corvette comes to a halt, getting fuel as standard. Windscreen clean, standard. No change of driver or tyres, it looks like. Tyres are being readied, so as I get closer to the car, I'll see if we've got tyre guys ready to burst into action when the fueling is done. Fueling must feel like a lifetime when you're sat in that car and you're waiting for the fueling to get done. There's no sign of any change of driver in the 64 Corvette. A little bit of music there as the 64 pulls away, so no tyres for the 64, fuel only.
And other GT Pro cars that come in are Fred Makovici, James Collado in the second of the AF Corsa pseudo factory cars. They're the top-notch ones in GTE Pro, and Shay's watching more GT stops.
We've got lots of GTE AM cars. We've got the 46 Team Project 1 Porsche in, no driver change there. The number 98 Aston Martin. Also in the pit lane, Nicky Team staying aboard. Pro car entered. That would be the 74 Milo Racing Ferrari. That car came in fuel and no driver change. And for the 77 Dempsey Racing Proton Porsche, that car is still Harry Ticknell, just fuel and tires for Julian Andlauer in the 79 Porsche, however. So split strategies down at Dempsey Proton Racing. We've got one with the driver change and tire change, one with a tire change, and one with just fuel.
Interesting, thanks Shay. Proton have lots of cars here. I think we totaled 5 with the WeatherTech machine and the Hardpoint Motorsport car, which now goes into the lead. Alessio Picariello has made a stop, 1 minute 19 seconds. That 99 car was stopped for, but now rejoining the race. Also news that car 35 from the LMP2 category, which is the ultimate car from Pro-Am, will have to take a drive-through penalty for overtaking under yellow and pushing a car on track. Let's go back to Joe in the pits.
Yeah, just to report that the number 33, the TF Aston Martin Vantage there of Ben Keating, Henrik Chavez and Marco Sorensen. Again, only fuel, no tyres or driver needed here. So it's a little bit of a difference in tactic here. I've only seen so that's the Porsche of Michael Fassbender and the 51 Ferrari that has changed drivers at this first pit stop for the GTEs.
So much happening right now, and it's always this point just before the hour mark. They'll probably become more regularly every 60 minutes or a little bit more, the GT Pros and AMs, but those extra laps we need to weave in from the start of the race. Paul Truswell.
Yes, I think, as Joe was saying, this first pit stop is really just scheduled to be a refuel and let's get on with it. In the case of Michael Fassbender, they'll have used the opportunity to give him a new set of tyres as well to send him on his way. What I wonder about, and I don't know whether Johnny Molan will agree or disagree, but by taking the tyres off after 45 minutes, how much they'll learn about tyre wear. I mean, after 45 minutes, you can't really tell, I would think, Johnny. The tyres won't have been used nearly at all, will they?
No, they won't learn a lot from that, but I think they thought it was more important to give Michael Fassbender as much grip and overall confidence in the car as possible, hence giving him a new set of tyres. And a driver, when you get out, if you do that, and you can see a lot of the GTE cars single stinting their drivers, some the Corvette, Nick Tandy stayed in, but a lot of them, and again, even like I said in the pro cars, it's really useful to actually get the pro drivers all in and all running, up and running, so to speak, rather than waiting 4 or 5 hours into the race before you get in. And so when you change a driver, it's always normal to change tyres as well. So you very rarely get in and they'll leave tyres on. Obviously something to do with the time it takes as well, but and get in on someone else's tyres.
The current race leader in GT Pro is now in the pit lane, a lap later than everybody else, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, I'll just let Ferrari go by. We've got the usual mechanic fully stood on the bonnet of the 92 Porsche, having its windscreen cleaned. The fuel's going in. Doesn't look like it's going to be any driver or tyres for the 92 as well. So that one about to... Johnny can tell us this, Johnny Boland can tell us this. When you're a driver, you're being refueled, you must feel like you're in there for about an hour.
Yes, Joe, it does feel a long time. It does feel a long time, but that's when you're sort of just sitting there. And also the heat soak, especially, I can't tell you, when I was walking over to the booth, and I'm now sat in a nice air-conditioned booth, I've got Nick Damon on my right, putting his feet up. Johnny and Paul on my left, we're all quite nice and cool in here.
We're chilled, aren't we? Yeah.
I can tell you for a fact, in a GTE car, they will be sweating. And when you come into the pits, Joe, and you're sat there, the heat soak, it's sweating, dripping in your eyes and all the rest of it. Take that opportunity to have a bit of a drink. I used to struggle to actually drive and drink at the same time, so I used to take the opportunity to have a bit of a slug of cold water on the drinks bottle. But yes, it does feel forever.
And of course, it doesn't really cost you anything to change the driver, because as long as you're good at it, changing the driver whilst the fuel is going in, there's plenty of time for it. So, in terms of keeping your driver's strength up, because it's not costing you anything in the pits, you might as well change the driver. And then you've just got the debate about whether you change the tyres as well, or whether you leave the driver on the same set of tyres. But if you do change the tyres, you end up having to cycle through your tyres because of the restriction.
They tend to give you your tyres, so you'll get, if they come off, which they tend to do, certainly in my experience, they'll take your tyres off if they're changing drivers, and then they'll take your tyres away, and if you've only singled them, they'll keep them, and then you'll get them back at the beginning of your next stint. So in other words, it's down on you to not flat spot or mess them up in any way, so that you're not actually messing anyone else up but yourself if you do.
Really good fight in LMP2, and I reckon a change of lead. Antonio Felix da Costa in the 38 now out front of Robert Kubica. They were virtually side by side heading into the second chicane. Also getting word now about one of the United Autosports cars being under investigation for not respecting blue flags. Car 22
goes from bad for worse, doesn't
yes,
it?
It does. Now that is the Willowing car, isn't it? Of course. So it's having to recover all of those places. No longer battling for the outright lead, which is where they wanted to be. The leaders are closing in on car 22.
And that's the worst part of it, because he does not want to go a lap down on the LMP2 cars behind him, so he'll be pushing like crazy to try and avoid that happening. And of course he'll be getting blue flags saying let them pass. So I really feel for him.
Let's go to Shea Adam to get a quick update on Porsche, and then we will reach the top of the first hour.
We did see a pit stop from both the 91 and the 92 Porsches, with the 91 coming in first. Fred Makovecki brought the car in. He stayed in the pit lane. That was a driver change. But he was saying that there was some vibration from the tires. They elected to pit him one lap sooner than they planned because they wanted to make sure that everything was okay. Turns out those Michelins are good. They could go back on the car later.
Mike Conway leading Le Mans after 16 laps by 3.7 seconds. So car 7 out front from the number 8. The 708 Glickenhaus in third for Olivier Pla, with now the new leader in LMP2, Antonio Felix da Costa, in the 38 Jota from Robert Kubica, who led many laps in the opening stint in LMP2. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
It's a very pleasant afternoon at Circuit de la Sarthe as we reach the hour of 5 o'clock. Wall-to-wall sunshine, in fact, with a temperature of 25 Celsius, absolutely 0% chance of rain, a light wind from the northwest of 8 kilometres per hour. It's going to drop a little overnight. It's going to be fairly warm, though, even at 6 a.m, a low of 13 Celsius. Clear night as well, with no chance of precipitation. And tomorrow, very similar day to Saturday, actually, getting to a high of 24 Celsius. Sunshine all the way to the flag right now.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
91.2 FM around the track and around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molam and Paul Truswell in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. So, Toyota's first and second. A moment or two ago, the TF Sport Aston Martin, which is the 33 machine, did it have a brush with the Team Project 1 Porsche? Yes, on the run into the second chicane on the Mulsanne, and the 56 car just disappeared briefly. I think it must have had to straight line that second chicane and hopefully safely rejoined. It is all about Porsches right now in GTE AM. The top 4 are the 911 RSR 19, 4.2 litre, remember, and no longer properly rear-engined. The engine and gearbox turned through 180 degrees a couple of years ago, so that sits right behind the race driver. Nicky Team is the best of the non-Porsches, running in 5th position for Northwest AMR, and the highest Ferrari in GTE AM is Vincent Abril from pole, remember, when he scored that on Thursday, running in 7th place. Paul?
Yeah, it's far too early. I mean, but I always do this. We're 1 hour into the race, Johnny. You've just given us the update. So, you know, we can start to try and establish a pattern. Far too early to do that, really. One of the things people always ask about, we're always interested in, is record distance. 397 laps is the record. We're looking at, therefore, doing 398. 400 is a very magical number, and if you divide 24 hours by 400, you get 16. So you're looking at trying to do 16 and 2/3 to be precise. But you need to be doing over 16 laps per hour if you're going to get onto record distance kind of rate. Now, we've had one slow zone up until now, and it is going to be slow zones and safety cars which dictate whether or not we get to a record distance. The cars are just quick enough now, although they're slower than they have been over the past few years. They are just quick enough to do 400 laps, but it does mean that we're going to have a totally green racetrack, which is admittedly unlikely. So while I can talk about record distance, I will do, and we can have record distances based on that first hour of 16 and a bit laps in the first hour. So keep your fingers crossed, keep the circuit green, and we'll be able to talk about record distance again.
Good stuff, because we like to keep that conversation going for as long as possible, and the fact that we do have the option these days of one of 9 slow zones, sometimes back-to-back slow zones creeping in, but at least the rest of the racetrack can remain green and available to race upon, a little bit like what happens at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Long track there, much longer than here in fact, and localised yellows, speed limits, but elsewhere absolutely fine to be racing on. The top 4 to top 5 in LMP2 are all heading back into the pit lane, so we're already at the phase where we need to be pitting again. Doesn't feel like 5 minutes since these cars were in, Johnny Molam.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. earlier in terms of the poor mechanics. You know, it's half an hour pretty much, half an hour out, and then you're straight back into it again. And all that time sorting out the tyres, sorting out fuel, sorting out everything else. So they're on it. LMP2 are really going to be on it. And Mike Conway now leading by 3.3 seconds. I told Paul I was right that they should have let Sebastian Buemi pit first, but there you go. We'll argue about that later. But now 3.3, and then they've now got, well, the lead's got the best part of 24 seconds over Olivier Klein, the Glickenhaus.
So let's get an update on all these pit stops happening. Joe Bradley, first of all.
I'll try my best to be omnipresent. I've just seen the 38, that's the Jota entry. That's coming fuel only. The Cool Racing entry 37 just next door. That looks like fuel only as well. Still nobody showing their hand and going for fresh tyres. And just over the road from me now is the number 30 Duquesne. And again, that car just taking on fuel. I look to my left, and there's the Penske already taking on fuel and already back in the race, Johnny. We're getting a flurry. We've got a wheel off on the 48. So the 48 EDEC Sport got in. It's got the. It's you know what the strange thing is? It's being refueled. It's lost the front wheel. That's what's odd about it, Bradley. It's got no front left wheel. I was thinking, why have they taken that wheel off? And then I noticed actually the car's not even on its jacks. So it's made its way back 3 wheels on my wagon, and there's a problem with the threads which bolt the wheel on. So the wheel nut has come off. The wheel has come off the car. They've brought a new wheel and tyre out, which is brand new, unscrubbed, and a problem. So there's a problem on the left front corner of this number 48 E-Deck.
Wow, okay, so the French crew who have amongst their driver lineup couple of members, in fact, from the 2019 European Le Mans Series championship winning campaign. Paul-Luc Chatin is one of them, but 48 arriving. Did it arrive with only 3 wheels on the wagon? The sector times look very good. Mind you, are they sector times that are the best of the race so far?
Yes,
Paul,
that one is when it's highlighted
when it's come into the pit. So, Paul, how did the 48 do as it was making its way into the pit? It must have lost a lot of time if we think that car was only down to 3 Goodyear tyres and wheels.
Yes, good point. My screen will hopefully tell me in a minute. The in-lap time there for the car was a 4 minutes and 21, so he lost 50 seconds on his in-lap. Not quite a minute, but near as not to a minute on that in-lap.
Weird, though, that it would happen so deep into the stint. If a wheel goes for a Burton, it tends to happen on an outlap rather than towards the end.
Not necessarily. I mean, I understand why you think that, because you think, well, they haven't screwed it on properly. But as I said during one of the pre-practice sessions, these wheel guns are so efficient these days, it's very difficult to actually do it wrong and not get it properly screwed on, because there's so many safety measures to make sure you put it on right. More often than not, it's some kind of hub breakage or a breakage of the wheel a bit further in, or the nut itself can break, and that's what causes the wheel to fall off. And none of those are associated with it being early on in the stint.
No.
Time was when putting the wheel on was a bit of an issue and cross-threading was easy, but there's so many systems now in place that it's far less likely to happen.
Really busy at the moment in amongst the GTs, the 709 and the 36, who are embroiled in their own hypercar battle. Franck Mayer and Nicolas Lapierre. Mayer is in the 709 car, and there's only 0.4 of a second between them. But these are the sticky points, Johnny Molam, when you catch GT traffic, and so often when they're all in little gaggles themselves.
Yeah, because they have every right to be there. They're doing their own battle, especially as we saw 17th, 18th, 19th and 20th in GTM, all fighting together, spreading out, sort of almost 4 wide going down into Mulsanne corner. And if you're catching them at a rate of knots, which you are, you can't expect them to just vanish.
No.
You know, so it's not like a ghost car when you're playing a video game. You've got to wait behind them and then hope that they don't hold you up on the exit too much. And especially I remember at Le Mans some of the things coming down when you're coming out Mulsanne corner, then heading down towards Indianapolis, that little kink which you can go through flat out on the left, on the right, but you would normally take a bit of a racing line through that. When you're a quicker car catching there, you're almost, and again, I hark back to what happened to Rockenfeller in the LMP1 Audi a few years ago, you want to make sure that they know that you're there, because if they turn in and take you at that point, just on that little kink, which is flat out, you can have an almighty accident. So it is so part of the beauty of sports car racing is when you're in the slower car, managing to lose as little time as possible when you're being overtaken, and when you're in the quicker car is managing to overtake and again minimizing your loss of time.
Toyota's still leading, 6 seconds now the gap between Mike Conway and Sebastian Buemi, and they are somewhere now in the final sector of the lap. We're also getting word that the 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi's his driving style being observed by the race director because he's transgressing a little bit too much. Indication, therefore, that he's pushing hard, but actually losing time to Mike Conway.
Yeah, he's 6 seconds, 6.2 seconds behind Mike Conway now. So I wonder if we're going to see another of Mike Conway's sterling performances at Le Mans. I remember a few years ago, for me, he was the class of the field, and it'd be interesting to see if he's going to have another day of days.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on what's going on as far as the driving standards of Sebastian Buemi are concerned. He will take note of that and adjust accordingly. Olivier Pla in the 708 car is running in third position, 23 seconds further back. Frank Mayer about 4 seconds away from the sister car. So the Glickenhaus is keeping up their own pace. They're doing 335s, 336s. Compare that to the Toyotas, who are 330 flat, just as was the case with Mike Conway last time around, 331.4 for Sebastian Buemi. And then LMP2, and we'll get an idea next time around of the lap times for Antonio Felix da Costa and Robert Kubica, who are now on full tanks once again. Into stint 3 they are going for the Portuguese and the Polish drivers respectively. So Jota ahead of Prema all-in team. United Autosports up there, not with their 22 car sadly, but car 23 definitely in the mix. Alex Lynn pedalling incredibly quickly, and Team Penske as well with a good start for Felipe Nasser. Mirko Bortolotti in the Team WRT car running in 5th position, and that is 10th overall. Let's go back to the pits. Joe, who you found?
Well, I'm going to try and get a word with Nick Manassi and if he can make sense of losing that wheel. He's on the radio to the car. So I just wanted, I mean, like we've all been puzzled about losing a wheel that far into the stint. Not sure when the last time how many laps that car did to lose the wheel. In fact, come back to me, Johnny, because I've got the driver who was in the car. He might be able to shed some light. So when Louise is finished with them, we'll get a chat as well.
Okay, Louise Beckett working for TV in the pit lane. Joe Bradley working for Hagerty Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the track. The Radio Show Limited network of channels around the world. As the number 9 car, Robert Kubica, leaves the Ford chicane, the renamed for this weekend Motul chicane as well. Alexander Lynn, by the way, heading in from 3rd position in LMP2. So this car just slightly off kilter, a lap behind many of the other leaders in LMP2, Paul.
Yes, but as I say, it's not as far out of kilter as the 22 car, is it? Certainly not. Just a word about track limits, because you mentioned there that Sebastian Buemi was under the eagle eye. What he's had is a warning flag telling him that he's been observed abusing track limits. Basically, the warning flag is your last warning. You already transgressed 3 times, and then you're given the warning flag. After the warning flag, if you continue to transgress, then you're going to get a drive-through penalty. So it's important, as far as Buemi is concerned, to push, but not to get penalised again.
News from EDEC, here's Joe.
Paul de Chatin, what happened there? The car came in without a wheel.
Yeah, we don't know yet. We just know that we lost the wheel at the exit of Mulsanne, and it's a shame because the car was really good. You know, we were P14 at the start, and we were already P7 with a good pace. So of course it's not the start of the race we expected, but after, you know, it's Le Mans, it's 24 hours. But yes, I didn't check already, but I think we are already 2 laps done because of that. We lost a lot of time to come back to the pits, and we stay something like 5 minutes in the pit. So of course we have to be honest, it will be a long race, but it will be difficult for us to be able to catch the front.
What is strange is that is the wheel that the car started the race on, I believe.
Sorry?
That is the wheel that the car started the race on, I believe.
Yeah, that's true.
Very straight.
At the beginning of the race, we double-checked the tires, and they were okay. They did a double stint without any problem, and just on the braking of Mulsanne, I felt a small vibration, and in the straight line, just the wheel go away. So it's like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul-Luc Chatin with Joe Bradley putting a brave face on things concerning EDEX Sport. Bizarre moment where a wheel departs at Mulsanne corner. Alessio Picariello is the new leader in the GTE AM category, but they are right together, these Porsches. Picariello, the Belgian, Cairoli in the white Porsche from Italy. Also catching Riley Motorsports' Felipe Fraga, I noticed, the number 74 car, which is the 7th place car in GTE Pro. So we might even have a bit of overlapping taking place shortly. Picariello is a real talent who's made his name actually in the Far East, despite coming from Europe, and now a real master when it comes to GT racing. This is going to be an outgoing category, we learned yesterday during the ACO press conference. We're going to have another year of this in 2023 as a Pro-Am division, and if it stays as Pro-Am, you get racing as good as this, Johnny Merlin, then I'm sold.
Yeah, then Felipe Fraga going very, very deep into the second chicane then, and now Alessio Picariello actually having a prototype come past both of them at the same time, and I believe, and managing Matteo Cairoli managing to follow him through. So first and second in GT-AM, overtaking 7th place in GTE Pro. And there's a real battle going on between those two Porsches at the head of the GT-AM field.
Yeah, and there's nothing to stop these GTE AM cars taking the fight to some of the pros when the right drivers are behind the wheel. They are technically year-old cars, but we're now in a phase where even a year-old GTE car is kind of similar to a pro machine. There are alterations in terms of how much fuel you can put into it. The turbo settings are different as well. But these Porsches that are normally aspirated with their mid-engine 4.2 litre flat sixes really pushing on. They're leaving Felipe Fraga behind.
Well, let's not forget that the BOP was changed for Ferrari after the test day, and they lost, I think, 60 millibar. Paul will tell me, he knows, 60 millibar, I think, on the AM and 70 millibar on the Pro, or the other way around. And you can see the straight line speed difference there between the Ferrari and the two Porsches. So even though one's GTE Pro, Ferrari, you've got the AM, GT AM Porsches, which look to me to have the legs on the straight.
There was a further tweak to balance of performance as late as yesterday, Paul, but it didn't give them all of that 6 millibar back again. I think it was maybe 1 or 2.
It was a small change, but these, and that's really where it just then becomes an emotional thing almost, where in terms of your actual lap time, it'll make not even a tenth of a second of a difference, but it just makes you feel better. No, Johnny thinks
No, I agree with you entirely,
okay.
Paul. And I was talking to Matt Griffin. He was saying they won't even take, after the change, they weren't even taking 6th gear before the Porsche curves coming out of Arnage. So that millibar difference, the first change, made a huge difference.
Yep.
And I think giving them back 1 or 2 is almost, yes, I agree with exactly what you're saying. It's more psychological than anything else.
Well, the AF Corsa Ferraris in Pro, Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Fuoco, who's the new driver into the 52, because they did a driver change in 52 at the last pit stop. Those cars are 11 seconds back from Jean-Maria Bruni in the second of the Porsches from the GT team, the Manthey run squad. So there is this 11, maybe even 12-second gap now emerging in only the second stint in GTE Pro. So that is concerning for Ferrari fans. Corvette Racing out front. Their cars are separated by 4 seconds. Nick Tandy leading Antonio Garcia. So 64 with the single green light on the flanks. The 63 with 2 illuminated dots, and then Kevin Estre behind. But even he's got 9 seconds to try and make up on the Corvette. So, I mean, in pure pace right now, it's Corvettes all the way. Yes, they've got to keep the cars plodding on nicely and turn them around well in the pit stops, but Corvette have topped every single session to this point and looking very strong in the race too.
Corvette Racing do best when they're out front leading. They really are the sort of team that when they get into that position, they're incredibly hard to knock off the top step, and they're showing it again. That team, let's not forget, still a lot of members still from the GT1 Corvette team back in sort of 10, 15 years ago that came here, the all-conquering GT1 cars when we had the GT1 class here, and then obviously in the GT and now GTE class, they've been at the top of that class for years. Obviously BOP sometimes knocks them, sometimes it doesn't. It is a little bit give and take on that, and sometimes it'll be your turn, so to speak. But this year, from the get-go, it's a beautiful looking car, I have to say, and also it looks to be incredibly quick. The only small question mark potentially is whether they'll have the reliability, but I suspect with Corvette you tend to know that they will.
Yeah, the car has existed now for, I think this is into its 3rd season when the Corvette became mid-engine, still the 5.5 litre Chevy on board. Sounds glorious, although very different because it's not turbocharged, but there's certain tweaks that they've made to make it mid-engine.
And obviously they've not really been doing the most of the WEC. So I know it's not 24, but you're still doing 6-hour races, 8-hour races, things like that. So they probably, there's Daytona and there's Sebring, but they probably haven't been able to put the same proven mileage onto their cars that, say, in the case of the Porsche or the Ferraris have.
Yeah, well, it's great to have one Corvette as a regular World Endurance Championship entry. So Corvette returned to Spa at the start of May. They'd done a one-off WEC race in the past. Nick Tandy and Tommy Milner are the regulars in the WEC, and they'll continue on for the rest of the season. So Monza, as things stand, Fuji, and Bahrain at the end of the year. Bahrain's going to be part of the World Endurance Championship till 2027, we hear now. There's a long-term contract signed this week, or certainly announced this week when the deal was shaped up. Not quite sure, but it's a recent one, and Bahrain is so often a great test facility as well. In fact, Monday is often reserved for that after the race.
Nothing is going in my way, plus I'm scared of the track limit, I'm taking extra margin, and with the oversteer it's not easy, sorry.
Oh, wow.
Copy, yep, it's a long race.
That's
quite
interesting. Yeah, he's struggling with oversteer, so clearly he's not massively happy with the balance of his car. We heard from Sebastian Buemi there, who's currently running in second in the number 8 Toyota. He's now 14.2 seconds behind Mike Conway.
And whether that's to do with the initial pit stop or not, Johnny, remains to be seen. We're coming up now for the second round of pit stops for the hypercars. Mike Conway will be due in next time around, and then Sebastian Buemi the next time after that. Nicolas Lapierre already in the Alpine, and that's a surprise to me because he's only done 11 laps on the stint. I would have expected him to try and go 12. Particularly, he managed to do 11 in the opening stint, so there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to do 12, I would have thought, with the lap to the grid and the formation lap already under his belt. But we'll see how that pans out for the Alpine. But Nicolas Lapierre then on his at the end of his 22nd lap, comes in for his second pit stop.
And Owen Mildenhall watching the stop at Alpine.
Yeah, there's a totally routine stop for the Alpine. No tyres, just fuel, no driver change, and the car's heading back out of the pit lane right now.
And it is next door to the Richard Mille Racing car, which is running LMP2, but by the same team, Signatech, who have been associated with Alpine for the last couple of years, both in LMP2, in LMP1, and now into Hypercar. They'll be stepping back to LMP2 in 2023, but are fully intending to enter Hypercar properly, no longer with a grandfathered car, from 2024 onwards. So exciting times for fans of Renault and fans of the associated brand Alpine. A message on my screen regarding Nick Cassidy's AF Corsa Ferrari number 54. He's now been reported to the stewards for his track limit abuse. That normally means a more serious penalty. So he's had the warning that flashed up on the screen, and now quite possibly that's going to be a drive-through.
It's the procedure that dictates that the stewards have to apply the penalty, and so the offence is reported to the stewards. The stewards look in the rule book and find the line where it says drive-through penalty, and so they will only just want to check the piece of video footage to show the abuse of track limits wanting to be done. And I think then it's formality, but it's a message to everyone else. And didn't we catch Sebastian Buemi on the radio message there saying that he was worried about the track limits offence because obviously, yes, you're struggling with the car handling, which is okay, you deal with it, but if it's going to lead to a penalty as well, what's the last message that the race engineer gives you when you go out onto the track? It's, remember, no penalties, apart from do your belts up and all the other things the race engineer tells you.
Absolutely, and it's difficult when you're having track limits warnings, it's good to know where that is happening and know exactly where you're doing it. And as someone, I've fallen foul of that quite recently. And if you don't know and you think or you're mistaken in where that is, it's very difficult sometimes to control that. So it's really important for these drivers to understand where they've been done for track limits, what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable, and take it from there. So I totally understand with Sebastian Buemi, especially when he's got a car that oversteers, you can have a moment in the middle of a corner and you can go off and do a track limits, and you're not actually gaining an advantage in terms of pace. You might be gaining an advantage as you don't spin, but then it's very difficult to understand getting penalised for that all the time.
Race leader Mike Conway into the pits. Here's Owen Mildenhall.
Yep, so Mike Conway, no tyres, just clean the screen and fuel, and he's on his way back down the pit lane.
And we'll stay in the pits because to the other end, and Joe watching pit stops for Glickenhaus.
Yeah, just pulling in as the Toyota goes by. The number 7 goes by. Frank Mayer in the 709, 4th place Glickenhaus now in the pits for what is looking very much like to be fuel only. So even though the team gets the tyres readied, it appears that the decision, I'm not really sure what the decision process is. They get the tyres ready, maybe because on inspection they find something wrong with the tyre, but the tyre performance is kind of what you're going to gauge your tyre change on, and whatever the driver's going to tell you, you know, keep the tyres on, fueling's done. And Frank Mayer back out, he kind of chugs off the pit apron in kind of a slow style, but then he gets it underway. So just fuel only for the 709.
And the 7's back in the race, still with Mike Conway at the wheel, as Owen described. Nicolas Lapierre, car 36, feeding back in 5th position in the Alpine A480. Antonio Felix da Costa leading LMP2 just behind, but there's a gap of nearly 3/4 of a minute separating the 5th placed hypercar and the leading P2, Paul.
Yes, that's right. We've got altogether, what is it now, 10 cars on the lead lap. The leading 5 hypercars obviously are on the leading lap, but the leading, tell a lie, 4 LMP2 cars are also on the same lap as the overall race leader. Gradually, of course, that will change, and we'll be interested in who's on the lead lap within P2. But at the moment, at least, some of the P2 cars still on the overall lead lap as well. Mike Conway then, as a result of coming in first, now loses the lead. We expect to see Sebastian Buemi coming in at the end of this lap. He's in the lead of the race at the moment, so if you count up the number of changes of lead, that's another one to add to your tally. Sebastian Buemi leads the race, but he'll be into the pits at the end of this lap for an equivalent fuel stop, and by now we're only doing fuel stops. The next one, after another 40 minutes, will be when we start to see driver changes, I think, Johnny.
Here's Joe watching another unexpected stop for
the number 48 E-Deck. We heard only what feels like a few moments ago from Paul Dubchatin. He was the driver that brought the car in without the front left wheel. The car went back out after he handed the car to Patrick Pilet. Patrick Pilet has just been back on pit road and just a little bit of a top off on fuel, but more importantly, nose section replaced on the car, and the nose section that came off wasn't apparently damaged. I couldn't quite see what the problem was, but then again, I am about 20-30 metres away.
Stuart Cox is going to be called to the race director, or at least the allocated team manager for car 47, which is one of Stuart and Sam Cox's cars from Algarve Pro Racing. Now 47, who's driving that right now? It's Sophia Flörsch's car. So that is out on the racetrack. It's somewhere in the middle sector, but clearly something needs to be addressed there in race control. So more to follow there, you sense. And now a lap later than Mike Conway, Sebastian Buemi is into the pits and close to Owen Mildenhall.
Yep, so it's just like his teammate, routine stop. Fuel is going in, screen is being cleaned, drinks bottle being replaced, no tyres, and Buemi is back out again.
And also the 708 out of 3rd place. That's the 3rd place Glickenhaus. Again, standard protocol up at Glickenhaus, fuel only. Tyres are readied, but they're not going to go on the car, and neither is there going to be a driver change. So fueling going on now for just a few more moments, and then this car will surely be back out into the track.
Also hearing that the team manager for car 7, which is the Toyota of Mike Conway, has been called to race control as well. Now, that's not the car that's on the brink of the track limit abuse. So why has car 7 or its team manager potentially got a conversation to be had at race control? This is an intriguing race here, and plenty of teams just going through their program, but there's like an underlying current of narrative here that we're trying to dig into.
Absolutely, and I'm watching every car go through Tête Rouge, which is a critical corner, and they've got these gullies that they actually have cut down into the track on the left-hand side. But the speed you're going at, you can actually go over those gullies and not really go in them. You kind of it's almost like an aggressive curve, but you can still run them. And I've noticed that I would say nearly every car I watch go through there, especially the prototypes, are exceeding track limits coming out of Tête Rouge because their right-hand wheels are barely on the track.
Like a scale electric car then, they're finding that groove which is just naturally dragging them towards it. Out of Arnage, shuffling of order in LMP2. It's a class that's still led by Antonio Felix da Costa, but Charles Lacey's pushing really hard in the maroon, metallic maroon coloured Richard Mille racing car ahead of Joop van Uitert now, Ricky Taylor for Cool Racing, and the highest of the Pro-Ams, Bent Viscaal, who I'm becoming a big fan of for ARC Bratislava. They have another Orica 07. Gone are the days where they used to run Ligiers 2-3 seasons or so ago. Remember that Bent is one of the pro drivers with his experience in the FIA Formula 2 Championship. Podium finisher there, leading Laurence Rohr in the 44 Bratislava car from DKR. Let's head back to the pits and first of all to Owen Mildenhall. Or is it Joe? Let's go to Joe first.
Information direct from Porsche, and thanks to Roman Wittmeier. We've got a lovely little WhatsApp group set up, and Roman keeping us up to date with what's happening with all the Porsches. The 56, the Team Project One car, had to have a second stop due to a slow puncture. So woes all the way up and down this pit lane, Johnny.
This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM, around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's time for us to pause, albeit briefly, for a Valkyrie AI update.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Toyota lead Le Mans after an hour and a half. It's Mike Conway in the number 7 car. He's been there from the start, well, not in the lead from the start, but in that car. 24 laps now done for the sister car to the 8 that ran from pole position with Sébastien Buemi at the wheel. Sébastien Buemi, though, by his own admission, struggling with the handling of that car. He's already incurred the wrath of the stewards a little bit on track limits, and he feels if he pushes any harder, then that might result in a penalty. It's a dangerous tightrope to be running for the next 22 and a half hours. So is there a penalty further down the line for car 8? Right now, 11 seconds is the gap between the 7 and the 8 cars. Buemi back into the race, having just pitted. Olivier Pla is third in the 708 Glickenhaus, 20-odd seconds further back in the American car, the 007 LMH, and then the second of those cars, the 709, is Franck Meyer, also for Glickenhaus. Nicolas Lapierre in the 36 Alpine Elf Team A480 with the Gibson engine, but the 4.5 litre version is still on the lead lap, and about 47 seconds to be exact, further back from the overall race leader. Then this solid bank of LMP2s from 6th place overall all the way down to 28th. Jota lead that, the mighty 38 for Portuguese driver Antonio Felix da Costa. From Robert Kubica second, Prema All-in team number 9 after that electric start from the pole. Felipe Nasser is third for Team Penske, car 5. Then it's the WRT car of Mirko Bortolotti, making his Le Mans debut in a prototype, number 32, ahead of Jonathan Aberdeen for Jota, number 28, and Charles Milesi after a recently good stint. So far, he is up to 6th place then in category, ahead of Joop van Uitert's Panis Racing 65. Remember, 65 have been on the podium on the last 2 runnings of this race. Pro-Am is led by Nielsen Racing for Rodrigo Sales. He's the bronze who's just taken over car 24, ahead of Francois Perrodo, likewise bronze in AF Courses number 83, and Stephen Thomas in the Algar Pro Racing car. In GTE Pro, Corvette 1 and 2, Tonio Garcia now leads Nick Tandy, though, so 63 is ahead of 64. The Porsche GT team, Kevin Estre driven 92 car, is third in Pro. From Jean-Marie Bruni in 91, also a Porsche, and the 2 AF Corsa Ferraris, Pierre Guidi ahead of Fuoco. Riley Motorsports car is 7th in Pro, but actually behind 3 of the GTE AM runners. AM is led by Hardpoint Motorsport, a car run by Proton Competition. That's actually the Absolute Racing Porsche, but they had to take Hardpoint's name after Hardpoint stepped out of the game, and Absolute were able to benefit as the first reserve car. Alessio Picariello, great drive so far, number 99, leading that class. From Julian Andlauer for another Proton run car, WeatherTech Racing, number 79. Third is Matteo Cairoli for Team Project One. These are all Porsches. Harry Tinknell fourth in AM. And the first of the non-Porsches is still the Northwest AMR Aston Martin of Nicky Team, car number 98.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
Back to live action we go here on Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. It's the two Johnnies, Molam and Palmer, in the commentary box, the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. We take another breath. We pull the belts a bit tighter because it's been a fraught affair so far. Paul Truswell still with us as well to my left. Nose to tail in GTE AM now for Alessio Picariello, and a very rapid Frenchman right on his boot lid, Julian Andlauer. Cracking run for both of them coming out of the Mulsanne corner. Briefly, you can't even see the white Porsche right behind.
I know, fantastic. And Matteo Cairoli's actually dropped back a little bit now, so he's actually dropped back to third. He was right behind Alessio Picariello before. But this is a great bit of racing, a fantastic battle, isn't it, Johnny, that we're seeing from the GTM. It's the sort of thing that we were used to seeing in GTA Pros. He goes down the inside, number 79, down the white Porsche, grabs the lead there of GTM, and I cannot tell you how hard it is to go through that fast right for Indianapolis, and then he would have just released the brake. Julian Andlauer would have just released the brake a little bit there just to get over to the left-hand side, and then to still get it stopped for that tight left. That's such an easy corner to go off at. I was having a very quick chat with Phil Hansen of United Autosports, and I was just saying in the race there'll at least be 2 or 3 moments where you go through that fast right in Indianapolis and suddenly think, oh dear, yeah, I'm in trouble here. Well, and whether it actually becomes trouble or not, but you have that moment of panic thinking, I'm not going to stop for the left.
When you're on the high side of that cheeky little right that Hindhaugh called it earlier on in the week, it delivers you into the apex for Indianapolis. But if you're out of control, or at worst you're in the gravel, you know, you're into a massive accident basically, because you're spinning and you could take other cars out. We've seen big shunts. Marcos Gomez went off big style there last year in the Aston Martin, so it's so tricky. But Julian Andlauer, he was the joint youngest driver a couple of years ago when Phil Hansen and he had that title. They've both been beaten this year by Josh Pearson, of course, but Andlauer is a massive talent for me. But so is Picariello, and that's the great thing about GTE AM, that in this phase of the race, when you put in golds and platinums in the car, we have this joyous scrap at the head of GTE AM.
Absolutely, and Matteo Cairoli as well, as Cairoli has shown in WEC, as we had number 60 spinner. I think that's a car guy. GTE AM was spinning, looked to be coming out of the Mulsanne corner.
Iron Lynx.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I always get those two Ferraris mixed up. Claudio Schiavone making the spin, and that was in the number 60 Iron Lynx car, also very wayward coming out of the Ford chicane for, was that the EDEC car again?
It looked like it.
48, I think, yes, as now heading into pit lane come the LMP2s again. These are pitting every 15 minutes, it feels like. They're so quick. I mean, time-wise, what is this like on a stint, Paul, LMP2?
It's 32 minutes.
Is that all they're doing?
Yeah.
Goodness me, because it's 80% throttle around here. I'm used to, in European Le Mans Series campaign, in the World Endurance Championship, probably more like 45 minutes, particularly after the cars were slowed to accommodate the new hypercar pace, but every half an hour pretty much, we're getting LMP2 pit stops. So here's another wave of them. Let's head straight to the pits and to Joe Bradley.
Well, Robert Kubica has brought the number 9, the Prima All-in team entry into the pits, and he has indeed handed the car over. I think is this the first driver we've seen jump out of an LMP2? This car currently in second in class, the number 9, and it's certainly the first of the driver changes we're seeing. Also at Penske, Felipe Nasr about to get out of that car. So we are seeing the tactics play out. And like you said, Johnny, with the shorter the smaller amount of fuel, 65 litres that these cars are allowed, we're seeing these cars pit in every 35 minutes. We've got some of them, of course, out of sequence. Almost the number 5 Penske coming into contact there. Down to one.
So in contrast to what Joe's describing at the other end of the pit lane, in the middle here, the 38 Jota car, no driver change. Antonio Felix da Costa stayed in the car, no tyres, and it went back out, straight out into the circuit.
So Antonio Felix da Costa on course for his 4th stint in a row. Yeah, the 3 stops onto a 4th stint, Johnny Molan.
Yeah, and obviously at the moment, the Interpol competition LMP2 car, number 43, leading, but yet to stop. So actually, Antonio Felix da Costa is the erstwhile leader of LMP2 class. And I was watching Alex Lynn in the 23 United Autosports, and obviously stopping a little bit early, and Paul will no doubt let us know how many laps Alex Lynn did on his last stint in a moment, but he was dropping down the order in sort of like 9th, 10th, 11th. I was trying to work out, and I suddenly realised that he'd stopped and the other cars went at least another lap, maybe 2 in some cases, before they stopped. So now that everyone's pitted, Alex Lynn back up now to what effectively will become 2nd in the LMP2 class and 7th overall.
More fuel going in for one of the Goodyear shod, as they all are, LMP2 cars. 83's just made a pit stop as well and is away. Francois Perrodo burning some of his bronze time nice and early. It's interesting that a lot of the Pro-Am guys have gone to their bronze driver at roughly the same point. 44 ARC Bratislava have not, and that's the reason why Bent Viscar's getting away a little bit now. But bear in mind that that elastic band will snap back again just as soon as Miro Konopka takes charge of the ARC Bratislava crew. It's their team, the Konopka family's outfit, remember. Actually, 83 was coming in, not leaving the pit lane, but I imagine they'll keep Perrodo at the wheel. These guys were GTE AM champions in the World Endurance Championship last year. Big step up from GTE AM to LMP2, but they've made it seamlessly.
Yeah, well, Francois Perrodo did LMP2
a
couple of years ago, and I think struggled, to be fair, and admittedly struggled, but really stepped it up. Again, relatively limited experience. He only really started racing in earnest 7 or 8 years ago, so he's actually coming on leaps and bounds, and in the GTE car on his day was incredibly inconsistent and really good gentleman driver. I remember him and Bonamy Grimes in RAF Corsa Ferrari. We were teammates with them, having some great battles together, and Bonamy always saying he was consistently one of the quickest guys. Maybe not outright quickest lap, but always very consistent, made very few errors, and I don't want to jinx him. And now I think this time around in the LMP2, I think he's feeling a lot more at home in the P2 car and doing a fantastic job.
Now a drama for the same Ferrari that we were talking about spinning at Arnage.
That would be the Lynx car. Is that the Lynx car?
The Iron Lynx car.
Iron Lynx car.
Very good, yes, not the car guy machine. So it's Iron Lynx number 60 and Claudio Schiavone, who is in the 60 as the bronze-rated driver. He has spun coming out of the Daytona chicane and ended up at quite a peculiar angle there. The marshals are sort of kneeling down to get vision on him. You sit so low in the car just to give him direction as to what to do next.
It almost looked like he was trying to drive it behind the wall, didn't it? You know,
yeah,
maybe he doesn't want to drive anymore. So.
Well, we were talking earlier on in the week about how the marshal's job really is just to put you into a safe location, and then what happens next is your choice. You can stay in the car, and as long as you don't go any more than 10 metres away from it, you're still in the race. But Schiavone wanting some instruction. He doesn't want to reverse because he can't see what's coming next. So you want to go forward, but any further forward, you're going to be right up against the tyre wall. So it's a tricky spot to be in. Double waved yellows at Marshall Post 11 for the time being, but there's scope there maybe to go full course, well, to go into a slow zone, or do you think it'll be dealt with under local yellows?
Well, they've dealt with it under local yellow because the yellow has been removed now. So they've got him out the way and got him into a position of safety. And now, as you say, it's now up to Schiavone to decide what to do to get himself back into the pit lane. And of course, whilst all this is happening, time is ticking away and laps are being lost. Very frustrating for him. I've been, I have to admit, I've been struggling a little bit with my internet connection in the early part of this race, but I haven't yet found an LMP2 car that has done more than 9 laps on a stint. I was, I won't say expecting, but hoping that 10 laps would be possible. But I think they're going to need a slow zone in place to be able to get enough fuel saving to be able to run 10 laps. At the moment, they're playing it safe and sticking to 9 laps per stint.
I just noticed that Alex Lynn just pitted again, and he's now on 4. He came in at 4 pit stops to everyone else's, and bearing in mind they only recently did, like Antonio Felix Costa only just recently was on an outlap, like literally a lap or 2 ago. Any ideas there, Paul, as to why he's pitted again then? Because that seems a little bit early, and that's dropped him from what was second now down to 13th in LMP2.
Agreed, that's some kind of unscheduled
Maybe the boys
stop.
in the
there is going to be an unscheduled stop which will come up on our screens as a pit stop, but it's actually a penalty for car number 51. This is one of the GTE Pro class cars, James Collado in the AF Corsa Ferrari number 51, being penalised for abusing track limits, and he has to serve a drive-through penalty, I'm afraid.
Was that James or was that Pierre Guidi? Because it's always important to get that right. Is it?
It was James Collado who started the car.
Right, okay, because Pierre Guidi's now in it.
So the 23 car of Alex Lynn was a step behind most others in P2. It was pitting generally a lap later, not able to go further in the stint, obviously, but it had got off kilter fairly early on. I'm just wondering where the questionable stint happened. Is that much earlier on in the race?
Yes, it was. So the first stint was an 8-lap stint. Then he did a 2-lap stint. This is Alex Lynn at the wheel of the 23. That was what put him out of kilter.
Yeah.
Then he did a 9-lap stint, and the stint that he's just done was only 8 laps, so one short of what it should have been. But I don't know why.
We'll have to do some digging there at United Autosports. We have friends in high places there, so maybe they will tell us. Before that, though, let's go to Team Penske. Here's Joe chatting to Felipe Nasser.
So far, so good, Felipe. The car running in third. You guys must be happy so far.
Yeah, well, we came a long way, but for sure the car was feeling pretty good out there with these warm conditions. I felt like we anticipated that today was going to be the hottest day of the weekend, so tune up the car for that, and it felt pretty good as we kept that one set of tire running from beginning to the end. And just following the trend of the car, and the balance was pretty well. Was able to catch up again with the front runners, but they have a lot of speed right now. But it's still a long race, and I'm happy we made a few positions up, and we just got to keep on doing our thing here, keep pushing.
All hell broke loose at the start, Felipe. What did you see of that?
All I saw was carnage. Cars speeding, crashing, and I had a good run on the outside, and off I went.
Through the dust.
Through the dust. There you go.
Good stuff. Thanks.
Felipe Nasser for Team Penske and their number 5 car. So that is running in 5th position now with Dane Cameron at the wheel. Amazingly, Dane making his Le Mans debut this year. Kind of name you would have expected to have been coming here for a few years now, but able to tick this off on the bucket list. Massive experience at racetracks like Daytona and the Sebring 12 hours as well, and clearly that's a focus onto the future with Porsche's LMDH car. I think that's going to have its name unveiled during the Goodwood Festival of Speed, I was noticing. Car off at the top of the hill, which might be the ultimate LMP2 car at the Dunlop chicane. Just caught a glimpse there of the cherry red, metallic and white car. So number 35, I think it runs as this year, and yellow flags on the approach to that.
Yeah, it looks like he might have dropped it over the curb on the outside coming out of Dunlop and lost it spinning off to the right-hand side there. I'm very impressed, Johnny, if you've identified that car off the screen from literally seeing about half a foot of the roof.
He's good.
Jean-Baptiste Lehay, if I'm right, the 35 car hasn't yet reached the end of the first sector. We're also heading into GTE Pro pit stops for Tonio Garcia as the race leader, and Joe Bradley is anticipating maybe an issue forthcoming for Glickenhaus.
Yeah, the clue is that the car is on pit road. I'm not really sure whether this car is out of sequence with its fueling pit stop. It just seems frantic. Paula here in the background there seeing early. Yeah, well, the trolley jacks are getting readied for the car, and they were readied from the very outset. The car at the moment is being refueled. The car's gone up on the jacks now. The trolleys are slipped underneath. Car swivels round through 90 degrees and is pushed backwards into the garage. More to come from the 709 story.
That's a shame, because that's the I don't know, I just had the feeling that was the quicker of the two Glickenhausers. How you get the feeling that one's slightly better set up, but the first of the hypercars to be pushed back into the garage, and that is never a good sign. Although, looking on the bright side of a rather dark cloud, there is a slow zone in place at the moment in Zone 1, the zone running from the start-finish line up to the Forest S's, in order to deal with that car that we can confirm Johnny identified correctly. Well done, Johnny.
Thanks.
So, and there is a slow zone whilst it's recovered. I wasn't watching particularly closely the TV screen at that point, Johnny. Flatbed, or is it just being pushed
Manitou,
onto
I think. I think they're trying
Manitou.
to. Yeah, because it's quite deep in the stones on the right-hand side, right underneath the Dunlop Bridge. So very tricky to get out from there. I would imagine there's going to be much rear-end traction for Jean-Baptiste Le Hay. It is nose to tail between Jonathan Aberdeen in the 28 Jota car and Lorenzo Colombo. Still, by the way, in the Prema team, in place of Juan Manuel Correa, who has been suffering with an injury in the early phase of Prema's season, so hasn't done either of the two openers in the European Le Mans series. They're going to have to go into a slow zone because of the recovery then of Jean-Baptiste Le Hay's Ultimate car. Joe, more news from you?
Look, some sort of issue on the People motor. Engine cover came off, very quickly rectified. Whatever they fiddled with was quick, very quickly sorted. Engine covers back on, car off the jacks. You might be able to hear that. People motor fires up. Jim Glickenhaus might be able to tell us exactly what that was. Jim, that looked like a very quick remedy.
Yeah, no, we had a defective sensor, so we were afraid that we might overspeed one of the turbos, so we just brought it in for safety, changed it, went back out. Nothing with the engine, just a sensor, a defective sensor. You know, now with the supply chain and what's happening with Ukraine, we're getting like a lot of parts that are just dead on arrival, but just part of it, no big deal, we're good.
Well spotted.
Well, that's the thing. It can very easily manifest itself into a far bigger problem, so better to sort it out nice and early in the process. Yes, you're going to take a time penalty because of it, but the repercussions could be so much worse.
Yeah, absolutely, Johnny, and it's nice to see that car back out so swiftly, and there was a slow zone going on at the time, so again, minimising their loss. Paul, I've got a bit of news as to Alex Lynn's reasons for that early pit stop, the extra, and the fact that he's running extra pit stop from Chelsea Jarvis, Oliver Jarvis's wife, saying that he had to come in unexpectedly for a new front nose as there was a tyre out there that hit and damaged it, so they had to pit early.
Okay. The front nose, you say?
The front, yes. The front nose, as in the nose at the front.
Like the rear diffuser, which I made the mistake of calling as well, and I thought, yeah, you can't get a diffuser anywhere else, can
you?
you
know, front splitter.
Although,
you could call it a front diffuser.
I think the Corvette this year is running with almost like diffuser strakes underneath the front splitter.
Yeah.
So that's the front diffuser.
Absolutely, I'm with you, Johnny.
And you can have a back nose, a rear nose. No, Nick's shaking his head, refuses to take that on board. Bent Viscal's just brought the 44 ARC Bratislava car in and back out again. There was a driver change there. Miro Konopka's taken it over, so bronze into the ARC, and something trailing from the back of Alex Lynn's car. Is it still Alex in the 23? No, Josh Pearson's just taken over the 23 car in that pit stop. What was that then? Some tape? Or something more serious?
Looked like tape.
Looked like braces.
Yes, somebody's belt braces. That's always the best attitude, isn't it? Belt and braces focus for a car, but you don't want them necessarily attached to your rear wing upright. Porsche's in formation, heading into pit road. 92 pitting just ahead of 91. That's the order that they run on the road, second and third. And Corvette are also pitting. Owen Mildenhall. Or is it Joe?
Yeah, it's me, Johnny.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, 64 came in, but just before the 64 came in, their next door neighbours, that infamous number 48 E-Deck Sport. So it kind of went through the Corvette sort of tunnel of Corvette personnel and past their lollipop man. The 64 Corvette has got a driver change. I think that was Tommy Milner getting into the 64. The E-Deck, this one was scheduled for the E-Deck. That one's refueled and gone out. And we've got tyres going on the 64, so we can change the driver while we refuel. So that's been done, and the driver was very much already done, belts up, feeling comfortable. That's the tyres on, and the 64 Corvette leads us.
Now then, heading backwards towards Maison Blanche is never ideal, even in the old days. A few cars have done that over the years, but contact into Porsche curves with Francois Perraudot's 83 LMP2 car from AF Corsa. So that's AF Corsa and Iron Lynx, who are staunch enemies in the GT world, coming to grief with one another. That was P2 car on GT, the machine, though. And the guy going backwards, Pierre Herret.
And Pierre Herret just did not see the LMP2 car there, because they are going to dive beneath you going into the Porsche curves, because they lose so much time, a P2 car, with the downforce and the advantage they have through there if they wait. So he just did not see him, turned in on him, absolutely walloped him around. A big hit on the front, all the dive planes on the right front, and all the splitter very badly damaged. And on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if all 4 of those wheels are down to the metal core, let alone the canvas. So that was a big brown trousers moment for Pierre Herret.
Amazingly, he was able to drive away, the door mirror waggling severely, and he's also done quite a bit of damage to the front right corner, Paul.
Yeah, oldest driver in the race is Pierre Herret at 65 years of age.
It's good going.
I always tend to compare drivers against my age, and all of a sudden we're getting quite close with Pierre Herret.
Yeah.
Jack Gerber's the oldest ever, though, isn't he? I think.
No, I think we've gone older than that in the past. I've got that written down somewhere.
We'll come back to that next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we had drivers older than that in the Michelin Le Mans Cup race, early 70s in that supports this great race on Thursday and Saturday mornings. And I do remember Mark Patterson, the South African-born American, desperate to be the oldest driver at Le Mans, but he keeps getting beaten.
Jack Gerber in 2013 was 68.
That's what you said.
I did say that, yes.
Good for you. Well done.
Thank you.
You don't need notes, Johnny.
Give me a high five for that.
I think that's good work. Well done.
That's one apiece now after my spotting of Ultimate.
Exactly. It's interesting that the car incident we were just talking about between Pierre Herret and Francois Perraudot is being investigated. So it'd be interesting to see, because obviously the onus, nevertheless, is always on the faster car overtaking to make sure he does it cleanly. So it'd be interesting to see what race control come up with in terms of whether they feel that it was literally a case, in my opinion, of Pierre Herret just not seeing Francois Perraudot coming and turning in on him, or whether they will still put the onus on the P2 car to have got through safely. Because, to be quite honest, if they put a penalty to Francois Perraudot for that, I think that would be a little bit harsh, because he would not expect the Perraudot car, the Pierre Herret car Ferrari to be turning in on him at that point.
Yeah, it's one of those where the stewards have the hard decisions to make.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Toyota still 1 and 2, about 5 minutes away from 2 hours being completed in the 2022 edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Mike Conway leading by 13.5 seconds over Sébastien Buemi. Sébastien Ogier, meanwhile, at the wheel of the Richard Mille racing car, running in 8th place. He has Fabio Scherer ahead of him and only 0.6 of a second away.
It's funny looking at his eyes there.
Yes.
He doesn't look as relaxed as when you go on board and watch him rallying, does it? Which is quite incredible, because you see him airborne, sideways, one of the most aggressive environments you can get, a rally car, and he looks totally relaxed, and yet his eyes a little bit more out on stalks than I've seen him before in a rally car when he's actually driving around the Le Mans Le Sarthe circuit.
It's because he's got cars around him and he's having to judge what they're going to do next. You know, on a rally course, that's very rare unless the car ahead of you's got a problem and you're having to follow it and find a way through. But yes, the natural habitat is in some dense forest in Finland, or maybe on the Safari Rally, negotiating the asphalt in Germany. But here in the asphalt in France, this has been a dream for a long time, and sounded very excited in our countdown to green many hours ago, a few hours ago now. Single green dot on the side of the 63 Corvette for Jordan Taylor now. So Taylor, the new man, into the GT Pro leading car. Meanwhile, Michael Fassbender, yes, onto stint 2, interestingly. So number 93's been in and back out again, and clearly Fassbender happy to stay at the wheel of the Proton competition car. We talked about just wanting to just bed in and get that first stint out of the way.
I've sort of been quietly watching him, and he's been going about things very calmly, a little bit off the pace, admittedly, but not making any mistakes that we've seen. No track limits, nothing else, just bedding himself in, and he'll be feeling a lot more comfortable this stint, I'm sure.
Also into the pit lane is the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, running in 6th place. Now, Michael Christensen's got between the two Ferraris of AF Corsa. We haven't yet had a pit stop for Antonio Fuoco, so that might well explain it. Corvette have done 2 stops. No, so that's about right for this stage of the race to have done 2. So Fuoco's position is probably correct. Why has Michael Christensen fallen behind him? Oh, 1:41 seconds. That was a long stop where they will have done a driver change there to get Kevin Estre out and Christensen in, Paul. But it's dropped the Porsche now behind at least one of the AF Corsa Ferraris.
Yes, it's interesting that. Just trying to see if we can do a bit of extra diagnosis. 14 laps, 2:14 lap since for Kevin Estre, and perfectly reasonable lap times for them. Michael Christensen has been at the wheel since then, but he's only on his 3rd lap of the stint. So yes, the dropping back is purely due to that longer pit stop.
And Seb Priaulx, shout out to him, now in the car. Harry Tinknell's out, Seb Priaulx in, and this also for him, his Le Mans debut in terms of race laps. So currently running 2nd in the GT-AM class as well in the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. So he'll be excited about that.
Yeah, we've had 50 rookies altogether in this year's race. So, you talk about getting your first laps underneath your belt. Being very important. Obviously, it is very important, but it's very important for a large number of drivers, Johnny, as well. So, 50 of them out there.
Homing in on 2 hours done, very nearly. Let's get to Joe Bradley with an interview with Harry Tinknell.
Usual fist fight in GTA-AM, eh, Harry?
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, it was a bit crazy at the first couple of laps, obviously with the P2 shunt right in front of us at the start, but managed to get in the lead early on, and then quite a big drop in the tyres, but they stabilised quite nicely, and now running a solid P2. So yeah, good start. Nice to get the first couple of hours out of the way for the 77.
So the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, it was right in the thick of that fight. Is there anything you can possibly do tactically to kind of ebb away and get out of what, it's effectively a 24-hour sprint for you boys?
Oh, it was crazy, when it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, all in a line. Unbelievable. But it reminds me of the GT Pro days a few years ago in the Ford. But I think, for us, it's just understanding it's a lot hotter temperatures today. We kind of had to reset our balance a little bit with the tyre pressures and stuff like that just to get us back in the window. But I think we're in good shape. It's a big different dimension with the Pro-Am sort of status of this class. And so we're going to go hard from the front, try and build a lead and see how we go.
Thanks, Harry. Cheers, man.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Still a lovely afternoon at Circuit de la Sarthe with temperatures as high as 25 Celsius. It's going to stay like that till around about 8 o'clock tonight, just tick past the hour of 6, and stay clear as well. Very little cloud overnight, which means it's been fairly warm, but I suppose not as warm if it has been staying cloudy throughout the nighttime hours. A nice clear night can mean some cracking photographs at sunset and sunrise, with temperatures only as low as 13 Celsius, so very pleasant if you're camping here at Circuit de la Sarthe. Tomorrow, a very similar day to today. Temperatures again will creep as high as 25 Celsius.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
It's 91.2 FM around the track and around the world on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. This is Johnny Palmer and now Bruce Jones with Paul Truswell in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Still got Owen and Joe looking after things in the pit lane. Bruce, you've been away for a couple of hours. We were busy earlier this morning covering the Michelin Le Mans Cup race, but it has been fraught stuff at times. What about that race start? You were able to sort of take it all in whilst we were uttering words of chaos.
Totally. Did anything happen in the opening lap of the race? My golly, that first corner. But actually, not commentating on it, but watching it gave you a chance to actually appraise it, because the other part of your brain that should be talking wasn't being engaged, the smaller part in my case. But I really felt for Will Owen. There was nothing he could have done. That pincer manoeuvre, obviously the number 31 WRT Audi got done for the incursion across. That was René Rast coming in. So that could be a story coming up. But I thought the racing was astonishing, but it was thick and fast action, and as soon as then cars losing wheels. You don't normally get that, particularly in the first hour or so of the race. But I think now it's settling down, and I've been really intrigued by this battle between the Toyotas at the front. And then, of course, just before I came in, the Glickenhaus went into the garage. Richard Westbrook's taken it over. But it seems they chose a good moment with the slow zone on the circuit to make that sensor change. They knew they had to change it, minimise your problem. That's key.
Yeah, they just lost one lap as a result of that, so they're one lap behind the race leaders. But yeah, it could have been worse. And yeah, if you're going to minimise the damage, then Glickenhaus certainly achieved that. Through that, we've had another pit stop from the Alpine, number 36, Nicolas Lapierre, into the pits again. I think he's staying behind the wheel of the car for a quadruple stint.
No.
Oh, is he not? Has he changed?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay.
It's Mathieu Vaxivière, the new driver in 36.
Good. Okay. I'm glad in a sense, because I was going to say that 4 stints in this heat is going to take it out of Nicolas. So I reassured to hear that.
Yeah.
But unreassured, if that were a word, that the car is only capable of 11 laps. Remember, it managed 13 during the free practice session Thursday evening before its latest BOP change, but has been not able to do that. And the leading cars as well. Well, now we are beginning to see full stints, actually, because Mike Conway, if I've done my counting right, Mike Conway currently on the 13th lap of his stint now. So Mike will be coming in with the race-leading Toyota number 7 at the end of this lap. And that will be a 13-lap stint for the Toyota. Similarly, Sebastian Buemi on his 13th lap of his stint should be coming in at the end of this lap. So hopefully, as I say, we'll get those 2 Toyota pit stops in and out of the way. And Olivier Pla, who actually stopped the latest of them last time around, unfortunately will be remaining in 3rd place with the Glickenhaus in the overall positions.
Mike Conway just did an absolute best first sector, I noticed, on the previous lap. So 3:30.509, the total time. He is really pushing, and clearly, as Paul's mentioned, towards the end of his stint now.
Nothing wrong with those tyres then, because he hasn't changed tyres yet. And if they'll last a triple stint and still go as quickly as they do at the beginning of a stint, Johnny, not bad at all.
No, very good tyre design from Michelin. Remember, each individual team has their own tyre designers, effectively, unlike the control tyre that we find lower down in the race. Goodyear control tyre for P2 and the control tyre in the GT categories, Bruce.
Yeah, that thing about Mike Conway just due a pit stop anytime soon at the end of this lap, just putting it in. Sometimes I just find that it's almost like a form of concentration, and they know the pressure's coming off them in a minute, and they just put it together. But equally, he probably just had a bit of the track without any cars on it. I know he's got the fastest car on the circuit, or one of the 2 fastest cars, but as you see, wherever you get a long shot at the circuit, you have these gaggle of cars. There has been a fair degree of drivers tripping over each other. Certainly aware of that, but we are about to have a flurry of pit stops in LMP2. I noticed a couple of the Team WRT drivers ready to go. Robin Freitz and Dries van Tor helmeted, watching the screens in their garage, and that clearly means with their helmets on, they're pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, a lap or so for the P2 cars, I think. So again, if my counting is correct, and I'm still getting into the pattern of this, we'll get the Toyotas in for what will be their 3rd stop. Before we get the P2s coming in for their 4th.
Good times coming from elsewhere on the grid as well, with Richard de Gueras trying to knock away the cobwebs in the number 30 car, because he had a difficult day earlier on in the week when he ran wide at Indianapolis and did damage to the number 30 Duquesne LMP2 car. That car's just done its best lap of the race, a 3:35.7, and Renger van der Zande in the GTE AM car not too long ago, number 66, motoring on well too. So Jota in their number 38 car, now actually ahead on the road of Richard Westbrook with Antonio Felix da Costa at the wheel. He's just done a 3:36.1 and providing that buffer zone back to Mirko Bortolotti, who I've been impressed with so far. I mean, he was always going to be quick, let's face it, but inexperienced in LMP2 cars, but keeping it there in 2nd place as the race leader heads into the pits. Joe Bradley ready to receive the number 7 car.
Yeah, and Mike Conway steps out of the number 7 Toyota. hands over to Jose Maria Lopez. I think that was who was getting in that car. If we're going to change driver, I think we might as well change tyres as well. I know that the driver can be changed while the fuel goes in. That's happening now. We're getting some assistance with the belts. He pulls on the handle and shuts the door on the left-hand side of the car. We've still got a mechanic at the right-hand side of the car, and the fuel still goes in. The fueling is done. Car goes up on the jack, so now we know that the Michelin rubber is going to be renewed, even though purple sectors show that those tyres are perfectly good, and considering how hot the conditions are, completely different to midweek. Tyres lasting well on the number 7 Toyota, who is now back out onto pit road and will shortly be out on track.
Yeah, it was a 32.865 that Conway did, a lap or so prior to his pit stop. He also holds on to the best middle sector of the lap so far as well. That wasn't necessarily done on the previous stint. The middle sector runs pretty much the whole length of the Mulsanne straight, including the 2 chicanes from Tête Rouge to Mulsanne Corner. Loads of messages appearing at the bottom of our timing screen as well. Warning flags to Richard Westbrook in the 709 Glickenhaus. Also Yifei Ye for the 37 crew. Yifei Ye running for Cool Racing in this year's race. They are both track limit abuse warnings. So again, this very difficult tightrope to be running this early on in the race, Bruce.
Yeah, but just one thing I noticed just before I joined the commentary crew at this race was Pierre Arret being spun around with the contact with Francois Perraudot.
Correct.
But to avoid having the same happen to him, Fred Pordad, who's just taken over the number 88 Dempsey Proton Porsche from Jan Halen, who kicked it off, arriving at the Dunlop curve, and he thought, oh, 3 prototypes coming through, and he actually drove off the circuit rather than outbrake himself or interrupt them. So I think that was probably sensible. Maybe a little overcautious, but as Paul has been pointing out, you do not want to run beyond the racing lines, not because of track limits, but because of debris and all the guff and stones you get on your tyres.
Buemi's at it now as well. Best middle sector on presumably his in-lap for car number 8. So this is lap 36, and it's a 79.7 down the Mulsanne straight. Car nice and light, tyres superb. Even at this late stage, he's heading into Indianapolis now.
Yeah, and one of the things from the start of the race when it was really hot and humid, the temperature fell about 2 degrees, the humidity's dropped, and presumably it will continue to get a little bit cool all the time, making those tyres stay sweet the longer. Dries van Tor hopping into the number 31 car that René Rast kicked off in, and unfortunately had that drive-through penalty. So that will drop them back, and Dries climbing on board there just now, and that's for Team WRT.
So Sebastian Buemi reaches Porsche curves. He dives right off the old circuit that used to continue straight on down towards Maison Blanche, and instead threading his way through the Porsche curves around the outside of the car guy Ferrari. They almost banged door handles there, but Buemi had it all in hand. Car 57 that was started by Mikkel Jensen. The car guy car is now being driven by Frederick Scharndorf, by his own admission not quite as quick as Jensen, but still nevertheless a good talented silver rated driver, Scharndorf for car 57, which runs 8th.
Yeah, the Danes have the tap open for driver talent coming up, but
yeah.
I have obviously got overexcited. It was Robin Freitz taking over from René Rast, and Dries van Tor will be taking over from Mirko Bortolotti in the WRT camp.
So as expected, Sebastian Buemi is in at the end of lap 36, and here's Joe Bradley.
The number 8 Toyota comes in with a flurry of LMP2 pit activity as well, just going by. Buemi has stepped out of the car, and it's exactly the same choreographed protocol as we saw on the 7. Fueling going in, the new driver being bolted in. Not sure who got in the car, as I couldn't see. But that's going to go off as expected, and it's going to be new. Now then, are they scrubbed? No, brand new Michelin Pilot Sports for the Toyota number 8.
Interesting, thank you for that. The 708 car is also into pit lane. Jose Maria Lopez taking charge of the number 7 from Mike Conway, as we've dealt with. So Olivier Pla in from second, Buemi in from the race lead, stopping perfectly on his marks, Ollie Pla. Now this is down at the other end of the pit lane, and Owen Mildenhall able to keep us up to date with how the Glickenhaus stop is going. He's actually, we were chasing an interview with René Rast, so we'll try and bring that to you in a moment or two at WRT.
What we can tell you, Romain Dumas quite good around here. 2 Le Mans wins under his belt, and just been a real star for Glickenhaus. He takes over that 708. Olivier Plat, very, very good opening stint from him, and I think in the temperatures today, and any car door that's been open, we discovered earlier, the heat that comes out of the cockpits, any driver right now getting out will need a moment or two to cool down. Ideal time to grab them for an interview, I say.
Fabio Scherer, again, finding his way to the top because into Europol competition, happy to pit as one of the last LMP2 cars to do so. So he enjoys a bit of clean air. He's got, nearly 40-odd seconds to the next car, but still clearly some GT traffic to work his way through with every single lap. As we go back to the pits, and Joe.
Bit of history happening right in front of me, Johnny. The 23 United Autosports Oreca in. Josh Pearson, the youngest driver ever to do a pit stop at Le Mans. 16 years and 4 months. Not even old enough to drive and have a driving license in the UK. However, this kid's American, so he's fine. And he's doing a fine job here. Fueling going in. He's staying in the car, but he will get some new tyres. Well, I say new tyres. They're scrub tyres, scrub Goodyears going on the 23. And not a full set, just the left rear was replaced. Not sure if that's an issue.
Paul, I feel the need for you to tell us that little anecdote that you were able to deliver on test day regarding the story from the 50s where we almost had a 16-year-old in the race then as well.
Yeah, it was Ricardo Rodriguez, the brother of Pedro Rodriguez, who in 1958, I think it was, yes, in 1958, tried to race at Le Mans, and he put his entry in, and the team kind of sat back and waited, and then the then governing body, which was still the ACO, but a lot of different people within the ACO making those decisions, and they decided that at 16 years and a quarter, which is what Ricardo was at that stage, he was just a little bit too young. And Ricardo came back the following year in 1959 and took part in the race the following year. Of course, Ricardo was then killed very sadly. But a lot of people who knew their motor racing in the 1950s, probably not very many here at Le Mans to remember him, but a lot of people suggested that Ricardo was actually the quicker of the two Rodriguez brothers. And Bruce.
Paul, was just how baby-faced Ricardo looked, but he'd been racing motorbikes from the age of 12 or 13. It's sort of the Mexican way, but I think for the racing scene then, they just didn't know what was hitting them. And with Rodriguez Senior, he was so keen for his boys to succeed, and he arrived with money and arrived with two very talented sons.
Yeah, I mean, they should have raced together ideally, but didn't quite happen. The other youngster up until this point, Matthew McMurray, who was 16 and a half when he was made his debut here at Le Mans in 2014, and was the youngest driver then to participate in the race. Youngest ever winner of the race is here this weekend. Quick pause while you all tell your friends who that was, and it was Alexander Wurz in 1996 when he ran in the Joest Porsche, and he was aged just 22 when he won the race. As I say, that was back in 1996, which was famous for another reason as well. John Hindhaugh.
Joe Bradley, actually.
Yeah, well, I've got a one for Paul here because I want to know, Paul, how much out of sequence was that pit stop for the 23? Ollie Jarvis has just come out and it's kind of an inquisitive look as to why did we change the left rear? He was told something by the engineer, I suppose, the tyre engineer that is, that I think what he said was a puncture. Ollie puts his head in his hands and shakes his head negatively. So I want to know, was that out of sequence? Because from Ollie Jarvis's body language, that has cost them time that they could not afford.
Up anyway, they were playing catch up anyway as a result of Alex Lynn having an earlier extra pit stop to change the nose on the number 23 United Autosports Oreca.
Was that the front nose?
I deliberately said nothing, but
Morlam's going to get some stick for that.
That was what spoilt the run, if you like, for the number 23 car. And since then, they have been out of kilter. I don't think it's a huge worry. I mean, they're on the back foot, no question about that, because they've dropped in terms of position in LMP2 all the way down to, 13th in the class, which is not where United want to, or even we would expect them to be. But they are the better placed of the two United cars, with the problems that the number 22 car experienced on the opening lap.
You're listening to 91.2 FM. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022. And if you're on Hagerty Global Studiovision, don't forget we've got race time for you, so you can synchronise any other viewing that you are doing. That's the Homologato race time for you. Meantime, in LMP2, down at Mulsanne Corner, the battle for 6th has the 37 blue and black Cool Racing Orica, and right behind that, Team WRT, that's one of the green meanies, and looks to have got a good run out of there. That's the car crewed by the Lamborghini drivers that Nick Damon was trying to get Vincent Voss to talk to him about. But one thing about Vincent is he's very loyal to people who've driven for WRT before, and Bruce Jones, all of those drivers have driven for WRT in the past.
They do stay for a long time, but Vincent would make a very good poker player as well. Ex-racer, but really he has run this gold standard team, and everyone was blown away by their performance when they stepped up from GTs, in which they're still very, very busy, with Dries Van Tor, who's the driver giving chase here in this battle with Cool Racing. And again and again, I mean, they had to set back 2 of their 3 cars out effectively of the running in the P2 class at the first corner of this race. And, one because it had a drive-through penalty, and the other one, the number 41 entry, the real team by WRT, because it had to limp back to the pits after that clash with Will Owen at the first corner. But Dries Van Tor in the bright green number 32, he always means business. Doesn't matter if it's the first lap, John, or the last, and he is pushing and pushing, but being resisted. And the FIA for Cool Racing, just doing this sort of job. And if you're a Chinese racing fan, he is your shining light.
Yeah, FIA has, another former WRT driver as well, of course, and thought very highly of by Vincent and the rest of the team. Across the line they go then, heading up towards that curving first corner. Still this battle for 6th position in the hands of the number 37 car.
But what they both see, John, is the fact that right up ahead of them is a GT class car, and that may provide an opportunity for Dries Van Tor. So as they go over the crest of the hill at Dunlop Curves and into the Forest S's, you could be sure that the Belgian driver is pushing super hard to seize that moment when it arises.
64 Corvettes on the tail of the second place. Number 91 just coming down into the Forest S's now in the evening sunshine, or late afternoon sunshine, I suppose. Paul tells me that evening begins at 6, so I think we can call it evening now. Yeah, you're happy with that? 1 or 2 little Disney Simpson-esque type clouds within 3rd place. Check that, 4th place, the 5-2 AF Corsa Ferrari heading down to the Red Hill Turf Rouge. Decent crowd here today, and clearly a lot of people made some late decisions. Not all of the campsites were full, in fairness, but the car parks were absolutely chocker just before the 4 o'clock start.
And John, I really feel a lot of people would have loved to have come this year, but just couldn't quite be convinced it was going to happen. And let's face it, after the last 2 years, why would you not? But next year, it's going to be round to the gunnels. But AF Corsa is going to have to hang on now, because there's a fantastic chase and an overtake. 92 goes past, exemplary, breaking into the first chicane. And that was Michael Christensen.
That's a Daytona, and that is exactly what the Porsche fans were hoping to see. It's Corvette 1st and 2nd now. Porsche 3rd and 4th, and AF Corsa 5th and 6th position. So we have the Noah's Ark formation in GTE Pro. Sadly, the ACO have not been able to get 4 cars confirmed, or even possibilities for next year's FIA WEC, so have decided to wind up the GTE Pro category. So this is the last time you'll see these brilliant GT cars in action. The RSR 19, look, everybody knows I'm a Porsche guy. I'll nail my colours to the mast there. I do love the sound of that flat 6. The previous version in particular of the RSR with those open headers were just amazing. First heard that right here at Le Mans, when they got the permission to take off some of the exhaust because it was causing them problems in terms of their performance, and they ran it on the airfield. And I remember it on the Friday as we were walking up through the village thinking, what is that?
It's an engine, not just with bite, but with a proper bark. And one of the things I love, John, you know I do a lot of historic racing commentary, is the engine notes you've forgotten. You hear it for the first time for 20 years and you suddenly think, that was part of my childhood or whatever. Sound is such a visceral and important part of motor racing.
Sound and smell, actually. And whether it's, you know, people who've been racing here the last few years, I've just walked up through the paddock and then back down again. You can smell the food cooking. That wasn't happening the last few years around here. The drivers saying, I missed the smell of the barbecues. And they also missed the ambient light that gets reflected around the circuit because the campsites and the viewing areas weren't filled.
Yeah, and you think about it, John, you just last weekend, Nürburgring 24 hours, the light as the track goes on, feeds onto the Nordschleife of the tents, the mad people in the woods. But it's the atmosphere. Just being Nick Damon down on the grid interviewing the drivers with Shad before the start of the race, they love having the fans back. And I think somewhere, when it's effectively a canyon at the start at Le Mans, the giant grandstand over the pits, the huge grandstand opposite, how can you not be moved by that crowd?
Early on in the race, a couple of people asking us on hashtag Hagerty RLM about the car noise and why it wasn't coming through. I'm going to say this now in case it happens during the rest of the race. The effects, Mike, that we're being fed from the TV company are at or around the Ford chicane and the start-finish line. So at the start of the race, when everybody was together, you had three and a bit minutes where there was nothing. You are getting the authentic Le Mans experience like it used to be when we were up in the tribunes overlooking the start-finish line, Bruce, and we had our microphones at either end of that tribune. It just reminds you how long this lap is.
It really, really does. And just for people's reference, very close to 8.5 miles. And it just, when you've got a problem and you're limping home, as Ferdinand Habsburg was after that first corner clash, it must feel like a month before you get back to the pits. Most circuits, admittedly the World Endurance Championship races on circuits that tend to have a longer lap, but a lot of them only 5 or 6 miles. But here, 8.5. But the drivers, those that haven't been here for a while, including René Rast, more than 5 years away, just delighted to be back in this very, very special place.
Mike Conway, just out of the 7. Mike, so purple sectors from your in lap. Those tyres must have still been good.
Yeah, I didn't know about that until I came in and saw. But yeah, balance was pretty good. Stayed quite consistent. Just tried to manage the first stint, really not to, damage them, and then they seemed to stay with me all the way through. So yeah, early days, but a couple of wild moments with some traffic. A couple of cars in front of me had some huge moments, and don't need that necessarily, but trying to stay out of trouble.
Good stuff, Mike. Thank you.
Joe Bradley down there on pit lane. 2022, 91.2 FM, Hagerty Radio Le Mans. And 67 years ago, at this time, on this day, 26 minutes past 6 on the 11th of June, 1955. The leading cars in the 4th round of the World Sports Car Championship here at Le Mans were coming to the end of lap 35 and their first scheduled pit stops. The lead battle between the Jaguar and the Mercedes was approaching the start-finish line when Mike Hawthorne in the Jag headed for the pits, setting in motion an accident that claimed the lives of Mercedes-Benz driver Pierre Levesque and at least 83 spectators. We'll now pause our commentary for 84 seconds to remember those who died. And I have to say it is to my detriment that I haven't had the time this week, which I normally make, to go to the 1955 plaque on the start finish line. I will do it on Monday. The circuit didn't reopen, of course, across the weekend. I will do it on Monday before I leave. It's not always that anniversary, that sad anniversary, falls during the race on the 11th of June. Bruce Jones just coming round to another half an hour of the race completed, and we are getting exactly what we expected from LMP2.
We started with 27 cars in the class. I thought we were going to lose 3 at the first corner, but since then it's settled down. Great gaggles of cars, as you'd expect. Racing super competitive class. 26 to 27 racing Oricas, and the slowest one of the bunch. The team is probably here for fun more than for success, running the lone Ligier. That's CD Sport. Michael Jensen, Danish driver, on board at the moment. But the class being led by the number 38 Jota, Orica, always one of the favourites. Will Stevens taking it over. But the fighting is always fantastic. And John, it's the long game. You can't think, I'll just catch the car in front and dive in past. You've got to plan that move for a long, long way. And if your 2-car gaggle becomes a 3-car gaggle, you're the meat in the sandwich. Suddenly the dimensions change. You almost do need that fourth dimension.
New fastest lap for the non-hybrid hypercar part of the race. That's Glickenhaus, and that's Richard Westbrook, who's just gone through in a 3:29.263. That is the 709 car that sits in 5th position. And so Westy getting to grips with it. He really likes the brake-by-wire on the back end of this car. He likes to use it to settle the car down and even to help rotate the car when they're going through some of the faster corners. And he's got down to business with that very quickly indeed. 91.2 FM, this is Hagerty Radio Le Mans, hashtag Hagerty RLM if you want to get in touch with us here at Le Mans 2022.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Here's the update then, with still 21 and a half hours to go here at Le Mans 2022. Starting GT and WeatherTech Racing, Julian Andlauer is in 37th position and leads that class. He's actually 6th as far as GT cars are at the moment, and has got the AF Corsa Pro car between himself and Seb Priaulx in the 77 AM Dempsey Proton Racing car. In 3rd position, it's the Northwest Aston Martin team, David Pittard, the Pitbull, as we like to call him, from his Nürburgring Nordschleife exploits. The number 98 car then in 3rd position in class. The top 6 completed by Team Project 1, Nicholas Leutwiler, who's about another 12 seconds further back in the number 46 Porsche. Andrew Harrianto in the hardpoint absolute racing number 99, and then in 6th position the AF Corsa Louis Pret, the Monegasque driver, in the number 61 in 44th position overall. In the pros, it's Corvettes 1st and 2nd from the 2 Porsches in 2nd and 3rd, 63, 64, 91 and 92, separated by about 40 seconds or thereabouts. AF Corsa in 5th position, and in 6th position Alessandro Perguidi in the 51, so that's 52 from 51 in the 5th and 6th places for the 2 Ferraris. In a closely fought LMP2 battle, it's Will Stevens now at the wheel of the mighty 38 from Jota. The British team are 6th overall and are leading by about half a minute from Dane Cameron in the Team Penske LMP2. That's the yellow and blue number 5. Prema Olan team, Lorenzo Colombo, the number 9 car, in 3rd position. And he's about another couple of seconds further back. Got 6 seconds on Ifeyet, the Cool Racing driver, the number 37. And the top 6 there made up by Nico Jaman for Panis Racing in the 65. And Team WRT, Dries Vanto in the 32 car. And at the top of the shop, it's Toyota Gazoo Racing. They locked out the front row, and it's 7 from 8 with Jose Maria Lopez and Brendan Hartley. So they have swapped places since the start. There's 22 seconds between them at the moment, and they've got the better part of a minute on the best of the Glickenhaus. That's the 708, which is just, which is still out on the track. It's Romain Dumas the Frenchman in third position, and he's circulating ahead of another Frenchman, Mathieu Vaxivière, one of the great young French hopes a few years ago, and he's really fulfilling his potential now for Alpine Elf Team. In the pits at the moment, Richard Westbrook having just set that fastest lap. Toyota Gazoo Racing on 41 laps completed, 22 seconds between the two cars. That's how it stands, with just on 21 and a half hours still to go.
The Valkyrie AI update. Science applied to motorsport.
Hello to Ollie Gavin, who is with us. The left-hand button on that little, that one there, and you'll be at the talk list.
I'm on. There we are.
You have your own control. Oh, gee, how you doing, fella?
I'm great. How are you, John?
Yeah, very well.
Good to see you all. Hi, Bruce.
It seems to have been far too a long time since you and I have seen each other.
Yeah, it's been a very long time.
Was it 19 here?
I think it was, actually. Yeah, I think it was 19 here, and that was the last time I did the race.
And then after that, we had you on when we were doing some remote broadcasting, and you were telling us the great story about the big horse halfway down.
Oh, the big green horse, halfway down the first part of Horn of the Airs. And I'm not sure it's there this year, actually. I'm not sure it's there. I had a look earlier on.
You were scandalised to find out that horse was taken in and put back every night and was never in the same place, so all your data was gone to pot.
I know, you know what, it just led me up the garden path. But we thought at Corvette Racing, we're using a massive data point. 173, 174 miles an hour past the big green horse. That was the thing that we were looking for. Oh, 175, you knew you were on for a good year.
What do you reckon to the race so far? Have you seen much of it?
Yeah, it's been fantastic, actually. It's been nice to see the Corvettes running at the front. 1-2. Now back at 1-2 in class, and Jordan Taylor is doing a fine job.
Can you believe Tandy's never had a pole here before this weekend?
I know, it's extraordinary.
I had to look that up. I didn't believe it.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy, but he's done it. I mean, Nick's been on fire in the car this weekend, and in fact, going down and talking to the boys, it seems that all 6 drivers are happy with the car, which is unbelievable, because drivers are generally, I know, you've got your best surprise face. You know, when you get a group of drivers together, there's always 1 or 2 that are a bit upset with the car. Setup doesn't like this, doesn't like that, but all 6 are really in good spirits.
You're not racing the Corvette now, but you're still intrinsically linked with Corvette and the new C8, particularly in road car, street car guys. You've set up I'll say a driving school.
Right.
I'm not sure that's the right terminology.
No,
Put me right.
Yeah, it's Oliver Gavin Driving Academy. So we run 3 pillars of program in our program. So we run driver training at a facility in Boxberg in Germany, and then we go to racetracks and we do track experiences, and then we also do travel experiences. So this is the Corvette travel experience. We're coming to the Le Mans 24 hours. We're bringing media, we're bringing guests, we're interacting with the racing program, and I've also, well, not myself, but Taj Jukta here, the chief engineer of Corvette road cars.
Nice to see you again, Taj.
Taj is here as well as a guest of Corvette Racing, and he's joined me. He joined me in Paris, and we went from Paris to Normandy, did a nice tour around all of the landing sites there at Omaha Beach, and then we came down to Le Mans, all in one day in a Corvette Stingray. And so we had 5 Stingrays on that trip.
So Ollie Gavin Driving Academy is an experience, and is it open to the public?
Yes, it is. It's absolutely open to the public. I mean, we are only running Corvettes. And you know, on track experiences, you can bring your own Corvette. In fact, one of the last ones that we did.
Hang on, I'll just look to see where mine is. Oh no, hang on, I haven't been able to get one yet because the waiting list is ridiculous in the UK.
Actually,
We're working on that. We're working on that as quickly as possible.
Okay. So, Taj, nice to see you again. It seems an age since I've seen you.
It's been a while.
As well. The C8 was a massive change, wasn't it, for Corvette? And there's always a danger, whether it's Porsche going from air and oil-cooled to water-cooled, you guys going from front-engined to mid-engines. But in effect, actually, the Corvette many years ago was conceived to have a mid-engine configuration.
Well, in the 60s, the then chief engineer, Zora Arkus Duntov, was a huge fan of racing. In fact, he ran here at Le Mans, driving a Porsche. That's while he worked for General Motors. He did that.
Really?
We don't do that anymore.
No.
But he was a huge fan
that.
of racing, and he knew the intrinsic properties of a rear-engine car. He built several prototypes himself, and General Motors built some show cars that hinted at a direction, but we never pulled the trigger on it. Never pulled the trigger until the C8.
So there's we talk about going back through the years. The Zora as well was a concept car for Corvette, wasn't it?
Well, Zora was Zora Arcus Duntov.
Exactly.
Yes. So his name has been resonant with that kind of vehicle.
But people will say, looking at Le Mans, that it's moved on since 1923, and that surely is true. We were proving the concept of the motor car, and endurance racing was proving reliability. In the last probably 25 or 30 years, the street car technology in some ways has caught up with and influenced, particularly with Corvette, when I think of the sensors that Ollie was looking at on his rear view mirror, and has influenced what goes on the track. And yet this is still a great proving ground.
Absolutely. We do endurance racing precisely because it is the best proving ground in racing if you really want to influence a production car. We want it to be robust on the track. We want it to last forever in the hands of the customer. And so endurance racing is that crucible. And we share technology both directions. Sometimes the street car going to the race car, sometimes the other way around. And both cars get better.
So GTE Pro, sadly, I'll say this to Paul, this is we can't get 4 cars committed for next year, so this is the last year we're going to see it. Ollie, we're going to miss these cars, aren't we? You've driven them in various guises.
Yeah, absolutely. And GTE Pro has been just such a massive part of the Le Mans 24 Hours and the WEC over the last number of years. And I think that really it's going to be quite a big loss. But you know that as one door closes, another one opens. So that presents the opportunity for Corvette to come with their GT3 car. And I think this is going to be a great opportunity for customers to race those cars.
Hold that thought. A 3:28.809 last time around for Jose Maria Lopez as the number 7 Toyota went through. That's a new fastest lap of the race. We're not quite down to Hyperpole qualifying at the moment, but Jose Maria is clearly on a bit of a tear at the moment. He's been out there for 8 of what will probably be a 12-lap stint, and we'll keep an eye on his times as he's going around the circuit. But really, though, Taj, people will say, but these race cars, they don't have anything to do with road cars, particularly GTE Pro. But that's not true, is it? That the regulations state that you have to have a certain number of components, and Corvette down through the years have been assiduous in having at least those amounts of
usually
components.
More, actually, than what's required. In fact, the C8R race program was held up because we couldn't get the parts to the race team quickly enough. It's based on the production chassis, and way early on, before we had the production tools to make all the parts, the race team needed to work on development. So we actually had to accelerate, not for our own purposes for the street car, but to get the race program underway.
Now you've got to think about GT3, the new GT3 regulations, and Corvette are going to enter into that with a full house GT3 for customers in the FIA WEC here at Le Mans, and potentially in IMSA as well. Maybe even still the opportunity for a pro team there as well. What intrinsically do you look at from the point of view of designing a road car that will allow you to make it a good race car as well? Or can you just not think about that? You've got to think road car first, street car first.
The thought processes are much the same. The car wants to be as light as possible, as aerodynamic as possible, especially with respect to downforce. Now, on the street car, you have to worry about emissions and all sorts of things that you don't have to worry. But stiffness, structural stiffness, the same. All the lightweighting, carbon materials that we use we're very unusual to use as much composites on the street car as a lot like the race car. Metallic underbody and composites everywhere else.
And do you get the race team, so do you get Corvette Racing saying to you, so when the C8 was coming out saying, all right, guys, now look, I know what you really want to do with it, but can you just stick this bit in or that bit in? Or look, here's a nice little bit of card that we would like you to put in, because that will make it such a better race car.
Well, it's been happening for 20 years. So it's not like that the race team shows up and asks for something. We talk to each other continuously. We're good friends across the race program, both on the race car design side and sometimes, maybe present company accepted, the drivers as well. No, we are really more power. We are really
race drivers
close.
want more power, make it go faster. That's all they want.
So they don't have to ask us. We already know what they want.
Is it still fair?
We're pretty basic here.
You are
racing drivers.
You are fairly digital in that.
Yeah,
1 or 0. It's on or off, and it's the throttle normally. It's all the way down or all the way
Simple
back.
beast.
Make the drivers happy.
Yeah. So is it still fair to say then that Corvette is America's sports car, and now with right-hand drive, of course, it's becoming the world's sports car.
Yes, we're selling all around the world. Australia, I mean, now we're selling a lot in the UK because we have right-hand drive, and actually mid-engine helped that way. Because you don't have an engine in the way and all those components related to the engine.
Of course.
Nothing up there. You can translate the steering wheel over to the other side. It's much more straightforward.
So running a steering wheel into a rack, you didn't have to turn everything over and then worry that it was going to foul the brake master cylinder or a header or something like that.
I didn't say it was simple, but it is simpler.
He had to get that in. Oh, it's not simple, though. It's not simple.
All the engineers at home will work on it.
Well, as Executive Chief Engineer for Corvette, though, coming to France, coming to Le Mans, with such a following for Corvette always here. I remember the Allez Le Bleu in the anniversary year when you had all the big advertising hoardings. This race has been Corvette's proving ground, hasn't it?
Very much. It's been an aspirational race from the inception of the race program back since 1999. We long to win on our international stage, and there's no bigger one than here at Le Mans.
And how big was the decision for Corvette then, from the race side, to go into a full WEC program with one car this year? Because we've not seen that before. Doug Feehan, your old boss, used to say, hey, Le Mans, that is our global program. You've stepped up again here. That's a big decision.
It is. It's a very big decision. And it tears our resources in multiple directions, which is very challenging for a program like this.
We wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
What other excitement have you got? I mean, are we going to see a hybrid Corvette? Are we going to see an EV Corvette? Is that something that we talk about?
Here comes the question.
Well, you've got to ask it, haven't you?
You have to ask. You don't have to answer it.
No, true.
But you do have to ask it. But no, we've hinted that obviously General Motors is committed to electrification, and that includes everything across the board, including Corvette. Now, when? That's a different story.
EV is a part of the solution. I'm not convinced that it's all of the solution. I think it's a part of the solution, particularly for big countries like the US. So you have to think that way, don't you?
Right. I spend a lot of my time actually working on electric vehicles, thinking about the progression from internal combustion to electrification, and what could eventually make a great sports car as an EV.
Weight is your issue there, isn't it? So you've got a couple of Porsches swapping over, and the number 92 goes ahead and into third position. A bit of an internecine battle there. Michael Christensen going ahead of Jimmy Bruni. Weight's the issue. So where's the technology coming from that, as Colin Chapman of Lotus would say, add lightness? Where is that technology coming from that allows us to have, batteries, you can have them right on the floor. You've got the centre of gravity way down, but they are heavy to get the kind of range and performance that you want. Where's the next technology coming from?
Globally, people are spending trillions of dollars trying to solve this problem. And actually for a sports car, it's especially difficult because the seating is so low to the ground to start with. You do not even have room under the driver and passenger to put batteries, so it's extra difficult. It's not like you can just put that platform under there.
We're seeing renewable fuel here at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship. Everybody runs on it. It's what's left over from making red wine. So I feel as though taking a whole load of red wine home here from France, I'm doing my bit to fuel the WEC. Selfless, Ollie. You know
As
me.
always.
Is that going to be part of the solution going forward? Some kind of other way of using internal combustion engines?
So I think that's a separate avenue of study, and it could show some promise eventually, be cost effective, for example, and catch the imagination of the public. Right now, everybody's charging hard at EVs and trying to solve that problem, but maybe there'll be other surprise twists and turns in the story.
Taj, thanks for coming along. Brilliant stuff. In your position as the Executive Chief Engineer for Corvette, we love having you talk so enthusiastically. Why wouldn't you? That sports car, I know you sell everyone you can build in Bowling Green, Kentucky, but it's great to have you here. Ollie, how do people find out more about the Oliver Gavin Driving Academy?
Well, the best way to find out more info on that is to go to corvette-experience.com. And also we're on all the socials, Corvette Experience, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and also on LinkedIn. So you can find all the info there.
Can I make a final comment?
You may, of course.
I've been able to watch Ollie in action. As he said, I went on the inaugural trip through Normandy, and he gave a description of the trip that was kind of clinical, logistical, but having Oliver Gavin on that trip leading the way doing the commentary, telling the stories, being who he is, the gentleman he is, actually makes the experience more than just the trip.
If you need someone to help with that all, and you know, and there's a steering wheel that needs to be twiddled, please do ask.
Absolutely,
I have
John.
been known
You're on the list.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a very long list.
It's quite a short one, though.
But really?
Yeah.
I mean, I can change gear with both hands, and I'm used to 2 or 3 pedals. So, honestly, we can work with that. Taj, Ollie, thank you very
Brilliant.
much.
Thank you so much,
Enjoy
John.
the rest of the race. Joe Bradley, down in the pit lane.
Yeah, we've had a very busy pit. It seems to be busy all the time, actually, to be honest. But significantly, the leader of GTR, that's number 79, WeatherTech Racing Porsche, has been in for a pit stop and a driver change. Julian Lauer has handed the car now to Thomas Merrill. I'm going to inspect the tyres that's just come off the car and see how much. Very little rubber left on there, and Julian's disappeared just as I was about to approach him. All things very, very standard here at WeatherTech. So back out and into the race proper.
Thank you, Joe. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane with Owen Mildenhall at the moment. A couple of people tweeting in using the hashtag Hagerty RLM, asking about darkness here. I've looked it up, and I reckon official sunset is just before 10, 21:58. But at this time of the year, we'll have a bit of lightness well after that sort of time. And official sun up is 1 minute past 8 in the morning. 1 minute before 6 on Sunday morning. So that is your darkness time. That's the official time. It won't be that long. What is that? Between sort of 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 8 hours in total, but I reckon you can probably knock an hour off either end of that because it doesn't get super dark all of the time. Toyota Gazoo Racing, Brendan Hartley's just taking the best lap back from his teammate a couple of laps ago, 3:28.232 now. They're trading tenths of seconds here. Bruce Jones, the guys at Toyota Gazoo Racing in those GRO 10s are not messing about here, are they?
Tell a driver there's no pride attached to racing. Tell people you've been teammates with and rivals too for quite a long time. That's been one of the keys of Toyota, the status of the drivers. They let them stay for years, and they have helped develop the program. But if people look with squinted eyes, they might still think we're in LMP1. Very much not so.
No.
And one of the elements we've talked about, John, a lot this year in the World Endurance Championship over the first 2 rounds before we came here, Sebring and then Spa-Francorchamps, is that Toyota, it's still a relatively new car, and it is mechanically not 100% solid. I mean, how many racing cars are? But there have been problems. Corvette into the pit, so from the lead of the class, the 64 car, still negotiating those final twists and turns. You're never done until you're into the pit in. They're in.
It'll be Ollie. It'll be Owen Mildenhall with the 64. Joe Bradley, I think, has got the leader overall in the pit lane. That is the Toyota Gazoo Racing number 7.
Yeah, I've just been hearing how Jose Maria Lopez has been really hanging the tail out on that car and really wringing its neck and getting the best out of it. Purple sectors and lap record, I think you said, John. That car just taking on fuel. The battle in fastest lap, sorry, I've been corrected. The battle for GTM, though, that's getting very interesting. You heard me talk about the 79 coming in. That's the WeatherTech car. Well, the number 77, that had inherited the lead, that car came in, and in comparison to the WeatherTech car, it only took on fuel. So it's picked up a bit of time on the 79 car. So keep an eye on the leaderboard in GTM. Toyota, by the way, has left. Just fuel.
Owen has the...
John, and you probably heard that noise. That was the 64 Corvette leaving the pit box. Just fuel, no tyres, and that's now heading down the pit lane.
Fantastic stuff. Romain Dumas also beginning to step up the pace for Glickenhaus. He's just set a 28.110. Now that's not just the fastest non-hybrid hypercar. That is the fastest lap of the race, I reckon. 3:28.110. Yes, it is. So all of a sudden, Romain Dumas is piling on the pressure to the Corvettes. He's a minute behind the second place car when Brendan Hartley crossed the line last time around.
Romain doesn't just bring experience. One forgets that he's been absolutely clinical over the decades here, but he's very, very quick and almost in some ways having an Indian summer, if you will, but really great to see the pace the Glickenhausers are showing. And of course, a big shame that the sister car 709 had that visit to the pits to get a turbo sensor sorted out. They decided to do that when there was a slow zone on the track to minimise the loss. But yeah, it's great to see the pace of those Glickenhausers. But it's still those two Toros still duking it out at the front. A flurry of pit stops as well. And again, whenever you see a pit stop, John, you take a look into the cockpit and you realise not every driver is the same size. And it's not just the belts that have to be tightened up, it's moving the steering wheel back and forth. And the car that's just come into the pits and just going back out is the Proton Competition 93 that Michael Fassbender did 2 stints in after Matt Campbell started, and just waiting to see who is taking it over. Would it be Zach Robichon getting his run here, first time in the race at Le Mans in the 24 hours?
Joe Bradley seems to think that is the case as it drove past him. He was spotting the driver's helmet, and as it goes out now, the number 93 triggers. This is the dark green Porsche, and it is indeed Matt Campbell at their second chassis this week. Did a great job getting that car back onto the track. And if I scroll down, I will tell you that Michael Fassbender has done a 15-lap stint and then a 13-lap stint in that car before it came into the pit lane. Still bright, still lovely, and very pleasant afternoon indeed. Joe Bradley with the second place Toyota coming into the pit lane now. Check that, this is the lead car now, of course, on the pit lane rotation, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, pit stop rotation is going to flip-flop between the number 7 and the number 8 Toyota, and pretty standard stuff here. Just fuel going in, no tyres being readied, windscreen being cleaned. In fact, the whole car's being cleaned. You know what? It's not just about cleaning the car. The crew, as they clean, they inspect as well. They're inspecting tyre surfaces, sidewalls. They kind of, I'm not going to say pretend to clean, it's kind of part of the process. Just coming towards the end of the fueling stop, and you'll hear the car buzz out now. It's got a very low rev range as it pulls away the Toyota. It's all very well choreographed, the way that the crew go to work and on the cleaning process on that number 8. But that car's back out now.
Thank you, Joe. Hagerty Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, hashtag Hagerty RLM if you'd like to get in touch with us. We're about 4 minutes before the completion of the next hour. Owen Mildenhall is down with the Glickenhaus and the number 708, which is in the pit lane for Romain Dumas, who's just reset the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, so here comes Romain Dumas into the pit lane, fresh as you say from that fastest lap. Pit crew are waiting, fuel going on, and as Joe described with the Toyota, lots of cleaning going on, a little bit of inspection around the car, no sign of any driver change or tyres, all looks very routine, and just the fuel going in, screen being cleaned, and air vents being any sort of tyre rubber being pulled out of the radiator vents. It's very calm down here in the Glickenhaus pits, and the doors being closed. I think once that fuel's done, Romain Dumas will be on his way.
Thank you very much, Owen, down there in the pit lane. A little bit wide there for the bright yellow Ferrari, which is just heading through Tertre Rouge. Now, that was the Kessel Racing number 33 car, which currently has behind the wheel, who is that at the moment? He's just taking that car over. Actually, they got away with it, so no harm, no foul. Looked more spectacular than it was. Roy Carroll is with me. Hello, Roy, how are you? Just push that little button on the left-hand side of that box there. Sorry, that's my fault. There you go.
Okay.
Red means on in our game. How are you, Roy?
I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm very well. Be Safe Racing, you've decided to jump in to, it was Frederick Scharndorf, who actually, it was spectacular, but he just managed to stay away from the barriers as he came through the last of the Forest S's and down towards Tertre Rouge. He's got away with that. May need a change of fireproof underwear when he gets back into the pit lane. Roy, you had the choice of all sorts of places to go and race. Why did you want to jump in to the shark pool that is GTE Pro at Le Mans?
Well, I wouldn't be here absolutely if it weren't for Bill Riley and the Riley Racing Program. And, of course, Bill told me the other day he spent about 1.5 years in Le Mans over his life so far. So he's definitely got experience. I'm a rookie. I race Ferrari Challenge. I know what this means, this race means. It means a lot to my family and I. And just to have the opportunity to come here and try to compete is really something that's on. Somebody asked me, is it on your bucket list? I couldn't have envisioned a year ago that this would even be on my bucket list. So the stars aligned, and here we are.
I detect from your accent that you're not from around here.
I'm from the other side of the lake a little bit in North Carolina.
So that's NASCAR country, though, isn't it?
That's right.
So what are you doing? All right, okay, there's a NASCAR Cup car coming here next year. You might be a year early for that.
That's right. Actually, Richard Childress is a good friend of mine, NASCAR guy, of course, and he was at the unveiling of our car back in Greensboro, North Carolina, where we're from, a couple of weeks ago when we brought the car through our hometown, and Richard was telling me he's here and cooperating, and Hendricks is here also, getting ideas for next year.
I saw Chad Knaus here the other day. It's his second time here. He was a little bit incognito last time he was here. This time he was walking the whole track earlier in the week. When you've got people like that who've won, 8 Cup championships alongside Jimmy Johnson, that's when you begin to understand the international, the global appeal of this race.
Absolutely. I mean, there's nothing like Le Mans. I mean, again, it's a dream come true to just be here and participate in this, and we're real thankful that we're aligned with Riley Motorsports, who's got the history they do.
So be safe. What is be safe for our listeners that don't know?
Okay, so my day job, I build things. And
good, we like people who do stuff. Building stuff is underrated, I think.
That's right. Well, thank you. So we build apartments, we build industrial, we build self-storage. And so Be Safe is one of the brands I own that's got self-storage facilities throughout the southeast U.S.
Just in the US at the moment?
Just US currently.
You couldn't possibly come over and do some stuff in the UK, because I've got a bit of an issue with space at the moment to do with cars, and I could really do with a bit of extra space.
You never can tell what's in the future.
That is very good indeed. Right, what do you want to get out of Le Mans? Obviously you want to get to the finish, but you've put yourself in the pro class. Why did you put yourself in the pro class?
Well, I didn't think I was up to it as far as being an AM driver this year. So, we decided, talking to Bill, we decided to go to pro class, fewer cars, better chances potentially.
Yeah.
I think we've got an excellent driver lineup. We got started late. We didn't start putting this team together until July, August last year. So, but I think we've got an excellent driver lineup. Again, we've got the history of Riley Racing, Motorsports, and so it's definitely an uphill battle. But what we're trying to get out of it, we want to be competitive. We'd love to be on the podium, of course. We're struggling. There's no doubt that we're struggling this week. It's been a tough week for us, not what we expected coming out of the gate. Qualified didn't go. Bill decided to hold off on putting the car out on Wednesday for the qualification, 15 minutes late, and let the track get rubbered up a little bit, see what people were doing. We went out, and we did not have the straight line speed, so we came back in, made some adjustments, and then the rainstorm, so we didn't have a great lap. And the one good lap that we had, it got thrown out because of track limits.
Pesky track limits.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're learning. Learning all the time. You're going to do a bit of other racing. You're going to come and play with us in Imsa and something like that, maybe get a bit more experience?
Well, again, I'm running the Ferrari Challenge Series. I came in
Which
third.
Which is an IMSA championship, of course.
Yeah, and came in third place last year. Cup Show Am, and running Copa Shell this year, and also running the Ferrari XX program. That's my speed right now. We'll see what happens in the next couple of years if I'm able to progress anymore. I'm getting older, a little slower, so who knows?
Don't say that. Don't say that, because I want to be you when I grow up a couple of years. And that's I'm looking at people like you coming into this race and being able to compete and tick something off the bucket list. I keep my international license, so just praying for the fact that somebody rings me up and says, you're 51st on the list, Hindhoff, but have you got your license with you? And I'll tell you now, my license is right here. And if you don't believe me, look, here it is. It's actually right in there. I've got my FIA license with me.
I confirm that.
Listen, we'd all be doing it if we could. Roy, thank you very much for coming in. Roy Carroll from Be Safe Racing.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Breathe it all in, drink it all in, and enjoy it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
91.2 FM, this is Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Forecast top temperature of 25 degrees today, and we're just a little over that at the moment with the time at just after 7 o'clock Central European Summer Time. It will drop down this evening to a still rather pleasant 15 degrees. I don't think it got much below 17 last night. There was a little bit of fog this morning, and we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Cloud cover is clearing off beautifully. Tomorrow, another part sun, part cloudy day. At the moment, it's seeing not too much chance of rain and a top temperature of 24 degrees for the run to the checkered flag.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
And as somebody pointed out by his accent, Roy Carroll, not the Roy Carroll that played for Manchester United. No, absolutely wasn't. I would have known that as well. Just after 7 o'clock, hello there. We are inside 21 hours of racing to go. It's been a cracker. It's been fast. It's been furious. Pit stop infringement on the race control channel for the IDEC Sport P2 car. 10 seconds added to the next pit stop on the race control channel. We'll keep an eye on that. Nick, whatever you're doing, stop it, because you're breaking me screen up and I can't see what's going on. Nick Damon fiddling. I normally get told off for the fiddling. This time it was Nick Damon shuffling his wires around just off to my right here in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. We're Radio Le Mans for 2022. Great to be back here on site and be able to just wheel people in and out. Good to have your company, whether you're around the world or here at the circuit. Here comes the Alpine number 36 back into the pit lane. It doesn't seem a million years since I saw that car in the pit lane. However, if I check down, no, it's not. This is an unscheduled stop, I think, for Mathieu Vaxivière. No, he was just going slowly. So has he just come out of the pit lane? Yes, he has. So that car just out of the pit lane after a relatively short stint for the Alpine. BOP'd back. BOP'd back after they were given a bit more from earlier on this week. So I'm being told that was a drive-through. That was a drive-through for the Alpine number 36. The man behind Sports Car 365 has just joined me, my co-commentator for round one of the FIA World Endurance Championship. John de Geese, welcome back to Le Mans, and welcome to Hagerty Radio Le Mans on 91.2. Glad to see you here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was here last year, but it was lots of restrictions, and there was lots of barriers to get around things, and it's so great to see everything so open and back to normal, like everybody's saying.
It is a different atmosphere, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The fans are out in force. The parade was spectacular yesterday. It's looking like it's a classic Le Mans again.
We are, 3 hours into this race, so we're barely scratched the surface. But what we've already seen is the Toyotas very quick at the front of the field, although Romain Demat is proving that Glickenhaus can go pretty well. Maybe not quite going Alpine's way at the moment. Before we'd even start the third race of the season, John, we'd had 4 balance of performance updates on that number 36 car. That can't be right.
No, it isn't. That's absolutely crazy. And I guess from the ACO's defenses, that's a grandfathered LMP1 car. You know, they have to make some tweaks when necessary.
It's a fair point.
But what we saw this week, 2 changes for the Alpine, and it just seemed like to be a bit too much.
It is the last year for that car. Alpine will drop into LMP2 for next year.
That's the plan, yeah.
Before coming back in 24.
Correct, with the LMDH.
Right, yeah. And lots of LMDH news this week. Just got the Glickenhaus going off the circuit there to pass some LMP2 traffic and closing in on the 4th place car. So that's the 36 Alpine in traffic with the Glickenhaus, the 709 up its tailpipes at the moment. So that'll be an interesting battle between Mathieu Vaxivière and Richard Westbrook as they come to and through the right-hander at Arnage. They're heading up towards the Porsche curves at the moment, and the Glickenhaus is right there. The bright green helmet of Richard Westbrook. He goes to the left-hand side. He gets the better run into that little left-hander just before you sweep right-handed, and that is a change of position. And through goes the Glickenhaus 709. The Alpine just having come out after what we believe was a drive-through penalty, but very good in the Porsche curves, and the extra downforce on that grandfathered LMP2 car sees Vaxivière go through 3 corners and 2 changes of position. And now Westy goes to driver's right. That's the wrong side for the Porsche curves. This is fantastic stuff.
Absolutely.
Coming through to the end of the lap. Vaxivière with 2 or 3 cars lengths in the blue, red and white Alpine. He crosses the line. There's traffic ahead of them, but it's a ways up the road. It's the Richard Mille car that's just going into the Forest S's now. So they're going to get through Dunlop. Westy just following through at the moment. This is what we want to see, John, isn't it? If this is the future, and I bear in mind that that's a grandfather, if this is the future, I don't care whether they're doing 325s, 330s or 335s. This is what we want to see.
Absolutely, and seeing good hard racing like this, both cars have had adversity already so far in the race. The Glickenhaus having a sensor change early on, now the drive-through for the Alpine. They should be further up the road, obviously, but still in the hunt and still very early days.
We've had a lot of really good news recently. We've kind of known a lot of it was coming, but let's try and remember it in chronological order if I can. BMW, the car has now been shown. Oh, sorry, no, it was Acura first. Acura first. They kind of disguised their car with the same back. It made my eyes go really funny.
The same thing for me. It was like an epileptic thing.
It's one of those things that the eye doctors give you,
Yes,
and you go,
yes.
what number can you see there? Acura.
6.
That's right. So that was a little bit of a teaser shot. Then the BMW, come back to that in a moment because Westy's got a run on the Alpine, and Vaxivière stays to the driver's left, and through in the middle portion of the Mulsanne Straight goes the 709, so that's back up to 4th position for the red and white Glickenhaus, and now they've got traffic ahead of them, which is GT Craft. Oh, Westy's decided to clear off, and I think Vaxivière has been told on the phone, this is not your battle, man. Stay out of this. So they go by one of the Proton Porsches as well, down to Mulsanne corner, and Westy, a little bit of a wobble from Westy as he started his braking. Fly-by-wire, brake-by-wire on the back end, and yellow flag, slow zone. Just coming out of it, and Westy had to check up there very quickly indeed. So let's try and work out what's happened there. Huge train of cars, and the answer is we have a Porsche off in the gravel right at Indianapolis corner, and it arrived at pace. It's the
46.
Nicholas Leutwiler Team Project 1, number 46, the Swiss driver, fairly well beached there and has had to have the lift to get him out in the BTR Logistics machine. That's the white car with the orange and black, so that's going to put a slow zone into there for a while. BMW, fancy.
Yeah.
Very fancy. We like the 50th anniversary colour scheme for M Sport, and it looks like a BMW.
Absolutely, and I think this is the first manufacturer other than Porsche that's really shown most of the car out of the LMDH manufacturers. And what I like, I love the looks of it. It looks like a BMW. It's a huge step over what we've seen in DPI in terms of styling cues, and I know we've been talking about the anticipation of what these cars are going to start looking like, and sure, we saw the Porsche in December, but this is the next step with seeing the next couple LMDHs, and the BMW is definitely on that same kind of path.
Yeah, Sports Car 365 was across the news some time ago about Lamborghini coming back in 2024. We were kind of wondering if they were going to do their own thing, if they were going to get on the back of potentially 4 marks from VAG, which would have been Porsche, Audi, Bentley and themselves. That was the original plan. Now we find out, and again, not massive surprise. It had been hinted for a while, but then it looked like it had cooled down. It's going to be Ligier for Lamborghini.
Yeah, and that's interesting development because Ligier doesn't have any other manufacturers with them, so Lamborghini can work closer together with Ligier and try to build something that they exactly want. I know they had an option to go with Volkswagen, obviously with Audi's pause of their program, which we believe is it being ended. I think a lot of people thought that was going to be the case to move over to the Multimatic chassis, but definitely that's not happening. We're seeing the Ligier cooperation, and I think we're going to expect some great things out of that.
And I like that point that you've made, actually. I hadn't thought about that Ligier can concentrate on working with Lamborghini. That's a really very good point indeed. And if we think the BMW is quite exciting styling, what the heck are Lamborghini going to come up with? Because their road cars are pretty extreme.
Yeah, exactly. They put out a little sneak render when they announced the program without the constructor, and I don't think that's any depiction of what it will look like. Obviously, Lamborghini is going to be debuting in 2024 sometime in the first quarter, so I don't think we're going to be seeing them at Daytona, for instance. Still early days, things can change, but their focus is definitely on Le Mans 2024.
Looking at a powertrain that will be linked to the new Huracan is what we're hearing. Whether that'll be a V10 or a V8, that's probably all going to come down to street car regulations and the new Euro 7 regs. Alpine, a moment or two ago, for the number 36 and Mathieu Vaxivière, who hit those very harsh curbs in the middle of the Ford chicane and got all 4 Michelin tyres off the ground by some margin. Some lucky photographers will have got a shot of that. And we're still not finished with John de Geese in the news here. I suppose we could even call it a Visit Cayman Island Sports Car News segment, because there's so much of it coming in around Le Mans time, because we then got a render from GM and from the Cadillac GTP, now GTP Hybrid project. Now
Hypercar project.
Hypercar project, excuse me. It looks like something out of Gran Turismo.
Yeah,
it's a vision concept out of Gran Turismo.
I asked Laura Weintraub-Klauser about this, like how close is the real car, and she says, as of now, this is what it is. We hope to have it to be as close as it will be.
Wow.
I said, is there any room for interpretation in terms of the regulations? Because, for instance, there was no wing mirrors on the car. The rear wing didn't look like it was in homologation, and she says, yeah, there's going to be some changes. We have to see how the on-track testing goes, the validation, especially with Aero. They're going to be very careful with that. So I think we're going to see some changes, but it may not be as much as what we initially thought. Obviously, that was a render, but we'll wait and see when the car hits the track, potentially later this month.
Yeah, and they've kept that quite quiet. They've done a good job. Don't go anywhere, Mr. de Geese. John de Geese, founder and founding editor of Sports Car 365 here. Welcome to the race, to our debutant this year, Peter Snowden, who has news from Vector Sport. Evening, Snowy.
Good evening. What a debut to make. The number 10 Vector Sport car was, everybody was already out here on the apron, tyres and everything, and Ryan Cullen standing here all expectant, and I feel that situation, it's Saturday night, isn't it? What's the song? All dressed up and know where to go. I think it's Meatloaf. And basically they all stand down again, and he's standing there with his hands in the air. I'm going to try and find out why, but obviously he's been told to wait a bit. I was waiting for that car to come in, and I'm not sure who's more disappointed, Ryan or myself.
Thanks, Snowy. We'll get back to you in a moment. Nick Leutwiler, who was in the gravel at Indianapolis, is travelling very slowly at the moment. It looked like all of his Michelin tyres had air in them, but he took to the outside of the track and steered off the racing line through the Porsche curves. He's not got a huge amount of real estate before he can get that car back into the pit lane, but clearly all was not well with his Porsche. As I say, it had been off the circuit not too long ago. John de Geese is with me, John Hindhoff, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre here at Le Mans on the end of the Bugatti circuit as the cars continue to stream past and into the pit lane. The 709, this is the Glickenhaus of Richard Westbrook. This will be at the conclusion of his 12th lap, and on comes the four-way flashes. It's not because he's doing anything other than hitting the pit lane speed limiter there, and the guys can spot the car coming down. 12 laps for this car. That's pretty much spot on, John, what we would expect.
Yeah, I think so. And if they can keep it up, then they're not going to lose as much time to Toyota over the course of the race.
you've got to say, you know, they are at a different place, Glickenhaus, than they were last year. Richard telling me earlier in the week, last year we were just learning how to run the car. He said, now we come here to race it.
Yeah, they've had a lot more races under their belt. They've had a pole in the last time out at Spa. Have shown some really good reliability lately as well. So I think this is their best chance to win it, because all the manufacturers coming next year and in 24, it's going to make it for a really difficult chances. But you never know what can happen in this weekend's race.
How do you measure a program like Glickenhaus? Because it's difficult. It's, you know, it's not a mainstream manufacturer. It's very much a boutique manufacturer. As Leutwiler, I think, now has got punctures on that number 46 Porsche, and yeah, he has. Both front tyres are now gone, so that's why he was going slowly, because they were pretty well worn after he slid into the gravel. He has managed to get it out the pit lane wall and will make it into the pit lane. But what is success to Jim Glickenhaus in a WEC round or even here at Le Mans?
I think a podium is definitely something that he wants to do. You know, to get on the overall podium at Le Mans would be amazing. You know, I look at that team very much like what some of the old ALMS teams were in the day, like the Highcrofts, the Muscle Milk Pickett Racing, Dyson, of that caliber. That's a true privateer. The only thing different with this is they're building their own car, so they're their own constructor as well. So you put in the complexities of that, and it's quite an endeavor.
Peter Snowden is watching the number 46 Porsche, and the two front tyres, Peter, were absolutely destroyed there on Nicky Leutwiler's machine.
Most definitely looking very second-hand, and they've put the car straight into the box. Obviously, there's a lot of activity around it. The driver getting out looking very, very dejected, and obviously don't know cause and effect at the moment, but they've done the driver swap already on the apron. The car's in. But as you say, sort of David Coulthard style, Australian Grand Prix managed to collect the inside of the pit wall on the way in, because two flat tyres will cause it to understeer, in my understanding.
Thank you, Peter. As they are into the garage, more people can work on it there. We've got the Jota machine in as well, and now is that on time? No sign of putting any Goodyear tyres on that one. That would be the lead car in LMP2 for Will Stevens in the Mighty 38. He stays, I reckon he stayed aboard there. But with these 32, 33-minute stints, John de Geese, double, triple, quad stints on the Goodyear tyres are doable.
Yeah, and we've seen it in previous years here, so I think this is going to be no different. Even though it's a bit warm this weekend, this is the hottest temperatures we've had all week, I think, and obviously no chance of rain, so that takes the equation out of things as well.
It's John de Geese and John Hindhaugh in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. We've got first, second and third in LMP2 in at the moment, and fourth and fifth. This is what happens because they're all running the same engine. They've all, roughly speaking, got the same fuel mileage out of these guys.
Exactly. I had a good conversation with Richard Dean from United Autosports about this a couple days ago, and he said back when the LMP2 formula started, you had multiple tire compounds, multiple aero configurations, a lot more flexibility, and now everything is exactly the same. Everybody has the Orica chassis, you're limited to a certain gear stack, you're limited to the Le Mans aero kit, and the same spec Goodyear tire. Now, that produces great racing, but it takes a lot of the strategy out of things when it comes to that.
Very, very tight in the pit lane with the Alpine that is back in again, and that again is a short stint for Mathieu Vaxivière. We believe he had a drive-through earlier on. Haven't been able to find that so far on the race control channel, and he's had to be pushed back to clear the all-on LMP2 car, which is the Prema from Louis Delatraz. That car now moving again. Richard Millin, there's a shake of the head, a rueful shake of the head from Vaxivière. Richard Millin with the number 1 car, the Vector Sport number 10 in the pits, and United Autosports Josh Pearson, who has become the youngest driver to race at Le Mans at 16 years and however many days it is between the 14th of February and now, and I'm not going to do that arithmetic.
Yeah, and before even that, he was re-signed for next year already, before he even took part in the race.
He's already run a WEC race. What's not to like about the lad?
Yeah, know? Absolutely. He's extreme amount of talent, racing both in IMSA and WEC this year, shown a lot of great potential.
16 years and a very small bit. Very small bit. Where on the circuit it looks like the Alpine is going to lose a lap to the Toyota coming out of the second chicane.
I just got this from our Daniel Lloyd. The penalty for the Alpine was a lap speeding penalty through a slow zone.
Right.
So that's what happened there.
I wondered what you were looking at your watch for. You're getting that. You're far too technically savvy for me, John. We had John Doonan in here earlier on talking about Imsa and the relationship between Imsa and the ACO. It's been pretty solid for a long time. Started by Dr. Don Panos, of course, and the France family, and particularly Mr. France now, wants to make sure that that stays as strong as possible, hence the Garage 56 and the Cup car coming here for next year. But that's all good news for us as sports car and enthusiasts for this type of racing?
I think so. You know, Jim France was awarded the Spirit of Le Mans trophy this year. That shows a great signal there as well. I think there's a lot of anticipation around the Garage 56 car next year. We don't have all the details yet. It's rumored to be hybrid powered and somehow tied in with the next gen NASCAR Cup car that's going to be hybrid as well. That maybe that technology is going to be proven here at Le Mans first, which would make a lot of sense for a project like that. Jeff Gordon's here this weekend, so that's an interesting driver that could potentially be behind that wheel. He
wants to do this race.
Yeah.
Nick Damon put a microphone under his nose a long time ago at Daytona for us when he was there doing some RC stuff down the road, and there was various bits and pieces going on at Daytona, and the one event that Jeff Gordon mentioned straight away was right here.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah, exactly.
If you've got the opportunity. IMSA is in a really interesting situation at the moment. So is the ACO. Just keeping an eye on what's going on the track at the time. We've got a battle for 11th between the Prema Orland car, which is just out of the pits and coming through traffic towards the end of the lap, and right in behind the number 37. That's the Cool Racing car. So that's Louis Delatraz and Nicholas Croyton, and they've got traffic coming through the final part of the lap onto the start-finish straight. The Kessel Ferrari right ahead of them. That's the yellow and silver car. And in front of them, is that the Panish Racing car? It might well be, actually. I think they're all battling for position as they come up to the heavy braking area at the Dunlop chicane.
LMP2 is definitely producing the best race so far, I'd have to say.
And this is not my international surprised face when you say that. When you say that, John, how do you feel about the demise of GTE Pro? Had a few drivers, including Ollie Gavin, saying they'll miss the cars. Richard Westbrook was on saying this is madness. You really should be trying to keep this on. But if you can only get 2 or 3 cars, it's not a class. IMSA had to make that difficult decision, and the ACO have now followed suit.
Yeah, I think it was expected that there might have been some hope for next year if the ACO was able to get 4 cars between 2 manufacturers, but I think Corvette was really the only active manufacturer that wanted to do it. Nobody else is out there right now, but Porsche and Ferrari are moving up to hypercars, so they've decided not to do any more programs. So the news on Friday was not a surprise, but I agree with you and a lot of others that it's a real disappointment. It brings back the memories of the final GTLM race at Motul Petit Le Mans last year, where we sort of were a bit saddened.
Vector Sport car. This is the number 10 Ryan Cullen driven machine, and he has gone off down at, is that Mulsanne corner? Has he just managed to get a little bit further than that?
Is that it?
He's in a very odd position. Well, that's certainly where they've neutralised the track. He might have got a little bit further around the circuit, so maybe he's down at Indianapolis Arnage. Another fast lap by Brendan Hartley last time around, and the new fastest lap of the race comes down to a 27.9. 27.9. I suspect that Ryan Cullen is down at the...
Might be Indianapolis.
Yeah, I think he's at Indianapolis Arnage sort of area. He's either gone... I think he's gone straight on at Indianapolis into that gravel bed, because that was the high camera from there that sort of sees all from over the top. And Brendan Hartley then just having snagged the fastest lap of the race. Yeah, number 10 showing stop there out on the circuit. brake issue in morning warm-up this morning for that car as well, at the same part of the circuit. Adam has just reminded me.
They had electrical issues earlier in the week as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's not been an easy time. New team, getting up to speed here. It's not, as I said earlier on, and I mean this in the nicest, but they haven't just dragged a load of people off the street and formed a team. The team members have got experience, but it doesn't matter. When you come into a world championship, John, it takes you a while to get to know the car and get up to speed. And with everything that's going on in the world at the moment, particularly with supply issues and all that sort of thing, it can't be easy to start a new team.
No, not at all. And some of the crew came from the Risi Competizione LMP2 team we saw last year, which was also managed by Gary Holland. But there's other crew members that are new on this program. And like you said, supply chain is the key word that everybody's talking about. It doesn't matter what component, everything's in short supply right now. And it really brings a challenge for any team, especially a new organization.
John de Geese with me, John Hindhoff. We have got a slow zone at the moment, slightly early, but I'll remind you that we are on 91.2 FM around the circuits, RS1 around the world. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans for 2022, and it's hashtag Hagerty RLM. Max Promsberger saying, yeah, that was Indianapolis. Yeah, I agree with you, Max. Absolutely. It was. Jefferson Costa saying, hearing the Johns talk about the Glickenhaus standing in the hypercar game crossed my mind if Ginetta would have been able to have more favourable conditions to build a top-class car. Maybe they would have been here rather than in the regs. We're going to do the hourly update in a moment, and then it'll be John, and Johnny here in the Hagerty Global Ridge. And we could add another Johnny if we really needed to. Hagerty Ridge Le Mans, 91.2 FM.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Well, if you've been away from the track, maybe grabbing a bite to eat, we have got 20 and a half hours to go. Studiovision up and running, and I can tell that there's 20 and a half minutes to go, because on Hagerty Global Studiovision, the Omologato race time is showing loud and proud on the bottom left-hand side of that. Right in the middle at the bottom, we'll show you what state the track is in. There's a little bit of yellow on there at the moment because of that slow zone leading up to Indianapolis and Arnage. And here are the standings as we move past half past the hour. 7:30 here in central France. Toyota Gazoo Racing 19 seconds apart from the number 7 and the number 8, with Jose Maria Lopez Pachito and Brendan Hartley first and second. Brendan Hartley just having captured the best lap of the race with a 3:27.9. A further 95 seconds back, Romain Dumas, who's been putting in some quick laps too. His best recently, a 3:28.110, was the best lap of the race until Brendan Hartley snucked it away from him, stole it away from him. The Alpine A480, powered by Gibson, the 36 Alpine Team Elf, that is in 4th position, and in 5th, just 4 seconds behind Richard Westbrook in the 709. They've been having a good scrap, actually. In Jota class, in Jota we trust, at the head of LMP2, the number 38, Will Stevens, leads by about 100 seconds from Dane Cameron in the Team Penske car, as the Vector Sport number 10 has made it into the pit lane with some front bodywork damage. Team WRT in 3rd is the number 32 car with Dries Van Toor. Ed Jones for Jota's second car, the 28 in 4th. Panis Racing in 5th with the 65, Julian Canal. And Louis Delatraz makes up the top 6 in LMP2 for the Prema Orlan team. I'll mention the Pro-Ams as well, because AF Courses Francois Perrodo in 17th, check that, 16th in class, leads Pro-Am by about 17 seconds from David Drew for Graf Racing in the number 39, and DKR's number 3, Jean Glorieux, has been getting a lot of track time this weekend. He was out on the road to Le Mans races as well. He is in 3rd position, and those 3 cars are 16th, 17th and 18th in the overall for LMP2, but first, second and third in Pro-Am. Vector Sports' Ryan Cullen is in the pits with damage. So let's skip down to the GT Pro. Corvettes 1 and 2, Jordan Taylor and Tommy Milner, with about 90 seconds between those two, 63 from 64. Porsche Racing in third and fourth for the Porsche GT team, Michael Christensen and Richard Leitz. And they're separated from the Corvettes by 3.5 and about 6.5 seconds. So it's 92 from 91. As far as the AM class in the GTEs is concerned, WeatherTech Racing's Thomas Merrill, the bronze driver in the number 79. 38th overall, leading from Sebastian Prio, Seb Prio in the 77. Dempsey Proton Porsche. And it gets hot. Porsches do come to the front, don't they? David Pittard for Aston Martin Vantage, the number 98 Northwest AMR, ahead of Kessel Racing's Ferrari. That's Fred Schandorf in the 57 car, the yellow car with the silver front. AF Corsa's Frankie Castellacci is in 5th position in the number 54, and Louis Pret for the number 61 AF Corsa is in 6th position. The leaders have completed 57 laps, and it's a Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 with 20.5 hours still to go at Le Mans 2022.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
Johnny Molan back with us in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre after a quick change and a quick turnaround. You'll get a longer rest later on, I promise.
That's all right. This is easy compared to being in the car.
I heard you talking about the air-conditioned splendour of the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre.
It's a lot cooler than it will be in any of these cockpits.
Well, thanks first of all to Bob Dawson and to Manu, who's part of the ACO and WEC TV logistics crew, because we did have a faulty aircon unit, and that was swapped out just before, or just after rather, the start of the race. But we managed to stay on the lead lap, I reckon.
Yes.
I think we're all right.
More than that.
We did.
Yeah. In the first safety car line.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly what we did. We took advantage of a slow zone, took the old one out, put the new one in. Right, Johnny, we've had sort of 3.5 hours now. At the front of the field, we haven't been through all the drivers yet because of these stints. They've not necessarily all been in. What's the situation? What would the drivers be thinking? What will the teams be thinking at the moment in terms of the situation in the race?
Well, we were discussing this earlier on in the race, that sometimes it's nice to get all three of your drivers through so that there's not one guy just waiting, 4 or 5 hours into the race, because it's all very well saying, well, they're going to do a quadruple, which, say, in LMP2 is a 2-hour stint, and then the next person will do the same, so you're going to get in at 4 hours, because the way it works with slow zones and yellows, that never actually pans out. So quite often you could be getting in at sort of 5.5 hours into the race in those situations. So it's funnily enough, I bumped into Alex Lynn in the 23 United Autosports car. Josh Pearson, he actually drove a quadruple, 2 hours in the car. Josh Pearson got in. He's going to probably do the same. So Ollie Jarvis won't be getting in until you're a good 4 or 5 hours into the race. So in that case, if you're that driver, it does get a little bit angsty. You do want to get on with it. You want to get in, get everything going. And once you've had that first boost of adrenaline, then it becomes a lot easier to go in for the second stint.
Battle for 5th position at the second chicane on the Ligne Droite Nadier, the Mulsanne Straight. And it is the Prema Orlan number 65 LMP2, which is trying to hold on to that position. And that at the moment has Louis Delatraz behind the wheel. Julien Canal got pretty close there, Johnny Molan, but just couldn't make that happen. And they've been caught as well by Cool Racing, the number 37 car, which is hoving up behind them with Nicholas Cruton on them as they go into the slow zone.
Yeah, you saw the lock-up there, didn't you, from the car behind with basically it's like coming into the pit lane. It's like a pit lane speed, these slow zones. It's so important to optimise it because you can give away seconds. So you really need to optimise that going in and really get it absolutely at the right speed at the line. But it's so difficult. Obviously they've lost a bit of power, these LMP2s, but they've also running with less downforce. So in terms of straight line speed, they're actually doing very similar speeds to what they were before. But it also means that when you're following closely, it's very, very difficult to overtake.
Shea Adam joins us down in the pit lane. Good evening, Shea. She's at United for A pit stop for the number 23.
Hello. Yes,
Hello.
a very late call for Josh Pearson to come into the pit lane. It was for a splash of fuel to take advantage of the fact that there is a slow zone out around the track. Toyota is doing much the same, except their mechanics have been waiting on the pit apron since I walked out here about 90 seconds ago. They have no tires ready, but they are expecting the number 7 Toyota to come down the pit lane any moment now.
Vector Sport number 10 moving slowly after its trials and tribulations. Ryan Cullen did get it back to the pit lane. They replaced the front bodywork. This is his outlap, and I'm afraid he's not up to speed at the moment. Prema Orlan battling Panis and Cool Racing coming through the Porsche curves at the moment. Johnny Moreland, these LMP2 cars through the Porsche curves are pretty mighty, aren't they?
Oh, the new car is fantastic through there. They're doing similar lap times to what LMP1s were doing for 10 years ago. So, you know, it used to be if you got under a 3.5 minute lap round here in the fastest car, you were doing really well. And, okay, I don't think anyone's broken that yet in the race, but certainly in qualifying.
Yeah, well, not in P2.
Yeah, not in P2, but in qualifying, I believe Robin Fringe did a 3-minute 28 something. So, I mean, that's not hanging around. And this year, with the LMDH coming, you've seen a whole sort of arms race being thrown into LMP2. A lot of cars like Penske, and John DeGeese was mentioning a few of the American teams preparing for LMDH next year, and that whole level, I mean, it was always pretty good, but it's gone up another level, and it's no coincidence that coincides with seeing cars, just like happens in GTE Pro every year. You've got top pro drivers, and even people like Collard being drafted in as a silver driver. Obviously he is silver, but he's a bit of a bandit. So basically,
you're silver now, aren't you?
I am, yes.
Johnny Morlam is alert! Johnny Morlam is a silver driver. So
yeah. a lot older than Emanuele Collard, unfortunately. But and Roger didn't ring. Otherwise, obviously, I wouldn't be sat here right now.
He must have been engaged. He must have been ordering a pizza, because I bet Roger did ring.
I wish. I still haven't washed my hand from when you shook my hand and said "Well done" at Petit Le Mans about God knows how many years ago. but no, I mean, you just see GT Pro drivers at the highest level. Now you've got LMP2 Pro drivers at the highest level, and that's why you're seeing such a great race.
The Vector car had a bit of a wiggle leaving the pits and has not picked up speed again. Alan Prosser spotted that. Thank you. Hashtag Hagerty RLM. Has he got back into the pits? Yes, he has. Adam saw him come back into the pits,
Yeah, they've just put the trolley jacks underneath the car and wheeling it back into the garage. Now I will be able to look into the garage in about 5 seconds time, but there is a slew of media out front of this car. Nose is coming off, the wheels have already been removed, and let's see, is it front attention or rear attention that they are paying? Rear. Tail section's coming off, engine covers coming off. This is going to be a bit of a lengthy stop.
More news as we've got John DeGeese here with us and Johnny Morlam in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Let's take a look at some more of the headlines. We're watching what's going on around the circuit. If anything exciting breaks out, we'll talk about it. But a couple of other things, John DeGeese, I'll have to be careful here with John and Johnny either side, in terms of the press conference on Friday. The new version of GT3 will be here in 2024, right? Yeah. Okay. And manufacturers are being encouraged to have a specific body kit to come here, a low drag body kit to come here at Le Mans. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I see the sense in that, because that's just putting prices up.
It'll be for the full season, actually,
and
it's a requirement.
Right, okay. So there'll be GT3 for SRO and for everything else, and for Bathurst and things like that, and IMSA. Yeah. And then GT3, what they're saying is GT3 Premium, and the premium is that your manufacturer's going to charge you 100 grand for a new body kit.
That's the looks of it right now. And
you're surprised, John?
Well, okay.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't really understand the rationale behind it. You know, it's
follow the money. Johnny, you with Red River Sport, you know, you advise people, you help people, you mentor people, you race with people. How do you explain? Right, well, you can have a GT3 car over here, And surely the beauty of GT3 is that you can race it in Imsa, you can race it at Bathurst, you can race it at Spa, you can race it everywhere. But now what we're saying is you can have a GT3 car that you can race everywhere other than Le Mans and in ACO series.
See, I find it gobsmackingly, astonishingly, if I dare say it, silly. Because you've finally got yourself into a position where the LMDH coming, with all the other things coming, where you are unifying, where you can race in America the same cars you can race at Le Mans.
Both prototype and GT.
Both prototype and GT, and then you bring something like that in, which then separates it through. You almost... It would be almost perfect to be able to buy a GT3 car and be able to race it at any series in the world, including Le Mans, which, let's face it, is where everyone would ultimately like to race it. And I have clients who would love to do that.
Yeah.
And the fact that you've got GT3 in America now, the fact they even included LMP3 into IMSA is huge as well, because you can bring people in. So all of this is actively encourage people into the sport. It's not manufacturers, but they're just as important in terms of keeping the grids up and bringing quality drivers in, because they'll always drive with other quality drivers. So I'm surprised, and it comes at a time when I'm really excited about, and they had an opportunity here, I think, to sort of hit it on both levels, like prototype and GT, and they've kind of missed it.
If you're going to go to GT3, it's a global formula. Now, what I think about GT3 at Le Mans, everybody knows. I don't think there's a place for GT3 at Le Mans, and I don't think they should ever come. I think it'll ruin GT3, and I don't think it's right for Le Mans. But if you're going to then, what is the USP of GT3 is that it's a global formula. So if then you're going to say, oh, it's GT3, but it's going to cost you more money, I kind of, from my point of view, I'm seeing that as the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, and there's no performance increase with this kit. It's literally just bodywork that will make it look different. And we had the chance to talk to Thomas Laudenbach from Porsche, and he said it doesn't make any sense to him either, because Porsche's already producing a premium model. Why would they need to make any other adjustments on top of that?
Well, there you go. If the manufacturers themselves are saying that, then
we've got a couple of years. I'll throw this one in before I go down to Snowy, because he's got a couple of bits and pieces from the pit lane. And by the way, joining the conversation, hashtag Hagerty RLM on this. If the ACO are pushing the manufacturers into hypercar, which they are, if they're wanting you to spend more money on a GT3 premium car, wouldn't it be better to just leave the current GT3 AMs, because we've got 23 of them, for goodness sake, and just continue with that homologation? The manufacturers make money from selling parts and running those cars.
You mean GTE AMs?
GTE AM, GTE AM, thank you, Johnny. And do that. Or, if you want to move to something different, let's put Le Mans back to what it used to be in the 80s, and let's not bother with GT3 cars, because the ACO want all the manufacturers, the OEMs, in the top class. So let's have hypercar, LMP2, new LMP2 coming along. What's the matter with an LMP3 car? Let's make it an all prototype race.
Change of overall lead here.
And that's because there's been a pit stop for Brendan Hartley and Jose Maria Lopez. They have swapped around after 60 laps. There's just half a second between them in this battle for first position. Hartley just out of the pits, managed to get out in front of his teammate, but of course Lopez, who has been out there a lap longer.
Lopez apparently had a trip through the gravel in turn 14 on his outlap. That's why he's now 8 seconds behind.
Right, okay.
And to be fair, Brendan was hunting him down before
Yes,
that
he was.
anyway, so it doesn't surprise me that they've managed to get back in front now.
Kevin Rowland said, thank you to the guys in the studio for touching on the fact that GT3's premium seems a bit silly. We're trying to be... Listen...
I do think there's a place for GT, though. I think when you're saying having prototypes, I think it'd be difficult for a lot of drivers to race LMP3 at Le Mans.
Right.
I think having a GT car at Le Mans is very good for gentleman drivers in particular. It's something that they can grow more accustomed to, they feel more comfortable with. The cockpits sometimes give you a little bit more feeling of space.
Good point.
Whereas in an LMP3 car, it's not quite as tight as a P2, but for a lot of people that would feel a bit claustrophobic.
From your experience with customers, Johnny Morlam at Red River Sport, would they
let me get my checkbook out.
Would they like... surely if they want to go drive GT3, they're already driving GT3. If they want to come to Le Mans, they want to come to Le Mans.
Yeah.
Would they like the extra challenge of driving a GTE car, or would they be happier with the driver aids, etc., in a GT3?
I think if you were to ask the gentleman drivers honestly, they'd love to come to Le Mans with GT3 cars.
Okay.
With the ABS, with the traction control, and all of that, because it would make them feel safer and more at home.
Okay.
Whether you agree with that in the purist point of view or whatever, I'm just saying that's what a lot of them, not all of them, I can't speak for all of them, but I would say, I would think a lot of them would especially the less experienced ones, would definitely prefer that.
I mean, Le Mans will never just become another GT3 race. I accept that because of Le Mans. But then if you're going to, like I said before, if you're going to embrace GT3, embrace it as the global formula where there's 1,500 GT3 cars out there at the moment. Why are we trying to reinvent the wheel?
And you look at Imsa GTD Pro, and there's no extra body kit on those cars. And those are the Pro class with the factory-backed programs or factory programs like Corvette. So.
Well, that's the other thing as well, that privateer teams will love the idea that when they've got their pro driver in a GTD AM, so to speak, or GT3 AM, that they can actually run, as we've seen a little bit even happening here with the Porsches overtaking the Riley Ferrari in GTE Pro. There's always, when I started, there were a lot of, as John de Geese was saying earlier, the privateer teams that you race for that were going up against the factory team. So any opportunity, even if it's just when the pro driver's in, to actually run at the same pace as a GTE Pro car, gives them that little bit of kudos, will even attract them into the sport to know they've got the same machinery as a pro team.
Yeah, and you've seen teams like WeatherTech race in pro with Cooper McNeil as a silver driver because they wanted the challenge to compete there.
I promise we go down to Peter Snowden. The two Toyotas are battling at the front of the field. We'll keep an eye on this as Pete gives us a little bit of an update from the pit lane.
Yeah, from the number 30 Dukian car entry, I've got a Reshad de Cruz with us. There's been a lot of work going on at the front, down in the footwell there. Can you tell us what's going on?
So we don't really know for the moment. I was driving and I had this an electronical issue, so I lose everything on my steering wheel, and we had to box a few times. And now the guys are checking the car, but we need to see what's happened and find a solution.
Well, obviously, but when you say you lost everything on the steering wheel, in what way?
I lost all the information on the steering wheel, on the dash, so I was not able to see the fuel number and everything, so it was quite difficult for me to continue.
Just to make it a bit more difficult for you, yeah?
Yes, absolutely. For my first time in Le Mans, it's not so easy.
Well, they've got to make it a good debut, but they're doing some work at the back as well, so they've got the rear end off as well. I've seen somebody down there. Any idea what's going on there?
I really don't know for the moment. I just need to speak with everyone.
Okay, Reshad, thank you very much.
Takeda Engineering down there in the pit lane, as into the pit lane for somewhat more regular stop is the leader in GTE Pro, that being the Corvette number 63. You really like the look of those cars, JMO, don't you?
Yeah, I do. As you know, it rankled slightly, having been dominated by Corvettes for a large part of my American Le Mans Series career, to say it, but I think they're, in my opinion, the prettiest GT race car I've seen from them in a long time, if not the prettiest, just my personal opinion. They look good, and more importantly for those guys driving them, they go good.
Fat Plane Crank has a slightly different sound to what we've been used to in the past, but anybody will tell you that a fast race car is a very pretty race car, John.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we're going to have to soak this up because this might be the final year we see this car here. If there's no car in GTEM next year, maybe Pratt & Miller could put something together, who knows, but the ACO has made it pretty clear that in the future regs, no factory teams.
Yeah, and it's always difficult to run a Corvette when you're not the factory because they're such sophisticated bits of equipment.
Yeah, Lauber's been the only one really that's done it.
Yeah.
And that not for a very long time.
Yeah.
Is that 2 iterations back now or 3?
They ran the C6.
Did they run the 6?
Yeah.
That's a while back.
Toyota's nose to tail on the Mulsanne.
You can tell that Lopez has got the bit between his teeth. He does not like the fact that Brendan Hartley is in front of him. You can just see it from the body language of the car, and Brendan's working the traffic but not managing to get that gap up much above half a second at any point for the last couple of laps.
Question coming in for John de Geese. Where do you see the future of Japanese manufacturers in GT3?
Ooh, that's interesting because Acura is getting towards the end of their homologation with the NSX. They just updated with the NSX 22, GT3 22, and I think that's good for another 3 years. Can't think of anybody else. Nissan is not represented anymore internationally. They have a huge representation in Super GT with the GTR, the second-gen model, and there's one racing in Australia as well, I believe. But other than that, yeah, it's
Lexus in the States.
Yes, obviously, yeah.
Keep telling us that they've got unfinished business in GT3 before they even consider moving on to bigger and brighter things, which they would like to do.
Yeah.
So they haven't won a major endurance race with the RCF.
Correct.
And they quite openly say if we were starting that program now, we wouldn't do it the way we did it in the past. They've got new product lines coming along with the GR Supra, etc., etc. We'll talk about that in a moment as we can say good evening again to Peter Snowden, who has Jordan Taylor down at Corvette.
Jordan, you're looking very relaxed, like you've done no real work there.
Yeah, it was some work. I mean, it's not the most physical track, but it's definitely mentally draining. And I think every year, the first couple hours, I'm always a little bit caught off guard of how aggressive the LMP2 cars are this early on. I had one go by me in the Dunlop S's, which I've never seen someone pass there, and then he flew off the track right after it. So I think the name of the game right now is staying out of trouble. Thankfully, the car is pretty solid to drive, especially in the extra heat that we have today. It's the hottest the track's been all week. So thankfully, the car's reacted well to that, and yeah, so far so good.
I'm intrigued when you say that it's not particularly the most physical demanding, but mentally it is. Well, why is that to you as a driver?
I mean, you have so many long straights, so my first couple years here, I found myself, it's easy for your mind to wander down Mulsanne or going to Indy. You've got so much time just to drive and think that by the time you get to the next corner, you've got to make sure your head's switched on again to make sure you hit your brake points and your apex and everything. So for me, I'm always having to mentally just stay focused all the way through. And it's not like a race like Daytona where if you lose 2 seconds, you might gain it back with a full course yellow. Here, if you lose 2 seconds, you might never get that back. So you're also trying to maximize every lap that you can.
Thank you, Jordan. Enjoy the rest of the dam.
That's a question about Japanese manufacturers coming in from Jesse Young, by the way, using the hashtag Hagerty RLM. Well, we've stirred up a hornet's nest here with this GT3 thing. Well, actually, the ACO have. Really very, very interesting. If you want to do something else with GT3, says Gert Van Kamp, give them a bit extra power, 650 horsepower, adding visual parts for 100,000 euros plus is just...
That's what DTM tried to do, actually.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I still find it very difficult that DTM is effectively GT3. I find that tough because DTM cars back in the day when, way back in the day when Dario Franchitti forged his career with Mercedes in that, those cars were single-seaters with bodywork on. I mean, they were incredibly fast cars, and I just find that difficult. But you're never going to please everyone, but for me, do you remember, John, when GT3 started and what it was supposed to be? And then it turned into an arms race, and the cost of GT3 cars went through the roof, and running a GT3 car is not inexpensive now compared to an LMP3 is way cheaper.
And by the way, Andrew Cooksley, thank you. Labra ran a C7 in 2016.
Right, yes,
right?
in WEC.
Yeah, in WEC, Real Slim Blakey says, I see it already. Since Le Mans is greater than everything else, maybe one manufacturer will just make a GT3 to win Le Mans, ignore the rest of the series, and basically build a one-trick pony. It's possible. We'll come back to that in a moment after we've said hello again to Shea Adam.
With David Pittard, who is now no longer a Le Mans rookie. You've got a stint under your belt. Does it feel like a dream come true?
Yeah, I just jumped out of the car and hugged my dad and was like, yeah, officially a Le Mans driver now. So yeah, really, really cool. The whole spectacle, the fact that we've been here 8 days already, the build-up, the crowds, just it's lived up to every expectation I've ever had, having watched so many Le Mans and watched so many on boards and driven so many sim races, and yeah, to do it for real is just, a dream come true.
It's a bit hotter when you're doing it in real life as opposed to on the sim. You get out of the car, the physical exhaustion start to set in yet?
Do you know what? It's not as bad as maybe Spa or Nürburgring. Spa is a track that you never get a break, just the Kemmel and that's it. Whereas here, there's actually 3 or 4 places where you can relax for quite a while. So I haven't found it as physically demanding. Ask me about 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Deal. One last question for you. What were the track conditions like when you got out of the car?
Probably the best they've been. Obviously, because it's a road circuit, it just rubbers up, and we've not had any rain since Thursday, I think it was. So yeah, the track's just got faster and faster. I think for us, the Northwest AMR boys, we believed in them, and the setup's come to us as the track's cooked up. Now it's really feels like it's on rails. So yeah, just got to keep it tidy. Hope the Porsches up ahead make a mistake and see what we can snag off them.
Good luck to the whole 98 crew.
Thank you very much.
That's quite interesting there, hearing him being interviewed. I believe that was Charlie Fagg. Yes, I got that right. I agree with him 100%. Spa is actually incredibly difficult.
It was David Pittard.
Oh, was it David Pittard?
Yeah,
I do apologise. So, but I would say for me, as you see the 21 Ferrari there just running as Christoph Ulrich just going a little bit wide. I think that was it down at Indianapolis in the AF Corsa Ferrari in the red.
It's
red and white car.
It's the middle of the Porsche curves, Johnny.
God,
he's
that was close.
In fact, the start of the
be a replay
Porsche
here.
curves.
Yeah,
it's gone right across the big beach there.
That's the Alan McNish gravel trap, isn't it?
I can see the stare from Monaco even as we speak. That was an outlap for Christoph Ulrich, who not so very long ago was one of our listeners and was spurred into getting into motor racing and representing the collective, if you will. The Corvettes are side by side. Corvettes? The Toyotas are nose to tail, not even side by side, coming out of the Daytona chicane. And looks like we're going to have a slow zone from the exit of the second chicane coming in any second now. And the Alpine is back in the pits again. Shea Adam is on the way down to that car. And let's just see what this slow zone is all about. And whilst we do that, I'll remind you we're listening to 91.2 FM. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
Top temperature forecast today was 25 degrees. We're hovering around that at the moment. Track temperature 42 degrees in Grand Cayman at the moment. It's a very pleasant 28 degrees with the sunshine down there at the moment. Overnight dropping down, well, not that much actually, 15, 16, 17, depending on what time of the night that you're looking at. Hopefully that'll be warm enough to keep away the little morning fog that we had this morning. At 25 degrees now tomorrow with a little less cloud and very little chance of rain on the Sunday here at Le Mans as we run towards the checkered flag for the 90th running of the great race.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time. The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Hashtag Hagerty RLM. It's Johnny Morlam, John de Geese and me, John Hindhoff, in the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre, down in the pits. Shea Adam and Peter Snowden in to the pits from the top positions is the 709 Glickenhaus, which was having a bit of a battle earlier on with the Alpine number 36, but John de Geese, that's been in the pits for quite a while now and is dropping way down.
Yeah, there seems to be an issue with that car.
Shea Adam is about to call in. Johnny, sorry, we didn't get to the end of your point about what David Pittard was saying.
No, absolutely, because he was just saying physically, and he's right. Spa, for example, is a lot harder work. Nürburgring, Sebring, there's a lot of tracks that are a lot more physically demanding, but the one thing that he needs to watch for is that this track is such high speed in so many areas, Porsche curves, Indianapolis. Mentally, this is the place where you can get tired, not realise that you're tired, and then have a problem. So mentally, I found this track requiring an awful lot of focus.
I cannot imagine spending like the P1 and the LMP1 hybrid guys spending the better part of 2 hours, sometimes over 2 hours, in a car in the dark in this place with 50 odd cars on the track at the speeds that those guys were pulling.
It really does depend so much on how comfortable you feel in the car. Because if you're happy in the car and you're going quickly, because it's all about lap time at the end of the day, because if you're going fast, you're feeling good, the car feels good, it's amazing how quickly the time can go. It's not dissimilar to doing what you do here, John. If you're having a really good show and it's flowing, the time just flies by. And in the car, you really do get into that sort of rhythm where time almost ceases to exist. Whereas if you're struggling and someone's catching you from behind and things aren't going so well and you're not happy with the car, it can seem endless.
Finishing up on the Corvette thing, Corvette have been based at Parente since before Spa for the WEC. That is where they're using as their base, John de Geese, for the WEC program.
Yeah. So they're using a lot of the Labra equipment, the transporter, some of their crew, and that relationship has just grown in the last couple of years, especially with this full season commitment.
And you've got to think that Labra have got to be first in line to get a GT3 car somewhere down the line when they are made available.
I would think so, yeah. For sure.
They're the nearest thing that we've seen to a works satellite team, if you will, over here. The Alpine has finally gone into the garage, and Mathieu Vaxvier is that is Andre Negrau, who is standing with his helmet on, looking rather displeased, Adam, with everything that's going on at the moment in the Alpine garage.
Yeah, this is a car that's in good standings for the World Championship. Remember having taken the win at Sebring and been second, I think it was, at Spa. So very good results thus far. Andre's just been given the signal that he is going to be getting into the car here shortly. It was Mathieu Vaxvier who tried to engage the clutch to pull away, and then nothing happened, so they pulled the car back into the garage. And remind me, John, because I have done my fair share of work on cars. Gearbox is a sealed component in effect, so if you're adding fluid to that, it's going to be at the rear of the car. They've been adding fluid in the cockpit of the car in a catch canister, basically, so I would guess that that's some kind of clutch fluid going on, and then perhaps it was grinding against itself, because remember the last few pit stops, Mathieu Vaxvier less than happy as the car would pull away and leave the box very reluctantly. Andre being briefed on what to do when he gets back in the vehicle, and there are more mechanics around the cockpit area now with bits of cloth to try and clean up excess fluid, but it looks like this car will be leaving here shortly.
Into the slow zone and the battle for LM. Oh, hang on, let's have a listen to Eduardo. I haven't heard him for ages.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slow zone 5 is now removed. Slow zone 5 is now removed.
And the battle for fourth position between Team Penske and, fifth position between Team Penske and Panos Racing was right at that part of the circuit, and just one car further up the field is the next car in line, which is the number 1 Richard Mille prototype. They've just come round the left-hander at Mulsanne and are streaming down, I've got to say, my favourite part of the track to drive as a public road, which is the run down from Mulsanne down through the curving right-hand bends before you get into Indianapolis and Arnage. That is still part of the public road. There is a cut-off now, so you don't actually drive down to Arnage Corner anymore. You sort of slope off to the left, and there's a roundabout there, a traffic circle for those of you not from Europe.
It does. It is a fantastic part of the track, even on the racetrack.
It's fast there, isn't it?
And the right of Indianapolis is cambered, so once you get the nose of the car in and you get back on the throttle there, the grip, it seems to just grip up, especially if you're in a prototype with downforce. It's so quick, but then the left-hander comes up so quickly that you just think, am I going to get it stopped in time to get through the left? And those are places where you'll always have to have your mental concentration absolutely 100% to not make a mistake. If you brake half a meter late there, you can end up going off into the gravel.
Richard Westbrook, I've just heard one of your crew say to you, what an outing. That's music to your ears, isn't it, as a driver?
Yeah, it's always nice. It's better than people looking the other way when you get out of the car, which I've had a few times. So, no, it's good. It's really enjoyable to drive. The car's good. We had a slight issue, so we had to pull the car into the garage, so I lost a couple of minutes. But, yeah, it's nice to be in that position sometimes, quite early in the race, and we're not laps down, still on the lead lap. So, I think we're on the lead lap anyway, or pretty close. So, you know, there's still plenty to push for. So, still
what was the issue, Richard?
I'm not very technical, but it's something to do with
that's why I asked you.
Yeah, I got no idea. But some sensor connector or something. So, you know, nothing major, but a little bit disappointing. But, you know, it's still early doors, and we've got a quick car. So that's the main thing.
Just what a driver wants.
Just what a driver wants in Le Mans. It's really enjoyable, actually. It's I like it when the sun comes down. It's an extra challenge, and there's a lot of traffic out there, but everyone's, you know, very respectful. It's good fun. I'm really enjoying it.
Richard Westbrook, 709 Glickenhaus in P for a moment. Thank you very much.
We saw the Vector Sport LMP2 machine back in the garage. That was after Ryan Cullen had gone just a bit too deep and gone off in Indianapolis. They brought the car in, changed the nose, and then sent him back out. He continued around slowly. He reported back to the team that he felt something that was wrong. Well, there was something wrong. The front right wishbone was broken, so the crew fixed it. They're 6 laps down, but they're still fighting because, hey, there's a long way to go. First one to say it.
Ka-ching! 10 euros in the jar. Thank you, Shay. There is a long way to go. This for Johnny Morlam using the Hagerty Radio Le Mans, Hagerty RLM hashtag. From a driver's perspective, what's the ideal stint length in the car? That comes from somebody called Reese Morlam.
He's been desperately trying to get a shout out. He's listening to it from the very beginning.
Hello, Reese. How are you? Reese is Johnny's son, of course, and
who now works for SQN agency and does,
really?
yeah,
Is he still
and
playing
is
football?
involved with Toyota. No, he's just totally into sports and agency and management and marketing now.
I thought that was going to be your retirement plan.
I know, he failed me miserably.
Reese!
So keep me in the lifestyle to which I've become accustomed.
Well, you could easily have been.
I could have
accustomed
done,
to it.
absolutely.
Yeah. Reese, what are you doing, man? Kick a football again. You had talent. I remember seeing you. Congratulations on your career, Reese. I know it's a while since I've seen you, but I've been keeping up with what's been going on with your dad. Let's get back to the question, because it is a very good question.
It is, and it's actually a little bit what we touched on earlier, isn't it, in terms about how comfortable you with Richard Westbrook. We just saw a fantastic interview from Westy. I always love his interviews. Absolute pure driver, fantastically talented, and he was loving it because the car obviously feels quick. He feels quick in the car, and he's enjoying every second of it. I would say probably from my point of view, I like to do sort of 2 hours in the car. I always like to be able to come in and then go again for a second stint. Obviously, if you're an LMP2, 2 hours is 4 stints these days, because it's like every 30 minutes they have to come in.
32 minutes, can you believe
I know.
that?
And in the night time, you like it if people maybe stretch it out a little bit, maybe do a triple, and then that gives you a little bit more rest. But even then, it's not too bad. And again, it so depends on whether you're in that little rhythm or not.
Even in the comms booth, 3 hours starts, you can feel your concentration levels starting to go. First one, I'll do 4 hours.
I'll
do
let you
5
know
hours.
in 2.5 hours.
Right, well, you know, you do. I mean, I say that, of course. I've done.
I was going to say,
hours
I've done 8 hours with you once
Yeah,
in Sebring many moons ago.
Well, John and I at Sebring this year, John must have done most of the first half of the 12-hour race with me. You must have done the better part of 6. He was there. It's interesting just to sort of go back to drivers as athletes. People don't think of that, John DeGeese, but they are. I mean, we work in the industry, and we often, I'm sure you get asked the same question as I do. You know, like somebody who's 50, 60 years old, but they've still got to be fit. They've still got to be mentally sharp.
Yeah, you look at guys like Ben Keating, for instance, who's
just
constantly
getting better.
getting better and better. He's by far the best bronze driver, in my opinion, at the wheel of an LMP2 car these days. And he trains all the time on his bike, keeping his heart rate up, and the list goes on. You know, it's an unbelievable achievement for these drivers, for sure.
Great LMP2 battling exactly as we had hoped, as they are barreling down to the Daytona chicane. We have got 3 LMP2s across the track. Blue flags waving for the WeatherTech Porsche, because he is being gained upon by a gaggle of LMP2s. Meanwhile, we've got 3rd, 4th and 5th together. Team WRT in the 32, the green LMP2. Richard Mille in the white and black, and then the very obvious Team Penske yellow and blue car. That is 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then the next gaggle behind are battling for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and I think 10th as well there as the Penske car goes through. So that's a position made up by Felipe Nasr.
Penske's really been on form in this race, and that's kind of surprised me because they struggled a little bit in the first 2 WEC races. I don't think a lot of people expected them to to be a challenger for the win. Everybody's looking forward to the LMDH program with Porsche next year, and that's why they're here, to get that experience for the next year's hypercar class effort by Porsche Penske Motorsport. But Felipe Nasser has been doing a stellar job in that car in the early stages right now.
Are you surprised that they've stepped away from the WEC, or do you think in terms of resources it's the right thing to do?
I think right now it makes a lot of sense because of all the supply chain issues and the focus on really getting the LMDH car running and potentially debuting at the end of the year. There's still talk that they could possibly run the final race in Bahrain in November, unclassified, but there's the opening in the rules that allows for that. So it would make a lot of sense to maybe skip a couple WEC races, but then reassemble there, and that would be quite a big unveil.
Johnny, it's a heck of an undertaking from Penske and Roger Penske, and I'm watching their car at the moment carving its way through traffic coming out of Arnage and heading up to the Porsche curves, being hassled at the moment by the Glickenhaus number 708, which at the moment has Romain Demat on board, so that will not exactly be going slowly. But if anybody can take on a double program and develop a car, not just for themselves, but they're developing some of those parts for everybody who's using that hybrid system in the new GTP LMDH, then you'd put your money on Team Penske, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
And Porsche, actually.
And, well, I was going to say, I mean, there was many. Don't forget, there's a lot of teams out there that vying to get the various different manufacturer programs, and Porsche was one of the top ones that everyone wanted. And it was no surprise, given their history together, that it went to Penske. But there's a good reason for that. And Porsche choosing them as a partner, I think, is going to be a very shrewd move in the future. And in fact, as John said already, you can see that they didn't look anywhere, but that's typical Penske. Come the race, they seem to deliver.
Into the pits for the number 28 is Ed Jones in the Jota, dropping out of a top 6 position on the pit stop circulation. That new Porsche, by the way, will be breaking cover for the first time shortly. Next month, I believe, will be the official public unveiling of that car and its livery for both of the championships. What we don't know yet is what it's going to be called. And we've got a little piece of paper on the wall. Add your name to it, John, whatever you think it's going to be. I think Shea thought it was going to be the 920. She hasn't registered a guess yet, she's just said. But we're having a little sweepstake here. Hashtag Hagerty RLM. If you think, will it be E something? Will it be LMDH something? What are Porsche going to call that new car? Meantime, this battle with the current Penske car, now right up behind the second place team WRT, number 32.
This is the battle for second place. He only just took third a while ago, and Felipe Nasser absolutely flying down to the second chicane.
He's comfortable. If you were asking about,
he's going for a move. Yeah,
goes down driver's left. Classic overtaking manoeuvre on.
That car looks so stable on the brakes. It's so hard because when you move across the road there, it crowns.
Yeah.
So even coming down to that chicane, as you move over, there'll be like you move slightly and then it suddenly pulls you. And to actually get the bumps sorted out and brake that late, it almost looked like he grabbed a wheel, Felipe Nasser, but that was an awesome move.
And that was Dries Vanthoor that he went by.
Yes.
So
yeah, exactly.
So, that's a quality driver.
Well, that was a
quality
second place.
Driver.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And when you're on the line there, it's rub it in. It's less dirty. It's actually one of the places where you can actually brake late and then actually hold it all the way around the outside into that corner, and then actually force the person coming down the inside of you to give you the room. But he absolutely nailed that, Felipe. A really good move.
We are really going to miss this category when it all turns around again in a couple of years' time. We don't know what the new LMP2s will be like. Pierre Fillon saying that there might be an opportunity to put a hybrid in them. It'll depend what chassis are being used, because all the chassis that have been built already, John de Geese, have been built for LMDH GTPs, which do have a hybrid in. We've kind of got turned around 180 degrees from an LMP2 car becoming a GTP to now a GTP becoming an LMP2.
Exactly, and the new LMP2 in 2025 will be built around the spine of the LMDH cars, like you said. That gives the option for hybrid, but Pierre actually downplayed that a little bit, saying that maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. We'll see what the market is later in the end of the 2020s, because this is going to be a 5-year run for this new LMP2 car. So by 2029, 2030, maybe we're going to have to run hybrids, and this gives a great opportunity for that.
It's been an extraordinarily successful category, particularly for Orica, who have produced over 100 chassis now in this formula of car.
Absolutely, and I think that might be changing with the new formula, because they're introducing a new system called AOP, Adjustment of Performance. Different from BOP. It's a similar method that they use in LMP3 right now, where there can be changes made twice a year, one pre-season and then one potentially around Le Mans or maybe after Le Mans, and that would allow the different constructors to sort of recalibrate and hopefully not turn into what we see today. Although it's been great racing and Orica's had a huge commitment, it's not what everybody had envisioned when this formula started in 2017. So I think that this new AOP formula that the ACO unveiled on Friday is definitely going to help bring the diversity back between the 4 different constructors.
Clinton has said Porsche's new prototype name is not Cayman Islands 9x9 to one up Peugeot. Quite like that. However, Jesse Young says, is it 923? I think it'll be 923 hybrids. I think the new Porsche will call the 920, says Wicker Bill. Just covering bases here, probably with a GTE LM321. Yeah, it's got a nice big back end, and from what I've seen, it's got the Porsche lit strip across the back of it as well, which echoes the current road car trends. Down at the Daytona chicane, battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Julian Canal in the number 65 Panis Racing Team, Louis Delatraz in the Prema Orlan number 9, and Nicholas Kreutzen right behind for Cool Racing, 65, 9 and 37, the 3 prototypes on the middle section now of one of Le Mans, I suppose you'd say, signature parts of the circuit, of which there are many, down the Mulsanne Straight, now coming in to the left-right-left version. They are exactly the same, Johnny Morlam. I'm told they are left-right-left, and the right-left-right, left-right-left, they are exactly the same, but so many drivers have told me down through the years that the second one is tighter than the first.
I would say actually
the first one was tighter than the second.
I would say it's tighter. It's tighter going in, but opens on the exit. The second one,
right?
It's funny. They are kind of. I guess if you were to draw it on a piece of paper, they are nice move again, Felipe Nasr.
That was how he went down the inside earlier. Yeah.
That's exactly a repeat of what we saw. So basically, they feel completely different. The first one feels slightly slower. I've never actually looked at the minimum speed, but the first one feels slightly slower. It's also quite easy to get understeer in the middle of the second one, a lot easier than it is in the first one, because I think you release the brake and get on the throttle slightly earlier. But on the exit of the second one, you can really get a massive exit off to the right.
In this battle for 5th position, Louis Delatraz right up the tailpipes for a moment of Julian Canal in the number 65 car. He was coming into Indianapolis and chose to drop away there. He wasn't close enough to have a go into Indianapolis, and he dropped away. Is that because without the aero dive planes on the front, he was worrying about washing out there, Johnny?
I don't know if it's washing out so much as locking up under braking, because you're turning and braking there. It's very bumpy still going down into that corner, and so you've got to be a little bit careful you don't lock up. And if you're too close to the car in front and lock up, then you're obviously going to tag them and have a problem. So, and again, don't forget these guys are all looking after their tyres. They're at various different points in the stint on the tyre. So if you know you're going to have the tyre set on for 2 hours, the last thing you want to do is flat spot the front tyres. But I find this fascinating, that effectively this is almost, dare I say it, whisper it, it's almost like a one-make series with everybody in it. Absolutely, you watch their straight line speed, there is nothing to choose between them. So when someone gets in someone else's slipstream or gets a slightly better exit, you can see that difference on the straight. It's absolutely fantastic to watch this racing with no actual BOP involved at any point in the middle of it.
Another pit stop, this time for Romain Dumas and Glickenhaus. We've also got the Prema Orlan team, Louis Delatraz peeled in out of that battle. And now, how many laps had he done in that car? Just scroll down just a little bit. I think he was pretty much on time for his pit stop. Shea and Peter down in the pit lane.
Looking at GTEM for a moment, Thomas Merrill, actually Jake Parrott on Twitter pointed out that Thomas Merrill's times are extremely fast. He's running 355s, 356s. That's a bronze-rated driver in his Le Mans debut. Really impressive stuff.
Spoke to him on Thursday while I was wandering around the paddock doing what was meant to be our pit lane show, but then we couldn't do the pit lane technical show because the Porsches were in there. There was a bit of a late addition with the Porsche Challenge. So just sort of went out with the microphone to see who I could find, and actually I had an absolutely great time. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And Thomas was one of the people I met, thanks to Carl Chura for that. And the key to having an entry like that in the AM category is to have, Johnny, a good bronze driver, because you expect your pro drivers to do what it is. So bringing Thomas Merrill, and Carl Chura said to me, and when I said, why a WeatherTech in AM this year, not pro, he said the decision was made, if we could find a good enough bronze driver, we'd go into AM. They have, and guess what, the lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the old adage, isn't it, John? You're only as good as your weakest link. And if you see the bronze as effectively, certainly in drivers, and I wouldn't be doing them a disservice to say this, as potentially the weakest link, then obviously stronger that weaker link is, the stronger the whole process is. And it's more important for the pro drivers to work with the bronze driver, because he can find chunks of time, whereas a pro driver might only find 1, 2, 3 tenths, whereas bronze drivers, when they really get comfortable with the car, can actually find seconds. So again, that was why I was slightly interested to see who was really trying to make their bronze driver comfortable in all the testing leading up to the race, and who was kind of focusing on working on the setup with their pro driver. It's quite interesting to see the different ways that certain teams were attacking it, but WeatherTech have clearly got that right, because as John rightly said, Thomas Merrill's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, and Thomas won the seat in the shootout, actually, in a test, I think, somewhere in Germany. Proton had a bunch of drivers try out, bronze drivers that is, and he ended up the quickest.
That was actually a shootout that took place in Barcelona, and Thomas was one of 4 bronze drivers invited to it. He was the guy that they decided was the most consistent over the course of the test, as well as having the speed. So for him to be showing that right now is a good thing. But I actually had dinner with Thomas a couple of nights before he flew to Barcelona for the test. He didn't mention it. He didn't say anything about the possibility of coming to Le Mans, because he never thought he would get it. And now he's out on the track. That sound in the background is the number 7 Toyota having just completed its stop. Jose Maria Lopez got out, and it was Kamui Kobayashi who took over. I'm going to hang up on the football and wait for Pacino to come over and talk to his engineers, because I haven't seen a lot of driver changes lately, so this is a good opportunity.
Yeah, it's interesting what's going on at the sharp end of the field, and we'll get back to that in a moment. We can go to Peter, who is down in the pit lane, who has Romain Dumas.
Romain, thank you so much for being patient and waiting for us. You're at P3. You must be pretty happy. Spoken to Richard Westbrook.
Yeah, I mean, so far everything is going. I mean, both cars are 3 and 4. So at the end of the day, we have to do our own race. I think we are not miles away. We try. The team was very good gambling with the slow zone. Pace is good. For sure, it's very difficult with some AM car on the middle, and it's little bit tricky, start of the race. I think all the gentlemen need to find also our pace. Very difficult also with the P2, because they fight so hard. They don't want to let you go through. Sometimes it's on the limit. But anyway, at the end of the day, we are there. We are in contact. So let's continue like that. We have a good pace. We have a good car. We enjoy. That's the most important. It's still a long way.
Thank you. I saw a little glint in your eye when you said there it's a little difficult with some of the different cars. It's you have to just be patient, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, for sure. Yes, it's quite difficult because it's very early on a race. We don't need to take any risk, and we don't want to take any risk. So let's drive like that. But for sure, sometimes it's a little bit frustrating, but it's okay.
I'm probably going to be very careful how you answer this, but what's more fun, driving the Glickenhaus or a Cobra at Goodwood?
At the end of the day, I think they both fit me well because they oversteer quite a lot. So I will be in Goodwood with the Cobra again, I can tell you.
Look forward to it. Romain, thank you very much for your time.
Romain Dumas, Thank you. Sorry, Pete, I didn't hear you calling in there. Hello to John Day, who's tweeted in using the hashtag HaggertyRLM. 6.5-hour drive from Durham, up in the northeast, all the way down to London for the night shift. Working nights on Le Mans weekend has its perks. Thank you for tuning in. And take it easy. Saturday night all the way down to London. That's a canny run, that, lad. Canny run. Take it easy. Shea Adam, you've got the second of the Toyotas with you.
Yes, I do. Brendan Hartley is going to be staying in the pit lane because he is now done with his driving duties for the moment. Ryo Hirakawa is taking over for him with the number 1 on the side of the number 8 machine. Number 1 leader light on the side of the number 8 machine. There we go, got my words. Belting himself in, it's Ryo with the driver assistant in the other side of the cockpit. They do have a new drinks bottle for Ryo as well, so he doesn't have to share with Brendan. And they have 4 new Michelins. Let's see if they are going to employ them. Oh, yes. See, it's different. When they are going to do a tire change at Toyota, the tire change guys are holding the guns before anything else kicks off. There we go, right sides are done. Running around to the lefts, and left front is on. There goes the left rear, running back around the back of the car, hit the magic big red button, car drops off the air jacks, and Ryo is out for his first into the race.
Shea Adam in the pit lane, coming up to 7:30, check that, 8:30 in Central Europe. Still a beautiful evening. Temperatures hovering around the mid-20s pretty much all day, and still just under 25 degrees. And let's, before we check the update in a couple of minutes, let's pick up a word or two with Alex Lynn and Shea Adam.
Alex, haven't gotten a chance to talk to you since the start of the race. It's been difficult for United Autosport, but there are no signs of you guys giving up. What can you do to put yourself back at the head of the P2 field?
Run full gas now for, I mean, it's still 19 hours to go, and the rate of attrition in this category is really high, so yeah, we need to go maximum attack. And it was a shame because I think we got it's not a shame really because we've still got a very fast car. We just need to start making progress, which should be fairly simple. It's going to be me and Ollie through the night, so yeah, I can guarantee you there won't be holding anything back.
Are you surprised by the tire wear? I've heard from a lot of P2 teams that they are triple stinting instead of quadruple stinting.
Yes, I am very surprised. I'm very surprised at some of the failures of the tires. Not really, not really on, but hey, everyone's dealing with it, and we've dealt with a few now, so hopefully that's our bad luck done.
Thanks, Alex. Definitely not counting you out.
Sorry?
Definitely not counting you out.
You're never out of the fight.
I love his attitude. I love his attitude. Jimo.
Yeah, I saw him in the United Autosport earlier on when he was having a bite to eat after his magnificent stint at the start, and they had 2 tyre cuts on the front. One that brought them in after 2 laps, and then another one that happened right at the end of a stint. And Ollie Jarvis actually now in that 23 car pulling up to the back of Pietro Fittipaldi and Sean Gelael, and actually the 31 WRT car seems to be holding the Inter-Europol car of Pietro Fittipaldi up, and Ollie Jarvis behind them both, and you can see he caught them quite quickly. He's only 3/10 behind and they're 7/10, so basically less than a second now behind 9th place in LMP2, but he's finding it difficult to get past because the straight line speed just doesn't seem to, even in the slipstream, just doesn't seem to be able to get that toe down the straights.
It's 9th, 10th and 11th. Side-by-side action in LMP2. Jota and the 28 just going through on, is that Rolf Nation in the WRT car? Yes, it is. He's on his outlap at the moment, so the green car has just lost a position, and that's
team on team, isn't it?
Yeah, sort of, yeah. 7th position has gone the way of Jota, to the detriment of Team WRT. 2 of the really top teams. You look at LMP2, John de Geese, and teams of the quality of Jota, Penske, of course, but they're a bit of an interloper here.
Sure.
But Jota, Team WRT, United, Prema, I mean, these are top teams in anything that they go to, and that just underlines what's going on. And here is the battle between Ollie Jarvis and Pietro Fittipaldi, and just ahead of them in ninth position in that category
I
is Nicholas Creighton.
I thought Pietro Fittipaldi had that done, John. Sorry to interrupt there, but I really thought he had it done. He seemed to have the straight line speed advantage coming down into Mulsanne corner, but then again, just being on the outside there, you've got to be super careful.
Just a quick word as the Penske comes in out of second place and Richard Mille comes out of third in LMP2 about the great work that Bill Gibson and his team have done up at Repton, and John Manchester as well up there, in constantly being able to deliver what the ACO and the FIA WEC have asked for. John, I'm not particularly technically minded, but I know that reducing power on an engine is not just as simple as turning it down, in the same way as finding 20 or 30 horsepower isn't just, oh, let's turn it up a bit and give it another 500 revs. And they've done that and kept the reliability on these Gibson engines. And
that's happened at least twice, if not 3 times, since the beginning of this evolution with the introduction of hypercars. So Gibson has definitely had a challenging time in trying to get these requirements made that have been set forth by the ACO and FIA, and I think they've done a magnificent job.
Just spoken to both your drivers, Jim. We've got it's a bit early in the race. I don't want to jinx it, but Jim Glickenhaus, you've got to be pretty happy at the moment.
Yeah, we're running pretty well. We're reducing the gap to P2. The car's running great. The Ryan's reducing his gap in the 709. It's a long way to go, but the car's running really well, both of them.
You must feel like a sort of proud parent at the moment.
Well, you know, it's a long race, but I think it's unbelievable that we are mentioned in the same sentence as Toyota. I mean, you know, we're a bit smaller than them. On a good day, they probably make more cars in 3 minutes than we do in 3 years. We're a teeny little team, but I think it's fair to say that what we've done is pretty cool. The fans like it, and who knows where we'll be on Sunday, but we're pretty optimistic.
Now, Jim, you've just mentioned there that Toyota make, you know, it's obviously a global car brand, make more than you do in so many minutes, but you are expanding too. What can you tell us about that expansion from Glickenhaus?
There are a lot of interesting things happening. We just passed one of our last major crash tests, so we're able to start delivering to, you know, our customers. But and we have a lot of sales. I mean, we look like we could sell about 300 cars a year. So we are in the process of raising a little capital and trying to go for it.
Jim, thank you very much for your time. We'll catch you later. We've got 19 hours to go.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Snowden down there in the pit lane. Great battle for 8th through to 11th. For a moment, we had side by side, and side by it looked like a cup race.
What a race!
Like a cup race. All we needed was the banking, Johnny.
Outbreak down into Dunlop, went straight on, had to give the position back, lost momentum. Then Ollie Jarvis got a run at him, managed to get past as well. This is a fantastic race, absolutely fantastic.
This is for 8th, 9th, and 10th, and 11th. It's like you would never would have thought that.
Still only 20, 30, less than about, just over a little half a minute off the lead though, I think, isn't it? As the class lead. I think they know that they need to keep fighting all the way here.
91.2 FM and around the world on Radio Show Limited's network of audio and visual channels. We've got the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre camera, the Studiovision going, and on that, if you look at the bottom left-hand side, you will see, hello, yes, John's waving, I'm waving. We have got a Homologato race time, which tells me that there is 19 hours and 25 minutes and 3, 2, 1 to go. That means we're 5 minutes late for this.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Data-driven solutions for a data-driven sport.
Welcome to those of you around the world who are joining us just after 4 a.m. in South Australia. Screesilla says the new Porsche will be called Bob, obviously. Nick Damon said Barry. actually. So there we are. Here's how it stands then with 19 and a half hours to go. Toyota Gazoo Racing 1 and 2, the 8 and 7 are 3 seconds apart, with Ryo Hirakawa and Kami Kobayashi behind the wheel of those cars respectively. Then it's the two Glickenhaus. Pipo Derani is about 1 minute and 10 seconds behind the second place Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010. And it is Ryan Briscoe in the 709, another 55 seconds further back. But how about this? The LMP2 cars, only 2 laps there or thereabouts at the lead of that class, behind the leaders after 4.5 hours plus of racing here. Roberto Gonzalez is in the lead. Jota, the number 38, it's about 1 minute and 40 seconds on Felipe Nasr. For Team Penske, the number 5 car has been flying in this stint with Felipe behind the wheel. Then it's Julian Canal for Panis Racing, the number 65. Then Louis Delatraz for Prema in the number 9 car. All of these cars are pretty much nose to tail on the circuit, including that Oliver Rasmussen in the Jota number 28, Nicholas Croydon in the Cool Racing 37. And then only another 10 seconds further back, Rolf Nation for Team WRT in 7th position in the class. In Pro-Am, Graf Racing have just rejoined with Sebastian Paget, behind the wheel of his Orica, the number 39. He's on an outlap in the moment, whilst the next cars in Pro-Am, AF Corsa and Francois Perrodo and Matt Bell and Nielsen Racing, the number 24. The team from Corby in Northamptonshire, they are in 3rd place in the Pro-Am category. Corvette still lead GTE Pro. The number 63 car, 29th overall. Nicky Katzberg is driving that at the moment. Then it's the 2 Porsches. Slightly different, must be a slightly different pit strategy there for the 2 Porsches to be ahead of Alexander Sins, Richard Leitz and Lawrence Vanteur in the 91 and 92. Then the 64 Corvette, and then 52 and 51, the 2 AF Corsa Ferraris. Top 3 in Pro. Thomas Merrill doing a stellar job at the moment. His lap times are awesome. And the number 79 Porsche then leading in Am with the Pro Riley Motorsports car just out the pits with Shane van Gisbergen behind the wheel, the tyre whisperer, as I like to call him. I'm really interested to see how Shane gets on here and how he settles into this race. However, in the Am category, second is Paul Dallalanek getting his taste of Le Mans 2020 in the number 98 Aston Martin Vantage, and Christian Reed, the only man who has done every single race in the current iteration of FIA WEC. He is in 3rd position in the number 77 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche. The leaders have completed 75 laps. 4 hours and 39 minutes have been completed of the 24 hours at Le Mans 2022.
The Valkyrie AI Update. Science applied to motorsport.
The 36 Signatech Alpine Elf team back into the pit lane. This is not good. Andre Negrau brought the car in, but it went by the front straight the last time. It sounded awful, like it had a misfire almost, really a sick car. It has gone back into the garage. I've seen new hoses being ready. Not sure what they're for, but they were about 1.5 inches in diameter. Hoses there, pulling the engine cover off. They've done a windshield tear off for Andre Negrau. He is staying behind the wheel of the car while the team goes to work on it. And the sister car, if you will, the other Signatech run team, that one is the Richard Mille number 1. That came in and served a 1-minute stop and hold penalty. Although, John, you're going to have to tell me what that was for, because I'm sure it's on a timing screen somewhere.
Yeah, the Alcamel timing is not playing very well at the moment for quite a number of people. There's been a couple of little stops, so we'll try and get to the bottom of that. Thank you very much, sir. There has been a little bit of connectivity problem here at the circuit in the early moments of the race. 19 hours and 20 minutes to go. The Alpine back in the pit box, and this is absolutely what they didn't need. John de Geese, founder and editor of Sportscar 365, with me in the booth. If they were going to be competitive, they had to have a clean, fast run.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is really, really tough for them because they entered the weekend as championship leaders, having won Sebring, having been on the podium at Spa. Yeah, it's not looking good at all for this team right now, unfortunately.
And that's disappointing, Johnny Morland, for everybody. As a driver, when things go wrong early on, how do you keep yourself motivated?
Oh, it's tough. It really is tough. But they're experienced. The teams are experienced. The drivers are experienced. I mean, funnily enough, the first time I stood on the podium here in GT, my teammate had a problem at the Porsche curves in the first half an hour, and we were dead last. And I just thought, oh my God, you know, this is terrible. And then in some ways, if it's going to happen, it needs to happen super early. The trouble is that fields are getting so competitive now, and you saw with the Felipe Albuquerque car and the problems that Will Owen had at the start, and they lost 2 or maybe 3 laps at that point. And to come back from that in such a competitive field is virtually impossible. And that's where it becomes really soul-destroying, and you just get in the car and you keep going, but you just don't give up because you just don't know what's going to happen.
It is the 40th anniversary this year of the Le Mans debut of the legendary Porsche 956. Hashtag Hagerty RLM. What do you think the new Porsche GTP LMDH Challenger will be called? It's going to be unveiled actually back into this month. I said next month before. It's right. It's the Watkins Glen weekend at Goodwood, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it will be revealed. It's not Barry or Bruce or Roger or Bill, as far as we know. We've had a few numbers thrown in. What do you think? Hashtag Hagerty RLM. I can't promise, by the way, that the most popular one will actually be what it's called, but we'll have a word with Porsche, because the nice face, Porsche McPorsche face. Nick Damon is nodding happily at that. Shea Adam is watching some quite significant work going on at the back of the Alpine.
They've taken all the heat shielding off at the top of the engine where it comes in to try and cool through the roof, and they have 2 new exhaust manifolds complete with the hoses. That's what I was able to see from before. They had the car fired up and revved it, and flames shot out of the right-hand side exhaust manifold. And now, yep, heat shielding has come off completely. They've pulled it. This is going to be a lengthy stop. They are going to replace that. Right now, everybody is frenetic in this area, and there's nobody actually standing idle for me to talk to. But I will stick my head out the back and see if I can find anyone.
Thank you, Shea. We're going to say goodbye for the moment to John de Geese from Sportscar 365. Just before we let you go, keeping an eye on the Inter-Europol battle for 10th position. Anything bubbling under at the moment that you're chasing down? Because there's always 1 or 2 little things that just surface around Le Mans.
Yeah, I think the key is on-track debuts for these new LMDH cars. I think we're going to be getting them fast and furious in the next few weeks. Possibly Cadillac being first, and then Acura and BMW. So once that happens, there's going to be plenty to talk about, and hopefully maybe some spy shots, maybe some official photos and reactions from there. So it's an exciting time to be a fan of sports car racing.
I was just going to say, it is very exciting to be involved in the sport. John, it's always a pleasure. Come and see us anytime here at Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
That's John de Geese, the man from... the man who makes 365. Actually, he'll say he's got a team behind him, and the guys have been working so hard recently. I have seen so many stories. It was the same at Sebring, and he's electrically charged our console at the moment so much that Nick Damon's just got a show. Thank you, John. Johnny Morland, meanwhile, with an exhalation.
I've just been watching this fight between Pietro Fittipaldi and Ollie Jarvis in the Inter-Europol competition, number 43 and the number 23 of United Autosports, and absolutely loving it. It seems that Ollie, I don't know if they're running a little bit more downforce, but he definitely seems to have the legs of the car in front through the faster stuff, through some of the corners, but on the straights, just even with traffic, just not being able to get enough of a run to get past Pietro, but he's clearly quicker, clearly being held up.
Dave Alcock says the LMP2 and GTE arm starting to look like an online Call of Duty shootout. You know this is going to go down to the checkered flag. Interesting you should mention that, because there is a certain driver here who, in his downtime, likes nothing more than a bit of Call of Duty online. I'll leave it at that for the moment, with 19 and a quarter hours to go. And once again, a huge clump of cars headed by the number 41 real team by WRT Ferdinand Habsburg car, heading up towards Arnage at the moment. But meantime, this battle, which is Richard Mille, WRT, right in the mix here, 1:31. And it's Charles Melesi who is at the moment looking at the back of this United and Inter-Europol battle, effectively getting a grandstand seat, and he's hoving into sight here, Johnny Morlam.
He is, absolutely, because like I said, Ollie can't get past. He's definitely being held up, but obviously that's allowing Melesi to actually cruise up behind him, which is the last thing he needs, because he doesn't want to have to start defending behind. And when you're in a fight like this, you really don't want to have to worry about having to defend as well as attack the person in front of you. And watching him come down into Indianapolis, into Mulsanne corner there, it's so bumpy. The sun will be coming down in the sky now. It'll be getting trickier and trickier. You'll probably notice they'll be dropping their visors slightly when you see the cockpit shots inside the car, as we see Pietro Fittipaldi looking in his right-hand wing mirror there, spotting where Ollie Jarvis is now, coming down towards Indianapolis. You saw, literally, as I mentioned that, Ollie Jarvis drop his visor there, because obviously now the sun's coming into view, and that's going to get really difficult for the drivers as the sun drops, and it's right in your eye line. Sunset
Officially just over an hour away. Not much darkness at this time of the year into midsummer. Although, interestingly, because we're this weekend and not next weekend, it's not a full moon tonight. It's normally a full moon at Le Mans, but the way it's fallen this week, we're about 3/4 moon. Woo! I knew where you were going. I know where you were going with that. And I believe it's been announced that it'll be on the same weekend next year, the 10th and the 11th, rather than 11th and 12th, obviously, but the same weekend, and we're waiting to find out whether it will again be the test day on the Sunday prior to it. Ollie Jarvis then just not able to stay behind the Inter-Europol number 43 yellow and green car through the last part of the Porsche curves.
I haven't got access to their data, but I wish I did. But look how much he catches him through this chicane here. You can see his eyes.
His visor's back up again.
Absolutely.
He's on it on the brakes
and
there.
then on the straights, just can't seem to, even when he's in his slipstream. Okay, here you wouldn't get too much of a slipstream going. But certainly going down.
Across the start finish.
Certainly going down towards the chicanes. You'd expect Tetra Rouge is all about getting a good exit there. But if we stay with this, and it's great that they're staying with this battle, but I can almost sense Oliver Jarvis's frustration in the car.
And Charles Melesi is right there now as well, so he might well play a part here. Ollie will be getting told by the team what's going on behind them. And
I mean, Pietro Fittipaldi's missing apex. He missed the apex there through the S's, and that allowed
here's Ollie.
So
through Turk Rouge. Let's see what he does here. Onto the curving first part of the Ligne Droite and Adieu.
See what I mean? He's just stretching it. He's just stretching away slightly.
It's the same engine, it's the same tyre.
It's got to be drag, so therefore maybe the United Autosports car just running a little bit more downforce, but I suspect that Ollie could go probably a good 1.5 seconds quicker, maybe 2 seconds quicker if he was on his own, but at this point in time, the frustration of not being able to clear the car in front, knowing that your pace is higher, is really
no
important.
dive planes on the front of these cars this year, and that has meant they've got to rebalance. They can't have quite as much aero on the back. That was deliberate. And now the Inter-Europol car getting a little bit of aerodynamic help from another LMP2 car as he goes by it. Is Ollie going to be able to get in there? He's not going to be able to get through before the second chicane. Is that the number 20 car? The Cool Racing cars, they come through.
They definitely look to be down a little bit on straight line speed to me.
And now he's in trouble because Melesi's right here. Ollie Jarvis pulls out to the left-hand side as Melesi flashing his lights, which obviously gives you at least 5 miles an hour. And he'll have to dive down the inside into the Mulsanne corner and almost gets hit by the car that he was trying to lap. It's the number 39, in fact. My apologies. That's the Graf Racing, Sébastien Page, who's behind that.
Sorry, John, to talk over you there. This is going back down into where the sun just drops into your eye line, John, and the glare, and it just wipes out your windshield, and you just can't see what's going on in front. But yes, absolutely. Now, great cockpit shots. You can actually see into the driver's eyes.
You cannot see a thing
with the oil.
With the oil, the flies and everything else, because you don't want to wipe the windscreen because that's just going to smear it everywhere. Sebastian Page being passed by one P2 car, and then Malaysia diving down the inside. Actually had to pretty much go off the track there.
And you saw how bumpy it was there. These cars are so stiffly sprung. They're relying on the aero and the underfloor as well, so they need to keep that platform as stable as possible. But that means when you're going slightly slower with the bumps in the track, John, it really makes the car dance around, and he did really well there not to lock up and run on into that corner.
Pit stops getting ready down in the pit lane for Ferrari and AF Corsa. Meantime, the number 1 Richard Mille Racing driver, Charles Milesi, trying to get back under the rear wing of Ollie Jarvis. Whilst that's going on, let's go down to Peter Snowden, who's been doing a little bit of research down in the pit lane. Peter, what have you found out for us?
Yeah, the number 30 entry, the Ducati Team LMP2 car, the Orica 07, with now got Guillermo Rojas at the wheel. It did have Rashad Degueras, who very kindly gave us an update. It said there was an electronics issue. Well, that electronics issue turned out to be the GPS sensor had failed. Therefore, quote unquote, the FIA couldn't track the car, hence it had to come in. But it wasn't as easy as that. The reason it was in for so long was they had to change the wiring loom on the car to resolve that issue. It's out back out again, but it's not where they want to be. But that's the answer.
So, Peter, am I right in saying that there was nothing else wrong with the car? It was quite happy running along. It didn't have a technical issue from that point of view. It was just that the GPS meant that race control couldn't track its speed, etc.
Yes and no. There's always a bit more to these things, isn't it? Rashad did say to us that he'd lost everything on his steering wheels, all the information.
Oh, yes,
so
that's right.
Maybe there was a bit more to it than just that. But no, you're absolutely right, John. The main issue was that the FIA couldn't track the car, therefore it had got to come in. And that's why I couldn't understand why they were working away under the footwell, but it was getting that wiring loom out of that area. Whilst the driver was in there, it was like, put your feet up around your knees up around your neck, and we'll get that wiring loom out of the way.
Thank you, Peter. Peter down there in the pit lane, side by side. Malaysia on Ollie Jarvis into the Daytona chicane. He's just not getting the drive out of Tertre Rouge, and Malaysia made that pass not easily. Ollie didn't give that one up. I don't see that Ollie did anything wrong there. I didn't see a mistake, Johnny Morlam. But that number 23 United car, maybe it needs a new front nose.
No, well, maybe, but I think it's more straight line speed. I think they're running a tiny bit more downforce potentially, because Ollie is getting a really good runs through Tertre Rouge, and Malaysia could tow up to him, the complete opposite of what he could do to Pietro Fittipaldi in the car in front, and he had to give that up because he knows that ultimately there's a long way to go in this, and if side-by-side contact, then all you're going to do is potentially cause damage, which is going to slow you down even more in terms of creating drag or anything worse than that even.
Paul Trustwell has rejoined us after a little bit of a top-up on his fuel as well. Welcome back,
Hello.
Paul, to an intriguing race in particularly LMP2 and GTE Arm as the number 64 Corvette comes in out of second position. And a new drinks bottle going in for Alexander Sims, who did put that car's fastest lap of the race in not too long ago. And down at, now I think that's at Arnage, Marshall's Post 30. No, it's further round. It's coming into the Porsche curves again. So that's the beach again with another driver. Claimed another driver. Don't say it again. You'll lose a very good friend. It is the dark red. Did you see what number that car was? It was the Ligier, yes. I was going to say, is that the only Ligier in the race?
The Ligier, yes.
The Ligier. Jake Parrott, by the way, that was the update on the Duquesne for you. Sorry, Paul, go ahead.
The other good news for France is that the Alpine is back out. I don't think you mentioned that before. I know we heard from Shea about what the problem was, but that's very nearly an hour that the Alpine has lost in the pits. Not quite. It came in just before 8 o'clock. And so the Alpine has a lot of work to do, and effectively now is out of contention. It's being shown on the overall timing as being down in 35th place. That's number 36. And it's been taken back out onto the track by Andre Negrão. The other thing which I have missed whilst I've been away is exactly what's going on with the number 5 Team Penske car, because Dane Cameron has driven it for a short stint, but apart from that one stint, Felipe Nasr has done the whole of the driving in the number 5 car, and Emmanuel Collard hasn't had a go at all. Have you mentioned that, and has that been explained?
No.
Right, okay.
Explain.
So I haven't got an explanation at all. I was looking for one that may have happened while I've not been here.
I think that Emmanuel Collard, obviously, with his experience, I think probably they're knowing that his pace isn't going to be that much less than the guys in front, and they're just using Felipe at the moment as someone that's quite comfortable to get them to the front. Probably use Manu Collard at night a little bit more.
Interesting.
But those 3 drivers are actually, as it goes in those teams, I would say probably more evenly matched than potentially some of the other LMP2 crews.
Interesting that the older driver being used, therefore, probably for the nighttime running, which is normally the reverse of what actually happens.
Ollie Jarvis replays the compliment on Charles Milesi, much to the joy of Johnny Morlam. Alongside me now to my right is Paul Trustwell's come in on the left. That's geographically, not necessarily politically. I feel I should say that for you, Paul. Not for me.
I would like being left out on the wing.
Very good. Very good. So Jarvis then back up to 10th. This is the battle for 9th, 10th and 11th in LMP2. And it's mega.
But it's so tight. It's so tight. If he can just clear Fittipaldi, there's only sort of 10, 12 seconds in front, and then he gets right into that mix of the top 6, 7 cars, and that puts him back in this hunt.
But what concerns me most of all, because although I've not been sitting here in front of my computers where I like being, I've been sitting over there watching the race. What concerns me most of all is the fact that we're talking about a race for 8th, 9th and 10th, or for 9th, 10th and 11th. Before this race started, I said this is going to be a race in the top 6 between 2 United cars, 2 Jota cars, 3 WRT cars, and possibly Panis Racing. Now, apart from the Jota car at the front, we're completely wrong. Because, as I say, I don't deny it's a great battle for P2 in P2, but it shouldn't be for 8th, 9th and 10th. It should be for 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Absolutely, but I think it's because of all the problems that befell them. I mean, Will Owen, starting on the front row in LMP2, was in the gravel trap within 200 metres.
Oh, he did nothing wrong.
And he did nothing wrong. And then Alex Lynn, 2 cut tyres.
Agreed.
So you're exactly right. It's just thrown it. But it doesn't matter where you look at in the top 15 cars in LMP2. They're all having battles. They're all evenly matched. There's nothing to choose between them. The only thing that's separating them is bad luck.
Exactly so. But what's my concern is whether or not they're going to be able to catch up. I mean, yes, I know a lot of people have said it, there's a long way to go, 19 hours, almost exactly, still to go in the race. But are they going to be able to make up that ground? We've had, 2, 3 slow zones? Again, I've been stepped away from my desk, and so I haven't been collecting all of the slow zone data. But I think we've only had 3 slow zones, which has been very, very good. And the other thing that I'm about to do now the computers are up and whizzing again is just to look at the rate that we're going at to see if we can get towards record distance. I said at the start when you were sitting next to Johnny Palmer, what's going to control whether or not we get to record distance is how many slow zones we have. I'm not going to say the other word, but we haven't had any of those. We've only had slow zones so far.
I mean, the record distance for everybody to note down is
397 laps.
397. The computer is predicting 391 at the moment, but that will increase the longer that we go green.
Yes, okay, I know how that one works.
Yeah.
You were saying, I think, 16, you needed 16 laps in an hour to get within the...
16.6 an hour is what you need, and just... according to my simulation run that I did before the race, you can reach 400 in a fault-free run for a hypercar.
Pietro Fittipaldi under pressure from Ollie Jarvis. This is the battle for now 7th and 8th, with pit stops having occurred for into Europol and Cool Racing. Ricky Taylor now got into the Cool Racing car. Esteban Gutierrez into the Europol car. Ollie Jarvis goes to the left and then to the right, and now closes in through Daytona. Johnny Morland watching through his fingers. It's like an episode of Doctor Who and the Cybermen here. Just get him behind the sofa.
The way he was moving then, the slipstream, he was getting a slipstream, but the way he was moving then, I mean, he must have been 3 inches off the back when he ducked out then. That was close.
Very close indeed. In the meantime, we had the number 91 Porsche going a little bit wide, being forced offline. Fred McAvecchi in the end of the Porsche curves to the second chicane now with this fabulous battle for 7th and 8th. And once again, it's very tight indeed. This might open up a run to the sharper end of the field for United and Ollie Jarvis. He's driving absolutely superbly, got decent drive there, but he just can't live with Pietro Fittipaldi down the tubes, Johnny.
No, he just needs a Toyota that's catching him now. I think it's the Toyota behind him to catch. He needs to let him through going down into Indianapolis and then hope. And Pietro Fittipaldi's run very deep then into Mulsanne.
Here's a chance. Here's a chance then for Ollie. He got the power on quickly. Fittipaldi
ducking behind that Toyota, Ollie, when he comes past him, and just follow that Toyota all the way down into
Indianapolis. Car,
Indianapolis.
that's the leader of the race. How can they see anything going down to Indianapolis?
He's going to compromise. The 8 car is going to really compromise Fittipaldi there. So this is a chance. If the trouble is, it's so difficult to overtake down into there. He's going to go around the outside.
He's got him. He's got him round the outside of the no-name right before Indianapolis. That's a super drive by Ollie Jarvis. Now the problem is the Toyota's going to slow him down going through the Porsche curves. Ollie's going to be really quick. He's got a little bit more downforce on that United car, and the hypercars just aren't quick through the
I think he'll
Porsche
just
curves.
stretch just enough, though, John. I think he'll stretch just enough before the Porsche curves to not do that.
91.2 FM here around the track and around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's just after 9 o'clock in the evening here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The weather on Hagerty Radio Le Mans is brought to you by Visit Cayman Islands. It's worth the wait.
13 degrees the low tonight. Right now it's 24.5 in the air and 36 degrees on the track. Still beautiful afternoon in the Cayman Islands. 30 degrees or thereabouts with a little bit of high cloud as we go into the race finish. The run of the race finish tomorrow here at Le Mans 24 hours with a 3/4 moon. Here tonight, well, we'll be looking at around about 24 and 25 and not much chance of rain on the forecast at the moment before the checkered flag.
Visit Cayman Islands. It's time. Cayman time.
Peter Snowden.
The most comprehensive coverage of the world's greatest motor race anywhere on the planet. This is Hagerty Radio Le Mans.
Peter Snowden has been waiting patiently to give us an update from pit lane. Peter, what do you got?
Yeah, the 27 CD Sport Ligiers had a load of work going on the front left, and in this age of technology, obviously all sorts plugged in and laptops and GPS sensors and wiring looms and whatever, it's down to a simple hub issue where on the front left they've managed to get the wheel off, which was the problem, and they've had to use a wire brush to clean literally the threads where the wheel nut goes on and holds it, and put old-fashioned copper slip grease on to help that wheel back on again. So there's obviously something going on the front left. Nothing wrong with the front right. And just at the last minute, they have done a quick driver change. I think it was Christoph Cresp who's got into the car now. I may be wrong, just don't quote me on that, but I'm sure that's who I saw just getting in. And also at the last minute now, a new nose cone. Front right is going on, and it will be back out in a minute.
The LMP2 leader was just in and out. It was fuel only for Roberto Gonzalez in the 38 Jota machine. They had new Goodyear tires. He did not need them yet.
So Roberto Gonzalez out of the pit lane for Jota. Team WRT, Rolf Venation continues in the 32 car. Richard Mail, Charles Milesi in the number 1. He's just made his pit stop as well. Meantime, Ollie Jarvis has pulled 2 seconds on Pietro Fittipaldi and has got, 6 seconds to make up on Julien Canal, as in once again comes the yellow and blue Penske. So the number 5 car from second. Felipe Nasr showing no signs of getting out of that car right now, Johnny.
I know Paul mentioned it earlier. I mean, Felipe Nasr looks like he's going to do this on his own, isn't he, Paul, by the looks of it? It's going to be like the old times.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, he's not going to be allowed to do it on his own, but he's certainly...
How long has he been in it now?
He's certainly doing at least his fair share. Just looking down to answer that question, John, as to how long he's been in it. He's going out on a triple, in fact. Dane Cameron did a quadruple before him. All his stints of 9 laps, by the way, the 9-lap limit that you were predicting, John, seems to be absolutely correct. I was hoping, based on what they were doing in free practice, that 10 would be a possibility. And some did do 10, but I think that's just a reflection on race pace, and we talk about this being a 24-hour sprint. Yeah. Well, the evidence is that they're only doing these 9 laps. So Nasser then heading off onto a triple stint at the moment, and so no reason why we should hand over just yet to Emmanuel Collard. Just going back to Oliver Jarvis, as you say, making good progress there, but Ollie Jarvis is just over 3 minutes behind the class leader in LMP2. So Rolfin Eichen, as you say, John, in the number 32 Team WRT car, leading the way in P2. Oliver Jarvis in 10th place, or 9th place now in P2, 3 and a quarter minutes behind.
I'm just down with number 48 to EDEC Sport, Orica, with Nick Manassian, who's just going to just tells you, he's very busy looking at tyres at the moment. Nick, you're obviously slightly experienced driver yourself, to say the least, but you just have a very, very good look at the tyres there. What's the story?
No, we just look at the tyre because we had a strange vibration on the car, so we shortened the stint a couple of laps. It's a kind of place you don't play with tyre very much. You know, we've had a few issues sometime in practice, so you need to be very careful with the speed you're taking in a straight. So lots of heat going in the shoulder, and then sometimes you break a shoulder, so you need to be careful of that. It's better to be preventive than do a whole lap with a failure. So that's why we stopped, and I was checking the shoulder.
And any idea what the vibration may be caused by?
No, you know, I think sometimes you get lots of rubber and they're falling on the tire, and then you get the vibration, and then sometimes it's this. We just need to investigate a little bit more, but otherwise things are going well. But it's just a shame what happened at the beginning of the race. We had, I think, what we've investigated. I think we had a failure with the nut, so we lost the wheel, and then we lost 2 laps. So now we are trying to catch, staying there, hanging in there, keep positive and push to the end.
If anybody's going to stay positive and motivate the team, you are.
I'm always positive. I'm annoyed because I'm a competitor. So I'm very,
surely not.
I'm really annoyed because we were P5. We have got a very fast car. And it's a competitive category. If you need to be as fast as you can without breaking the car, without stopping for nothing, if you want a good result. We've had a problem. Let's hope now we can carry on like this and climb back.
Nick Manassian, thank you very much.
Iron Dames pushed off the circuit by the number 24, the Nielsen Racing car. That was right at the end of the Porsche curves. Look to me,
I think there'll be a penalty coming for the P2 car there.
That was Rodrigo Sales, and he looked to already be a little bit wide coming through the anti-penultimate corner in that sequence, and slid down the inside, and
the angle that he came in
not a chance that the driver of the Ferrari, the number 85 car, could have seen where that car was coming from, Johnny, from my vantage point here.
No, I agree. I don't think there's any chance that they would have been able to see him coming down the inside because of the angle that he came down in at, and then that led to another
Sarah
LMP2.
Bovey, by the way.
Sarah Bovey, yeah. There's no way she could have seen him. I mean, you can see here, she's on her line, he's coming in, and there's no way when she turns in that she's going to see him in her mirrors.
It's actually really fortunate that it was pretty much side-to-side contact.
The other P2 had to go through the gravel there. I think he hits her pretty much in the door. If there's going to be damage, it'll be more to the P2 than to the GT car in that instance, I think.
Rodrigo Sales then just slightly deranging the left front of the nose
really
on that car.
You're right,
that
there.
could have
really
been, that could have been a big one there.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm pleased to see them both carrying on. Hopefully they won't need to pit.
It's under investigation.
Oh, it's clearly, there's only one person they're going to blame for that, and it's not the Ferrari.
Johnny Morlam alongside Paul Truswell and me, John Hindhaugh, in the booth. And into the pit lane once again as we head down to Shea. Adam, it's time for the Toyota stop, Shea.
And I've just seen something that I don't think I've ever seen before in WEC competition. And Paul answer this because he knows the rule book far better than I do. Is the person who is standing in front of the car, whose job it is to hold the signboard, allowed to put the signboard down, get on the ground, and then look under the front of the car? Because that's exactly what he just did. Every single time I've seen a pit stop in Le Mans, the signboard holder must continue to hold the signboard. Very, very standard stop, though. That was fuel only. As same for Oliver Jarvis in the 23 United Autosport LMP2.
I think he's all right, Shay, so long as he doesn't touch the car, to be honest, because, Paul, it's about how many people are working, and looking underneath the car whilst you're standing in front of it with the lollipop or the board is one thing, but actually touching it is something entirely different again.
And the lollipop only has to be there to tell the driver where to stop. It doesn't have to be there the whole time the car is stopped. It's used as the signal to the driver to tell him when to go, but it doesn't have to kind of be there all the time. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. No doubt, though, the ACO observers will be observing it. They're very hot on things like that. Alain Tanier and his team of pit observers.
Is it still Alain Tanier after all these years? I thought he'd retired about 10 years ago.
He's certainly still here because I've seen him.
They used to call him the sheriff, didn't they?
Indeed, but important regulations are picked. Regulations because it's all about safety, isn't it?
Totally agree. Battle for the lead all of a sudden. And a big slide from the number 7 Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi, ahead of his young Japanese teammate, Ryo Hirakawa. He's coming out the Daytona chicane, and Hirakawa is on an outlap.
Yeah, Kobayashi took the lead there. So he's been catching Hirakawa for a while now. Any favoritism in that? It's a difficult one, isn't it?
Well, Kobayashi's got such a great history, and you know, we talked about how much store was put on endurance, but also on loyalty in the Japanese culture. But Hirakawa is certainly the coming man, and maybe he's getting just a little bit of a run now. Didn't get the chance to qualify here as they come up on the WeatherTech Porsche down at Mulsanne.
You wouldn't want to take your boss out, though, would you?
No. Yeah, because Kamui is wearing a number of hats.
Exactly, that's what I meant. So
yes.
In terms of... I thought maybe that's why the Conway car was allowed to pit before Sebastian Buemi earlier on, when Paul and I were having a discussion on how important it is to lead at Le Mans.
More issues down in the pit lane, and we've seen far from perfect reliability throughout the field. Peter Snowden has more from us from the lane.
Yeah, from the number 57 Kessel Ferrari that's just been straight into the box, Kevin for its routine, and it's a brake or clutch issue. They're doing something right down in the front here. There's I'm trying to get out of the way some of the mechanics, but also have a quick look in there. But basically climbing all over the front of the car here to get into the front area, and it's I can't see which reservoir it is they're trying to do at the moment, but there's a can of fluid being used. It's like being in City and Guilds, this is, I tell you. It's certainly an issue with we're dropping fluid everywhere. It doesn't do the paintwork too much, but it's going to be a wrap anyway, isn't it? But it's overheating at the moment, obviously, but there's definite fluid issues with one of the reservoirs.
Thank you, Peter. It's not going to fix itself, Johnny, is it? It's only going to get worse.
No, it's not. It's not going to. You're exactly right. Paul, I have a question for you.
Go on.
I noticed that Milesi's jumped back in front into the top 10 now, ahead of the United Autosports 23 car. It seems to have done a pit stop on that last change, which was 5 seconds quicker, or am I reading that wrong?
No, you're reading it right in that the pit stop for the number 1 car was 1 minute and 6 seconds compared to the
23.
United team car, which was 1 minute and 11 seconds. So yes, absolutely right. The last pit stop time.
What are we seeing as an average in terms of a really quick P2 pit stop time then?
If you'd have asked me that before the race, I would have guessed at 1 minute and 5.
Okay.
But bear in mind, that's the time from pit in to pit out. The actual time in front of the garage for fuel only should be under 35 seconds. 35 seconds at a maximum in front of the garage. anything over 35 seconds, and you're starting to eat into the extra time that you might need for bodywork changes or aero tweaks or things like that. So pit stop actually in front of the garage between 35 and 40 seconds, time in the pit lane between 1 minute and 5 and 1 minute and 10.
Because those 5 seconds can make such a difference, because you're losing the 5 seconds, but then you might get caught behind somebody that you'd cleared, like in this instance, and then they hold you up for an entire stint and you lose another 15, 20 seconds in your stint. So you're giving away the best part of half a minute because of a slower pit stop.
Exactly. The problem with the pit stop is that sometimes it's outside your control, because you'll hit a slow car on your in lap as you come into the pit lane. You may be the type of driver, and hopefully they aren't any, but some drivers just take a little while to get themselves dialed in, and maybe they're a second slower through the Dunlop chicane because they're a bit nervous about how much grip they're going to get and how much you push. I mean, we do see these spins at the Dunlop chicane on the outlap, and that's very often because the driver is so keen not to lose any time at all as they're heading out of Dunlop chicane.
Yeah.
And it's those little bits in the pit lane as you come in or as you go out, or just because there's a car coming past you when you want to release the car. And those 5 seconds that you then lose are so difficult to get back on the track.
Absolutely, and with the, at least you have the advantage either when you're double stinting the tyres or triple, quadruple or whatever, you know you've got the hot tyres on. When they come out of the oven, these tyres, it never ceases to amaze me, Paul, when you're going into the chicane, how much grip you've got. You're always a little bit thinking, how much have I got? You turn left and you think, wow, I've got a ton of grip here. It can sometimes catch you out, but with the tyre ovens, it's amazing how much grip it generates within literally a corner or two.
And a lot of the teams using electric tyre warmers rather than the hot air ovens.
Yeah.
I know there's some debate. I'm not enough of a rubber expert to know, but sometimes thank you, John.
Talk about his personal life.
Don't need to know that.
The oven can heat the core of the tyre more than an electric blanket can, because sometimes the electric heaters only heat the outside of the tyre.
I'm a firm believer in the ovens, and I've actually
Really?
Experienced both. I did a bit of single-seater testing when I was at Lotus with the ovens, with the blankets, and the ovens I think are better.
Let's go down to Peter, who's loitering with intent around the Kessel pit as the number 31 Prema, the 31 WRT, sorry, Sean Galil car comes into the pit lane for a regular stop. Certainly not been a regular stop down at Kessel.
Well, certainly not the 57 Kessel car, having mechanics sprawling all over it, literally swarming over the front of this car. So much so that it was, till a few moments ago, the car was still sitting on its dollies, and as they were climbing on and off the front, frantically trying to get to the root cause of this problem, the car was moving around in the garage. They've now just put it onto its second level of air jacks and secured it, and made it a little bit easier. No driver change at the moment, but the fluid that was being administered is actually, it's the same as the clutch and brake fluid or hydraulic, but it's actually the power steering failure. That's what they're trying to get to, and you can imagine that the steering rack is possibly not the easiest item to get to down in that front area, so it's taking a little bit of effort to get there. They have taken the opportunity to change the front discs and calipers through a dry brake system going on there, so both sides of that being done at the same time. But the big issue, whether it needs a power steering rack changing, which I think is going to be very complicated or not, I don't know, but that's the issue with the 57 Kessel Ferrari.
Meantime, the battle for 5th and 6th in LMP2. What a battle, go to LMP2. Great stuff. Hello to Olivier and Fred and Natalie and the rest of my FIA WEC TV production family. Had a great evening with them last night. They had a little soiree here in the TV compound to get everybody back together, and they're working really hard to make sure we can see all the way around the track and provide the pictures to all of the international broadcasters as well. Well, when you want a bit of action, dive back into LMP2 at 20 minutes past 9 Central European Summer Time. We're about half an hour, just over half an hour away from official sunset. It's still warm, 24 degrees in the air, 34 on the track. And Ricky Taylor has Esteban Gutierrez for company as they go down to Arnage and the right-hander. It's where one of the Porsche turbo safety cars are based. 5 of them here this weekend, being run by 4 technicians from Manthey Racing. who frankly know, actually they've forgotten more about Porsche 911s than most of us will ever know.
100%.
They are just the people.
Unbelievable.
Manthey Porsche, sir? Oh, yes. 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 Road car or race car, anybody offers you a Manthey,